ride. That's commuterconnections.org.
Hey, do you own a home and thinking about moving up, but worried about 2 mortgages? Hey, I'm John Leahy with the Fine Living Group. I help homeowners sell fast and stress-free. I guarantee to sell your home at your price and on your timeline, or my team will buy it. Want to skip the stress? Take my instant cash offer. No showings, no repairs, no cleaning. We've got buyers in waiting, so your next move could start today. Visit johnsellsdmv.com. That's JON sellsdmv.com, or call 301-900-3052 and start packing.
JP Finley here, and this time of year, it's all about hoops and hot honey. My friends at Paisanos just made their hot honey pizza a permanent fixture on the menu. Try it and you'll see why. Sweet heat, melty cheese, and just the right kick. Perfect for a full day of hoops. And while you're taking in all the tourney action, take 30% off any order of $35 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizzas, wings, pasta, salads, whatever you're craving. Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Order now, paisanospizza.com.
Everyone's talking brackets, buzzer beaters, and game winners. Well, here's yours. It's your boy Bish here for my guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria, where now, when you stop by the dealership, they'll dish you the rock and let you shoot your shot for some silly savings. Knock it down and score $500 off any new Subaru or $250 off any pre-owned vehicle. Do what I'm doing. Run with my guy Josh Cochran and the 1 seed at Buyer Subaru. Check him out on Richmond Highway in Alexandria or start online now at buyersubaru.com.
Your ring. It's beautiful. Way to go, Dave.
I know. I love it. He went to Dominion Jewelers where they asked him all the right questions about me. Then designed a custom, one-of-a-kind ring that was made just for me.
I can't wait for my turn. I just hope my boyfriend knows to go to Dominion Jewelers.
I'll make sure he will.
Dominion Jewelers. We make it beautiful, you make it yours. DominionJewelers.com by appointment only.
One 877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
My neighbor invited me to a Wounded Warrior Project event. I didn't know what to expect, but it felt like everyone understood me. We got each other. So I got more involved. I joined support groups with other women warriors, and it helped me realize a new purpose in my life.
Through our hands-on programs, support
don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
African Americans are the most likely to die from colorectal cancer. So please, get screened starting at age 45. Now, Medicare and insurance companies are required to cover not only colonoscopy, but also less invasive exams like virtual colonoscopy. Talk to your doctor about your options. For more information on virtual colonoscopy, visit radiologyinfo.org/virtual CT.
Furnished by the American College of Radiology and the Radiology Health Equity Coalition.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 a.m, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I lived alone in this apartment, and I'd had trouble with my landlord. Basically, he was a creep. He kept coming on to me, and I kept saying no. Then one night, I'm sitting on my couch watching TV. My door, of course, is locked. But then I hear, it's my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out! You can't keep coming in.
What's wrong? I hear your refrigerator needs fixing, and I figure while I'm here, maybe you can do something for me.
Out! Get out!
I'm offering you a good deal.
Out! And I'm reporting you.
All right. I'm leaving. Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Yes, sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. It's called the Fair Housing Act. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. And if you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
For all 106.7 The Fan contest rules, log on to thefandc.com/rules.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Back to the air, deep left center field, going toward the bullpen.
The sounds of spring training
See you later!
are on your flagship home of the Washington Nationals.
Bang! So back-to-back go the Nationals!
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey sports station. It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know? Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Happy Tuesday morning, Ricks. We are the Junks coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan if you're listening in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity lender. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on your Instagram. I'm joined by John Paul Flame
Forgot St. Patrick's Day. I don't think I'm wearing anything green.
I don't mean
You've got your green beanie on. Kudos to you.
I do have my green Caps beanie on. Eric Bickle here, no green either.
It's just not a relevant day in my life.
I'm with you.
I mean,
I'm with you other than last night at my kid's school. She wears a uniform. She goes to a Catholic school. They have what they call Tag Day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why it's called Tag Day. Just you can wear whatever you want.
Yeah, that's what they used to call it.
And my God, she spent like 30 minutes hemming and hawing about what green outfit she was going to wear.
Yeah.
So that's the only relevance St. Patrick's Day has with me is that I had to deal with that last night. And I wasn't even really dealing with it. I was just hearing her whining and complaining that she doesn't have a good green shirt. And she actually said, and I agreed with her, she said, quote, "You don't know anything about fashion, Dad."
Well, she's dead on about that.
She nailed you.
And she's 8.
Nailed you.
Almost 9.
Yeah, she's got you crushed in
Big
that
birthday party this
You're in
weekend.
trouble. You're in trouble.
Yeah.
Because that means...
Well, girls are different than boys.
And they're most of them into fashion, and you're going to be
Right.
buying all kinds of crap. And yeah.
I tend to agree that St. Patty's Day is a bottom tier holiday. I mean, it's like lower ranked. It's like a play-in game of the holidays, basically. But if I have green around, I'll wear it. And
I would have
took
to
me
think
5
about it.
seconds to pick out a Caps beanie from my random assortment of Capitals beanies.
I mean, I think it's fun if I'm in a bar and I have a beer and everyone's partying.
Yeah.
You know, sure. But that's just not something I think about in my house.
Understood.
Ever. I think I'm like 1% Irish. I don't have any real Irish affinity.
You're German descent?
German, French. I'm a mutt. There's a little sprinkling of Irish, but not much.
Mm-hmm.
Not much. I'm a mutt. I'm a good mutt. French, German. Those are the two biggies.
You haven't done one of those tests.
No, I would never do that, but my son did do that.
Like 23andMe?
It was given to him.
Mm-hmm.
I would never just give all my information like that over to the government. That was clearly what that was, an op. But he did that. He did that. And
did he find any fascinating information?
Well, what was interesting is I think it was Cro-Magnon, or it was some sort of weird Neanderthal. There was something he was...
You went all the way back to that?
That's like very early man.
Well, they do. They give you everything. It is kind of interesting. And he was just like... I mean, it made sense. Like, knuckle-dragging Neanderthal. I mean, whatever the hell it was.
I mean, we're all descendants of the early man, I guess, if you went back to it.
Right.
I
thought it was interesting.
Yeah, my brother's done that.
Yeah.
He was all sized that he was like, 2% from like Northern Africa. That's why he's got hops. But if you think about where Italy is and the boot and Northern Africa.
I don't think we had anything that... I can't remember. It was 5 years ago. Somebody gave it to him. His girlfriend gave it to him as a gift, like 5 years ago or so, when that was really popular. Everybody was doing that. But and my uncle is... He's big into like John's mom used to be, big into genealogy, family trees, documenting it. And God bless people like that, because people like me that aren't as inquisitive and don't think about sort of the importance and the relevancy of those kind of things. He made a booklet of like a history of the Bickles and the Holloways and all these different. And so if you're ever, and it's like once every 20 years you might have some interest, but if somebody had a question or you have a family history documented.
My father did that. He basically, upon retirement, my mom helped him. He wrote this book and traced the history of our name back to like the Hungarian Empire and how it went into Italy and all this stuff.
Not sure we went that far back. We might have just went a few generations.
Mine went back a long, long time. No. But it's interesting watching the World Baseball Classic last night. Italy played Venezuela. Venezuela ended up winning, so Venezuela will face the United States in the final today. But my brother sent me this note, a family member here that's probably a second or third cousin who comes from the same village my dad came from in Italy, in the mountains, in the Alps, village of 100 people, that one of these players is like the great-grandfather, or maybe it was just a grandfather, is from the same village. But then I started looking it up. I went down the wormhole, and I mean, he was born in Michigan. His parents were born in Michigan.
Of course.
I think it's actually
American.
No, and it's actually somewhat genius by Major League Baseball. The whole thing is they are very loose with the requirements to become a member of whatever team it is.
Yeah.
Because they want people in Italy to all of a sudden become interested in baseball.
Sure.
And so as long as you have a great grandparent from the country, you can represent that country.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense. And it's worked. It seems
so
to
the
be
Italians
gaining
were
in
up, and then
popularity.
Venezuela had a rally in the 6th or 7th inning, and they end up winning 4-2. So Venezuela, they have a bunch of players who you're familiar with against the United States for the World Baseball Classic.
And that will be tonight?
8 o'clock tonight.
And it's just a raucous, I will say, I mean, I'm finding myself watching more World Baseball Classic than I will in months of Major League Baseball.
It sucked you in. It's
awesome. It's like watching the World Cup. Same thing happens in the World Cup. You guys are the same way, where if you just took a year of regular soccer viewing, and then you took 1 week of World Cup, you're probably going to watch more in that 1 week than you will the entire year.
Except for the year that I bought the Messi package. I did, actually, I think 2 years. I bought the Messi package.
I'll tell you my soccer viewing outside of World Cup years. It's this.
Okay.
Yeah. It's double
But I will say
zeros.
this. I have to say, I'm more into the World Cup than I am the World Baseball Classic, but maybe in 10 years I'll get there. The World Cup, and I understand it's a similar vibe.
The World Cup's a way bigger event.
It's just
I'm more
massive
into the
for
World
me.
Cup.
Yeah.
When we did that goofy draft, when we got to pick 3 events out of 12, I picked World Cup.
You picked World Cup as one of the 3 that you would keep?
I had the 4th pick.
Oh, that's right. We actually did a draft.
We did a draft. I think EB took NFL playoffs.
Yeah,
number
that was
1.
strategic. How would I not take that? Of course.
I understand.
I remember hating my team because I wound up with like NBA playoffs and just 2 other random events. I just took the highest seeds left on my board.
But it'll be intense tonight. The crowds are just amazing. And I think that's what adds to the lore of the World Baseball Classic. It's just such a raucous atmosphere. And so
I didn't even pay attention to where they're hosting the games. Where
is in Miami.
In Miami. Okay, gotcha.
I assume the finals in Miami.
Finals in Miami,
yeah.
But there were other sites that funneled into Miami.
In the group stage, early
Puerto
on,
Rico, I
Houston.
think, hosted games. There were other sites throughout the world.
I'll be home around 8:30.
They also had a weird rule where like Jose Altuve is a great player, and he's Venezuelan, but he's not allowed to play for Venezuela for some reason. Maybe it's his team preventing him. He missed too many games last year.
I know there's like
I thought that was a
I
weird
told
bit.
you guys yesterday.
Yeah.
He's not insured.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
Yes.
him and Carlos
Insurance.
Correa are not insured.
Yeah, so
they
that
can't
team
play.
could actually be stronger. He was just there in the crowd.
So they can't just take out like a rando insurance policy to get covered for the 2 weeks of the World Baseball
Maybe they
Classic?
could, but it might be cost prohibitive. You know, who knows?
Insurance is expensive. I can vouch for it. Every time I stroke my auto insurance check every 6 months, it's an eye-popping number.
Yeah.
Like, it's shocking, actually.
Well, especially if you have kids that are under 25.
Yeah, I
Your
have.
kids are getting a little older.
I've got a
but
couple of those.
Teenage boys, that insurance is so expensive.
Well, I think D. It took somebody's advice that called in about us paying insurance on 2 kids that live in New York City and aren't driving, and I think that is under negotiation. We're in the process of trying to figure that out. See if we can't lower the rates a bit, because it seems absurd to pay full car insurance for 2 people that don't own cars. Basically,
Oh, yeah. You got to get a break cut.
Yeah, I got to
on
get
that.
a break.
You got to get some sort of break.
It's crazy. They live in a city. They spend it on Ubers and cabs and in the subway.
You need to call the insurance company and say, I need a 90% discount on my kid's portion of this bill.
I think we're working on it.
Because this is crazy.
My kid's car, I don't think it's moved in a day and a half. It's just parked on the street right by our driveway. We had 1 car in the garage, 1 car in the driveway, and then his car's in the street. I went out yesterday at about 6 after all of the thunderstorms and all the activity.
Yeah.
But I will say there was a branch on top of his car. He had an Adrian.
There was some wind. Why don't we do that when we come back? Let's get into the storm, the lack thereof. It did come by a little bit in the evening. but nothing like they prepared us for, potentially.
Yeah, so we'll get into that next. Coming up later in the show, Brian Keefe, head coach of your Washington Wizards, who did their job last night, lost their 12th straight game.
12 in a row.
To the Golden State Warriors at Capital One
close.
Arena. He'll join us coming up at 8:45 here on The Fan. We'll be right back.
DC's FM Sports Talk, 106.7 The Fan.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code DC1 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code DC1 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
DC Hoops fans, join Bud Light for the finals of their official Mini Hoops Mania competition at Grand Central and Adams Morgan on Thursday, March 19th, and Sports and Social on U Street Friday, March 20th. One lucky winner from DC will be heading to Vegas for the final days of the tournament to compete for a chance to win $10K cash. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Anheuser-Busch. Bud Light Beer. St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus. Begins on 1/6/26 and ends on 3/20/26. Multiple entry periods. Visit BudLight.com/mini-hoops-mania rules for official rules. Message and data rates apply. Void where prohibited.
Hey, it's JP Finley with spring weather finally here. It's the perfect time to give your home a fresh start with Paul Henry's window installation. Warmer days and cooler nights mean your windows and doors need to work smarter, boosting energy efficiency, comfort, and curb appeal. Right now, get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum purchase, plus 10% off each door. Upgrade and save today with Paul Henry's window installation. And make sure to tell them JP Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
For years, you've heard it all over the radio and TV. You sang along to it in your car, laughed about it with your friends. If it's not stuck in your head, what are you even doing with your life? Coming this spring, you'll hear a new Easterns classic everywhere. The new go-go jingle of Easterns Auto. Any car, any way, for everyone. Visit Easterns.com.
Listen to the Junkies all week for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Dave Matthews Band, Saturday, June 13th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Courtesy of Live Nation.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, the job works in your favor. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members buy more and save more on materials they rely on every day. Get up to 25% off select molding when you spend $1,000 or more, and up to 25% off Pergo Evercraft laminate flooring. Put Pro Savings Days to work for you. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying
just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Clear and cold, temperature in the low 30s.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Tournament time is here, and there's no better place to watch the game than MGM National Harbor.
Head to Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor, where B. Mitch and Finley and Grant and Danny will be broadcasting live for the first round game.
And if you really want to feel every shot and every buzzer beater,
take it next level at the BetMGM Sportsbook and Lounge. Grab your crew, lock in your seat, and ride every game all the way to the final.
Tap opens at 11 both days, so get there early.
This is your tournament headquarters.
Only at MGM National Harbor. Monumental happens here.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for? As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
So yesterday there was a lot of weather panic that didn't really pan out.
Didn't materialize.
There were a lot of warnings about, there are going to be EF2 tornadoes touching down. And I think there was a tornado sighting that I heard yesterday.
Somebody tweeted us a picture. I know that around noon I was at lunch.
Right.
And Dylan and I were sitting at the bar, and there were a bunch of TVs in front of us. And it looked like north of Frederick, there was tornado action.
I think there's been 1 or 2 sightings or whatever, maybe more, little ones, and they did happen, and they do happen occasionally. But the problem is that it seems like with each sort of potential weather event, we're just hyping them up so big. And what really threw me about yesterday is that, of course, I don't expect these people to predict the future. I get it. They're the normal human beings. They don't, they can't predict the future. I get it. But there was I saw some reference where there was a 15% chance it could get to this N5 or whatever, and I just was always like, well, hold on, it's a 15% chance. Okay, so that's like 85% chance, probably not going to happen. And they say this kind of situation potentially happens in this area 3 times a year. Well, I've lived here 50 years. So I've been through this 150 times. Never been this kind of panic. And it's just like we're ratcheting up the panic. And we were, look, it didn't affect my life that much. I did go out on Valdez's recommendation. I stacked up my chairs. Felt stupid doing that. Stacked up all my chairs.
Hold on. Wait, I don't understand.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying. I went out. I did a little proactive stuff.
Right. I don't understand why that's so bad.
Well, just because I've never done it before. I didn't think I needed it.
Because in retrospect, it's a waste of time.
Hold on. Are we that lazy? You can't take 5 minutes out of your day to stack chairs in case the wind blows everything over.
I don't like
and hasn't hit your car or your neighbor's house.
I don't. That's never happened before in my 50 years. I've never had a chair blow into anybody.
You've never had like an umbrella get uprooted at the beach from a strong wind or anything.
At the beach, but I'm not at the beach. I'm at my house. In my house, my deck furniture has never flown off or anything.
I know, but I'm not saying it's the Wizard of Oz type tornado.
I'm not trying to give you drone shrapnel. I'm trying to give you credit. I did what you suggested. You were the responsible person. I'm not attacking you.
I know. I don't. It took 5 minutes out of your day.
It did. I just felt silly. I felt silly because I didn't think it was whatever. But I know
it's
you had it in my head.
It's preventative.
I didn't want to be responsible if something happened. So I did it. I stacked up the chairs. Now I got to unstack them. It's going to be another 5 minutes. But
takes
anyway,
away from all those putts.
Well,
the short game.
I don't like to do it. You understand? I don't like to get gas on the left side of the road. I want everything to be convenient. I don't like to do anything out of the ordinary. But I kind of had this sense, and like all of us did, that it could be a disaster, I guess, but probably not. But because of it, JP had to change his plans. He's one example, right? JP's fine. He's done at work at 10, but it changes your life. People that have full-time jobs had to figure out daycare, right? Because the schools were off. So it really affects all of us.
Sure.
When they go hard with these predictions, what particularly irked me, and thank God for this guy, Matthew Capucci, who apparently used to work at Fox 5. He looks vaguely familiar to me. But he put out a video I retweeted yesterday, mea culpa, and he's like, I just wish all would do it. He said, we screwed this up bad, and here's why. And the thing that really connected with me is, he said, we could tell by about 8 p.m. yesterday that it probably wasn't going to develop.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's the part
I saw
that's
the same video.
So just be transparent and say, okay, there's a 15% chance. Okay, that's a serious. Okay, that could happen, 1 in 10 or less.
But they were all in with their scare tactics.
But they went all in with everything else. Yeah. Everything canceled. Everything all in on the 15%. Yeah. But he said by 8 p.m. he knew we didn't have whatever it was, the humidity, whatever it was to develop the pressure.
There was a good chance it was going to be a dud.
And it was very likely it was going to prove fallacious. And they already knew that at 8 p.m. the day before. And then, just make us aware of that.
You know what our problem is that the word tornado is so scary, right? But in this area, they're so infrequent that we don't know the difference between a tornado watch and a tornado warning.
That's definitely a factor.
We just hear the word or the phrase tornado warning.
Well, you should know the difference between the two.
I know, but we hear tornado warning, and then all of a sudden we start freaking out.
Well, that just means one's been cited in the area.
Warning is worse than watch.
Warning is that's
watch
ratcheted
is
it up.
okay.
Watch just means
it's possible.
Conditions.
Nobody likes the tornado
happen.
word. But to be fair, that wasn't what I was particularly. I was just concerned about these wind bursts that were going to come out of nowhere, and golly knows what was going to happen. I'm going to mow down my trees. Who knows what's going to happen? My deck chair is going to go fly into the neighbors, or theirs going to fly into my house. I don't know. Because I've lived here for 50 some years, and I know that real tornadoes around here, they don't really happen.
They're pretty rare. They're pretty rare for them to happen.
Maybe one every 5-10 years or something,
right?
If that, where something real, other than a little spirally thing touching down for 10 seconds that really didn't hurt anything. Like the College Park one that traumatized us all.
Well, that was a real legit tornado. Yeah.
But very, very, very rare.
The one I just played years ago, that's a legit tornado.
I just wish they would be a little bit more transparent about the likelihood of it. And then as they see that, okay, this is probably not going to develop the way we thought, tell us. But then why would they do that? Because they want us to check in and they want the numbers.
They
want
should
the
at least let the school systems in on that
Yeah.
intel and information so that they, the people that are making that decision can be like, you know what, maybe we don't need to let school out early if it's not going to be.
We can make a game
think.
time decision.
Yeah,
right.
In their defense, I guess they kind of figured it out between 8 and 9 o'clock, but hadn't everything already been?
Can't remember when they canceled.
Because you got to give parents the proper time to figure out the schedule for the next day.
But sometimes, if you can remember when we were young, I can remember times where we would get let out of school early because, let's say, it started snowing at 10 a.m. and you were surprised, and they say, oh, you know what, we're going to let you out early.
Right.
Now, that can cause chaos, but maybe it's better to wait.
The video you mentioned, I think, exposed something which maybe we kind of suspected, is that there are certain things which sell on TV. A blizzard is going to sell on TV. A tornado is going to sell on TV. People are going to check it out. It's going to get good ratings. And what he was saying is conditions changed, but they didn't really want to change the sales job.
Right.
Because then that hurts them. And there was still a chance that the tornado could happen. And there's always a chance that the blizzard can happen. So they keep selling it, even though it's not going to happen most likely.
And then when most likely it doesn't happen, which most likely it's not going to, you just keep chipping away at your credibility. And, of course, obviously we all have the same thought. One of these times we're going to get wamboozled here.
True, but we've got it pretty good weather-wise where we live. If you think about it in the grand scheme of things, we don't have earthquakes. We don't have mudslides. We don't have hurricanes very often. I mean,
Right.
I know every once in a while we get a glancing blow from one. Rarely do we have tornadoes. Okay, it's super hot and sticky during the summer,
Yeah.
and it can get cold during the winter, but that's fine.
Yeah.
That's part of where we live. We actually have it pretty good.
As far as natural
weather-wise.
disasters go, yeah, we're pretty
Floods, I mean, okay, maybe a few isolated spots flood in the DMV, but not a lot.
Yeah.
We actually have it pretty good weather-wise here.
Yeah, I think so. But I just wish they would just be a little bit more transparent, especially as it's progressing. And that also, I would also like to emphasize more that, okay, this could develop, and it's very rarely happened that we have a 4 out of 5, whatever, but that it's a 15% chance.
Right.
Like, emphasize the 15%.
They
Kinda
just get so excited too, because these people, the meteorologists, and they go to school for it. They study it, but they get so geeked up for the possibility.
I know.
That's going to come out
I don't have hostility
on TV.
towards weather people. They're all nice people. But, I think most of them are just reading the national forecast or the Euro model or whatever. They're kind of reading what's fed to them. That's an unfair
Hey, look,
criticism, but that's my
in
perception.
reality, it was a break. We caught a break.
Yeah, it's good.
Right? Because, you don't
want people to get
your
hurt.
trees weren't wrecked.
Yeah, I don't want a tornado to hurt somebody or wind, whatever, to knock down people's trees and tear their houses up. Or
I mean, it got a little windy for a while.
It didn't happen.
Yeah,
There was maybe a little rain.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it was a
It
non-event.
appeared. So I went in my sauna like right at 3:00, right when it was about to happen, and I said to my wife, I think I could play golf. I think it's not a problem. I think I could literally go play golf right now. I think I'm going to go in the sauna. And she said, "Are you sure?" I said, "Look at it. I mean, my eyes don't deceive me. And either this is the greatest calm before the greatest storm ever, or I don't think anything's going to happen."
I was ready to hunker down in my basement. Then I was like, why? This is
Nothing's
nothing.
happening.
This is minor.
Then I will say around 8:00, 9:00, whatever, I was invested in something that I was doing. My wife said, "Can you turn the sauna on? I want to go use it now." And so I turned it on. And then she calls me. She goes, "It's pretty windy down here. What's going on?"
But windy.
Yeah, I know. And I was like, I don't know. I'm not paying any attention. And then I kind of turned my computer down or whatever. And I listened. Oh, yeah. The wind was howling a little bit. And I will say my trash cans were knocked over. I drove by this morning and I saw some of those rent-a-bikes were knocked over.
Well, that's every day. That by the way, that's an eyesore here in D.C. The Lime bikes that are always lying down on their sides in the middle of a sidewalk, like in the middle of a bridge. I mean, they're all over the place.
Do you think people are just disrespectful or the wind just blows them over?
I think people are they finish their ride and they just throw the bike down. I can't say that I've seen that happen, but
would you ever do that?
Would I ever do it?
No, you would never.
Probably not. But I would probably also never rent a Lime bike.
Well, if you live in the city, you might.
I might.
But
possibly.
I've rented the Lime scooters before, but I don't just trash it on the curb when I'm done.
I think most people just.
You don't think they hit the kickstand and the wind just blows them over?
I don't know. I think
most normal people would put the kickstand.
I think most people just don't care. They finish their ride and just throw the bike down. It's not their bike. What do they care?
The problem is, though, there's really no solution. It's an age-old dilemma. Whether people, they don't have any magic potion, or they have no idea. They're doing the best they can based on the information that they have. And we're just always going to have times where they completely whiff, and on times where they, whiff by overselling and whiff by underselling.
Yeah.
There's really no way of getting around it.
But not held accountable. And there's really no way to hold them accountable except for, I guess you would say,
I don't want a person to necessarily be fired because he read the Euro model that the whole country read and it didn't develop. I'm not suggesting that person should be fired.
Yeah, but
you got to understand what it is.
You know how you hear boxers or pull punches?
Yeah.
Like if the fix is in? They kind of were pulling their punches when 85% was nothing's going to happen. And they emphasized the 15% that something could happen.
Well, not necessarily nothing, but the most severe case wasn't going to happen.
I'm using extremes.
Right. And also, when the conditions changed at 8 p.m., but nobody wanted us to know, really, that it was a little less likely.
Well,
or maybe a lot less likely.
Did anyone watch the 11 o'clock news?
At 11 p.m.? No, I was asleep.
No.
Well, anyone
I would
watch
assume
the
that word
6?
would have spread, though, right? Wouldn't I have assumed the word was spread that, don't worry, today they updated the forecast? I mean, I would have seen that. I'm just going based on Capucci. He's a Harvard grad. And he said, listen, we blew this, and this is why.
I didn't watch the 11 o'clock news, or we were working at the 6 o'clock news. I don't know if
maybe some did.
Tucker
correct. Yeah,
corrected himself in the morning.
Particular weather person. Maybe
I know, but we just attacked them and said that that they're using this for ratings when we didn't really know what they said at 11.
It's according to the one guy. I watched it was like a 4-minute video that guy put out. It was a long video, and he said, he was generalizing, but basically saying all the meteorologists should have known this at this point and could have presented it, but they chose not to present it.
Right.
And essentially was saying the reason why you don't present it is because the other thing is like the headline news, and it's going to grab everybody's attention. So let's play up the thing that maybe is less likely to happen.
The one example I've given before, I don't know if you guys remember, it was probably 10 years or so ago, probably even longer. We did one of those rooftop sundress sillies parties, okay? And literally, when I was leaving my house, it said 100% chance of rain.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know that there's some confusion about that. It doesn't mean 100% it's going to rain the whole time, or it may 100% of the region might experience some rain, whatever it means.
Yeah, I'm always confused by that.
It's a little nebulous to me, but when I see 100% chance of rain, I generally think it's guaranteed to rain, probably in my vicinity. I'm telling you, we didn't get one drop. We got the whole party in. It was an amazing night. And so I don't blame the weather people. It just shows you can't predict. It's something you can't predict.
I mean, you can predict it, but you're not going to be 100%.
You're not going to be anywhere close to 100%.
But in this case, if you believe Carpaccio, or whatever his name is.
Capucci, I think.
Yeah. It feels like there was not honesty.
It feels like they were a little disingenuous, a little sheepish, that by the evening, they had reason to believe it was very much less likely to develop.
That said, when I was at lunch and I'm watching the TV, I can't remember what network it was on. I think it was Channel 9. I mean, there was a lady there, and there was a map, and they were saying they had towns I've never heard of north of Frederick, little towns.
Yeah.
I mean, those towns, I think, were full-blown sweating it.
Yeah, you got to run to your basement at that point.
And I always want there to be no big event. Don't want anybody to ever be hurt by a natural disaster, right? By anything, really. But you definitely don't want someone to be hurt by a tornado or a tree falling on their car or anything of that nature. And it did look like there was some significant flooding on, I think, 495 and 270.
But I know this, for me in Gaithersburg, it was just a typical day.
Well, it wasn't a typical day for us because we kind of waited for the event, for the non-event. My daughter came home at noon, didn't really plan anything. She didn't go do what she normally does because we had the event, the weather event we were waiting
my
on.
kid got home from school early, but other than that, business as usual in the Flame household.
My wife, didn't go to the grocery when she was going to go. She's like, my daughter was like, no, don't go. You never know, because they scared my daughter.
Wow.
She said, don't go. You might. She was
a tree might fall on you.
She was going to go to the post office, and it was like right around 3:15 or whatever, right when I was getting out of the sauna or whatever. And she said, "Mom, don't go." She goes, "Well, it's nothing. Just don't go. We don't know."
The post office.
I took the dog. I took the dog for 3 or 4 walks yesterday.
Yeah,
I mean, it rained at one point.
Right. I do think that,
but it was pretty much business as usual.
Drabby, were you affected or not affected at all by it?
I was annoyed.
Yeah,
just a big letdown.
You're perturbed.
Burger.
Yeah,
I mean, I wanted to see how bad it could get.
I don't know what the answer is. Other than just more transparency.
I just kind of figured it was going to be nothing.
Something.
No, I just kind of actually figured that
all along.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. Here's what you should have done when your kids were little. You should have taken her outside during the storms, like when she was 4 and 5. So it was raining because I know the Bickles, they get wound up about everything. And so you guys like hyperventilated and it projected onto her. And
you want immersion therapy.
Yeah, immersion therapy.
Get her ready for it.
Well, I don't think my son has an issue. I think my middle daughter had an issue. I think she's okay. And my youngest, I mean, maybe, I don't know. She's a little skittish about some things.
I mean, Jason's so crestfallen about the non-weather event, he didn't show up for work today.
Could be the reason.
I mean, look what's happening.
He didn't want to have to defend
He's
those.
so upset that there weren't big thunder boomers that he called out weather today.
Jason lives in, he goes by what they say.
He loves him some weather, that guy.
He has faith. He has a lot of faith in the forecasting business.
I mean, he's also done tornado chasing, so he's probably distraught.
He's like
he
next
likes
level.
to sit out on his porch.
He likes destruction.
And look at the weather.
Yeah, he likes weather events.
So he might have called out depressed that he didn't have tornadoes.
That could be it.
Didn't
Do you know that
have the thunderstorms.
There's a greater than 0% chance that's the reason why he maybe doesn't feel well today. He didn't want to defend weather people.
I don't know.
It's possible.
Didn't want to have to defend Doug Kammerer's good name.
Because
I don't know.
He probably sat, he probably poured himself a drink around 3 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. He was waiting for it.
for that storm
Yeah.
to hit. It's just a big nothing burger.
He just left
big
empty.
nothing burger. He just left it deflated.
Whatever
Did he
that
call
is.
you? What did
I
No,
think he left a message.
texted at 4:30 and said, "I'm not coming in today," or something.
Yeah.
I'm taking a sick day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever Jason is, I'm the complete opposite. I think about the weather, not at all.
I'm kind of like you.
Never.
Just,
I don't know if it's 80 or 32
just
out.
tell me the temperature. Just tell me the temp so that I know whether to wear a beanie or not.
I'm only a
That's
little
basically
more
it.
conscious now because I'm playing more golf now as I've gotten older. But I'm kind of that way also like with St. Patty's Day. I don't really know the holidays.
Hey, do you
Not
think-
really that important to me.
Do you think it's more likely Jason called out weather or is like celebrating St. Patrick's Day with his buddies today?
Probably
That's
the first.
What do you
or
think's
he
more?
did last night. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
don't-
good question.
I don't know how much
But I don't think
celebrating he's doing on a Monday night.
I don't think they're like tailgating now. But maybe last night? Like a St. Patty's party. Did anybody have a St. Patty's party on the night before?
I don't think it's the night. I usually think it's the day of.
Day of or the weekend
Maybe you just want to
prior.
sleep in and be rested for the party today.
Yeah, for his pub crawl.
All right, when we come back, we are going to get into the Washington Capitals youth movement. You may see one of their building blocks of the future as early as tomorrow night against the Sens. We'll tell you who that is and who to look out for when we come back.
From free agency to the NFL draft, this is your station for every move of the Commander's offseason.
The story is.
Now let's just focus on the defense.
You were right. I was
We
wrong.
are football.
Are we good to go?
Sports Radio.
Go!
106.7 The Fan.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here for my friends and trusted realtors, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. If you're planning to sell your home, I personally recommend you work with the best. They sold my place. Call the Reynolds of Power Home Team. For over 35 years, Debbie and Sarah have been helping thousands of families sell and buy homes in our area. If you want to maximize the sale of your home, here's why you need to call Debbie and Sarah Reynolds. They already have the buyers. Over 16,300 buyers in waiting. These buyers are screened and looking to buy right now. As a result, they sell their homes 3 times faster and net their sellers 4.27% more money on average. It's over $30,000 more dollars right in your pocket. It's the difference between settling and selling smart. They simply get results. And the best part, if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you, guaranteed in writing. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
March matchups are here, and there's no better place to catch every game than MGM National Harbor. Feel the energy at Tap Sports Bar with mouthwatering game day bites. Or take your experience to the next level at the BetMGM Sportsbook and Lounge, where every shot and every buzzer beater feels even bigger. Grab your crew, find your seat, and cheer on your team all the way to the final. Your tournament headquarters is waiting only at MGM National Harbor. Monumental happens here. Learn more at MGMNationalHarbor.com. Must be 21. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is it. Buy one, get one 40% off and enjoy 0% financing for a year at thewindowman.com. Ends March 31st. Summer's on the way. Add curb appeal, energy efficiency, and comfort to your home before it's 90 degrees with superior Ultrex windows from thewindowman.com. Ultrex windows, Monterey Storm windows, and Provia doors all buy one, get one. 40% off and get 0% financing for 1 full year. Schedule your no-pressure consultation at thewindowman.com or visit their Fairfax showroom. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales / already quoted projects excluded. See consultant for details.
Opening day just hits different.
And C.J. Abrams has a leadoff home run into the second deck.
There's nothing like it. The thrill, the cheers, the game we love coming to life again. Declare your natitude Friday, April 3rd. The Dodgers come to town and the party's on all weekend at Nationals Park. RSVP now at nationals.com/tickets.
When an injury occurs, turn to the sports medicine team of experts at CAO. We're here for the weekend warriors, here for those at the top of their game, here for the outdoor adventures, here for the athlete in all of us. We're CAO, the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care, always centered around one thing, you. Go to CFAortho.com to find a convenient location near you.
Longer days, warmer drives, new options. At Dulles Kia in Leesburg, the spring lineup's looking better than ever. Now drive a new Kia K4 as low as $199 a month, a new K5 from $349 a month, or a new Sorrento just $369 a month. And check out the newly redesigned 2027 Telluride, all under one roof at Dulles Kia's stunning new facility. Come by Dulles Kia in beautiful downtown Leesburg or visit DullesKia.com. Call 703-669-6888 for details about costs and terms.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Definitely a bummer when you look at the Washington Capitals playoff chances at this point, sitting at 6%. So you can basically chalk up a non-playoff season for the Washington Capitals, barring a miracle down the stretch. But there is hope on the horizon. The Caps could have the debut of Cole Hudson, one of their top prospects, one of the top prospects in the entire league.
Tell me about him. I need to know.
Well, he's young. He's 19 years old.
All right,
he
give me background.
Just finished his second year at BU.
All right.
He's one of the highest scoring college defensemen in 25 years amongst his peers.
And so what round did we draft him in?
He was drafted in the second round in 2024. So amongst all under 20 defenders that have played 2 seasons in the NCAA since the year 2000, Hudson ranks 4th in both overall scoring with 80 points and points per game at 1.08 points.
This is the Carlson replacement on paper.
Correct.
This is the idea.
That's what immediately all Caps fans said when Carlson was dealt.
Yeah.
That was an emotional blow.
Yeah.
But people felt like, okay, it's time.
And
He's not playing as well, and you've got this guy in the pipeline.
So I'm getting this story from Russian Machine Never Breaks. Definitely want to credit them. So Cole apparently did not have the luxury of playing with a good Boston University team this year. Finished as the Terriers' leading scorer with 32 points in 35 games. He was the only player on the roster to hit the 30-point mark, and only 4 total BU players even reached 20 points this season. So he was far and away the best player on his college team.
And by the way, he was their defenseman.
Right.
Yeah.
And his brother's a stud for the Montreal Canadiens. So,
so he's got the lineage, you got it all.
Here's what Caps GM Chris Patrick told Mike Vogel, who covers the team for WashingtonCapitals.com. Quote, high-end skill level coupled with high-end vision. He seems to see plays that elite players see. A lot of times when we'd watch him in college, he'd make plays that didn't really turn into anything, not because it was a bad play, but more, I think, because the play he was making, the recipient wasn't ready for it because they weren't expecting to get a puck in that spot, and so it turns into nothing. But when you put them with an NHL player, that same play might be a goal. For me, it's the skill combined with the vision and creativity that makes him a really dangerous offensive player. So they're doing the same thing with Hudson that they did with Ryan Leonard last year, bringing him up at the end of his college career,
right?
Letting him get his feet wet with the big club. So you could you could see him as early as tomorrow night as the Caps take on the Senators.
It'd be
still trying to grasp at a playoff spot,
now,
even though it's unlikely.
It does happen in hockey, a la Leonard, but it's still rare, like going straight from college to the big dogs.
Right.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how he fits in right away.
I think the brass are basically like, okay, like let's not expect too much from him. The learning curve is even tougher for defensemen than it is for forwards. Is kind of the common
conventional
theme.
wisdom. Yeah.
So like if he doesn't score a ton in the next 14 games, don't lose your minds. It's okay. It's just part of the learning process and him adapting to the NHL.
Even though I understand he's a scorer, I would never expect my defenseman to score a ton. I would hope my defensemen defend well.
Well, his brother, I think he had 66 points last year, 6 goals and 60 assists.
Right.
So his brother definitely scores at a high clip at the NHL level. His brother won the Calder Trophy for Rookie of the Year last season.
Right.
So hopefully we're going to see a pretty close approximation to that here in Washington with his younger brother.
Was his brother a second-round pick also, or was he a first-round pick?
I'd have to look up and see when Lane Hudson was drafted.
So make sure we didn't get the Billy Ripken.
I don't know that off the top of my head, but he's a highly regarded prospect, and you may see him as early as tomorrow. Now, another high prospect for the Caps who's not coming up yet is Ilya Protas.
Okay.
Lexi Protas' younger brother,
all right,
who has 50 points through 59 games for the Hershey Bears. So you may see him up.
And
with
what
the
position
Caps.
does he play?
He's a left winger.
Okay.
So you may see him as early as next season up here with the Caps playing with his older brother.
And what's his background too? Like where was he drafted? How long has he been in the system?
I think he's in the system
been in a long time.
2 years.
Just
going
a little
on
bit?
2 years.
And how old is he?
He's young. He's 19 years old.
Oh wow.
So this is like as the Caps get older, Ovi, we don't know his future, but a lot of people are speculating this is going to be his last go around.
Yeah.
Carlson gets traded.
Yeah.
Oshie retires. Like
they need a new wave.
You replenish with the fresh blood.
Yeah,
they need a new wave.
Sounds like some good blood, though.
Yeah.
New wave of better players.
Right.
And then you want some of these young guys to develop, like Ryan Leonard, who's got 14 or 15 goals, I believe, this season.
He's definitely made
They got to
strides.
step up.
Oh, and another guy, Sortif. Sortif has developed as a young player that they acquired from outside the system.
But it's just a disappointing season. You're 7 points back now in the wild card. The death blow was the Boston game because that's a 2-point swing.
Yeah, I mean,
and they lost via shootout.
I mean, the longest shootout that I can recall seeing in a long time in the NHL. Now, is that 1 point going to vault them into playoff standings?
No, but if they'd gotten a clean win in regulation, I would have had more of a sweat.
Right.
I really don't have any of a sweat now.
Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't have, I don't think, for a month. I think it's been pretty obvious for a month. I think since they came back and they lost a couple, it was over, and then they had the trade deadline.
The way they do the standings makes you think that the team's actually better than they are, because if you did Jason's method, which is take the overtime losses and turn them into losses, then they're sub 500.
Yeah, it's fine. It's okay. They're allowed to struggle. They had a rough year. It's okay.
It's just disappointing. Of course it's okay. It's still disappointing. That's a team. They made the second round last year,
I would
right?
say it's mildly disappointing.
Last
I don't
year,
think anybody thought
Carberry
they were
was-
going to win a title.
Well, I think people thought that they could be a contender. Last year, they made it to the second round of the playoffs.
I don't think I thought that they were going to contend for a Stanley Cup.
Okay. Well, with all the rest of the teams in this area, that was the team to grasp at.
It was a lone bright spot in a dark period.
I mean, all the rest
It
of the
wasn't that
teams
bright.
are cellar dwellers right now.
Correct. Until proven
Now, with the
otherwise.
Commanders, you believe that they could bounce back quickly. With the Wizards and the Nationals, I don't think anybody really thinks that. Now, with the Wizards, they've lost 12 in a row. I looked at the standings last night. Now, because Sacramento got hot, they have the second worst record in the NBA.
Oh, this is good.
So remember, we were worried they were slipping to like fourth worst or fifth worst because they've lost 12 in a row, and a couple of these other teams that are tanking have actually pulled off some wins.
But still, it's
They're
still
number
a tenuous position. That's they're only one. Or
I understand
two wins
it's still
away.
a lottery.
But no, beyond that, it's
no,
still,
there's a little spread. There's
one
a
or
little
two
spread.
games.
They're pretty solidified at that second worst, and they're actually one game from the worst.
I mean, the Pacers and the Wizards they're really going at it. The Pacers have lost 13 straight. The Wizards have lost 12 straight.
And Trae Young got hurt last night, right?
I know. I watched that play over and over. It's one of those where when you look at it, it looks very benign, but it did end his game, so it makes you concerned.
Well,
it does make me
they're
concerned.
also being overly cautious. Like if they have any sort of excuse to yank him out of a game,
I agree with that.
And
But if you
solidify a
looked at
loss,
him,
they're going to do it.
He definitely looked a little rattled.
Yeah.
He looked a little rattled.
His
Like, right
permanent
away.
production has been excellent when he's been on the court.
Yeah. Now, I don't watch him closely defensively, but they have been saying that he's been getting abused like he typically does in like pick and roll situations.
I mean, the team's getting abused in general.
Yeah. But
Your boy Bilal's had a little bit of resurgence.
He's had an uptick.
In the last couple of weeks, he's had some games that'll pop.
Yep.
Not
Yeah, but
every game.
He also had the 1-11.
That's what I said. I said not every game, but he's had a couple. Yesterday had a good.
His 3-point shooting has upticked over the last month and a half.
Yeah, on the whole. That's good. I noticed Bub only played 12 minutes. I don't know what to make of the minutes because I know they are trying to ultimately lose. So I don't know what to make of the
Will Riley had some
distribution.
production yesterday. Started.
Will Riley's the real deal.
He
I'm
can score.
convinced. Yeah. Juju, doesn't really do much. I think that it clearly will be probably the best game of his career that he had in his third career game.
Probably.
I mean, I would probably bet my life on it. But I do root for him.
Yeah, what he finished with 19 points and 20 rebounds.
Something absurd.
Yeah.
Like a really absurd double-double. He's just not going to score a lot of points, but I do think he could rebound at this level. I don't think there's any question about
Man,
that.
I see a lot of L's in the next few games. I mean, they play Detroit in back-to-back games here. Probably going to drop both of those. Then they host Oklahoma City.
I'm going to that one.
That's probably an L. And then they go on the road for 5 straight games out west. That's probably another 5 or 6 losses.
I'm telling you, they got a shot to have that. I wish you could say number one pick, but the worst record in the NBA.
And yet, that's still, like last night's Storm, like a 13 or 14% chance. It's really low to get the first pick.
Yeah, but I think it would ensure you're in the top 4, right?
I wish Ben was here. I do think if you finish, I say, second or something, and you might have like a 30 or 40% chance of getting a top 3 or top 4, something like that.
Right now, they
So that
have
would be
a
good.
52.1% chance of landing a top 4 pick.
Right.
So better
So that's
than
pretty good.
50% chance.
That's pretty good. If you get a 52% chance, you got to. Although that's just like flipping a coin. I mean, how many times have you lost a coin flip?
But you lose them a lot. You lose them about 50%.
But you flip a coin,
Yeah.
and you could have a top 4 pick.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, we're going to get into the Washington Commanders. How sure are you that the Commanders are going to ink Brandon Ayuk to a contract once the 49ers stop being petty and let him out of his deal and or trade him? Are you sure that he is going to wind up in a Washington Commanders uniform? There are a lot of wide receivers on the roster right now for the Washington Commanders. Will Brandon Ayuk be amongst them? We'll talk about that when we come back.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Looking for a sleeper in the Eastern Conference playoffs in the NBA? That's 10 straight wins for the Atlanta Hawks. And while everybody's obsessing over Detroit, Boston, and the Knicks, Atlanta has quietly built this roster into something nobody in the Eastern Conference wants to face in a 7-game series. Don't say you weren't warned. I'm John Lund.
All right, guys, EB here. Right now, FanDuel is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tournament. All you have to do is opt in to claim your bonus. Use them on your bracket picks, money lines, spreads, totals, game props, or even same-game parlays. But don't wait. These bonus bets are only available for a limited time. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to learn more. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, it's time to dance. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Your max bonus is $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. Don't get caught melting in the heat with an outdated AC unit. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as-cash promotions on qualified equipment until April 30th. As temperatures continue to climb across the DMV, make sure you're keeping your cool and your cash with the most efficient HVAC equipment on the market. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort so you can beat the humidity without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. Remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code DC1 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code DC1 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's your boy Bish for Foley Mechanical. When I needed a new HVAC system, a water heater, and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. This isn't some big corporate HVAC chain. Dan Foley owns the company. You can tell he cares about the work. His crew is top-notch, especially if you've got an older home or radiator heat. They did a great job at my place. They will at yours. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and they proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley and his team at Foley Mechanical. They're the real deal.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I put on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I put on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital.
Young driving, gets under the basket, and it's scored!
WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Trae Young, his first three, ends up on the deck and one!
That was filthy.
Oh, Trae Young put on a show.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
Let's start with the NBA, where a former Wizard helped his new team beat the Wizards last night. Kristaps Porzingis back in town, had 30 points. Golden State got by Washington 125-117. 12 straight losses now for the Wizards, who are right back at it tonight, hosting Detroit, 7 p.m. tip-off here on The Fan. NHL Capitals are back on the ice tomorrow, home against Ottawa, 7:30 p.m. here on The Fan. Caps are now 7 points out of a playoff spot with just 14 games left to play. Venezuela knocked off Italy 4-2 last night, semifinals of the World Baseball Classic, so they will face the U.S. in the title game tonight, 8 p.m. in Miami. And college hoops, March Madness begins tonight. Howard and UMBC tip off the first four, 6:40 p.m. this evening over on the Team 980. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
The sports junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Don't forget Brian Keefe, Washington Wizards head coach. He'll join the show coming up at 8:45. They're coming off a loss last night to the Golden State Warriors.
He always remains upbeat despite losing streaks.
He certainly does.
I mean, he knows what he signed up for.
Yeah.
He took over as a head coach. He knew that they weren't going to have a realistic chance to win a lot of basketball games.
Yeah.
So it's all about player development.
It takes a rare bird.
And look, I'm sure the losses pain you to an extent, but you kind of know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And you just want to see development of the young guys. And for the most part, the young guys are developing.
I mean, who's not? Of the young guys, I would say maybe. I mean, Bub's even improved, 3-point shooting. Like there have been some
3-point percentage. I've been a little disappointed in his development based on where he was last year.
Mm-hmm.
But
again, he's a 20-year-old. Like these guys are far from finished products.
I think Will Riley's developing. I think Keyshawn's developing tremendously. Alex Sarr's had a huge growth. I'm actually, and I'm anti-tank. I kind of like where they are.
All right, so we'll talk about that with Coach Keefe coming up at 8:45. So we wanted to get into the Commanders here, and we can take calls from the listeners at 800-636-1067. How sure are you that the Commanders are going to sign Brandon Ayuk?
I'm not sure at all.
From the San Francisco 49ers.
I'm not sure at all.
Is your confidence high? 800-636-1067 is the number.
I mean, you're asking me the question. I would say I'm not sure at all. I know that EB seems pretty resolute that they're going to bring in Brandon Ayuk.
I don't think they're going to give up any capital.
I know there are people that connect the dots. San Francisco, Adam Peters. Well, I don't know that he wants him.
No, it's all
and
speculation.
I don't know that Dan Quinn would want him. I don't know if the organization would want him, in that it seems like, and I don't know that much, it seems like it became a massive headache in San Francisco.
Just a huge distraction.
And we don't have that much information. We got like a video of him speeding around. We have him not showing up, where Kyle Shanahan, I believe, was asked when's the last time he talked to him, and it had been months. You had teammates saying that he just quit coming to the facility.
Can I give you I saw this
It's
yesterday.
just a wild card.
Can I give you what a guy who covers the Niners, his best guess as to what happened in this situation?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I saw this tweet yesterday and I bookmarked it. Okay? The Brandon Ayuk's 49ers situation in a nutshell. According to him, this is his best guess. He doesn't know, but he covers the team. The front office reluctantly signed him to a big deal after Kyle stood on the table for him. Okay? Ayuk then got injured in 2024. Ayuk didn't trust the team with his rehab. You often see that. That happens sometimes, where people trust their own guys versus the team. Not necessarily the right thing or wrong thing. I'm not making it whatever. He made a mistake, according to Tony and his best guess, to not attend the 2025 rehab check-ins because he was doing his own thing with his own guys. That then gave the team the perfect excuse to get out of the contract that they didn't really want to sign, but Kyle stood on the table for him, and then he gets injured, and now whatever. So then according to Tony, he still reports from July to October, clearly expressed intent to want to play, looked smooth in pregame, preseason warmups. The team kept pushing his return date down the line. Once the deadline passed, the relationship had soured so much, the team just shut him down to preserve trade value. That's when he got pissed, and that's when he bolted. That's a plausible guess as to what happened there, where you have sort of culpability on both sides.
So he's had a falling out with the organization.
Had a falling out. They didn't like that he was doing his own rehab, which you could understand.
Mm-hmm.
He maybe didn't trust them for whatever reason. Maybe you could understand. Trent Williams certainly didn't trust our people. And then you just got a falling out, and now you're in this sticky situation. I buy that. I buy that to some extent
It's possible.
as a possibility.
It's possible.
So in other
I
words,
just
it's
found
not,
it
it's not
curious.
necessarily that he's a crazy person.
Yeah.
Although you can make the argument he is a crazy person because all of those developments are going to cost him a lot of money.
Right.
I found it curious that his teammates basically, when asked about Brandon Ayuk, were like, have no idea what's going on with him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, if he's not showing up at the facility, he's not working out with his teammates, how could they know what's going on?
Well, if they have a friendship.
Well, maybe he's just shutting them all out.
Maybe he's an aloof guy. Maybe his friend.
Maybe he's just like, if I'm not going out there and working out, I'm not going to let everybody on the team know. I'm not going to let Jawan Jennings and the other wideouts know like what I'm up to.
And then the speeding
my own thing.
past the stadium bit, going over 100 miles an hour.
I mean, that was admittedly weird.
Immature.
It's a red flag.
I've made immature decisions. I was going over 100 on 66. We've all done it.
Yeah, but you're not making $30 million a year.
Well, it's probably even dumber for me.
As a wideout.
And you weren't
for a team.
posting it as like an FU to your team.
No, I understand. But
it's just a little weird. Look, he could end up here. You might be right. He could end up here, be a model citizen, and be a big-time asset to the team. If you look at his career, he's only had 2 1,000-yard seasons. He's not. Let's get this straight. He's a good player. He's not Justin Jefferson. He's not Jamar Chase.
No, nobody's saying.
He's not JSN.
Nobody's putting him on that level, that type of player.
No, but I think my guess is he could be a perfect number 2 or number 3 for this team.
But maybe you don't want to deal with the potential headache and you just decide to draft somebody who could potentially be a number 1. Like, this is what I said, weeks and weeks ago, and I advocated going free agency for a running back and drafting a wide receiver if they were looking at offense. So I said, you pick up a wide receiver, it's way more expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Alec Pierce's contract. What do you get? Close to $30 million?
Yeah, like 4 years, $116 million, a ton guaranteed.
Meanwhile, your top running backs, at least this year, we're getting like 13 or 14 million, right? So if they've decided, hey, we've kind of addressed the defense, brought in, edge rushers, linebackers, corners, safety, our first pick's going to be a wide receiver. Then why dabble with Brandon Ayuk?
Well, then
I know you can do both.
I think you'd have 3. I think it would be actually the ideal situation.
Well, they might feel confident that McCaffrey is a solid number 3 slot receiver.
They've also been in the business recently, and we've seen this with their signings. They are preparing for both Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Love not to be there at 7. We saw Jeremy McNichol signed yesterday to a 1-year deal to add to the running back room. We saw De'Ami Brown and Van Jefferson added to the wide receiver room. Like, I feel like, of course, you can get a wide receiver later with pick 71, or if they pick up some extra picks by dealing down in the first round, they could pick a second-round wideout if they want. But they're making plans for those 2 draft picks not to be available at 7.
Yeah, you have to prepare.
Yeah,
you have to do your due diligence.
They're getting ready for that, but I just don't know if you add Brandon Ayuk to this mix with all the receivers that you already have, and if you're planning on drafting one in this upcoming draft.
You might be correct, and I'm purely speculating. But if we'll only know when it's all said and done. But if they do it, I think that they would be doing it largely based on Adams' personal relationship and knowledge of the situation. But they'd be relying heavily on Jaden and Jaden's character evaluation and just their belief and trust in what Jaden says.
I would love to sit down with Adam Peters behind closed doors, no cameras, and get his honest assessment of Brandon Ayuk. Like how much he was in on him when he was with the Niners. Like, is he a big fan of him personally? Was he kind of along for the ride and other guys were making the pick? Like,
so are you think that your gut is telling you Peters is not an Ayuk guy? That's your gut for whatever reason.
It's kind of what I'm feeling.
Okay.
Like I don't.
I think a lot of these guys are.
Maybe he is a
little wacky.
Maybe he is a big Ayuk guy, and he just kind of keeping the cards close to the vest and isn't like letting on about it. But I want to know where he was in the Brandon Ayuk selection, like when it happened. Like, was he the guy standing on the table? Was he the guy that was adamant that they draft him and he's in the tank for Ayuk no matter what? Or was he just like, Ayuk's fine, and I'm just part of the 49ers machine here. And
well, either way, you got to see him produce.
True.
He got to see him have his best season where he almost went for 1,400 yards.
If you sign him to a 1-year deal for $6.5 or $7 million with a bunch of incentives that can get him to 15, whatever, fine.
I think it'll probably be a little bit more than that, but it'll be in that ballpark.
Don't give him a lot of money.
They're not going to give him $25 million.
No, that's not happening.
Yeah.
We did just put this up as our Junkies poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merchandise. That includes tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Again, use that code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com. And the question is simple, and we'll go to the phones here. Do you think that they will ultimately sign Brandon Ayuk? I don't. And it's just speculation. I know EB believes that they will.
80% to 90% if he's available. I do not believe they will trade assets, and I certainly do not believe they're going to trade assets to inherit that contract and then be in that pickle. Like, the only way it happens is if they release him, and then they can renegotiate or, sign him to a new deal, whatever it is.
I don't think I don't believe it's as high as what EB thinks it is, but I think it might be like available. A 60 or 65% chance, and here's why. Because every receiver under the line of Terry and wide receiver X, especially if you draft him at 7, say it's the kid out of Ohio State, I put all the other receivers in a big bucket of yuck. McCaffrey, Jalen Lane, De'Ami Brown, Van Jefferson, Treylon Burks. Like, none of those guys at this point are difference makers in the NFL.
They're not difference
single
makers.
One of them.
I think they have roles.
I
have a little bit higher regard for that, for the role. But yes, none of them are number 2 or even number 3 receivers.
No. But think about the year where they go to the NFC Championship game, Jaden's rookie year. How would you describe all the rest of the receivers beside Terry McLaurin?
Same way.
And they had a super successful offense that was averaging almost 29 points a game. And then in retrospect, you're like, oh, kind of miss Zacchaeus, kind of miss De'Ami Brown, who they brought back. But if you want to say it was a big bowl of yuck, and these guys are a big bowl of yuck, it is very comparable to when they had a very successful offense.
Right.
So
here's another reason why I think they are going to sign Ayuk. And it's a big reason. It might be the biggest reason. Is they would have leaked to somebody, we're not going to do it, and covering the team. They would have. And they would have just dispelled it right away. Say, guys, I know you love him. I know you want him. I know he's Jaden's best friend. Just trust me, it's not going to happen. They won't tell you why they know. They won't say, like a guy like Keim, he'll say, listen, I know you love him. I know Jaden's best friends with him. Trust me when I tell you they're not going to sign him. Because somebody would have leaked to them. And tell them an off-the-record deal that we're not going to. This would have been dispelled months ago.
Good point. I just think the biggest wild card is Brandon Ayuk himself. We don't know where he wants to go. This whole thing about he wants to play with his buddy, I think it's a lot overblown. It's kind of like all the years we thought KD was going to come back to D.C. Wouldn't he want to come back to D.C.?
No.
Everybody wants to get inside somebody's head.
KD never gave you an indication he wanted to come here.
These guys don't always play with their boys.
Ayuk's gone on social media and he said, I know what I'm playing. And he pans to JD.
Yeah.
Like he's done that kind of thing multiple times.
Okay, but
there's evidence.
Okay, that's fair. I just think sometimes it's overblown. Like, why wouldn't the Bosa brothers have played together? You know what I mean? Like, it just why didn't the Watts play together? Like, you would think J.J. Watt would want to play with his brother at some point. And a lot of times it doesn't materialize because of the business of sports. And if another team out there, what we're not factoring is, if another team out there that wants a wide receiver gets in the mix, are the Commanders going to outbid them? No. Maybe they want to outbid.
The Commanders will outbid no one.
Okay, so let's say the Commanders are interested in Brandon Ayuk, and they want to give him the deal, which Cakes threw out there, $15 million incentives, whatever, but another team swoops in there that needs a receiver.
You're not going to get him.
Right.
Well, that's why they've signed these guys also, because
as insurance.
Right. As insurance, and they need like 10 guys. They need a Robbie Chosen. They need a Noah Brown that they could stash on practice reserve. Not him particularly. I'm just saying, a guy. They need, if you look at guys, they need a Tay Martin who played 3 games. You need guys. They need a Treylon Burks who you signed mid. You know what I'm saying? They're going to need 10 receivers.
Look,
6 they'll keep on the roster.
I buy into interest. I think everything you said is legitimate. And I'm not convinced that they won't sign him, but I would say I'm at 45% they sign him, 55% they don't, because I'm taking the field of all those teams that he might end up on.
I just want to clarify mine as if he becomes a free agent.
Okay.
If he becomes a free agent, I'm almost at 100%. I'm almost at 100%.
800-636-1067 is the number. What's your confidence level of the Commanders signing Brandon Ayuk and adding him to the offense here in Washington? 800-636-1067. We'll take your calls on that next.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Get more out of every mile when you share the ride to work. With carpooling, you'll have time to relax, save money, and pick up new friends. Commuter Connections can help you find carpool partners who live and work near you, even if you're commuting just a few days a week. It's a free service. Carpooling. Every dollar saved, every friend made. Register for free carpool partner ride matching at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. That's commuterconnections.org.
Guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends at Window Nation. We absolutely love Window Nation. They have taken care of me in multiple homes over the years, beautifying my home, lowering my energy bills, and they have an A+ rating in the Better Business Bureau because they are great to work with.
These installers are experts. It'll take just about a day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. Simply no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you're going to save, up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
DC Hoops fans, join Bud Light for the finals of their official Mini Hoops Mania competition at Grand Central in Adams Morgan on Thursday, March 19th, and Sports and Social on U Street Friday, March 20th. One lucky winner from DC will be heading to Vegas for the final days of the tournament to compete for a chance to win $10K cash. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Anheuser-Busch. Bud Light Beer. St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus. Begins on 1/6/26 and ends on 3/20/26. Multiple entry periods. Visit BudLight.com/minihoopsmania rules for official rules. Message and data rates apply. Void where prohibited.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead? Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection. You object to what? Erroneous. Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel? You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Tournament time is here, and there's no better place to watch the game than MGM National Harbor.
Head to Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor, where B. Mitch and Finley and Grant and Danny will be broadcasting live for the first round game.
And if you really want to feel every shot and every buzzer beater,
take it next level at the BetMGM Sportsbook and Lounge. Grab your crew, lock in your seat, and ride every game all the way to the final.
Tap opens at 11 both days, so get there early.
This is your tournament headquarters.
Only at MGM National Harbor, Monumental happens here.
If you love sports, this is the show for you. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the free Odyssey app and YouTube at The Costos. Bringing you the biggest NFL news, guests, and notes from the offseason while getting you ready to win the madness of college hoops. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Presented by BetMGM. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere for sports talk from people who love sports.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
And you've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. Job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick. A good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
(800-636-1067) is the number. What's your confidence level on Brandon Ayuk becoming a Washington Commander and adding to this offense for 2026?
Our guy Keith Brill, who tweets us often, tweeted what I think is a pretty good point. Keep in mind that Adam Peters still has friends in the 49ers front office that I'm sure have filled him in on Ayuk's behavior recently. I don't think Peters will pursue unless it's a bargain basement price tag.
He's absolutely privy to all of the inside skinny on what's happening with Brandon Ayuk.
That goes without saying.
He's got a direct pipeline into San Francisco.
He also
and
has his own
there.
personal relationship with him, and he, I'm sure it's going off his own vibe, whatever it is. Again, we'll go to the phones here in a second. My greatest piece of evidence that I have that I would present to the jury is, in my humble opinion, having lived here in this area for 53 years, if this would have been leaked one way or the if it was not a thing, they would have leaked to the local beat guys, this is not happening. They would tell them off the record, and they would have indicated. But the beat guys are even saying they expect this to happen.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge tell. It's a massive tell, in my opinion. So we will see. Let's go to Gary in Upper Marlboro. Gary, what's up?
Good morning, Junks.
Hey, Gary.
I think, good morning. I think there's a good chance it happens because, listen, this is a copycat league. And the Cowboys went out and got a young, talented wide receiver that Mike Tomlin didn't want anymore. Pittsburgh, one of the most respected organizations, didn't want anymore. And everybody thought the Cowboys were crazy. And this kid turned out to be pretty good. So I think that in George Pickens. So I think that could be part of why they go out and get him. I agree it shouldn't be a trade. It should be a free agent move. But I think there's a chance that could happen. But the concern that I have is exactly what one of you said. There was not this huge groundswell of support for him by his teammates when he was out. If he was ready to come back and help them, you would have heard it from his teammates. Okay? But so I think this guy was such a headache that the organization didn't want him back, and I don't think his teammates wanted him back. And when he comes here paired up with Jaden, and, Jaden, I think there's some cracks there. I think the reason why his mother hangs around with him so much is she realizes that he still has some growing up to do. And, you bring
That's
his boy
an interesting theory. He's 25, 26 years old, though.
Yeah, he's a grown man. Let's not act like he's a 19-year-old kid.
I like the thought, but I don't agree with it.
Listen, these mothers know their kids more than anyone, okay? And Jaden could be a guy that's a little naive. He could look great on the field, but he could be a little naive off of the field. And I don't care if you're 27, 28 years old. You have 27, 28-year-olds who are a little naive. They're not stupid, but they can be persuaded. Mm-hmm. And that's the concern that I have with bringing Brandon Ayuk in. That's the guy he's going to be hanging with. He's not hanging with Terry. He's going to be hanging with Brandon Ayuk. And not to say he's going to turn into a malcontent, but it can't help to have a guy like that around, especially when you start getting around contract time.
All right, so you think it. Hold on, let me summarize. You think it probably will happen, but you sound like you're against it.
I am against it. I think that there are other receivers out there that can bring the same thing to the table, and he got this injury. I just think it goes against this whole culture thing also. And you know, Terry's there to maybe reel the kid in, maybe, and maybe that's what they lean on. But when an entire organization gives up on somebody, I just have a real problem with it.
Happens a lot, though.
And you can mature. Brandon Ayuk, happy birthday today.
Oh, it's birthday.
He turns 28.
Oh, very good.
All right. Argument is if you get 90% of him. So give me his peak year.
His peak year was 2023, 75 catches for 1,342 yards. He averaged almost 18 yards a catch and had 7 touchdowns.
I would reduce my expectations to 50 catches, 800 yards, 5 touchdowns.
So you would take his 2021
That's what Debo
season.
gave you.
That's his 2021
I advocated for Debo.
Yeah, I'm okay with Debo.
I've advocated for Debo, too.
I think you have to get better production. If you're going to bring Brandon Ayuk, than what Debo gave you downfield.
I've advocated for. I would take both.
So,
but
remember, at one point,
you love wide receivers.
I don't love them, but we need them.
Remember, at one point, Ayuk was, at least the way I considered it, the number 2 to Debo Samuel in San Francisco.
Yeah,
but some would argue that his numbers dwarfed Debo's numbers.
Well, I mean, the 18...
Outside of the one weird Debo outlier year.
The 18 yards per catch is outstanding. I don't know that you could expect to get anything like that, but if you did, can you imagine if you did?
Oh, it'd be a huge win for the Commanders if they're able to land him and he keeps his head on straight, plays in 15-plus games, and goes for 1,000 yards and scores 6 or 7 touchdowns. That's a win.
To me, the two factors, the main one is they would have leaked already. They're not doing it. Number 2, just look at the roster. There's one accomplished guy who I think has dispelled the notion that he's a legit number 1. I think if we put that to rest, even though he's toward the end, it's probably his last season here. We got one guy, true number 1, and a bunch of other guys that are literally 4th and 5th receivers. So it's just a gaping hole.
Eric, this isn't Ron Rivera leaking everything to all these guys all the time. Adam Peters doesn't say anything to anybody. He's notoriously
another
tight-lipped.
guy off the record, somebody within the organization, in my opinion, would have said to him, John, it's just not going to happen.
That's not what they do. They've shown this through 2 years now.
I disagree.
They are more buttoned up than they used to be in the
buttoned
past.
I understand that.
Ron
but
couldn't wait to tell people secrets.
I disagree that they don't have sources. They have sources. They talk to people. And when I start to hear the beat guys say, yeah, I expect this to happen, in my opinion, they have intel.
I don't know that they talk to the beat guys as much as you think, because
in my opinion, they have
most
intel.
of those signings were all broken by the national guys.
Those are always. That JP Finley explained it, that when you have, like, on those big days, they just leak it all to Rappaport. They don't give that. But this kind of situation, like a Trent Williams situation or something that's been lingering for a long time, they get sources, they find out. I'm just telling you, it's my... put it this way. Let's make a wager. It'd be friendly. It's not a major wager. We make a $5 wager.
Sure.
Would you want to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I got $5 that if he becomes a free agent, that the Commanders sign him. That's as simple as it is.
I'll take that bet.
Yeah. If I don't believe that they would trade anything for him. They don't want anything to do with that contract. They want to come up with their own. And they don't want to give up anything.
That.
Yeah. So, okay. So good. That'll just settle it. And if
I
I
don't
lose,
understand
I owe you $5.
why you don't put any weight into that John Lynch and Adam Peters are very, very close. I mean, Peters was his right-hand man. John Lynch hates Brandon Ayuk. You think he's going to tell Adam Peters, yeah, go sign this guy? He hates him.
Yeah, but I think everything's situation is different. I mean,
I know, but
people get divorced and then they marry the best friend. I mean, things happen.
That's very rare.
I think this is a rare situation. I think this is a unique situation, a somewhat unique situation.
Hasn't played in 2 years, showing crazy stuff mentally, perhaps. And, I mean, why? What? Because you'll make Jaden Daniels happy? This happens every day in every single office.
Because he's a talent. It's not to make Jaden Daniels happy. No.
Jaden Daniels would be happy.
It's not my argument. I would never say that. They might sign him, though, trusting his character vouch for Ayuk and saying, hey, listen, I know things went haywire there, but trust me, I'm around him. I've seen him working out. He looks great. And I think we could use him if you want to sign him. They would never do it to kiss Jaden's butt. I don't believe that at all. It's way too big a risk. But I do believe that they would trust his input and put some weight on that if he vouched for him. Now, maybe, and I could be wrong.
You would trust it more than John Lynch's?
Maybe. I mean, who cares?
It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm an idiot. It doesn't make sense to me.
I'm not saying you're an idiot. I just think it's screaming that there's a gaping hole and that they have an opportunity. If he's available, they will go after him.
They might go after him, but the Raiders might go after him. The Bears might go after him. The Dolphins might go after him.
They would have
That's
to.
where
they would
I
have
think
to significantly overpay.
That's where I think you got to decrease your likelihood of him ending up here in Washington. He may, but let's say everybody in the league is doing their research on Ayuk. And the first scenario where you said, I forget the reporter's name that gave the plausible scenario. And it's basically like, look, he had a divorce with the 49ers. It just didn't work out. But he's ready to work out somewhere else.
Right.
Well, then a bunch of teams would be in on him.
There should be a market for Brandon Ayuk. It's not just going to be Washington.
I don't
and
think
if a bunch of teams are in on him, I don't see it as a slam dunk that he ends up here in Washington.
You could be correct. I acknowledge I could be wrong, obviously. But I'm fiercely advocating that he's basically blown up $100 million plus with the Niners with what seems to be a clear indication to play for one guy. Now, his agent could overrule him and say, dude, they're only offering you $10 million plus some incentive stuff. You're never going to get it. Jaden's going to get hurt. You got $20 million guaranteed from the Raiders. Take it. That could happen. But he probably should have said, hey, dude, show up for the rehab assignments. You're blowing a $100 million deal. Why didn't he do that?
And by the way, if I'm Adam Peters, I'm gonna bypass all of the Brandon Ayuk drama. I'm just gonna go sign Juwan Jennings. He's still available. I'd rather have a guy with no headaches, and I understand he's had some injury issues over the past couple seasons. But so is Brandon Ayuk.
But he hasn't been as good. Okay. Juwan Jennings has never had a season like Brandon Ayuk had.
But I would trade.
Juwan Jennings, I don't think, was a first-round pick.
I don't believe he was first round.
So Brandon Ayuk,
I would trade it without. I wouldn't have to deal with the Brandon Ayuk potential drama.
I get it. I'm just saying Ayuk has a higher
eliminating that from the equation.
Probably has a higher ceiling, better pedigree.
He probably does.
That's why he was drafted in the first round.
But I'll take a slight step back in talent for what I think is a better character and team guy in Jennings, who's readily available. You don't have to wait for him to be released. He's a free agent, and his price tag is going down week by week.
Let's go to Ray in District Heights. Ray, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Junkies? Hey, Cakes, don't nobody want Jennings at $20 million a year. That's what he asking for.
Well, but here's a bulletin. He's not if he's still available right now, he's not making $20 million a season.
That's what his asking price was, $20 million. But anyway, what I was saying was, what if Adam Peters is waiting for the draft and he's trying to maybe move back and get an extra 7th round pick and get that to the 49ers for Ayuk?
Because I don't think they want to deal with his contract. I think they want him released and start all over.
Right, which is true, but which headache do you think they want to go with? Outbidding somebody or just taking on that contract?
I don't think they're going to outbid anybody. So I'm not I don't think they're going to outbid anybody. And so God bless if the Raiders offer him $20 million or someone, I'm just saying the Raiders because they appear to have a lot of money and they spent a lot. If the Raiders or another team give him $20 million and his agent says you got to take it, well, they won't get him.
Well, look, I tell you what, I'll take a $5 bet that scenario happens. Anybody can have it.
All right, sure, I'll take it. I'll take it. I know, but if I win, though, you won't send me the money.
Oh, no. Man, I listen to y'all every day. I look like that. Come on, man.
This is a man of honor you're speaking
All
to.
right, Ray, I got you. We're in for 5. If somebody else signs him as a free agent and it's not the Commanders, regardless of the reason, I'll send you. I'll Venmo you $5. Okay?
My man. All right, man. Thanks. Appreciate y'all.
All right. Appreciate you. Thank you, buddy. Let's go to Joe in Manassas. Joe, what's up?
That'd be a dark day in D.C.
What's up, Junks? Love the show as always, man. I honestly think it's a no-brainer. Like, why? I mean, we need help at receiver. They have a connection. And I know you're saying that they don't want to make Jaden happy, but why wouldn't they want to make Jaden happy going forward? And I know it's not just about that. But they need help at receiver, and they have a connection. And this is a no-brainer. If they get a good deal, they pull the trigger on this, and it should happen.
Yeah.
You want to make your franchise quarterback happy going forward. If I worked at a company if I had a contract coming up, wouldn't you want them to make you happy? Or you look back and say, hey, man, they did this or that. I don't know. But I know he's not Patrick Mahomes, and he's not going to have all the leverage in the world. But that being said, you want that guy happy around here for years. Sorry.
Maybe it could be a small bone they throw his way, especially if there's no competition and they can get him at it. What I'm hoping is, a discount. I would have no idea what he would play. Would he play for $10 million? I have no idea. Whatever it is. My mind personally is blown that he was so adamant that he blew that deal up in San Francisco. Right? What was that guaranteed to give him? Like 20-some million a year?
And that the NFLPA didn't file a grievance to try to get the money back? When have you ever heard of that happening?
Well, I think he didn't do he intentionally didn't do his part.
Right, because they knew they didn't have a case.
Yeah. Is there a big wave of receivers reuniting with their college quarterbacks? I know a lot was made of Devontae Adams going to play with
Aaron Rodgers.
No, with Derek Carr.
Yeah.
Derek Carr.
Then it didn't even work out.
Right.
And he, ends up in LA with Matthew Stafford. I'm unaware of it if there is. Like, I get it. People want to build this connection, but I just haven't seen this big wave of wide receivers reuniting with their college quarterback in free agency. They go to the best deal.
Yeah, but most of them don't blow the deals like he did too. So that already puts him in the extreme minority.
If he is released, let's just work off of released, and he's a free agent, I think he's going to go to the best deal.
Okay.
He's not going to give Washington a discount.
I think that often happens, but he just exploded a pretty simple 60, 80, $100 million would have had coming his way.
Okay, so what you're saying is that would scare off many teams.
No, I'm saying that he's so dumb to do what he did, in my opinion, that he would be dumb enough to turn down more money to play with his buddy.
And maybe his agent.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe his agent say, "Look, you need to go through a rehab year.
He's dumb to do what he did."
He's like, "You need to go through the image car wash, and the best way for you to do it is to go play with your college teammate, resuscitate your career, and then come in for a big bag on your next deal."
Remember,
maybe
as we've all said, the agent works for him. Whoever his agent is, the agent works for him. And if he says, "Hey, get me to Washington," it's kind of what he's supposed to do. Now, you could also argue that his agent, maybe his family would say his job to get him the most money. But really, they got to hire him. If he's saying, "Hey, get me to Washington," he's supposed to do that.
He might end up in Washington, and he might become a star and be at the peak of his powers like he was in San Francisco a few years ago.
I'm not predicting any of that.
But I just wonder about a guy who we really haven't seen, that a team just doesn't want, that, he's not even working out. I don't know. It's just, I don't know if I would want to roll the dice. It would be a roll of the dice.
The biggest tell is the beat guys that I pay attention to started preaching louder and louder that they expected that to happen. Doesn't mean they're always right. But to me, it screamed they had some intel.
Hey, when it's time to upgrade your office, make the winning call with PVI Office Furniture. Their expert furniture consultants help design your space, deliver fast, and they handle professional installation start to finish, from private offices and conference rooms to seating built For long days, PVI has solutions for every space and every budget. Plus, you can see it all at their massive showroom and warehouse in Frederick. Make the winning move for your business. Visit PVI.com and put PVI Office Furniture to work for you.
The madness is here.
For the win! He got it!
Keep it locked on 106.7 The Fan for full coverage, expert analysis, the biggest guests,
Throws it up! He throws it down! What a shot!
and whip around coverage of the biggest games on your bracket.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850 or biglou.com.
This is it. Buy one, get one 40% off and enjoy 0% financing for a year at thewindowman.com. Ends March 31st. Summer's on the way. Add curb appeal, energy efficiency, and comfort to your home before it's 90 degrees with superior Ultrex windows from thewindowman.com. Ultrex windows, Monterey Storm windows, and Provia doors all buy one, get one 40% off and get 0% financing for 1 full year. Schedule your no-pressure consultation at thewindowman.com or visit their Fairfax showroom. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales / already quoted projects excluded. See consultant for details.
If you're running for an elected position this year or represent a political PAC, understand winning isn't about being everywhere. It's about reaching the right voters with your message, often enough to matter. Odyssey DC delivers that advantage with the Triad's top-rated radio brands, reaching almost 700,000 voter-aged, engaged listeners, according to Nielsen Research. Odyssey reaches voters where trust is built, during commutes, at work, home, and all points in between. And when you pair radio with Odyssey's digital app and podcast network, your message extends even further with precision targeting and measurable frequency. Eager voters are listening to Odyssey DC right now, and so are you. What would you like to say to them? Get started by calling Odyssey DC 202-971-8007. That's 202-971-8007. 202-971-8007 for Odyssey DC.
Home builders across the DMV have trusted Ace Trim Carpentry to keep their production schedules on track, specializing in high volume and multifamily residential projects, delivering reliable manpower without ever sacrificing quality or safety. Our experienced team understands the demands of production building. We provide consistent quality that elevates your finished product and adds real value to your home building process. For craftsmanship you can depend on and a partner who understands builders' needs, choose Ace Trim Carpentry. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Wizards head coach Brian Keefe will join us in just about an hour. That's coming up at 8:45. Wizards taking on the chin yesterday against the Warriors. Next up, the Pistons. So on the heels of NBA talk, the NBA is holding a vote next week to explore adding expansion teams in Seattle, which I know that gets Drabby excited, and Vegas. If that happens, that would make Vegas a 4-sport city because the A's are moving to Vegas. They already have the Raiders. Obviously, they have the Vegas Golden Knights. And then they would have an NBA team. Is Vegas big enough to support 4 professional sporting franchises? NBA, Major League Baseball, NFL, and now NBA would be moving into the Vegas market.
Yes.
You think so?
Well, I just took a look at the NHL attendance figures. Believe they're number 1, Vegas Golden Knights. They play at T-Mobile Arena, capacity 17,500. Their average capacity, or their average attendance, 17,933. That's actually over capacity. They're at 102.5%. I think they certainly could, because I think people that now Vegas allegedly is dying. People say that less people are going to Vegas. The casinos don't get as much business. But I think when people are there, games being available is a good attraction. And so I think they'll get people who are not only people that live in the city, in the area, they'll get people that are there visiting.
Yeah, they get tourists. They get a lot of tourist dollars coming in to watch the professional franchises.
So I don't see why they wouldn't be. Do you think it is?
I don't know. I think Vegas is. I think it's dicey as a 4-sport town. It seems like it could support 2 or 3, but it's going to support the NBA too on top of everything they already have.
Well, the way I look at it is, all right, the NBA. I know there's some overlap, but the NBA and NHL season basically are concurrent.
Right.
So you'd be competing with the NHL. You'd be competing. Look, football is going to draw. Okay, football is going to be fine. The baseball, that's going to be maybe a little shaky. It's going to be in the summer months when it's super hot there. Now, are they playing indoor the baseball stadium? I don't know what they're building.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the desert. They
I don't know. I don't know that the Las Vegas A's are going to draw. That's speculative. But I certainly think a basketball team would be fine. They've had summer league in Vegas for years.
And hasn't LeBron been rumored for years to be a part of, if they expanded to Vegas, his group would have a chunk, if not the majority, ownership stake in the team. So, I mean, if you've got LeBron James in your ownership group, that's a pretty attractive carrot to dangle as far as them moving into Vegas and having an expansion team there. As well as in Seattle.
What's the argument as to why it's not a 4?
Just would Vegas, which is kind of a transient area, it depends a lot on tourism, would it be able to support 4 professional sports franchises? If the NBA ultimately moves there, it looks like the target would be for the 28 and 29 season.
Yeah.
It's way down the list and largest market sizes. It's about market size 40. Not talking about the city, the whole metro area.
Right.
I mean, that's behind Kansas City, Austin, Columbus. You're talking about 4 major teams. I understand the tourism angle.
But tourism supplements that, right? That doesn't account for tourism.
Miami gets a lot of tourism. I don't see many people at the Marlins games.
Yeah, the baseball team, I think, would be the wild card. You need success. But that's how it is everywhere.
Yeah. I just don't think it would.
I think
be
a basketball
worse than any
team
other
would thrive in Vegas.
Why? It's a star
because the hockey
league.
team is thriving.
It's a star-driven league.
The hockey team is
it's
thriving.
an entertainment thing. You go to Vegas, you go to a game.
I think the hockey team is built in. It was their first franchise long before anyone else. So they had an immediate fan base built up early, and they've always been good. If they're not good, it will also fall off. Hello, DC gets a lot of tourism. I don't see a lot of people at the Wizards games.
They don't get, a different kind of tourism. We got a lot of nerds go to museums. It's different than Vegas. Vegas, you go there. It's different. It's a different vibe.
I understand.
So you don't believe it is a four, to answer John's question, you don't believe it is a four-sport town or deserving of being a
I think they're
four-sport
taking
town.
a big risk of putting an NBA team there long term. I think Vegas, there's
Yeah, but
serious questions about the long-term viability of Vegas as a city and what's going on the Strip. I mean, you can't just going to ignore people. Why do you need to go to Vegas? Why does anyone need to go to Vegas?
Right.
It's all on our phone.
Right,
It's the draw, it's the
or
appeal.
across the river. Legal gambling is proliferated
You don't
to the
need
point
to-
where you don't have to go to Vegas or Atlantic City anymore to
You
just to gamble.
You go to Vegas just for the glitz.
Like an experience.
Yeah, the experience. It's not unique anymore. You're right. You could go to the casino in Pittsburgh.
Right, but if you go to Vegas in a week, and it's not that you would do that, you could go see, a magician one night and go see a
see a
concert.
magician.
Well, you go see David Copperfield, and you could go see. I mean, people do this,
I
Cakes.
know,
You go
I
see the Blue
understand.
Man Group, and you go to the Sphere. And,
I don't need to go to Vegas
and then you
ever
go to the
again.
casino.
But you can't argue that it's not an entertainment hub
Right.
in the United States. And I just think it would be another show. Hey, what do you want to go do tonight? You want to go, like JP says, you want to go see whoever it is, David Copperfield. You want to go see Britney Spears at the Luxor?
Ooh, what would the team name be? Valdez, what
Or do
team
you wanna
name
go
are we
to-
going to come up with for the Vegas team? Vegas
You want to watch
Gamblers?
Wemby play? Wemby's in town.
I don't know if you can put gamblers in the name.
No. Kings would be great, but they can't do that
Yeah.
in Sacramento.
And the Vegas Aces, isn't that the WNBA
Yes, that's
team?
the WNBA
You know what I
team.
would do? I would steal that name from the WNBA team and say, you guys have to come up with a new name. Because Vegas Aces is a great name.
You couldn't do both. It's impossible. We have a lot.
No, I would tell the WNBA, sorry, we are usurping your name, and you have to come up with a new name.
What about Las Vegas Double Downs?
I mean, it's a mouthful, but
Hey, that might be a winner.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it
The
either.
double downs?
Yeah, the double downs.
What's your mascot?
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I love that.
Rom.
Yeah,
your
Rom.
mascot?
Yeah, Rom.
I don't know. I think it would be fine as a four-sport town.
By the way,
I'm not convinced that baseball will work there, but hockey's already working there. The NFL is already working there. So why wouldn't the NBA work there?
All right, here you go. Here's some. I just typed it into Gemini. Las Vegas Spades.
No, it doesn't work.
All right, Las Vegas Crown. Las Vegas Venom. Las Vegas Vipers. Las Vegas Outlaws. Las Vegas High Rollers.
The High Rollers, I think, could work.
High
Las
Rollers
Vegas
sounds-
Vegas High
Sinners.
Rollers, I think it's a great name. The Sinners,
Can't use Outlaws because that was the XFL team name. wasn't
Vegas
it?
High Rollers might be my
Hey,
one
what
seed.
about-
Doesn't mean you couldn't use it though, right?
I don't know. You start thinking about XFL. What about the Las Vegas Hot Shoes?
No, it's
Hey, shoes are synonymous with hoops.
hot shoes?
Hot shoes.
We'll put it on the
It's
list.
very inside.
We're workshopping this. Vegas High Rollers. By the way,
But do you think it's a four-sport town? So you wouldn't have to name a team if you don't believe it's a viable sports town to
I
go to the
think
original question.
I'm kind of on Drab's bit that you don't have to go to Vegas anymore to go out to a casino for a few days or for a week.
So you think an NBA team would flop there?
I don't know if it'd flop. I don't know if it's going to be a packed house every
It would
night.
do every bit as good as it does in Charlotte.
The hockey team's number one in attendance. Now, they've been good.
Right. And Drab said
I do think-
they established a foothold early.
I do think a bad team will suffer regardless of where they are. Maybe not in Boston or St. Louis. I mean, certainly
Right.
not one of those towns. It's not Chicago, Boston, St. Louis, Philly. We all acknowledge that. But if you're next tier, it would be every bit as viable as Memphis or Charlotte.
By the
or
way, the bids are projected
Vancouver.
to be in the $7 to $10 billion range for each team. $7 to $10 billion for each team expanding in the NBA.
Yeah. I just think it would add to the entertainment. To me, Vegas is more than just casinos. It's It's just an entertainment hub. You go there for great meals.
Sure.
You go there to gamble. You go there to go to strip clubs. Not me, but people do. You go there, to a million things.
Yeah, my brother is not a gambler. He went
Go
there
there
and
to
he
go
saw
for a fight.
He went there to see U2 at the Sphere.
Yeah. I mean, I do think if you had a baseball team that sucked, that won 60 games, they would struggle.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't even know how you could do it in that heat.
Oh, it's indoor.
It's indoor.
You're going to have an indoor stadium.
Thank you. 2 seconds of thought.
All right,
You can solve that.
Coming up at the 8 o'clock hour, Brian Keefe.
But who would even want to be in the town?
Head coach of the Wizards. He'll join the show coming up at 8:45 here on The Fan.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The World Baseball Classic has been absolutely electric. Packed stadiums, passionate fans, walk-off moments, and players who actually care about winning. Tuesday in Miami, Venezuela and the U.S. play for the title, and it's going to be must-watch. So here's the question that nobody in Major League Baseball wants to answer. Why does it take an international tournament to make baseball feel like this? I'm John Lund.
All right, guys, EB here for Par City Golf. If you love golf, or even if you don't, you got to check out Par City Golf. It isn't just a simulator spot. It's hospitality, golf, and entertainment all in one. Premium indoor golf, awesome social atmosphere. We were there just last week. You could practice, play a full round, just hang with friends. Serious golf without taking yourself too seriously. You just mind your own business. Par City Golf is community-driven, built for everyone, players and non-players alike. They're in Arlington on Columbia Pike, and a second location is opening soon in my hood, in Bethesda on Old Georgetown Road. Par City Golf, indoor golf reimagined.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Save on delicious produce at Whole Foods Market. Get 4 yellow mangoes for $5 with Prime through March 24th. Dice up this juicy treat in salsas, ceviche, or on its own. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Looking for a good edge? BMW of Fairfax has a limited number of I-Series courtesy vehicles with a few miles on them. In golf, I'll take strokes. On a parlay, plus money. Same idea here. Lease an i4 from $349 a month or iX from $499. Visit BMWFairfax.com.
DC Hoops fans, join Bud Light for the finals of their official Mini Hoops Mania competition at Grand Central in Adams Morgan on Thursday, March 19th, and Sports and Social on U Street Friday, March 20th. One lucky winner from DC will be heading to Vegas for the final days of the tournament to compete for a chance to win $10K cash.
Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Anheuser-Busch. Bud Light Beer. St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus. Begins on 1/6/26 and ends on 3/20/26. Multiple entry periods. Visit BudLight.com/mini-hoops-mania rules for official rules. Message and data rates apply. Void where prohibited.
If you're thinking about improving your outdoor space this year, you've got to play the long game by making sure only the finest materials are used and craftsmanship is top-notch so it lasts. And that's what Long Fence is known for. Though for Long Fence, it's not a game, it's a commitment. For the highest quality fences, decks, pavers, and more, you know who to turn to. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
Spring is in the air, and that means one thing. It's time for spring training baseball. Tune into The Fan for everything you need to know. Roster battles, breakout stars, live reports from camp, expert analysis, and insider interviews you won't hear anywhere else. Spring training coverage presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Play ball. 106.7 The Fan, your home for baseball all season long.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Back to the air, deep left center field, going toward the bullpen.
The sounds of spring training
See you later.
are on your flagship home of the Washington Nationals.
Bang! So back-to-back go the Nationals.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. No Steph Curry, no problem for the Golden State Warriors last night, even without their superstar. The Wizards, no match. Golden State got by Washington 125-117, handing the Wizards their 12th consecutive loss. Wizards right back at it tonight, hosting Detroit, 7 p.m. here on The Fan. The Italians bid arrivederci to the World Baseball Classic last night. Italy knocked off by Venezuela 4-2 in the semifinals, so the U.S. will take on Venezuela tonight in the title game. That's at 8 p.m. in Miami. Football 1 week into free agency, and the Commanders have spent the most money in the NFL so far this offseason. According to SpotTrack, combining free agents and extensions, Washington has spent nearly $315.3 million. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know? Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Brian Keefe, head coach of the Wizards. He'll join us coming up at 8:45.
I just saw a major store is shutting down.
Okay.
200 stores all across the country.
A major one? Is it one I frequent?
I don't think so.
Okay.
And I actually was thinking about this. It's one that I know the name.
Yes.
I've seen them in malls.
Do you not know what they sell?
Kind of know what they sell.
All right.
I don't think I've ever walked into one.
A mall
and
store.
I don't think I've ever owned
so
a type of clothing from this company.
So it's not a chick store. It's
Maybe I've owned clothing from them, but I don't think so.
REI.
Close. Now, REI is more.
We're not nature lovers.
REI more, but I kind of. Okay, I'll just tell you.
I've been in REI.
Eddie Bauer.
Eddie Bauer.
I've been in Eddie Bauer.
Okay.
I've been in Eddie Bauer.
I think I've had like an Eddie Bauer like long sleeve shirt at some point, or maybe a plaid. Plaid shirt.
I've had 5 Eddie Bauer things in my 56 years.
Maybe I've had an Eddie Bauer like something like
vest.
this. Like I have a little waffle shirt.
Eddie Bauer vest. I'm a vest guy.
Right.
But I mean, Eddie Bauer's like it's a known name.
Yes.
And, like
Is it
outdoors
Dunsky?
Equipment, and
I feel like it is more outdoorsy.
Can I give you a funny anecdote? And I don't know why this comes to my brain. Rob Spiewak was an Eddie Bauer guy.
Was he?
I don't know why.
From the Mike O'Mara
That
show?
makes like 3 people laugh. Rob Spiewak, I believe, was an Eddie
but
Bauer
if you're like
guy.
looking at tiers of like outdoorsy type clothing, like LL Bean, Pones, Eddie Bauer, I feel like Land's End. I feel like might be higher end than Eddie Bauer.
Is it Land's End like more order online?
That might be just like a magazine catalog.
Could be, yeah.
But
I don't
Eddie
know if it's a
Bauer, like
retail
when EB
store.
said REI, I feel like Eddie Bauer's a cousin of REI.
I've been into
but
REI.
isn't Eddie Bauer just clothes? They don't have tents and stuff.
I
like
don't
in
think so.
REI.
You can get a water bottle or something.
REI's pretty high end. That's like,
But I feel like REI
stuff.
and EB's right. None of us are nature guys to
No,
go
like
camping.
my brother-
To me, REI is.
my brother's a
if
big
I had to get
REI guy.
if I was going camping and I had to get a tent or a kayak, I would go to REI.
Right.
Eddie Bauer, I don't think has kayaks.
If I'm wearing like boots or something or shoes you'd get at REI, you know I've been murdered and cloned.
Yeah, you're like an alien. It's taking over your body.
That ain't gonna happen.
But you see you at the register at REI.
Listen, I went to REI one time when in the whole COVID disaster when you couldn't find a bike, and I almost paid like $1,500 for just an REI bike.
Yeah,
only time I've ever gone to REI.
Well, didn't Eddie Bauer, for whatever reason, it pops into my head, like in the maybe late 90s, didn't like Ford have like some deal with Eddie Bauer? Yes, they had the Eddie Bauer edition.
You were like Diddy if you had an Eddie Bauer.
Exactly. You had an Eddie Bauer expedition.
In high school.
If it said Eddie Bauer on your steering wheel, you were pimping.
Your dad was a baller. 100%. 100%.
He didn't work at the MVA like my dad.
He wasn't a pastor like mine. So hold on. So you're saying Eddie Bauer's kaput? Are they going to still have an online? They would have an online presence, right? You don't need to have a store.
Don't need the brick and mortar.
You don't need a brick and mortar, right? Why wouldn't Eddie Bauer? You got to keep the name. I'll buy the name.
I don't think you can afford the name.
I mean, of course, I just borrow. I mean,
you can borrow the name.
Yeah, I mean, no, borrow.
Hey, you could probably buy it. Yeah. Pennies on the dollar.
I would buy the Eddie Bauer name and have an online
buy
store.
EddieBauer.com.
Here's what the story says.
Hey,
Shoppers.
You're already EB.com.
Yes.
Shoppers.
I'll wear all the EB hats.
Will likely soon have to say goodbye to Eddie Bauer's retail stores across the U.S. and Canada.
Well, I said goodbye to them about
Nearly
35 years ago.
200 North American storefronts of the iconic outdoor apparel chain are expected to shut down after the operating entity behind the stores failed to find a buyer during its Chapter 11 restructuring. So you missed out on the sale, maybe.
Hey, what was hotter back in the day?
Go ahead.
Eddie Bauer or Tommy Hilfiger?
Oh, Hilfiger, I think.
You think?
What about
Tommy Horsecamp? Tommy Hilfiger.
What about
Tommy Horsecamp was a big Tommy Hilfiger.
They're still around.
Hilfiger's still. Yeah.
He looks like a Tommy guy.
What about Structure?
Oh, I was a Structure.
Oh, was I a Structure?
You
guy?
don't even know about Structure. That's before your time.
I don't think I was a big.
Oh, I had a Structure. I had a Structure T-shirt.
That was before your time.
That was in high school.
Come on.
You were alive?
Yes.
Yeah, me and my friends, we called each other the Structure Boys.
Structure for us.
I bet you guys called you something else too.
Structure for us.
They're all thinking the exact same thing.
Like that was like I still consider Ralph Lauren like a nice high end.
Sure.
Maybe people make fun of it, but for me that's a high end thing. If I wear a polo thing.
Yeah.
Structure was like that for me as a kid. Like Structure in college or something.
When we were teenagers, when we were teenagers and maybe 20s, Structure. Remember Jay Riggins?
I remember
it wasn't John Riggins.
Definitely had Jay Riggins clothing. 100%.
My mom would go there because it was at an Apple Mall.
Yeah, but it was it was more style than if you went into Sears or Macy's or whatever.
It was a slight step up, but it wasn't silly.
Listen, you were richer than me. I know you like to debate it. You were richer than me. It's a fact. I was a busto. But your mom would buy clothes at Sears. We didn't really buy clothes at Sears. Your mom did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So even though I was broker, I drew the line at clothes at Sears.
You guys had a 4-bedroom home. I only had a 3-bedroom home. Tough Skins.
You had like 9 homes. We had
had
one that we did
properties.
Yeah, you had a beachfront property in Puerto Rico. Who do you think was richer?
Yeah, please.
I mean, it wasn't even close.
Yeah.
I mean, it's my most famous story of how busto we are. My mom didn't work. My dad went 1 full year, 0 paychecks.
I mean, JP played polo in middle school. His middle school was so fancy.
We would get the lady that collected the offering. When she would come to the house, we'd throw a party. It was like it was Christmas. Because there was enough in the offering to pay daddy.
What is the store you missed the most? Like if you could resurrect the store. So Eddie Bauer's going to be done. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. I swear, I do think, and it was probably 18 to 22, and it was probably for rugbies when rugby shirts were popular.
Britches.
No, Jay Riggins was the spot.
I know EB.
I feel like
he wants to give the paddles to Circuit City. What's that bad?
I love Circuit City.
Hey, you could get lost in Circuit City for hours.
Oh, yeah.
Circuit City, that testosterone is raging when I'm in Circuit City. Just looking at TVs,
you guys,
stereos.
Now, the guys behind the glass are way too young for this store. The store I used to go to all the time with my parents as a kid was in New Carrollton. What do you know about best department stores. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I used to go to Best because we would get the best catalog.
If you ordered something,
then it turned into W. Bell and Company.
That I don't remember. But like if you ordered something big, it would come out like on a conveyor belt, and you're like, oh my God, we just got this.
It was like
new product,
a mini Costco almost.
Kind of, yeah,
like a very mini.
Yeah.
If you
have
went
to
to
be
Best.
a certain age to know that store.
I think that's where I got my Odyssey 2.
Yeah, you probably
didn't get the Atari, got the Odyssey 2 from
New
Best.
Carrollton was our joint. That's where we would go see movies.
1-800-636-1067. I do think Jay Riggins was I thought I was stylish if I got clothes from there. Maybe that was actually before rugby. For some reason I feel like I
know where I got
and
my
I think only once in my life had a Paisley shirt, but I think it was from Jay Riggins.
Oh, I had a lot of Paisley when I was in
Did
college.
you?
Oh,
You had
yeah.
a lot of Brad.
In college, like 20 or 21, the move was Paisley shirt, buttoned all the way to the top, kind of like Chris Sims, and you cuff your jeans to the point where you might lose your feet. Like they're cuffed so tight, like you might lose circulation to your lower extremity.
What was the name of the place in
and
Landover
Docksiders,
Mall?
I'm going to tell you where I got my first suit, and there's going to be a lot of people out there that my street cred's going to go up big time when I say this. My first suit, Cavalier.
Cavalier or Chess King, either or.
No, I got mine from Cavalier. And if you don't know, Cavaliers were like every brother in town. I mean, that was the spot.
Yeah, it was.
But look, if you were
That's
in
where I also got
Bowie,
my Playboy boots.
we went to.
With the
Bowie didn't
Playboy
have,
logo.
Can you tell who went to Pullen Middle School and who didn't? in
well,
this
Bowie
group?
didn't have a mall. So when we were growing up, he had the marketplace, but it wasn't a mall.
No.
It had like two stores.
A mall has to be fully enclosed,
Right.
JP. It
The
can't
closest
be
mall
outside.
was Landover Mall, which is not in existence now, but it was across from where FedEx Field is.
Yeah.
And then New Carrollton Mall, which you mentioned, which wasn't really a real mall
No.
either. That
No, but
was
they
more
had
like
movies.
a plaza.
Had an outdoor walking area. That's
Right.
a plaza, not a mall.
But it had a movie theater that we would go to.
But it had
Definitely.
stores.
Hey, did any of your parents do layaway?
I don't
Like,
think
were you
so.
that broke
No.
that they did layaway?
I don't think there was layaway. No.
Okay.
I mean, because my parents also we were broke, but we knew we were broke, and we never lived above our means. You know what I mean? We always lived below our means. So, I mean, I bought, this is another legendary story. I went to Kmart. Okay, I want you to think of Kmart in the pantheon of stores.
No,
I
it's
know- yeah,
not
okay.
even around
I went
anymore.
to Kmart, and I convinced my father to get me these suede green shoes that were $16. I'll never forget it. I was so excited. I brought them home. My mom said they were too expensive, and I had to take them back. They were $16. I swear on my children. And we had to take them back, and they had to get me the plastic ones that were like 10.
You had to get the one with the whale.
That was
Not
Cheap
the
Sneak. There was a
swoosh.
place next to it called Cheap Sneaks,
Yep.
and that's where I got. I didn't get Nikes. I got the ones with the whale.
This is not a
tail,
retail
whatever.
store, obviously, but what I need reopened is an arcade in a mall. Do you know how many quarters and time I spent in an arcade at a
You
mall?
would have loved
as
my
a-
spot in
As
Orlando.
a 13 to like 16-year-old.
Why don't you get one for your
Countless
basement?
hours.
You ever heard of
Countless.
Dave and Buster's?
No, it's not the same. It's not
I
the
mean,
same.
they've got games.
I'm talking about strictly dedicated to pinball machines and stand-up arcade games, 50 of them, and a bunch of just cretins running around with quarters falling out of their pockets playing Asteroids, Space Invaders, all the OG sills.
Dragon's Lair.
Of course.
All right, let's go to the phones. 1-800-636-1067. Is there a store you'd like to resurrect from
Well,
the
they need
days
to.
of the past?
I went to the mall. I told you the other day. I've been to 2 malls lately. I went to Montgomery Mall for whatever reason. Can't remember. Had to do something with my daughter, and then I went to Tyson's Corner. The Apple store now is 19 storefronts. They've just taken over.
It's huge.
You know what I mean?
And always busy.
And they're like selling cars and like
Apple.
Right.
It's not even a store anymore. It's like 2 electric cars somewhere. You know, just nobody's going to the mall. Let's go to Henry. Henry, what's up?
Apple. Hey, good morning, Johnson. Good morning.
How are you, buddy?
My favorite stores were Model Sporting Store.
Oh, yeah.
And the Redskin shop right there in Viz.
Gotta go to Moe's.
Oh no, where's the Redskins shop?
Those were silly.
Which Redskins
Yeah,
shop?
Redskin shop on Bisman, Georgia. And Model.
Oh, yeah. There was like a standalone, like it sold just Redskins gear.
It was on Veers Mill in Georgia.
Yeah, it was in Montgomery County.
Vaguely remember.
Well, I
That's
mean,
near me.
during the Snyder years, he started those Redskin stores, and they were in malls. And,
for sure.
Yeah, but this one wasn't like corporate. Like,
you remember?
Do you
remember pre-Modell's? I don't know. Steve Valdez. Again, you're a lot younger than us. Irving's Sporting Goods.
I do remember.
Wasn't there also a Herman's?
And Herman's. You don't know about Herman's or
This is all, we're going deep.
You guys,
you
don't know about Irving's and Herman's.
I just realized both you guys worked at toy stores. Obviously, Cakes at Toys R Us, defunct, bankrupt.
I worked at the Elite Toy
Although they're
Store.
coming
Thank
back.
you.
And EB worked at, was it called Toy City?
Lionel Kitty City. That was Toys R Us didn't even consider them as a gnat buzzing around.
I didn't know I was in a Toy City war. I just. That was like our Dick's. Like Sports Authority that was heavy.
Yeah, but once Sports Authority didn't upgrade to like sliding doors eventually, I knew they were a dinosaur.
What did they do? I don't remember.
Yeah. You had the handle there to pull open. They didn't have the sensor.
You're kidding.
Yeah, you go to Dick's, it felt like a spaceship.
Yeah. Actually, the Dick's in Gaithersburg does have pull-open doors, but they weren't as nubs as the Sports Authority doors.
That's hilarious.
All right, 800-636-1067. What's the mall store or just regular, brick and mortar store that's gone away that if you could reopen it today, you could wave your magic wand and it comes back? 800-636-1067. Don't forget, Brian Keefe from the Wizards joins us at 8:45.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Ever see that rookie trying to steal second base without checking on the pitcher? Yeah, that usually doesn't end very well for him. The same goes for investing. Making big financial decisions without a game plan, that is a rookie mistake, my friends. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. Their fiduciary advisors have decades of experience helping clients like you plan for retirement, lower their investment costs, and optimize old 401ks. No guesswork, no gimmicks, just a solid strategy built around your goals. Avoid the rookie mistakes. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit trajanwealth.com. That's trajanwealth.com. When it comes to your future, you don't want to get thrown out at second base. Call Trajan Wealth, 202-929-6600, or visit them online at trajanwealth.com. That's trajanwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet from my guys at Ted Britt Ford. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get peace of mind for life with Ted Britt for life. That's powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspections, and so much more. Some great deals to tell you about now. Do a little electric like I do. 2025 Mustang Mach-E up to $11,500 off and no payments for 90 days. How about a 2026 Explorer from Ted Britt? $8,500 off, 1.9% APR for 36 months, and no payments for 90 days. Go see him and tell him Danny sent you.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, Sarah, I did it.
Did what?
It's perfect.
What's perfect?
He got Kristen an engagement ring. I knew Dominion Jewelers would be perfect. Yeah, I learned. Help with that, too.
Hand
handcrafted, custom-made jewelry. Dominion Jewelers in the heart of Falls Church. We make it beautiful. You make it yours.
By appointment only.
Imagine never having to worry about your home again. No surprise breakdowns, no stressful who do I call moments. Just the comfort of knowing it's all taken care of. That's what a Crop Metcalf membership gives you. Our expert technicians handle everything from routine maintenance to worry-free repairs, so your home runs exactly the way it should. No DIY disasters. No taking your chances on some guy with a 2-star review. Just year-round peace of mind. Stop worrying about home care and start enjoying your home again with Crop Metcalf membership starting at just $15 a month.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley breaking down the brackets all day for the B. Mitch and Finley Bracket Invitational. If you know, you know. But we're talking NFL. Cynthia Freeland from NFL Network and Phil Perry will join us from Boston to talk K'Lavon Chaisson and what New England might be thinking about an A.J. Brown trade.
Brian Mitchell and J.P. Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for? As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
All right, so the lines are locked and loaded. All 8 phone lines. People want to chime in. Yep. But I realize another place that I'd love to put the paddles to.
I got this would be my 1 seed.
And it's a place that we grew up with. Mm-hmm. Now, it wasn't that close to us. You maybe would have to ride your bike to it when you were kids. But I've never really better than I like 7-Eleven.
Okay.
And that's a little blasphemous because I recognize 7-Eleven probably had more choices.
Yeah.
But I liked Highs.
I think the Slurpee's a better product than a Slush Puppy, but that's neither here nor there.
I love the lime Slush Puppy.
One place, if I could go back and open it right now, I would. The Waxy Maxie's record store, Hilltop Plaza. I used to be there on the weekly. Now, this is because, between, like 16, 18, 19, like that was my cassette era. Like I was a cassette guy. It was before like CDs became big. I was out there looking for the latest offerings, the latest hair metal cassettes for $8.99 or whatever they were charging back in the day. Bring back the Waxy Maxi.
All right, let's rip through these calls. 1-800-636-1067.
I have to say on Valdez's behalf, he wants to bring back the Husky section and give the reason why, Valdez. I'll let you.
No, I think kids have gotten so fat nowadays, and adults, that there needs to be some sort of shaming, and the shaming was always walking around the Husky section, to go get size 40 Bugle Boys,
or extra large Tough Skins back at Sears back in the day.
I don't remember the Husky section. I was a skinny kid.
Yeah,
I was super skinny. I'm not bragging. I just don't remember the Husky section.
You didn't have to go to the Husky
section. You didn't have to go through that trauma.
Believe me, I had plenty of traumas. I was wearing $9 shoes.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll never forget my brother's face when my mom suggested to go to the Husky section when he was like 12 or 13.
Didn't go over
because you still have kind of like that baby fat. You're not really
and
thinned out.
13,
and did you have the self-esteem already? Like it's like that's not good.
Oh yeah. Because you'll get joned on if they say, "Oh, were you wearing Husky jeans today?" or something like that.
I mean,
Husky was a very bad word back in the day.
Husky's not a great connotation to it.
All right, let's go to. Let me see here. Let's go to Brian. Brian, what's up, buddy? You on with the Junks?
Morning, gents. You got to be old enough to remember though, but Service Merchandise.
I kind of remember the name. I don't remember much about it.
Was that more of like I feel like that was like a mail thing, a mailer, no?
When it was like a department store, but it had the conveyor belt when you got stuff.
Yeah, like
so it was like Best.
Same sort of deal.
Okay, where was there one in sort of this area?
The last one I remember is just south of Alexandria on Richmond Highway.
Okay. That's just not an area we frequented when we were younger.
We're PG County boys.
Yeah, they're PG County
Thanks,
boys.
pal.
All right, thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. Let's go to Butch. Butch, what's up, man? Butch and Bowie.
Hey, what's up, EB? What's up, Cakes? What's up,
man? What's up, Butch?
This is really a blast from the past. Do you guys remember Up Against the Wall?
I do. I don't know if I ever shopped there, but I do know the name.
I think we were older when that kind of was popularized.
Okay.
So we were a little out of the demo maybe when that.
Was that a clothes place?
Yes.
I think so.
I think we were a little older and it was for a younger demo. We had already passed.
I've got another one that just popped into my brain.
How old are you, Butch? Because I remember.
I'm 53.
Oh, okay.
Same age.
What would you get there?
I would get, if you guys remember, used jeans and AJs.
See, I think it was a little more urban place.
Yeah, definitely urban.
A little more urban.
And I believe it was owned by a white guy, though. I remember reading all about it.
It was. And that's what's funny about it. And it was right in the hood.
Right. Hey. Right.
And then lastly, I got one for you too, Cakes. Golden Dome at Greenville Mall.
Oh, Golden Dome.
Yeah, of course.
You're hitting me right in the feels, my friend.
Of course.
One of the very few... Thank you for the call. One of the very few times I had the gonads to
skip
school.
Yeah.
I remember hopping in a car with somebody and driving to the Golden Dome and putting back to take the bus home. And it was one of the greatest days of my life.
You never got busted?
Didn't get busted.
Great.
It was great. It was fantastic.
Let's go to Josh. Chesapeake Beach.
Golden
Josh,
Dome.
what's up, man? You're on with the Junks.
1989, Forestville Mall, merry-go-round. I was in 5th grade, and I bought a pair of skids. Do you guys remember skids?
I remember merry-go-round. It's not a store that I frequented, and I don't remember skids. Remind us.
Skids were in 1989, Hammer came out with You Can't Touch This, and you had the parachute pants.
Yes.
And skids were they were the parachute pants, but they were all in plaid. I was 4.5 feet tall. I had these pants hiked up to my neck in 5th grade, walking out to the bus stop, a head and 2 legs. And I said, this is ridiculous. I'm not doing that. My mom and I returned them the very next week. Absolutely ludicrous.
Right.
I don't think I was stylish enough even back then for something like that.
I think I did have a pair of parachute pants that I recall wearing to the Crofton roller skating rink, like way back in the day. But I can't remember when, like probably 15 years old, 14.
I didn't frequent the Forestville Mall. I don't know if merry-go-round was a popular chain.
Nope.
All right, let's go to, it doesn't say, it just says Mobile from Towson. Hey, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, good morning there, Junks. How y'all doing?
What's up?
Doing great.
All right. I got 2 of them for you. Before Costco's and DJ's, there used to be a place called Jim's where you used to go and be able to buy bulk stuff.
How would
But
you pronounce it? How do you spell it?
It was spelled JYMS.
Never heard of it.
My father used to go there a long time ago.
Where now? Is this in the Baltimore area?
No, I actually live in the D.C. area, so I have a Baltimore number.
Do you remember? Your phone's
All right, his
terrible.
phone stinks.
Your phone's terrible. We talked about it before, though. But when we were coming up, and we're PG County boys, there was a place called Macro. Some called it Macro, but it was Macro, and it was like a precursor to Costco. You could go there, and I remember because I was 15 years old collecting cards. You could go there and buy a case of baseball cards,
Right.
Or you could go there and you could buy, I don't know, a snowblower.
I think it was over there, kind of near where Northwest Stadium is now. It
Yes.
was like in that area.
Back in that warehouse district.
Yeah.
I don't know how the hell we knew about it.
I don't know.
You know what? I think you could see the logo on the building from 495.
Probably could have.
I think you could. Let's go to, let me see here. Let's go to Joe in Aldi. Joe, what's up?
Hey, guys. The High Fidelity store over in Fair Oaks Mall.
All right.
They had those really high-end speakers and
Right.
like $2,000 stereos back in the mid-'80s.
Yes.
Sure, EB was all over that.
I love that stuff. We used to have a place like that in Kensington. So I've lived in Kensington a long time.
What do you know about? Do you remember Tweeter?
Of course.
Tweeter used to be like a high end. Like if you went to
Yes.
Tweeter, you were buying the best like stereo you could get your hands on.
remember. City or whatever it was, and it would go, and I didn't even know what I was doing. I was getting big amps.
Mm-hmm.
I was getting all this stuff put in there, extra speakers or whatever, just so I could have what I thought was a booming system.
Right.
And I had it all under my seat.
Sure.
I had the amp, I had the replacement CD thing in the thing, and then some of my friends had those big bass things in their trunk,
like a big subwoofer.
I never had that. I never went to that extent.
I was trying to remember, like during the acid wash jeans era, which is probably when we're 18 to 23, somewhere in that range,
era,
right?
Yeah. Yep.
Where was I getting those jeans? Was I just going to the Gap?
Gap, Old Navy,
Caldor. No, I think maybe I'm telling you, Jay Riggins was big in my life for a while at Annapolis Mall.
Could have been.
We were more jeans. I don't know where I would get my jeans. I'm telling you, I didn't have many. I might have had like 2 pair of jeans. Not like I had a lot of jeans.
This is more of a practical store.
Yeah.
But Party City,
that still exists though, right?
They're going by the wayside.
Yeah.
They're hard to find now.
Yeah,
Did you go to those a lot? But for birthday parties type thing?
Yeah, it's not just Halloween.
Halloween.
Now you have like the Halloween superstores that pop up.
Yeah,
but you used to go to
spirit
Party
stores.
City all the time for Halloween needs. But you could get anything from Party City. If you had a St. Patrick's Day party today, you would go to Party City, go get a big shamrock thing, go put on your door.
Yeah, we never did that. My mom put together the nubbiest parties. I mean, we didn't have any decoration. I mean, nothing.
No streamers, no party hats.
No,
They had stuff for costume parties. They had everything.
No, we didn't do it. My mom she would make a cake, and we'd have some nub soda from Giant.
You need a piñata, go to Party City.
I have to get my party shoes out.
We never had a piñata.
Who is that?
That's our friend LTC's dad.
I have to get my party shoes out.
Oh, ARP. Let's go to Chris. Chris, what's up, man? Go with the junk.
Hey, man, the general store and Sunny Surplus.
What's it called?
The general store used to sell jeans, your Calvin Klein, your Jordashes.
I don't recall. I remember Jordache as a brand.
I thought Jordashes was for chicks.
I think it was mainly for
7th Street in Chinatown. Used to call it the general store.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought it was more like a hillbilly store.
What about Guess? Was Guess? I remember Guess jeans being big for. To me, that was chicks, but guys wore Guess jeans too, right?
Tommy Horsey.
Tommy had Guess jeans and a Tommy Hilfiger jacket.
So much Tommy gear.
Tommy Horsey. Guilty. I never had. I think Guess. I don't think I ever had Guess jeans. I had a few Guess t-shirts. I think when my brother, my youngest brother, was coming up, he might have had some.
Sure,
but he had much nicer shoes.
Yeah,
like I had $9 shoes literally from Kmart. He had. This is dating him, but he's whatever. He's born in 77. I was born in 77. He had like the new David Robinsons when they came out. I don't know if you remember those shoes, but like he had real shoes.
Yeah.
Like,
I grew up getting the Winter 2s were the shoes that I was getting. Was that also Sears?
I think that's Sears product,
Yeah, my mom was a Sears
Your mom
shopper.
was a Sears mark. Mine was more of a Hex JCPenney, though.
I think we graduated to Hex.
Valdez, here's the thing. People like JP, they would have the Izod, like the Lacoste.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
We had the Fox.
JCPenney product.
JCPenney or Montgomery Ward.
Well,
I can't remember. We had the Fox.
Didn't they also have a fake polo thing, too, where it had some dude riding a horse?
It was like Knights.
Chaps.
No.
Chaps was like a polo.
Yeah, but that's an offshoot.
It was Knights of the Round Table or something like that.
I thought it was called like Beverly Hills or something like that.
I never had
polo.
that. I never,
There was definitely a Beverly Hills polo.
No, I never had that.
It was the all over TJ Maxx.
Yeah, it was the fake me. It was the fake me out polo where it had a guy riding a horse, but it was like cockeyed. It looked different.
Can I say a guy's name just because it's funny?
Please.
Just because it's funny?
Sure.
I went to middle, and he's a nice guy. I was so envious of him. His name was Arthur Setterquist. Okay?
I know this name.
Okay?
I don't know.
He had Lacoste. And I was just...
the big baller.
He was a baller.
Dad went to college.
Yeah, the gator undershirt. Yeah,
and I walked around. I was sheepishly walking around with my red Fox sweater, which is just, I mean, it's as low as it gets.
I need to see your guys' middle school picture. Do either of you have a Thomas C. Pullen yearbook?
I'm sure I could dig one up somewhere.
I don't remember. I do know I was the only white guy on the flag football team.
I would give my
that's all you could do. Middle school.
I would give my kingdom today for my old Yvonne Lendl Argyle Adidas button-up tennis shirt from back in the day. Used to wear that all the time. Probably wore it till it was the threads.
Yeah, you had the nicer stuff than me. I had
He was a stud back in the day.
I'll never forget. It was white with green trim.
Mm-hmm.
It was tight too. Showed off my skinny guns. Let's go to Mike in La Plata. Mike, what's up?
Yo, what up, Junk? Y'all crazy, man.
What's up, Mike?
What's up, buddy?
I got three quick ones for you. Ames, Zayres, and GC Murphy. PG Plaza.
I know the first two. I'm not familiar with GC Murphy.
So they're in PG Plaza again. I didn't frequent PG
Plaza. I went to when I was at DeMatha because it was nearby.
What was the GC Murphys? What was their product line? Is it fashion, or what are we talking about?
No, there was like a little bit of everything. Like you can get medicines, you can get knickknacks, you can get all kind of crap.
It was just like the Ollie's bargain basement.
Yeah, like, there you go.
Back in the day.
Just like that.
Easy
right, just like that.
What were the first two, Mike?
Ames and
Ames and Zayres.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I do remember Zayres.
I think we had a Zayres and Bowie for a moment, a minute. We might have had one.
I don't remember.
And Bradley's. Remember Bradley?
Oh, Bradley's. Yeah. Bradley was big in my house.
Sleep on Peebles too.
Peebles,
not Peoples.
Peebles.
We used to buy a lot of clothes at Peebles.
Nubs.
I was
squarely middle class numbers.
So who had the $9 shoes?
Me, EB.
Ebizzle.
Yeah, Kmart.
So did you get those? You got those from Favor?
No, a Kmart. Honestly,
What
they
was
were
it- what
Tracks.
was the name of
the
what was
brand
the name of the
Tracks.
place? It was like a Thomas Hans
It
or
was-
Thomas.
McCann.
If you were
Tom
balling,
McCann, yeah,
you could
Tom
go to Tom
McCann.
McCann.
Yeah,
But I mean,
you're rich.
I'm telling you, I wasn't
What's
in
it
that.
like being rich?
I wasn't in that league.
All right, when we come back, we're going to pivot to talk Wizards. Brian Keefe, their head coach, he will join us next here on The Fan.
The sounds of spring training are here, and it's a new era of Nats baseball.
See you later!
Follow every angle of spring training on your flagship home of the Washington Nationals. 106.7 The Fan.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
DC Hoops fans, join Bud Light for the finals in their official Mini Hoops Mania competition at Grand Central and Adams Morgan on Thursday, March 19th, and Sports and Social on U Street Friday, March 20th. One lucky winner from DC will be heading to Vegas for the final days of the tournament to compete for a chance to win $10K cash. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Anheuser-Busch. Bud Light Beer. St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents. 21 plus. Begins on 1/6/26 and ends on 3/20/26. Multiple entry periods. Visit BudLight.com/mini-hoops-mania rules for official rules. Message and data rates apply. Void where prohibited.
It's your boy Bish for Foley Mechanical. When I needed a new HVAC system, a water heater, and a sump pump, I called Foley. And they proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley and his team at Foley Mechanical. They're the real deal.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/appliance delivery for more details.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Remember, you can always listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn as well. Let's head out to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We welcome in Wizards head coach Brian Keefe. Coach Keefe, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, how are you, buddy? Hey, first, we got to ask you how Trey's doing. Well, just watching the replay of the injury, it seemed fairly benign, but it did bother him right away. So then I started to get nervous because sometimes those benign things could be way more serious than what you think.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add right now. He's getting evaluated today. We'll probably have more information later today, but yeah, hopefully he's okay.
Did you? I mean, I know I get it. You don't know anything, but is your instinct that it's like a longer term thing, or is your instinct that hopefully it's just something a little shorter term?
Unfortunately, I can't go by instinct. I just listen to our professionals who are way more knowledgeable than I am. But he did ask to come out of the game, and that always, you're concerned when you see things like that. So.
How have you liked his play so far?
Yeah, he's been terrific. Yeah, I really was enjoying him when he was just getting to the team, like how engaged he was with everybody, talking to the guys, and then when you get him on the court, you see his basketball IQ, his passing. He's really enhanced our guys. He's fit in pretty seamlessly, but you can see his skill set just so unselfish with the basketball, and that stuff's so contagious. He's been terrific.
Yeah, that's what I know. That's what I noticed. Just he and AD, even whenever I've seen AD, just the way they've embraced everything.
Yeah.
What about? I know that my buddy Cakes here wanted to ask about Bilal in his sort of uptick of late. Can you give us kind of any thoughts?
Yeah, he's led the team in scoring 3 of the last 8. I've noticed that, Coach.
Yeah, this is example of there's some opportunities here at the end of the year. He had some start and stops with some of the injuries here at the beginning. And now he's getting the rhythm into his game. We're putting the ball in his hands a lot. He's making great decisions, being able to get to the rim. The shooting is continuing to improve. I think this is a great opportunity for him. He's taking advantage of this time. You got to remember he didn't finish the last couple of years because of some of the injuries. So this has been great. He's really progressing. Really happy for him. He's been playing really well.
And specifically, his three-point shooting in the last month and a half has been much better. I believe it was 33% last month, and I know this month's only half over, but at 36% this month, in the month of March.
Yeah, I think he's finding his rhythm. Someone asked me that last in the post game. He's probably taken more shots in our gym, so there's a tremendous amount of work that he's putting in behind the scenes. I think we're starting to see some of that paying off, but again, I think he's just playing in a really good rhythm right now.
Coach, at the pro level, I know guys that play in college, and you can visibly see them lose confidence when they say they're a shooter, they're just having a rough night shooting. At the pro level, do you still see those confidence dips? And how relative is that, the difference?
I think you can see that at times. I think one of the things that for how I coach is I try to really embrace these guys. If you're open, let it fly, What's the worst thing that can happen? Obviously, you can miss a shot. There's so many other things you can do to impact the game. But I want guys, when they're open, I want them to let it rip. I want them to let them shoot. And I think our guys have that attitude. And then go impact the game in other ways. It's just not, shooting obviously is such an important skill. It's probably the number one skill. But you're not going to have the ball the whole game. So there's so much other things you can do to impact it. But when you have that opportunity, I tell our guys to take it. Let it rip. Let it fly. Be confident. And I think that stuff usually works out over time.
I think because of injuries and because he's been bounced around the league a little bit, people forget how good of a player Kristaps Porzingis is. But how difficult is it to guard a guy like that? People used to call him the unicorn. He's kind of Wemby before Wemby. Not quite as tall, obviously, and maybe not as skilled, but he's a damn good player and a tough guy to guard, right?
Yeah, it's funny you say that. When he was, I coached him. I was the guy who worked with him when he got drafted with the Knicks. So yes, I always knew what he was capable of.
Was that a Phil Jackson pick?
Every day. Yeah, a long time ago, and he has a really unique skill set, right? Shooting threes, post up, obviously shot blocking. He was pretty good last night.
So the rest of the season. What are kind of your expectations? What are you laying out here for the players? And should we expect to see Anthony Davis on the court at some point?
Anthony's progressed, and I'll talk about him first. He's doing some light, non-contact individual work. We'll have an update here, I think, later in the week. The expectations for the team never have changed. Obviously we're focused on development. That hasn't changed since I've been here. Guys will be given some opportunities, but can we continue to stack habits and build the way we want to build and finish out the year right? I think, the last couple of games I've been really pleased. We didn't get the outcome that we want, but I've been pleased with the style and how we're playing. And you're seeing, guys like Bilal, Will Riley, Jameer Watkins, Tristan had a great game. Guys are stepping up into this opportunity to continue to grow and just continue to focus on the day-to-day habits. So, nothing's changing for me. I coach the same way all year. I'll continue to do that with my guys for the rest of the year.
Coach Keefe, another guy who's got an opportunity of late is Juju Reese. We obviously saw him play at the University of Maryland. Now he gets a chance on the pro level, and he's making the most of it, averaging 9 points and 9 boards, shooting almost 60% from the field. He's been a nice late add to the roster.
Yeah, he's been great. Obviously, we were down with some injuries to our bigs, and we needed someone. We liked him. We knew about him in the draft process, obviously, just being a local kid. And, he really got thrown into the mix here right away. Had to start a couple of games that started yesterday. And I've been really pleased with him. Not exactly knowing everything about our system, just trying to be, just putting him in positions to be successful, telling him to be aggressive. And you can see the rebounding, his physicality on defense. Been really pleased with him. It's been a nice story.
Talking to Brian Keefe, head coach of the Washington Wizards. They lost to Golden State last night. And we know that this season's about development, but when you do lose 12 games in a row, how does the team deal with it? Are the guys still upbeat? What do you have to do to kind of change kind of the environment around the players when you're in kind of a losing skid like that?
Yeah, it's a good question. Our guys, everybody's upset when we lose after every time it happens. We have competitors in our locker room. But the one thing that I've been really proud of our group, and this goes back since I've been here, they're always focused on what the process that leads to winning. This is kind of stuff I talked about here before. It's like their habits, their practice habits, their training habits, how they prepare themselves for the game. So, we have a game tonight. These guys are already doing their rehab, getting some shooting in on a back-to-back. They'll be ready to go tonight. So, they're terrific with that stuff, and we just keep marching forward and moving forward and continuing to stack as many good habits as we can every day. So our guys are doing great in these situations. They're a really resilient group, and they love the game. So it makes it easy to coach. But, we're competitors. We always want to be on the other side of that, too. But I got a great group who loves to get after, who loves to play. So it's never really overly a huge concern for me.
Can you characterize for us, I hope it's a fair question, are you where you thought you would be from individual skill level for your young players, et cetera, and sort of the collective growth? Are you on track? Are you sort of surprised by where you are? Can you characterize where you are now versus where you thought you would be at this point?
Yeah, I think we've had some great moments as a team. I think we had a great stretch there for almost a couple months where we were playing really good ball. And then even after the trade, I thought we were really growing. And then, at times you're going to have some dips in the season. And individually, I think we said a lot of guys grow. That's part of what this year was about, too. We've had success stories up and down the roster, Sharif Cooper, Jameer, Will Riley, obviously Alex, Keyshawn, Trey Johnson, Bub, some of the guys who made the Rising Stars game, Justin Champagny. I could go up and down the roster, and everybody's had a success story because everybody has been an opportunity to step in when needed.
See, I would answer for you, Coach. I would say you're ahead of where you thought you would be.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to finish with. I think our guys are growing fast.
Yeah.
7 guys in 2 years making the rookie-sophomore game, and that's not even talking about some of the guys who've, been able to sign longer-term deals like Tristan and Justin and Jameer. I think we've had some great success stories here. I think we develop our guys as well as anybody, and I've been really pleased with that.
All right, Coach Keefe, thanks for the time. As always, best of luck against the Pistons tonight. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you,
That's
Coach.
Coach Brian Keefe of the Washington Wizards. When we come back, are you ready to be a billionaire? We're going to tell you who's offering that amount if you pick a perfect bracket next.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
We all have our Duke hate fully locked and loaded for the tournament, but here's what nobody's talking about. The number 1 overall seed in this tournament got dropped into the single toughest bracket in the field. If Duke goes down early, don't call it an upset, call it a scheduling problem. The committee buried them, and the media just moved on. Duke hate at its highest level. I'm John Lund.
B-Mitch here. Spring weather is back in play, and it's time to give your home a championship-level upgrade with Paul Henry's window installation. If your windows and doors are past their prime, it's time to head to the bench and bring in some fresh new starters. New windows and doors can boost your home's energy efficiency, comfort, and curb appeal, an all-around upgrade that puts points on the board. Right now, get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door. That's a special that's hard to beat. Make the winning call today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
John Fogerty, Steve Winwood, Star Wars in Concert, a Jerry Garcia celebration with the National Symphony Orchestra, and many more will be at Wolf Trap this summer. Tickets for over 60 summer concerts go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at wolftrap.org.
Hey, it's JP from the Junkies. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers. Download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
It's taco night at Whole Foods Market. Get 2 large Hass avocados for $3 with Prime through March 17th. Make a Mexican-inspired dish topped with fresh and creamy avocados. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
You're not just a homeowner. You're also a bug in the basement with the frightening number of legs owner. Fortunately, you've got heating and cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard.
Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com and bring home a new American Standard heating and cooling unit, rated the highest in customer satisfaction year after year. Built to a higher standard, American Standard Heating and Cooling and MidAtlanticComfort.com. That's MidAtlanticComfort.com.
Love college basketball? Gear up for another exciting season of college ball with a special offer from BetMGM. Sign in to your BetMGM account and enjoy a college basketball odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any college basketball bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. It's that simple. 3 quick steps and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next bet hits. Log in and enjoy our odds boost token to help you create another memorable season of college ball. Get off the bench, join the huddle, and head for the net with BetMGM all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. D.C., Maryland, and Virginia only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. For help in Maryland, can also visit mdgamblinghelp.org. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK-HD1, Manassas, and WPGC-HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot! You get a goal! You get a goal! Back for Wilson, he scores!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
Let the March Madness begin. College basketball things tip off tonight. Howard and UMBC get the first four underway 6:40 p.m. this evening from Dayton, Ohio. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. Second game there tonight. 2 11 seeds will meet. Texas taking on NC State at 9:15 p.m. NBA, the Wizards beaten last night by the Warriors 125-117. Former Wizard Kristaps Porzingis led the way for Golden State with 30. 12 straight loss now for the Wizards, right back in action tonight, hosting Detroit, 7 p.m. tip here on The Fan. Also, the NBA reportedly will vote on expansion next week to add Seattle and Las Vegas in time for the 28-29 season. And the U.S. will face Venezuela tonight for the title of the World Baseball Classic. Venezuela knocked off Italy in the semifinals last night, 4-2. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. All right, so here's how you can become a billionaire. You can participate in the $1 billion Kalshi Perfect Bracket Challenge.
All right.
And by the way, College Hoops Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. You win $1 billion for a perfect bracket, EB.
Well,
there's $1 million guaranteed to the top scoring bracket.
Right. And it's free entry, so could I enter 1,000 times?
It's a freebie entry. I think you're probably limited to one entry, I would guess. I haven't looked into all of the rules and regs.
What do you think the best you've ever done in a bracket? Do you think you've hit
you know what?
70%?
I think I'm historically
Have you ever
bad at
gotten
brackets.
all four teams in the Final Four?
Maybe once or twice.
Yeah,
Maybe like the year that all the ones made it.
Yeah, I mean, something like that.
I mean, maybe I got lucky one year, like on whatever site. Maybe I get 80 or 85% right. It's probably about the peak.
I went to my buddy's restaurant yesterday, and I bought a square.
You did?
25. I mean,
Buddy's proud of you.
How does that work?
For my son, instead of like the two football teams that you're used to, it'd be the basketball team. So, and you get one side is the winner and one side's the loser. I can't even remember all the rules. But so let's say Michigan wins 81-77, and you have a 1 for the win. You got Michigan, and you have the 7 for the loser. And I think he's doing it every round. I don't know.
He picks one game.
I don't know, man. It's just like $25 a square. My son was like, I want to do it. I was like, all right.
So Vinny keeps sending me this, and he said you boys did it last year. Maybe, I don't even know if I did. But Vinny's so old school. He's like Lurch. He's sending me, it's not anything to fill out.
Okay.
He's sending me this thing he's created, this little graph.
EB, get in the pool.
Get the guys in.
I think I did do that last year.
You just pick 6 teams.
Yeah, I do remember that one.
And I guess depending upon your seed, you get more points. I'm guessing, right? And if it's a lower seed and advances, you get more points, etc. If you guys are interested and you want to do it, let me know. I promise.
I think I got an invite.
You did it last year.
I got an invite into a survivor pool that I believe our boy Jabby runs.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do that.
Valdez, are you
in
a
then
bunch
I usually
of
do
them?
a bracket. One of my buddies has about, 50 guys, let's say. And I usually fill out a bracket, but he hasn't sent one this year. I don't know. He's had some health issues. So I might not actually be in a regular bracket pool. I might only just have a survivor one.
You should thank your lucky stars.
And then I've got a square.
I find that the bracket, it's an American pastime. I get it. I find it extremely frustrating as I get older because I really only keep marginal track of 4 or 5 teams.
It's also I've found college basketball. I was talking to my son about it yesterday. I was like, you realize Tim Duncan went to school for 4 years?
It's very hard to keep track.
I mean, I get it. Yeah. The guys are one and done and they're great players, but it's really hard to follow when a guy's on his third team in 3 years.
It's been that way for a while, but it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Yeah.
It's at an all-time high. Now, you root for the programs, but like he was telling me, he's like, I think Arizona's going to win it all. I said, can you name a player? And he couldn't.
Yeah.
You just kind of know Arizona's good.
Can anybody explain to me why the kid from Alabama, Aiden Holloway, is driving around with a pound of marijuana in his car? A pound.
I don't even know. I have no idea with weed. I mean, a pound sounds like a lot.
Pound is a lot.
How much is that?
He's rung up on felony drug charges, and he got dismissed from the team. He can't play in the game on Friday. Like, I don't know how much money Alabama is paying in NIL. It has to be into the several $1 million.
Cakes, you know this.
What is this kid doing? Selling you're not driving around with a pound of weed to use for personal.
Yeah, but Cakes, you know this.
Bags.
You go to Costco, right?
Of course.
Do you ever get paper towels, just 4 of them?
No, you get a pack of 12.
Right, he's buying bulk.
But most kids don't do that.
He's not. I mean, if you have a pound of weed, you're not buying that for yourself.
Is it like the size of a big freezer bag that you put chicken in?
Sure, like a big Ziploc bag.
Yeah, is that probably
like
what
a really big
it's
one?
like?
He's probably making $1 million in NIL money. Mm-hmm. What is he doing?
It's
trying to make more.
Make extra. Little side cash.
I just don't understand.
Or he's buying for the team.
I just don't get it. I mean, you're about to play one of the biggest games of your life in a few days, and you're getting popped on a felony drug charge.
So they
kicked
him off campus.
Yeah, he's off
and
the
everything,
team.
right? Yeah, he's all done.
Dismissed from campus.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
And they're a 4 or 5 seed, right? Alabama?
They're
4 seed.
Yeah.
4 seed.
They're a high seed.
Who are the sexy teams, Drab, that people are saying, I guess obviously everyone picks a 12 seed, something like that, 11 seed. But is there one that in particular you have real reason to think could go on a run? One of those?
Oh, like a deep Cinderella?
Yeah, like a 16 or 8. You get to the maybe final 8 or something.
I think this year a lot of the buzz is just going to be chalk. That's what I've heard from a lot of the experts.
Yeah, I've heard
they say South Florida. I've seen people say is going to win.
People like them.
Yeah, I mean they've won a ton of games in a row.
I've seen a lot
they
of buzz
play Louisville
on High
in the
Point
first
too.
round.
High Point's won 30 games. I don't know anything about them, but they play Wisconsin.
TCU has some buzz because they've kind of punched above their weight class all season.
I like that.
Plus, Jamie Dixon's their head coach.
Mm-hmm.
AWadd is sold on a VCU run.
Well, he's a blind homer. Right?
I know, but I was talking to him yesterday.
They got a pretty good seed, right?
I
want to say they're 6. Is VCU 6?
No, I think they're an 11.
They're an 11 seed,
They're an 11.
and that's why he
6,
likes
11
them because every time they've gone deep in the tournament, they're an 11 seed. But they've been playing really well.
Yeah,
they crushed Dayton again. So, I don't know. He feels that.
Are you going to fill out a bunch of brackets, or are you going to just do one? I feel like also when you fill out a bunch, then everyone brags about it in the bracket, but you fill out a bunch.
No, there's bracket rules.
Yeah. What are the rules?
One is you got to have one hard copy bracket.
Okay.
All right, that's like your official bracket.
Right.
You can do as many.
So you have to carry that around with you at all times during the NCAA tournament.
I keep mine here.
You have it stuffed in your pocket.
Yeah, kind of like Rom does his picture.
Yeah. So you have one like official bracket.
Okay.
And then if you do other pools, you can do multiple entries, hedge yourself, do a all favorites, all upsets type thing. But you really have one official bracket. You can't claim, hey, I crushed it this year when you have 10 submissions that you do.
Hey, if you're Kalshi and you're running this promotion for the $1 billion perfect bracket, do you even bother getting insurance? Because you know that even if you get tens of millions of entries, nobody's going to pick a perfect bracket.
Well, how often? That's my question. How often does it happen?
Yes, you probably get insurance.
I believe there's 9.2 or 9.6 trillion combinations you can have for a bracket.
You know what? If I'm Kalshi, I know they're killing it. I'm just going to roll the dice.
What is Kalshi?
It's like a sports prediction, or it's a prediction market. Okay, not just sports, but
it's
like
kind of
like
okay.
Yeah, it's probably several $billion company at this point.
It looks like it's worth $11 billion.
And what are they giving away? $1 million?
$1 billion.
$1 billion. Oh
But
my God.
there's never been a documented case of somebody getting a bracket in the history of the world.
If I'm the CEO,
is that right? In all the years,
people say it's always turned out to be fake. It's like one.
Yeah.
It's like 1 in 8 quadrillion.
Right. If I'm the CEO of Kalshi, I'm just going to roll the dice. I'm not getting insurance. And if somebody hits it, they hit it. But
yeah, of course.
It's never been done. It's never happened.
Also, this is just a Valdez rule, and I feel like more people should adopt it. That if you do not select the winner of Texas NC State tonight or UMBC Howard, your bracket is ineligible.
Your bracket's busted.
You're big on the play-ins. Make sure you get the play-ins.
You got to predict. You're predicting every aspect of the bracket,
right?
And I understand the two winner of those go to the 64, and then your bracket's right there,
right?
But they still call it the field of 68. You have to predict the play-in games if you're going to have a perfect
valid
bracket.
Point. I think you have a point there.
Does not believe that.
Oh, they don't?
No.
Okay.
They say you only have to start on Thursday.
Okay.
Well, it's really hard
for
to fill out the
Valdez's
bracket.
pool, you got to get them all. Like, for the $1 billion.
For the diehards, you better be picking either NC State or Texas tonight.
By the way, EB, Kalshi also giving $1 million to charity and scholarships, along with the $1 million to the best scoring bracket.
All right. Nice.
That's a nice touch.
Right. I prefer like Vinny's type where you just have to pick 6 teams.
Okay.
That's a lot easier.
Yeah, but you have a free roll for $1 million though. You wouldn't want to just fill one out.
What do I just have the best one? If you just get the best one,
$1 million guaranteed to the top scoring bracket.
I like that.
Now they're going to get 50 million entries,
and probably a bunch of people are going to do. All your pro poker players are going to do like 150 entries just for themselves.
I just don't know how many
different combinations of one seeds.
I'm too jaded. I've lost in it too many times. I've done so horribly. I've had times where I've done okay.
A couple people have asked us if we're doing one through the show, which we've done many times.
And I used to love doing that.
But that's always something driven through a sponsor.
But it's just a huge pain in the ass.
Well, once they figured out computer
I used to
programs,
love when we did it.
You're such a liar.
It's not
I
like
did.
a pain in the butt.
But you hated doing these.
No,
You
I
just
don't like filling it out myself.
Yeah.
No. I love sponsoring it and seeing all the people enter and the
okay.
competition of it.
Because I
Not me
remember us
doing it.
printing them out for you and you were going, oh my God.
Yes. That's true. That's true. No, I loved doing that and having everybody enter. And
It's a sense of community.
Yeah, no, it's great.
I had
Junkies
forgotten this.
community.
Apparently, Warren Buffett offered $1 billion for a perfect bracket back in 2014.
Yeah, and I feel like, I remember that. I feel like ESPN never had an absurd offer like that.
Right. Your odds of winning, by the way, do you care to guess the odds of winning?
He just said 1 in quadrillion.
Well, I mean, these odds are shorter, but they're not great.
Okay.
Winning what? The billion?
The perfect bracket.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I heard him spew out some numbers.
1 in 120 billion is the number I'm seeing.
It's not a great chance.
1 in 120 billion.
Yeah.
That's why I would not get insurance.
The Wizards have a better chance to win the lottery.
Much higher chance. much higher.
Right.
So yeah, you can be a billionaire if you do something nobody on planet Earth has ever done in the history of planet Earth. Pick a perfect bracket.
I am, even though I don't follow college basketball like I used to. And when I would say I used to, it's like when the ACC still had Maryland and North Carolina and Duke, and I was into Maryland and ACC hoops. I still follow them in the Big Ten, but it's not the same to me. But I'm looking forward to seeing Debanza and Peterson and these guys that the Wizards might scoop up.
Sure. Totally.
Yes, who
I love
new
the
tour might
tournament.
be.
But I don't really care about any of these teams. Like, it doesn't matter to me if Michigan wins or Arizona wins or
All right, this will
Florida wins.
You can mock me because I'm not up to date. Do they still have Barkley and Kenny Smith doing their whole thing? Like they just swoop in for college all of a sudden, sort of. Who's the guy that ESPN has had lately that I don't recognize? He's one of their college basketball experts that was pontificating after the brackets came out. Do you guys
the
remember?
bald guy?
He was on the right-hand side. If you're looking at the screen.
I don't remember, but I've seen
I just don't recognize
there's
the
a guy now that talks a lot of college sports. I think his last name's Pace.
That could be.
You sure it's not our pal Seth Greenberg from way back in the day?
I know Seth. Come on. It's a newer-ish guy that I just was like, I just wish I knew him. It bothered me.
Oh, you can look him up.
Is he bald?
I don't think he was bald.
You don't seem to have a very good recollection of this person.
I'm telling you, he was seated.
Can we hire a sketch artist?
I'm telling you, he was seated as you're facing your television, the right-hand side, and he was pontificating about the brackets after they were
usually a sketch artist needs some intel to go on to do the sketch.
You look like a coach, like an ex-coach. You just couldn't place him.
Right.
I don't know. That was my best guess.
Trav said I was thinking of Josh Pate, and he's a college football guy.
Yeah, no.
I assume he's a college sports guy, but I can't get inside your head to know who you were thinking of.
Well, I thought maybe we were watching some of the same stuff, but I guess not. It was on ESPN.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right, we'll figure it out. Coming up later in the show at 9:45, we're going to give you a chance to win tickets to see Dave Matthews Band when they come to Jiffy Lube live this summer. Keep listening for your chance. It's coming up at 9:45 this morning.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Get more out of every mile when you share the ride to work. With carpooling, you'll have time to relax, save money, and pick up new friends. Commuter Connections can help you find carpool partners who live and work near you, even if you're commuting just a few days a week. It's a free service. Carpooling. Every dollar saved, every friend made. Register for free carpool partner ride matching at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. That's commuterconnections.org.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code DC1 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code DC1 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
Hey guys, it's Grant and Danny for Window Nation. Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installation takes just one day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty.
There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley breaking down the brackets all day for the B. Mitch and Finley Bracket Invitational. If you know, you know. But we're talking NFL. Cynthia Freeland from NFL Network and Phil Perry will join us from Boston to talk Calebon, Chason, and what New England might be thinking about an A.J. Brown trade.
Brian Mitchell and J.P. Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Baseball is back. Opening night is one exclusive game, and it's live on Netflix. On Wednesday, March 25th, the New York Yankees, led by seven-time All-Star Aaron Judge, head to the Bay Area to face Rafael Devers and the San Francisco Giants. A brand new way to watch Major League Baseball, and it all starts here. MLB opening night, Yankees vs. Giants, live on Netflix, Wednesday, March 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to know. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry. Offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick.
A good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Coming up at 9:45, we'll give you a chance to win tickets to see Dave Matthews Band June 13th at Jiffy Lube Live. But right now it's time for EB's entertainment page.
That's right, Ricky.
It's going to entertain you.
Of course, the entertainment page is driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She'll take care of you. You should check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, BMWFairfax.com. All right, boys. I don't know what's going on with Joe Burrow, but he must be single now because he's been seen out and about. Allegedly, he was in a relationship with model Olivia Ponton. But it looks like after he was photographed, remember, what was he in Vegas? Where he was playing cards and you see it next to Jessica Alba, and I think it was platonic. I think it was just like they were there for an event.
Yeah, she's got another boyfriend.
But he was recently out and about. Now, I know the one girl. I know Alex Earl, right? Because she's super famous and my daughters follow her. I know
that's the one that Tom Brady was linked to?
Tom Brady was linked to him for a minute, and she used to date that receiver that used to be with the Dolphins.
Braxton Berrios?
Braxton Berrios. That was kind of a public relationship.
Yeah.
These other two, Tate McRae, is she a country singer or something? Or
She's like a pop singer.
She's a pop singer, okay.
Canadian, I believe.
I couldn't pick her out of a lineup, but I know she's famous. And then I don't know who Stassi Karanikolau is.
Well, I know they're all smoke shows.
Yeah,
I saw a picture.
They're all They're all hot, right? They have to be. So Joe Burrow was at an Oscars party, and they say he left with all three of them.
What was okay?
I'm
So
gonna
the
hang out with
X
these
is-
two smoking hotties.
The X is Ponton.
Yes, Olivia.
I think I'm familiar with the
Ponton.
name because Kelsey's done those influencer gigs at the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
And I
She's done
remember,
something with
like she's done it two or three times. She didn't do it this year.
That's a baller move for him to leave with 3 cylinders.
But I remember asking, I was like, well, who are the other influencers there? Like some of our food influencers.
Yeah.
And that was the name Ponton. I was like, well, what is she? And she's like, oh, she's famous, blah, blah, blah. Like, never
Right.
heard of her. What is Olivia Ponton famous for?
I couldn't tell you.
And my son.
Now,
is-
Stasi, I feel like I've seen that name, like she's maybe associated with the Kardashians, maybe like a friend of the Kardashians. Or
It's possible. Drabby or Budleys would have to help me out with that.
I guess Ponton came to fame like SI swimsuit issues where she kind of got her start.
Okay.
And she's the one that reported the robbery at Burrow's home when those dummies went in and
'Cause she
stole
was
like his
there.
memorabilia.
Because she was there.
I guess she was first on the scene.
Okay, gotcha. My son is actually working with a bunch of influencers. I want to mention them, but until they're all like these on the brink of something coming out, soon I'll mention to you guys. You guys get a kick out of some of it. But yeah, Joe Burrow, I guess, running around doing his thing.
He's single. Why not?
Did you see? I know I read this somewhere where somebody was kind of killing Tom Brady's like game with women.
Okay.
Did you see that? It was
No.
like a viral story.
Nope.
That
Well, I mean,
Tom
Cakes
Brady-
made fun of him for
like,
the cat picture.
that he's kind of awkward
his-
with women.
Yeah. Well, maybe he is. He was married for 20 years, or I don't know how many years.
You just assume because he's a good-looking guy and he's famous that he would be.
But I've seen people like who've
Smooth.
been divorced or they're married for a long time. They don't know how to date because they've been married forever.
They've been out of that pool for
I mean,
a while.
imagine if all of a sudden you had a date.
Yeah, no, it'd be a disaster. I couldn't imagine approaching a person.
Now, when you're Tom Brady, people approach you.
Yeah, 'cause you're famous.
So then you got to kind of ferret it out.
Yeah, no, I couldn't imagine. Megan Fox, I guess, is putting it out there, Cakes. She got those milkers out there, Valdez. Woo, Nelly. Megan Fox
Keith
is
Jackson.
gone on record.
You used to do Keith Jackson.
No, I mean,
You used to remember we used to do the bit.
No, I didn't.
Might have to bring it back.
World's
No, but
worst
we used to
Keith
do
Jackson.
we used to do a game. It was
Yeah.
basically like Junkie Shootout called
Right.
Junkies Football.
Yeah.
And Cakes used to do Keith Jackson and Howard Cosell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Might have to bring it back next game show
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Might
Well,
need
that's
a few
tomorrow.
might need a few beers to me first before I do it.
I think we quit
Keith
playing
Jackson.
it because I used to have to write like 50 questions.
Right.
Because you'd march down the field.
Sure.
I'll try and remember how to play it.
But Megan Fox is, I guess, announced on her Instagram. I mean, this seems strange to me, but this is what she's doing. She says, I go both ways.
Oh, okay.
And they're just hot pictures of her.
Yeah.
And she's like biting her finger. And I know what Valdez is thinking.
But does it look like she's had reconstructive surgery? Because in that one picture last week,
of course,
all of a sudden she had this monster butt.
I don't know. I didn't see her butt. But of course, I'm sure she's had 9,000 procedures. Of course. I mean, how old is Megan Fox at this
She's in
point?
her 40s, right?
No, I think she's almost 40.
Okay.
There were pictures. I'm surprised you didn't throw this in here. I don't know how it showed up on my feed.
Don't know how. It just showed up.
Well, I mean, it does. Believe me, I haven't thought of Eva Longoria since what was this name of the show? Desperate Housewives? Was that the name of the show? Eva Longoria?
Yeah.
Did you see the viral photos of her at the beach? Yes.
I saw. She's got a smoking body.
She's
Still got it.
52 years old.
I know.
Still looks like a teenager. Literally looks like a teenager.
It was very impressive.
Right?
And I think she got
I stopped
overweight.
on that picture for a moment.
I saw the same one because I think
Yeah, see?
I think my wife and I watched it. I can't remember what the name of the show was, but she was on some show afterwards, like 5 years ago.
I don't know. I think
and
it was
she
on my
gained a
Twitter
little
feed or
weight.
something. I don't
But
know. Gain
here
weight.
she looked
Everybody
amazing.
should gain that weight. Whatever weight she gained.
No. She's gotten thinner again. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, I don't know. She looked like the perfect weight to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Healthy, didn't look like bony. I think, was that on our Twitter feed probably where we all saw it? I think.
I don't know what it was on. It was on my phone. That's all I know. A few times.
So anyway, yeah, I don't know what Eva Longoria's even deal is. I think she has a child. I don't know. Is she married? Like, I don't know what
Well,
she's
she
doing.
was. She was married for a long time
She's
to Tony
throwing
Parker.
her ass out there, like 52-year-old grown-ass woman. I mean, but looks good. What are you going to do? Taylor Swift pushes vinyl sales. Past $1 billion after over 40 years. Okay, so it's not just her alone.
No.
Vinyl sales collectively.
It's the most that they've ever been since 1983, and it was buoyed by the release of her Life of a Showgirl.
Okay. Moved a lot of product.
Yes.
Somebody, I saw again this feed. It was out of a viral thing that was going, whatever, crazy on Twitter, and it was like 25 things. And I saw one guy said he only did 6 of them, and it was like, you can relate to this if you've done these.
Okay.
All of us had done them all. If you'd rented a movie from Blockbuster, if you'd used a rotary phone,
Right.
if you had replaced your AM/FM radio with like a CD thing, or if you've even used a CD player. I mean, it was like the most innocuous.
It's like
90s
you may have
list.
grown up in the 80s if you've done blank.
It says how many of these things could you
Right.
identify?
Right.
And literally, you, me, and JP for sure have
Right.
done all 20 of them. Like you've
we're-
used a paper map.
We're Renaissance men.
Have you ever used a paper map, Drabby? Are you? I have no idea.
No.
Yeah, hold on, like when you would have in your glove
Like a
box.
Rand McNally or something.
Yeah.
Not in 25 years.
Of course not. But in your lifetime, you have.
Yeah.
Like in other words, you've said that to a kid, they would think you're an idiot.
They would have,
No idea.
Of course.
Right. Anyway, vinyl's cool. OER gave me a vinyl album. They gave probably all of us, and we had them sign it or whatever, and I have it framed. I think it's the coolest thing. And I know people buy vinyl, but I don't have like some hi-fi system where I play vinyl.
No, you have like a really good record player, a phonograph.
Yeah, no, I don't. And I feel like high-end audio is gone the way of the dodo bird.
Pretty much, yeah.
We've all just abandoned. We don't even own our music. You know that all we have now is just Spotify. And when Spotify goes away, the majority of us, we have no music.
I think I still have an iTunes gift card that I never use. What am I going to do with it?
I don't know.
What am I going to do with that? It's worthless, right?
Dude, did you see there was an interview with Michael B. Jordan on the red carpet prior to the Oscars? I didn't watch any of the red carpet stuff, but this was going viral. There was a woman there that apparently went to high school with him. She was obnoxious, and she was, I say obnoxious, but she was just like a loud interviewer, like for Entertainment Tonight type of probably a website or something.
yeah.
I have no idea. She's all loud and out there with big glasses and everything. She's interviewing Michael B. Jordan, and apparently she kind of prefaces by saying, "Oh, here's Michael B. Jordan. We went to high school together.
Okay, right.
At so-and-so high school." And he goes, "Yeah, you're the one that called me nerd boy." Or whatever.
But he broke that out.
Oh yeah, he broke that out, and she was like in denial.
She's been harboring that for a long time.
Yeah. You were the one making fun of me because apparently she was in the cool kids. He was like probably nerdy, like artsy kid.
He was
Thespian.
He was a child actor.
Drama club.
Is that true?
Yeah. I mean, actually, if you go to his Wikipedia, I mean, I've seen him talk about it, but he was in a Modell sporting goods commercial.
He had to go to Moe's.
So I just thought that was kind of great. That was like, he's probably been waiting for that for a long time.
Oh, yeah. He got his comeuppance finally.
The girl that made fun of him, called him nerd boy.
Yeah.
Hey, they always say the drama kids always get the last laugh.
That
At least some of them.
Yeah, some do. Some certainly do.
Would you say on the whole, a drama kid's resume, a drama kid's body count at the end of the day would be higher than the average person's body count, like when they're dead? When they're in the coffin?
I don't know.
Probably the same.
I have no idea.
Because, it's kind of like the theory that like male cheerleaders, like you goof on the male cheerleader.
You're so obsessed with male cheerleaders. I've been obsessed with male cheerleaders since we were in college.
I do have an obsession.
I mean, I can remember sitting as a freshman at a University of Maryland basketball game and EB just talking about, man, male cheerleader, look what he gets to do. He's obsessed.
Listen. It would have never occurred to me to be a male cheerleader. It goes against everything, every fiber of my being. But those guys, I think at the end of the day, we're getting the last laugh.
Remember, we used to have a Junkies listener who was a male cheerleader, and
I know that guy.
I can't remember
the
his name.
Ravens or whatever. Yeah, I know that. I know who you're talking about. He somehow was affiliated with the Ravens, or he dated a Ravens girl, or something.
Yeah.
He had some affiliation.
I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about, but I'm thinking about a different guy.
No, I could sit there and I watch these guys, and whatever. They're like over muscled like dorks, but they got They got the girls up there like
yes,
this.
we know.
Every TV
Sitting
time
on their hand.
and then they're throwing them and catching them.
But they might
I think
just
they were
be
getting the last laugh.
Maybe.
I think they were
Probably.
getting the last laugh.
Possibly they were.
unless they're just friend zoned.
Probably a lot of them are friend zone, I would guess.
I'm going to guess over
But
4
they
years,
parlay
they're
it
getting the
not
last
with,
laugh.
not probably with the cheerleaders, but
Other
women up in the crowd.
No, but
No, I think they get their share of cheerleaders just by proximity.
no. In high school, you think that if you're the roided out jock or whatever, that plays to your advantage. But if you're seeing the same girls over and over, and the movie set is intoxicating, and you're running lines with them nonstop,
It's like being on Dancing with the Stars. You think JP wasn't nervous when his wife was on Dancing with the Stars or whatever for a month?
and they're cha-chaing backstage.
Yeah,
Wasn't she with some Russian dude?
Yeah, JP's wife did a local Dancing with the Stars
yes,
thing.
you could do so much better than your DJ husband,
How many
John
times
Paul.
did JP casually stop by practice?
exactly.
Just to make sure things were on the up and up. It's the same thing. The same exact
Jess,
thing.
if you're tired of being flamed nightly by John Paul, I can give you escape.
This is kind of crushing. I guess, because I feel like I've seen this guy before, so I guess it's been out there for a bit, but it's really becoming popular now, kind of going viral. I guess we kind of know who Banksy is now.
We do?
He's been kind of outed.
Okay,
and it's a
you
big
do.
disappointment.
Okay.
He's just a big fat guy.
Yeah.
It's just
Let
a
me
big
see.
fat
This is
white
Banksy.
guy.
Hey.
It's not like a cool
Hey, they're saying-
street artist. Or,
They're saying that the price of his artwork is
in the
is
toilet
plummeting
now, right?
because he's a big fat
he's a big
nubber.
ugly.
What is? Should I know like Banksy's
I
best
think I
work?
saw this guy at the 1-3 table at MGM.
I've
You
heard
just
the
know
name
he
of the
was
years.
just like this famous sort of anonymous.
Murals.
Yeah, like
He's a
they-
street artist.
It would pop up. His
Yeah.
art would pop up. But remember, he made the one art. The most famous one I remember is when then it self-immolated. Essentially, it's like
Yeah,
it
as soon as
sawed
it
itself off or
yeah,
whatever.
as soon as it sold at auction,
it triggered
it triggered something, and then it all got shredded.
like a shredder.
Right in front of the people who bought it.
So you might have paid $2 million for it.
$2
and all of a sudden
million.
just-
$2 million.
I have no
Yeah,
idea.
whatever you pay for it, and then
20
the
million.
shredder goes up. Now it's still famous because it's the Banksy shredded.
Sure.
But
Oh, the price of it skyrocketed.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
only shredded like half of it.
Yeah.
as
yeah,
a
but
bit.
still,
All right.
great
Yeah.
bit.
Great
His
bit.
10, this is somebody's list, but 10 of his most famous works. Girl with Balloon,
Yeah.
Yes, very famous.
That's very famous.
Flower Thrower,
Yes.
Kissing Coppers.
I'm just out on art.
I'm sure it's
Love
famous.
is in
It's
the
not lost on
bin.
me.
Watch. You're a big documentary guy. Watch Exit Through the Gift Shop.
Is that about Banksy?
It's all about Banksy.
I'm all in. Tell
Hey,
me where to get it. I'll watch it today over
I
a
think it won
tournament.
an Oscar.
I'll
Yeah.
watch it over a basketball game.
Hey, I will say the internet's saying that Banksy looks like Mike Leach.
He kind of does.
He runs a silly offense out on the
Kinda
West
does.
Coast.
They cloned Mike Leach, and he came back as Banksy.
Can you watch the Burt Kreischer
That's
show
so
yet?
funny.
I'm telling you. I think it was called Free
I
Burt.
like Bert.
It's a good show. It's only 6 episodes, but funny.
Hey, why is everybody in this room and that room
Sleeping.
on DTF St. Louis with Jason Bateman?
Because I don't have HBO Max anymore.
sleeping. Asleep.
I need to cancel.
I don't have
HBO.
access.
I need to
No,
cancel some
I
of my
watched
stuff.
2 minutes of it and I left the room.
Really? You were just bored?
Isn't it a
Off-
black
No,
comedy?
It was Jason Bateman laying on the bed, having a device
Yeah.
put into his body.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sure I don't know about.
I'm not into that. So
Are you sure?
I mean, it's a good crime drama.
Cakes, I'm sure I don't know about the Amazon.
It's a good whodunit.
Are you
You
talking
guys are
about?
all snoozing.
I know a certain. Are you talking about the same type of Amazon that I'm thinking about?
I'm not talking about Prime. I'm talking about something else.
Yeah, me too.
I bet you know about it.
I know about it.
I'm not tracking.
If you know, you know.
You know. Kind of like the Washington Post or whatever. What was that? Was that an ad for the Post? If you know, you know. I don't know.
I don't know. I clearly don't know.
And then last but not least, there is Katy Perry news. Apparently, she's still dating that Trudeau donk, and she wants to get back at Orlando Bloom and have another child because that was always her plan, her
Right.
desire to have another
I'm
child
sure
with
Orlando Bloom cares.
You think he cares?
I mean,
Yeah.
he's rowing his canoe with his junk. I'm sure he cares about leaving Katy Perry and her having another kid.
All right, guys. Did you know that Red Wing has just launched work apparel that you can wear all day, gets the job done? Yes, Red Wing, the legacy footwear brand for purpose-built boots, is expanding beyond shoes for the first time. The new apparel includes hoodies, long-sleeve shirts, and pocket graphic T-shirts. We're getting some. These new apparel pieces aren't just about increasing options, but were inspired by the quality that Red Wing has become known for. It's not just a T-shirt, it's apparel. The Red Wing way. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection. Red Wing, work apparel done right.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. In the first four, this gambler is hoping to make dollars in Dayton. Texas, featuring 7-foot Lithuanian Matas Vokietaitis, is number 28 nationally in offensive efficiency over the last 30 days. Against NC State team lacking size and D, Sean Miller's men have the advantage. Give me Holcomb minus 1.5 at plus 105. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
DC Hoops fans, join Bud Light for the finals of their official Mini Hoops Mania competition at Grand Central in Adams Morgan on Thursday, March 19th, and Sports and Social on U Street Friday, March 20th. One lucky winner from DC will be heading to Vegas for the final days of the tournament to compete for a chance to win $10K cash. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus. Begins on 1/6/26 and ends on 3/20/26. Multiple entry periods. Visit BudLight.com/MiniHoopsMania rules for official rules. Message and data rates apply. Void where prohibited.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
To
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night, starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to win 2 tickets to see Dave Matthews Band Sunday, June 13th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. 10th caller at 800-636-1067. You will win.
So at least the last few rounds, I've been very into the World Baseball Classic. Like the last 2 nights have pummeled my sleep. Staying up watching basically every out. Now, when the Americans won 2 nights ago, I'll admit I fell asleep in the 9th inning. But that was a lot of baseball viewing. And then I watched a lot of the Italy-Venezuela game yesterday. And then I'm starting to kind of hone in on the Nationals a little bit because we're a couple weeks away from the regular season.
Yep.
And I noticed James Wood hit his first home run yesterday. And then I started looking at some of the stats. You know who's tearing it up for the Nats?
I don't.
And it's a good sign.
Brady House.
Brady House
killing it.
He's got 3 home runs in spring. 13 hits and 29 at-bats. So he's hitting 448. But, you know, we keep waiting for who's the next prospect who's going to hit. And we're hoping, and I don't mean hit 300. I mean, it's going to be a star. Right. And we keep hoping it's going to be Dylan Cruz. And when we had Chelsea James on
Dylan Cruz
the other day, you talked about Dylan Cruz. You got to go way down the list to see how he's doing in spring training. But Brady House so far having a really good spring.
Brady House, if I remember correctly, reading in the offseason, made a big point of getting stronger because he had a fine year, but the power numbers weren't there.
He's only 22.
Yeah. I've always thought I've always had kind of high expectations for him and Cade Cavalli. And both of them so far, they seem to be paying off. Like, whatever. But I think that expectations are pretty solid for both those guys.
Washington Nationals coverage on The Fan is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
It's spring training. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, but Dylan Cruz has stepped to the plate 28 times. How many hits he's got, Cakes?
2.
3.
It's not very good.
I root for everyone, but I also want to be right, and I think I was the first one on the question that what's going on with Dylan Cruz. Like literally, maybe 2 games in.
2 games in, you had questions.
I'm telling you, I was the first. I was like, wait a second, where is it?
Maybe he's saving all of the kidding for the regular season. He doesn't want to waste it down in West Palm.
I don't think he really lit the minors up. Either. Just one of those things. It's weird. It's a bizarre thing. Everyone says he's got the moxie. He's different. He's different than Carter Keyboon, right? Carter was a little more delicate flower kind of guy.
I know it's that there's a more sophisticated way to look at it, but my thing with Dylan Cruz was and look, he might ultimately become a star. Was
I'll bet all the house
when
against
people
it.
projected what Dylan Cruz was going to be,
Mm-hmm.
it was a pretty good player, a well-rounded player, but it wasn't like a guy that was going to hit 50 home runs or 40 home runs. You know what I mean? It was like, yeah, maybe he'll hit 25 home runs and hit 280, which would be great.
It'd be, like
It'd be great, but it wasn't
a gamer. This is an old reference, like a Fred Lynn. Like
not even that good. But yes, Franklin. But I'm watching the World Baseball
Grab an
Classic,
older baseball
and
reference.
I know he played for the Red Sox last year, and Jason's hyped him up to a little bit. But they talk about Roman Anthony way greater and different than they talk about Dylan Cruz.
Mm-hmm. Look, it is what it is.
But maybe they have. I wouldn't say a diamond in the rough because Brady House has been one of their top prospects, but maybe that's the guy that's going to hit.
Yeah, I feel like people weren't as high on Brady when he was called, and he's kind of produced like average wise the whole time. Just the power numbers weren't there. I think people were expecting more power wise, but
But again, he's still only 22 years old.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think there could be a more exciting team that wins maybe 70 games.
Hey, Chelsea sold me on they're going to win more games based on their approach.
She said 10 more, basically. I don't know.
What's their record going to be when they come home for their opener against the Dodgers? They open with 3 at Chicago and 3 at Philly before they open at Nats Park. 2-4?
2-4.
I don't know. Those are early games, so anything could happen. It's going to be Cavalli's going to be the first guy, right? And then I remember you asked Chelsea. I'm not sure who's going. Is Josiah Gray going to be one of the top 4 guys?
Should be Jake Irvin.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just noticed that James Wood hit a home run, and they went with Roman Anthony, who hit a home run to help them win the game to push them to the final. But you do have a couple guys who should turn into stars.
So I saw there was a story viral, and I saw that Drabby or Valdez, one of them, put him on the outline to talk about. I don't know if you guys saw the clip where Booker Corrigan was calling the lacrosse game. I can't remember who it was. Mm-hmm. It was definitely a Division I game.
No, it was UNC versus Penn State.
Yeah.
Massive
and I watched
team.
It. Yeah. And Booker in the middle of
lacrosse?
It. Yes.
And who's Booker Corrigan?
So here's the deal. It's kind of an iconic lacrosse family. The father is like in the Lacrosse Hall of Fame, or the grandfather. The father, Gene Corrigan, he coached at UVA. His brother Kevin was the coach at Notre Dame. Booker's the guy that's been involved with like Under Armour and calling games. So it's a small community. It's a small world, the lacrosse world. And it's just, I guess it was really throwing people and really weird that he's calling the game, and then they had a crease violation, potentially, and he had to kind of interrupt the broadcast in the middle of it to say, hey, I'm actually the official here.
I don't see his foot go inside the crease, and that's the best view we have.
Yeah.
He was not pushed. Hold on, folks and listeners, I appreciate you bearing with us because we are the review booth. There's nothing in the replay to indicate the Carolina player stepped in the crease. It was number 7. And
it's just unfortunate because it's a bad look for lacrosse.
So he's the announcer and the review booth.
He's the announcer, but he comes from a legendary family, and he's a big promoter of lacrosse. I don't know why.
But now people are questioning the integrity.
Well, you're blurring the line.
They say you got to wear a lot of hats in media.
Yeah. So it's a bad look, but I'm not surprised because it's a small world. The lacrosse world is a small relative. You know what I mean? It's a small world.
Yeah. I mean, I have very limited exposure, but my nephew plays for Villanova, and I drove when they played Delaware. I drove, and you've talked about tailgates for years. Mm-hmm. And I went to I'm used to football tailgates. I knew it wasn't going to be like that, but the tailgate was, a couple tents.
Mm. Well, they might not be a lot of tents, but we had great tailgates.
I'm not saying it was a fine tailgate.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the amount of people.
Well, yeah, you don't have 40,000 people there. You might have 1,000.
It was like 50 people tailgating.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they have family. You have the families.
Correct.
Tailgating. Right?
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Is it wrong to tailgate before a high school boys state championship game? Because I'm going to that today as Magruder tries to win the state title today.
Yeah, good luck to
UMBC.
Coach. Who are they facing? Coach Harwood.
They're taking on South River from Anne Arundel County.
Ooh, that's where my brother works. My brother's a guidance counselor.
So good luck to the Colonels and to Coach Harwood.
We're going to have a Bickle rivalry there because I got to root for Coach Harwood.
Yeah.
You got to root for your brother.
No.
You're going to root for...
I know Coach from the club.
He's a good
dude. See him all the time. He's a great guy.
Good people.
I feel like you should root for your brother more than
he's not
Coach
coaching.
Harwood.
He just works there.
Yeah, he just works there. Doesn't have a connection.
I don't really have an affinity for South River.
Yeah.
This is my brother's school. It's not my school.
Who cares?
Yeah, I don't care. I'm rooting for Coach.
You didn't go there.
No, I'm rooting for Coach.
Yeah. Go for his third state title. Pretty good.
It's a big deal.
Pretty impressive.
No, I think the guys I used to play basketball with, my boys played for him 20 years ago.
It's been there a long time.
He's a
All right, we have
legend.
to get out of here.
Hoops.
We are done for the day. We'll see you again tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley, they're coming up next here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It's been an incredible couple of weeks of baseball, but we may have finally found the lone problem with the WBC, the timing. Mason Miller may not be available for the U.S. tonight in the final against Venezuela because, well, it's March, and the Padres don't want their closer blowing out his arm. Given that Venezuela's been a comeback machine, the U.S. not having full capabilities out of the bullpen is something to keep an eye on as the Americans try to win the World Baseball Classic. I'm Chris Mack.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Hey, do you know about Virginia Lottery Rewards? It's the greatest thing ever! I earn points for playing the lottery like I always do. Play any lottery game and you earn points. Look, why just listen to me yap about it? Log in or sign up today at valottery.com/rewards and start earning rewards just like that. Honestly, how did I ever play without it? Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly. 888-532-3500. The Virginia Lottery.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
This is it. Buy one, get one 40% off and enjoy 0% financing for a year at thewindowman.com. Ends March 31st. Summer's on the way. Add curb appeal, energy efficiency, and comfort to your home before it's 90 degrees with superior Ultrex windows from thewindowman.com. Ultrex windows, Monterey Storm windows, and Provia doors all buy one, get one. 40% off and get 0% financing for 1 full year. Schedule your no-pressure consultation at thewindowman.com or visit their Fairfax showroom. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales / already quoted projects excluded. See consultant for details.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code DC1 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code DC1 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Find your favorite brands at Whole Foods Market. Save 30% on all Siete items with Prime through March 24th. From savory tortilla chips to bold seasonings, get everything you need for a Mexican-inspired meal. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Love college basketball? Gear up for another exciting season of college ball with a special offer from BetMGM. Sign in to your BetMGM account and enjoy a college basketball odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any college basketball bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. It's that simple. 3 quick steps and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next bet hits. Log in and enjoy our Odds Boost token to help you create another memorable season of college ball. Get off the bench, join the huddle, and head for the net with BetMGM all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. D.C., Maryland, and Virginia only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. For help in Maryland, can also visit mdgamblinghelp.org in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. In the first 4, this gambler is hoping to make dollars in Dayton. Texas, featuring 7-foot Lithuanian Matas Vokietaitis, is number 28 nationally in offensive efficiency over the last 30 days. Against NC State team lacking size and D, Sean Miller's men have the advantage. Give me Hoka minus 1.5 at plus 105. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
WJFK FM and HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD2 Morningside. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey Sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
Start with the NBA. Wizards beaten by a former Wizard last night. Wizards, Golden State in D.C. Kristaps Porzingis back in town. He had 30, helping Golden State beat Washington 125-117. Trae Young had 21 points in 21 minutes, but he left the game in the third quarter with a quad injury. Wiz have dropped 12 in a row. They'll play again tonight hosting Detroit. 7 p.m. tip-off here on The Fan. Hockey Caps are back in action tomorrow, home against Ottawa, 7:30 on The Fan. Caps losing ground on an off night last night. Bruins get a tie. Red Wings won, so Caps are now 7 points out of a playoff spot. With 14 games to go, they have a 6.6% chance now to make the postseason, according to MoneyPuck.com. College hoops, March Madness begins tonight. Howard and UMBC tip off the NCAA tourney. First 4 gets underway for them 6:40 p.m. this evening. That'll be on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Mention Finley. 106.7 The Fan.
So I be sublime. It's enjoyable to know you in the concubines. Take off your coats, ladies act like gems. Sit down, Indian styles, you recite these hymns. See, lyrically I'm Mario Andretti on the Momo. Ludicrously speedy or infectious with the slow-mo. Heard me in the 80s, JB's on the promo. Am I never in the quest to get the paper on the caper? But now,
let me take you to the Queen side.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia.
points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley. He's an NFL legend. I am a big-eared blogger. Good morning, Brian.
What's up, man?
Can we address the elephant in the room? Joey, put us and the aquarium on television.
What's the elephant in the room?
Zero St. Patrick's Day spirit from everybody.
Yo, man.
From everybody. B's wearing all brown.
Damn straight. I don't wear no damn green
pants on.
That is not a green hat.
That hat is green.
Enough.
It's green.
It looks khaki. Tan.
Man, you got on some green. That don't even match your damn outfit.
I'm not trying to match an outfit. I'm wearing green.
Okay, I'm going to do like I used to do when I was playing in the league.
Jeff has zero green on.
This is how I did when I played in the league.
I'm not Irish.
When you said
Today, everybody's Irish.
You wanted to
Jeff,
show...
you go to a bar and there's a bunch of good-looking women drinking beer. I bet you're Irish then.
If I don't have no green beer, I ain't care about it. Got my green on.
B. Mitch now has a $20 bill poking out of his chest. At least he's into it. Stallion, I'm most disappointed in you.
You know what, dude?
Stallion's a Notre Dame fan, an Irish Catholic guy, zero green.
Actually,
Jeff
Jay,
now has a single
I got
dollar
up this
bill
morning. I thought
That's
about
my
it.
green.
I thought about it last night, and then when I got up early because I had to get in here so I could do a podcast, and I was on the treadmill. Peloton at 6. And I had to get here early, so
Why'd you have to get here early?
Because I had to do a damn podcast.
Oh.
So I wasn't worried about no colors.
Dog, Clary, I'm disappointed in you, period.
I know, no, I actually did intend on wearing green today.
You're wearing pink.
I totally forgot.
He don't know if he wear pink and blue. He don't know if he a male or female.
If I may, yesterday... So we're supposed to have a meeting at 2 o'clock with CK.
And he was pissed.
He was pissed. He's like, man, it's St. Patrick's Day. So yesterday you remembered that today was St. Patrick's Day, and you were worried because you might not get to the bar till 2:30 instead of 2 o'clock. And somehow today you're wearing pink and not green.
But I know.
If my daughters were here, they'd be pinching all
I
over.
think since...
green shoes?
I would think the last time I really did something St. Patrick's Day was college.
Yeah, it's not everybody in college.
It's not a day that I really, and it was probably only 1 year of the college. It's not a day I really I can't wait to. Dude, I was having fun on Sunday and Saturday.
Did you see Boozy Badass threw a big-ass St. Patrick's Day party in Baton Rouge? I saw it because he brought Lane Kiffin up on stage.
Hey, man. Cool, but we didn't do all that. We had, Louisiana, we had a day every day.
I mean, you had Lanyap, for goodness sakes. A day no one else has ever heard of.
Hey, man, it's the real stuff, though.
St. Patrick's Day in my house is a big deal. And my girls, listen, if there's any parents in the car with children in the car, change the station, okay? We're going to have the dads are going to talk here.
They should be at school.
Yeah, they should be at school.
They're not at school. That's your damn fault.
Assuming they don't let them out of school early for rain. But I digress. When I was a kid, St. Patrick's Day was a big deal in my house. My family's Irish. Like, it was always a big deal. And my family was in the bar business. So St. Patrick's Day was like let's drag this thing out as long as possible. We'll make the weekend before, the weekend after. Always a big deal, right? But when I was a kid, you'd wear green. And my mom always did this. She would give me like a special, like on Valentine's Day, I got like a heart cupcake. On St. Patrick's Day, I got like a green clover cupcake, right? So that always made it special. What we're doing now for these children is bananas. Last night was like Christmas Eve at my house. I was like putting together presents. It was 10 p.m. Lauren throws like 8 balloons at me that I have to blow up. I'm like, what? I hate blowing up balloons. It makes like my mouth hurt. I hate it. Let me be clear.
Get you a pump.
I need a balloon pump.
Yeah,
if that's something that is sold,
easy.
I would like one for Christmas.
Yeah, it's a little pump. Just take it.
The girls
you get electric
build
ones too.
leprechaun traps. Are you familiar with these?
No.
We had multiple leprechaun traps set up in our home. And then at one point, Lauren decided they were sufficiently asleep. So then we had to like pretend to be the leprechaun and go through the trap that the leprechaun doesn't get caught. We leave all this gold coin chocolate about. Brian, last night we had Lauren Ricketts on with us yesterday. And she explained that the temperatures were going to drop overnight, correct? We had to leave a window open, and the screen, the very nice screens that Paul Henry has installed in my home, that had to be cracked open for the hypothetical leprechaun getaway.
See, this is the...
it was freezing.
You know what the problem is? You all are being outsmarted by the kids. Okay? if it's hypothetical, the leprechaun hypothetically has a magic power that he could get through the damn screen in the window. Just like Santa Claus, he gets to the fireplace that could be on fire. So you got to throw the hypotheticals out there.
Dog, and then this morning, so Lauren prepared me before I went to sleep last night that the girls really wanted to prank me. And I'm like, this sounds terrific. This morning, call it 5:45 a.m., Ainsley's in the room. I'm like, great. What is happening now? She covers my face in stickers, but I'm supposed to just pretend to sleep through it. There's literally, I bet there were 15 four-leaf clover stickers on my head. And Lauren's like, just pretend to be asleep. I'm like, are you kidding me? None of this occurred when I was a child. And I want my kids to have fun, and I'll show you pictures. I mean, you can see.
I know how you can stop it. Just let them get in there and put them on mama face one time. Then the stickers will stop, I promise you.
Like, you can see how into it they are.
Yeah,
and it's fun and cute. And, like, I'm happy to do it. I don't know when all of this started happening. And I suppose it's great. Like, it's one morning, whatever. We're all going to survive. But I don't know. You guys clearly don't share the same St. Patty's Day passion that is going on at the Finley house.
Nah.
Jeff probably didn't know it was today, I'm guessing. Was it on your radar at all?
Not at all. And the only reason I ever knew about St. Patrick's Day is because elementary school, we had
It's some candy, right?
Yep, we had to color the clover. We got the Remember the cookies? They used to have the green.
Yeah, sure.
That's the only reason. The only.
So have you never been like out drinking for St. Patty's Day, Jeff? That's a hole in your resume, dog.
The only time it was different was college.
Yeah.
I was Irish for a day.
Yeah.
And Cinco de Mayo, I was Latin for that day. So
Yeah. Dude.
only those times.
Like college age, so call it 18, honestly to like 30, at least to like your late 20s. Any of these days are just an excuse to go out and get wrecked.
Yes.
Like that has my full support. Even at 44, I still try to throw down. But
one day we did do our own St. Patrick's Day
There you
party.
go.
In the dorm. Green jungle juice.
Oh boy.
The entire dorm was throwing up.
Like my lone piece of advice for the 22-year-old going out this afternoon, just avoid the green beer. It's just, you don't need it. Just drink a Guinness, drink a regular Bud Light, whatever you're into. Like all it is food coloring in the beer.
Yeah.
Do you know what I had to do this morning? Lauren made green ice cubes that I then had to put into the girls' water. And you know what that you see? Can you still see the green on my hands? As soon as it starts melting, you get like the food coloring on your hands. It's impossible to wash off. I washed my hands like immediately. I then washed them again. I later took a shower. I'm a big fan of St. Patrick and all that he's accomplished. My middle name is Patrick. I think we might be going overboard. Ooh, me.
Me in your house?
Yes.
And look, he came here dressed green, had all the green stuff. He said, we going overboard.
I got a green vest.
We ain't overboard. Only you and Brian got something green on.
I don't even know that. I guess it's green.
It's
He
green.
claims he
My
has
pants are
green
very
pants.
green, too.
Let me see your pants, White Brian. Olive.
It's green.
Stallion,
Green?
are you disappointed in yourself?
I am, but now here's a little cop out here. I do have some green trim on my shoes, and they're nice. That is green. That's green.
Boy, stop, please.
It's green.
This is green.
Yeah. That's green.
Look,
These are money.
JP went all out. You know what, JP? You got people in your house that care about it. That's why you remember it. If those girls and and your wife wasn't there, you wouldn't have came here dressed in
It's
green.
like a family thing for us, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying they remind you.
I bought these for the Masters, but they work on St. Patrick's Day as well.
They reminded you. Ain't
It
gonna remind
reminds me of my dad. It's a cool day for me. But my dad, interestingly enough, so
thought your dad was Scottish.
So my grandparents, both of his parents were Northern Irish, right?
Okay.
Northern Irish Catholic. His big joke was we couldn't afford the boat to America, so we got the boat to Scotland. He said St. Patrick's Day growing up, you just went to church all day. And I was like, he's like, I don't know how it became everybody just goes and gets wasted, but this version's way more fun.
Because we basically, everything in the United States ends up drinking.
Right.
Everything.
Well, and commercialized, right? Selling T-shirts,
Yeah,
selling greeting
yeah,
cards,
yeah.
selling everything. We turn everything into a financial payday. But whatever. Happy St. Patrick's Day to all who celebrate, except Stallion. Stallion, at what point will you be at Four Courts in Arlington this afternoon?
I'm thinking like right around 3:30, 3:45.
Will you change your clothes and get something green on before you go?
Yeah, I think that's in the plans here. Get a Guinness in my hand by 3:52, roughly.
So I got a good challenge we should all do tonight because I did it last night. So when you get your Guinness, and the Guinness with if you had the draft cans, you know what I'm talking about? They have that ball in there so it like feels like it's an actual draft.
I've never drank a Guinness in my life.
Never had a Guinness?
Yeah, I like Guinness.
Nah.
I like Guinness.
I'm a Stella guy.
Guinness
but
is
listen,
shockingly
you
light.
look at Guinness, you think Guinness might be lighter than Stella. I know it has less calories than Stella, but Stella is a little harsher than a Guinness
dude.
is.
Guinness is
I never thought that. I
super
look at
light.
Guinness, I think, man, I ain't drinking no damn coffee.
Also, beer is seasonal for me. I only drink beer during football
Jeff,
season.
you don't really drink anymore.
If there's a day to drink a Guinness, it's today, Jeff. In fact,
don't worry, we'll get it done.
I will sponsor.
I'm a sponsor, a 6-pack.
White Brian running downstairs. What time's the liquor store open? 11? On St. Patty's Day, it might open at 8. I mean, I remember when I was bartending, there was like kegs and eggs. People would fall down drunk walking around Midtown DC at 9 a.m. But it's a good game that my boy Scott McBrien had us all do yesterday. So when you get the Guinness draft cans, you got to pour it in a glass, and then you set a mark, right? Like for instance, this bottle of water here, we would all try to drink it to the same line, and then whoever wins. But you can't look because it's your first sip. You just chug it to a certain mark. Maybe that's what we do at 1:45. I don't know if we're allowed to do that, but maybe that's what we do. There was sports last night, and there was a hell of a ball game. Where were they playing at? Houston? Is that where that game was?
Miami.
Okay. Venezuela, man. I mean, you and I were just talking about
it. Bro. Listen, I knew they had hitters. I did not know that they had a stable of pitchers like that down the stretch. Every time a guy, I'm watching the guy Bartolo, I think he was. I'm like, he finished up strong as hell, 101. The next inning, he was gone. I'm like, why is he gone? He still got some stuff. I see why. He's throwing 101 every pitch. Then he's gone.
I also think the adrenaline is running in these situations.
The last dude, I'm like, okay, his first pitch, 99. I'm like, damn. He went up to 101. I'm like, you got that coming at you consistently. It's hard to beat that.
Well, it was crazy, too, because I think people really discounted this Italy team. And I think this Italy team is just like Italian dudes from New York playing baseball. But regardless, the Italy team has had like significant energy and it's been fun. And it looked like Italy was going to win that thing for a lot of that game. I mean, was it 2-0 going into the 7th? 2-1?
It was 3-1. I think it was. Wasn't it 3-1?
2-1.
No,
It was
2-1. 2-1, and then they scored 3. They were down to two outs. And what's the dude? What's his name? Starts with A, last name.
Acuna.
Acuna comes up.
The Braves dude, right?
He hit, and then bang, bang. They had 4 hits in a row.
Yeah.
They were on point, dog.
And it was, look, man, we don't do politics. A lot has happened in Venezuela in the last year, 6 months, whatever that time frame has been. This has to be some real rallying cry. Like it has to matter a lot in Venezuela. And now it's tonight, right? Venezuela, USA. I assume 8 o'clock. I feel like all these games have been at 8 o'clock.
8 p.m. first pitch on Fox.
It's been fun to watch, dude. And I don't know that I've ever cared about the World Baseball Classic like I have this one. I don't know if it's been more entertaining or what, but it's been a blast to watch. I'm a little nervous. The kid pitching tonight is the kid that got knocked around by Italy last time. White Brian's guy, the Mets prospect. What's his name? Dylan McClain?
Nolan
McHit.
Nolan McClain. Okay.
Nolan McHit.
Venezuela's got hitters, man.
Yes, indeed.
I think, it's funny when you watch these games, you notice how a ton of the advertisements behind home plate are in Japanese. I think it's pretty damn clear the Japanese folks thought Shohei would be in this final. Because, it's literally, the ads are like Konami, Nintendo, and then stuff written in Japanese. I think they planned ahead thinking that Japan would be here. And hasn't Japan gone to the finals in like almost all of these. They've been the most dominant team in the World Baseball Classic.
I mean, they won the last one. Shohei Ohtani just kind of took the world by storm there. But,
Sure.
I mean, yeah, I think you nailed it. Like, they expected to
Wendy
be in
got the
finals.
memo.
Shout out to Wendy. Wendy, come in here and get on television with your St. Patrick's Day-ness. Not only is Wendy wearing green, she's got a lucky 4-leaf clover sweater on. Wendy may not know sports. Wendy knows St. Patrick's Day. And we appreciate you, Wendy. Wendy, you look at the rest of these bums. Nobody's wearing green except you and I.
Yep.
And Jeff has a dollar strapped to his head. I'm excited. I'm excited about World Baseball Classic tonight. B-Mitch, you'll laugh at this. What are you most excited about tonight, though? WBC?
Oh, no. TGL.
TGL, dude. So
that's what I'm watching.
Our buddy Brendan Porath does a ton of golf stuff. Shotgun Start podcast, Friday at Golf. He's on Golf Channel all the time. I texted Porath yesterday, 4:19 p.m. I said, you might laugh at this, but it's a serious request. Radio tomorrow to preview TGL.
Yes.
His reply, I did laugh, and yes, I can do tomorrow. Like,
hey, he's watching,
right?
So I mean, if you're a golf guy, you're watching, so you got you know what to do.
Tonight's playoffs. We got a doubleheader, right?
Let's go, baby.
I'm looking forward to it, dude. I really am. Also, in the spirit of St. Patrick's Day, B, I got to send you this thing. There is this golf group out of Northern Ireland called Galgorum. And I caught up, my buddy Tim Walsh is doing some work for them. Galgorum is building the first new championship links course in Northern Ireland in over 100 years. So Galgorum right now has this club. They've got a spa, hotel, all that, and they'll drive you to wherever you want to play. County Down, Portrush.
Mm-hmm.
They set everything up.
I like it.
Now, they have a NCAA bracket. You know my rule. I'm going to do the B. Mitch and Finley Invitational, and generally that's it. I'll get invited to 100 brackets. I'm going to try to do one. I might do this one. Now, it's a little high of a price tag. It's $200 to get in.
Mm-hmm.
You can win a 3-night stay at the resort for 2 people, including airfare, golf, spa treatments, and dinner every night. That's probably a $5-10 grand.
Yeah, somewhere in that range.
I don't know, man. When is Greenberg coming on with us? Tomorrow? All right.
Greenberg should have been on a day if you were really thinking about. I mean, let's be real.
Greenberg to celebrate St. Patrick's Day?
If you're really into your green and St. Patrick's Day, Greenberg should have been on a day.
Yo, this stretch of St. Patrick's Day to the Masters is when the color green gets to flex. Because everybody's wearing green for St. Patty's Day, or everybody except you guys. And then you take that all the way to the green jacket at Augusta. Like, this is green, and spring's coming. Your grass turns green again. Tulips are popping up.
I don't think you're going to
This is green's time.
You're not wearing green after the day until the Masters.
This is green's time, Brian.
Nah.
Yeah, when would you say is green's time? Like, orange is a Halloween thing, kind of into Thanksgiving.
Man,
Red is
if you want to
Christmas
really
time.
talk about green, started in for Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras is green,
Sure.
purple.
That was only a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah, but you didn't.
This is
discuss
green's
it then.
time.
You didn't discuss
Springtime.
it then.
We're very excited, Cynthia Freeland.
Give me some crawfish. I ain't worried about all this.
Crawfish. We
gonna get some. We gonna boil in some green juice today.
I will pay if someone can deliver corned beef and cabbage to the radio station.
Now I'll do that.
So, should there be a corned beef and cabbage delivery service, we're in. All right? I don't know that anyone can do that.
Corned beef and cabbage.
Tailgate Ted, you out there? You
It has to
grilling
be
today?
fresh.
Yeah.
Corned beef and cabbage can have a little funky smell to it after a while. Boy.
Corned beef can't sit out long.
Nah.
It can get rock hard.
Funky.
Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in
Can we never play this again?
Why?
This ain't for me, dog.
I got you.
This kind of music and slow jams. That's just not for me. Everybody's got their own taste.
Why you don't like slow jam?
I'm just not a slow jam guy. It makes me want to go to sleep.
I don't. But you the only person in the world that slow jam make one to go to sleep. I mean,
What do they make you wanna
it
do?
make us want to go to a bed, but not to sleep. Let's be real, dog.
We're giving away a Paisano.
So you get sexual healing on you start.
Sexual healing, I think, is a little faster than a slow jam. Sexual healing's got like some vibe to it. Makes you want to like slow dance, maybe grab a butt, but you're not like.
So Johnny Gill, Red Dress.
There are certain songs that are good, but in general, slow jams aren't for me.
You're an adult now, man. You gotta start like a slow jam.
Oh, you like Rob Zombie?
That's Rob Zombie. I don't like that. It's like had nothing to do with being slow.
You like it, Jeff?
Yeah, was Rob Zombie? I believe he was on. I think it was Need for Speed Most Wanted. That's when I was like, oh, rock is pretty cool.
Oh, this is Jeff has learned about rock and roll music via video game.
Video game, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. I'm good with it.
Of course.
Today we're giving away a Paisanos $50 gift card. No one appreciates the fans, listeners more than Paisanos.
I
It's
think we
bracket
should just
season.
take that and get it up with some pizza, with some beer.
We could. The problem is there's no Paisanos that delivers to the radio station. If there was a Paisanos that delivered here, Brian, I'd be gouging myself on cheesy bread. Their cheesy bread is the best. It's so cheesy. But I would also maybe get like a cheesesteak today. But so here's the plan. I don't know that this is going to work. We tried to do a St. Patrick's thing for the Paisanos gift card giveaway. $50 to Paisanos. When you hear Jeff play a song by the Cranberries, all right? They're an Irish band. That's the plan today. When you hear Jeff play the Cranberries coming in for break, that's when we're giving away the Paisanos gift card. It's funny. I mentioned the Paisanos gift card, and people just start calling in.
Oh, yeah.
We're not giving it away right
People
now.
like free.
People like free, dude.
Oh, yeah.
One thing that's interesting, and I caution folks with this, is everyone tries to understand the NFL salary cap at such a high level, but you need like a degree in advanced physics to really understand. And one thing Adam Peters has said before is there's a really big difference in cash to cap versus calculating salary cap.
Mm-hmm.
Like owners, a lot of times, care how much money they're actually spending.
Yeah.
Right? Not necessarily.
How much is actually going out?
Right.
Not something that's just showing on that piece of paper.
And so Washington's salary cap is in really good shape. If you go to Over the Cap now, they have still over $60 million in effective cap space. And the effective cap space takes into account your draft class. They have almost $70 million in just cap space.
Mm-hmm.
But, that pick at number 7 is going to cost a little bit of money, and then the rest of the picks won't add up to a ton of cash. But a big reason Washington was able to spend as much as they have and gain cap space was the Tunsil extension.
Tunsil, and then getting rid of Lattimore.
Lattimore too. But Tunsil's number dropped significantly by getting the extension done. Laramie Tunsil, who just signed the biggest deal ever for a left tackle, is now counts 11.5 against the cap. Like it was smart math there.
Yeah.
But if you look at Washington, I think was quite ambitious in the amount of moves they made this offseason. And one thing I appreciate is you did see, one, a willingness to spend real money, two, a willingness to give multi-year deals with multi-year guarantees. Like, if you look at the deals for Owe, Okonkwo, Chenal, Cross, like eventually they did get into the one-year deal part of town.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what they've been doing now. Like the rebuilt running room that people think you can no longer draft Jeremiah Love because you signed Jerome Ford to a one-year contract. You're nuts. But they spent real money. They're still in really good salary cap position. But I think people should not conflate that with there's still a ton of signings to come. There's still big money coming.
No.
Because you got multiple factors at play. Eventually, you got to pay Jaden. And you got to pay Jaden a lot. and you can make space for it. If you look at the best teams in the NFL, the Bills are still paying guys. The Chiefs are still paying guys. Like, you can afford your quarterback. Jalen Hurts signed a big contract. The Eagles still pay everybody.
Every damn body.
So you could still make it work, but you need your cap to be in a good position to do so. And overwhelmingly likely, a new deal for Jaden will be an extension. So you're talking about the real money.
Not hidden for what? After next year?
29.
Yeah.
So this year, this is the first year they can even talk about a contract. They can pick up the 5th-year option at the end of this year, which they're going to do. So 26, his cap number's $10 million. 27, that's going to jump to $12 million. 28, that cap number will be the 5th-year option, which will probably be around 30. And then in 29, it's going to get significant.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to prorate the bonuses out over, however many years he'll do it. One thing that I find interesting, and I'm curious how you would have handled this, if you looked at this free agency cycle, more and more, it's 3-year deals, even for some of these best players.
Mm-hmm.
A couple 4 years, but like the 5-year deals are gone. The 6-year deals are gone. Guys are trying to get more bites at the apple.
A lot of agents basically look at it like, you locked us into 5 off the bat. We're not getting locked into 5 anymore. And I think the second contracts are no more going towards the 4. More than likely 3. Because for the player, if you sign a second contract and you do it for 3 years and you still balling, you can jump into some more of that money in that third one. Sign it for 4 years, you are underpaid by year 3. Just as how it goes. So you have to start trying to figure out a way to get the more bang for your buck.
Totally. And it's smart of players and agents
more
to do
buck
that.
for your bang.
Now, it does also increase the possibility, like if you have a longer term deal and you get injured or something changes, at least you have that long-term deal. But the way these NFL contracts aren't guaranteed anyway.
Even when they're 5 years, they're normally guaranteed for 2 or 3 years. So,
right.
Because like if you get hurt and you have a long term and you have a 5-year deal, and depending on how that injury settlement is structured, you might not get much in the end of that. So that's why they do it for 3.
Washington has a lot of, to try to explain this, technically they have a lot of cap space available, but they have shelled out a boatload of money.
Yeah.
Think about just the Oweh and the Tunsil guarantees. You're probably close to $100 million right there.
Right there. Yeah.
And like that is,
but all that is prorated that's the years too.
For the cap.
Yeah.
But the actual checks getting cut, the actual amount of American currency that has to go into an escrow account, the second those get signed, that's significant, man.
Yeah.
And I think people only think about the cap. There was this nonsensical, like, I don't even know where it came from, like deep state commander social media about Washington being cheap. Remember that was like a storyline?
Yeah. Well, they weren't cheap when Dan was here because he didn't have that money to put in the escrow.
Right. That's what people don't realize, the actual machinations involved. Like when these contracts get signed, when they, even for Jaden, when they pick up his 5th-year option, immediately that money has to go to escrow. A lot of people probably don't know what escrow is. Stallion, you know what escrow is?
Nope.
Right. Jeff, escrow?
That's when like they agree to pay something later. Like I know with like rent escrow, you put it in once everything is solved, you pay for it. If it's a problem, I don't know how it go with like football.
When you buy a house,
That
you
was
find
closer
out,
than Stallion.
when you buy a house, you'll find out what escrow is.
So basically escrow is like a holding service for cash that pays it out.
Yeah.
And like the NFL mandates that the money has to be there. So if you think about like the checks are actually getting cut, the theory that anyone was cheap in Ashburn was just nonsensical at all times. Like, oh, Adam Peters has his hands tied. They've spent a ton of money. And sure, Laramie Tunsil's contract for the salary cap, that money gets spread out.
Yeah.
Not the actual cutting of checks.
That's only what you call it? Bookkeeping.
Right.
The the way that they do the salary cap stuff is bookkeeping. The
Right.
salary stuff is you have to have money.
Right.
Cash, not, we're going to move this building over there. No. Liquid.
Right.
You got to move it.
What did
move
Randy
to the-
Moss say?
Straight cash, homie. You got to move that over there.
So they have more money available. At 10:45, Stallion's asking where should they spend on. At this stage, barring some release that's unexpected or something, I don't think there's a big deal coming. Now, a release in San Francisco and a certain receiver could get a little more interesting. That's not a vet minimum, but it's going to be largely incentive-based. We'll take a look, though. Cynthia Freeland joins us at 11.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living
This is not a slow jam.
I'm hot just like an oven. I need some love.
All right, B. So the Commanders still have a ton of space, right? They could make a big signing should they want to. I'm not really sure what player out there constitutes like a big name signing, right? Jawan Jennings, Steph Diggs. Like they have cash.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure that there's somebody left that they're going to make a big splash with.
It's not one that's going to be one to make that evaporate.
Not the amount of money they have? Yeah, totally.
So,
I mean, Jawan Jennings, if he was going to get to $20 million a year, I kind of think it would have happened already.
it's kind of going the other way now.
Maybe that comes in at like 16, I don't know, 18. I would say at this point, Jennings is probably the best free agent available. But if you're Adam Peters and Dan Quinn and this staff, and you're waiting to see what happens with Brandon Ayuk, I think it's pretty clear they're at least waiting to see if he gets released.
Mm-hmm.
Should he get released, I think Washington is the front runner. It seems almost likely. But San Fran's got to decide what they're doing first.
True.
I'm not sure they want to sign Jennings and then later add Ayuk. And Jennings, kind of similarly to Alec Pierce, has never like had a monster season. He had 9 TDs last year, which was a career high for him. But he's obviously not getting the Alec Pierce money because he doesn't have that elite speed.
Mm-hmm.
Jennings, to me, is the only thing out there that would like make real sense because to spend real money on. If you look at the kind of big ticket items still available in NFL free agency, you've got Taylor Decker as a left tackle. They're not paying for left tackle. They already paid their guy a lot.
Yeah, totally.
And then it's quarterbacks. Like, they're not going to pay for Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins or, you know what I mean? Like, they're just not interested in that. Tyreek Hill? You think they're paying for Tyreek Hill? Coming off a dislocated knee, torn ACL?
Tyreek Hill is not getting what he was getting. Nowhere close.
I honestly, with Tyreek, I think he signs in July or August with a team because he's coming off that knee injury. If you get to mid-August and nobody signed Tyreek and it's a 1-year incentives, I'm not sure I'm mad at that. That dude, if he can get all the way back.
If he can just run like he used to run and he gets on the football field, he's going to influence or he'll be a problem. 1-2.
Who would you want of these 3 players? Diggs, Ayuk, Tyreek.
Oof. At this point,
Diggs is the only one.
I at this point is the. I think Ayuk can get in for less.
I agree,
based off of how things are, and especially if he has shown his hand and I just want to play here, you can get him for way less.
If he means that, but yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm saying. Like, my deal is that deal has to make sense.
Diggs is an interesting one because we're going to talk to Phil Perry at noon. Phil covers the Pats. I want to hear how Diggs fit in that locker room last year because he's bounced around a fair amount. He's 32. But from what I had heard, everybody in New England liked him, got along well.
I mean, when you watch him and even watching the guys interact with him, it seems like that.
He was a key contributor on a team that went to a Super Bowl. So Diggs is interesting. Tyreek coming off a major injury. Maybe there's questions there. I don't know. The Ayuk stuff is kind of crazy anyway. Outside of that, do you feel like they're done with Wagner at this point? Like,
I don't know.
Because to bring back Bobby is probably a 1-year, $12 million deal. You know what I mean? To bring back Von Miller, you almost have to pay them a respectable amount because of what they've accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like they've made a decision to get younger and go differently, but who knows?
Yeah,
right?
at this point, I don't know if they've completely moved away from it just yet. Just waiting to see. Because with some of the people they've signed and having a guy like a Bobby around makes sense. Signing him and not having any of those other guys they've signed wouldn't make sense.
I think you also have to have, like, if it's Wagner and Miller, one or the other, you got to have a real conversation, discussion about what the role is going to be.
Yeah.
Because Bobby was pretty damn good last year, especially against the run.
Mm-hmm.
He got put in bad situations in coverage, but coverage is never as simple as it seems. There are a lot of different rules and responsibilities.
Bad coverage look good when you got pressure.
Right.
And good coverage look bad when you don't have pressure.
Right. So I kind of don't think, but when Bobby signed last year was later in the cycle. Von Miller signed in what, July?
Late.
Like
most of guys of that ilk, they don't want to sign with OTAs and training camp and mini camps. They come and sign like right when we're gonna go to training camp. And if they can sign like 1 week into training camp, they will.
Yeah, they don't want to be sweating it out until July 28th. So I'm not closing the door on any of that, but it'll be interesting to see how it all kind of unfolds. When we return, Cynthia Freeland, NFL Network, will join the program. Fired up to get on the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in our friend Cynthia Freeland, NFL Network analytics expert. Cynthia, how are you? What's going on?
I'm doing great, thank you. I love that song. I was like, oh, is he going to swear? I keep us all on our toes. It was good. I liked it. I was here for it.
I think my guy Jeff would know to play the edited version of that tune, but you never know.
Got to keep everyone on their toes. It's the morning. Wake up. A good,
Are you on the West Coast? I appreciate you joining us early, if so.
Oh, come on. It's not early here. We got to get up and do our thing. And unfortunately, I'm going to brag here for a second, but the weather is insane here. So it's really nice. So I'm like, okay, I guess I got to deal with this beautiful day. It's crazy.
It's not the same here. I think it's like 40 degrees outside.
Yeah, it's cold.
And yesterday there were tornado warnings. It's 35 degrees here, and it feels like 20, according to my phone.
I am so sorry. That is awful. Come to my house. We have extra rooms. There's as long as you can handle 2 huskies, you are more than welcome to come here and enjoy this weather.
I appreciate that. Huskies are active dogs, man.
Oh, they're active. Very.
So, Cynthia, we just got to talk to you in Indianapolis at the Combine, and I think you were kind of expecting Washington to be active here in free agency. They certainly have been. I'm curious what you make of the Commanders' moves so far.
I really like the Commanders' moves. I think if I had to pick my favorite moves for all of the teams that were very active in this time period, because sometimes it's good not to do much, and sometimes you're in a cap-constrained situation. But for the teams that could make moves, I think these are excellent moves. I think the Caleb, I got to get over this because I keep talking about this, but I think that Caleb Chason move is like the DeMarcus Lawrence situation from last year, which of course was the Seattle Seahawks. But I think that's the analogy for this year.
Wow, I like that. So you think he could make that big of an impact, huh?
I do. I think he really proved it. I mean, the Patriots system, to get 7.5 sacks in that situation where they don't funnel production through one player, they clearly spread everything around. It's like him and one other guy had more than 5 sacks, right? So when you're looking at the opportunity to then be featured in a Dan Quinn situation, okay, let's go. I think it's a really good fit.
That's great. What do you think of Owe? Especially he's playing in Southern California. You probably watch a lot of them.
Oh yeah, I really like him too. It's just that one was a more spendy one.
Yeah.
I like to be fair, I kind of like the guys who were well, is he worth it? Is he not? Those are my I have a soft spot for them. Owe was a big name, big acquisition, top market guy. So everyone was talking about him already, but I'm like, come on, where's Caleb Chason in this one? And Leo Chanel, let's talk about him too, because
I like him.
That was a steal. What? I'm sorry, what? What are we doing? So I like both of those moves quite a bit.
They went into this free agency with a lot of needs, and they went defense heavy, and I think that's what they should have done, but they didn't go crazy with it, right?
No, I don't. I mean, I think they went really smart fits, right? You could have obviously tried to get in on some of the bigger trade, untrade, whichever. However you want to talk about these situations that were happening all over the league, but having depth and having a strategy for guys that fill specific needs, it tends to work out a little bit better. So good job, Adam Peters, because, I'm a big Adam Peters fan, obviously.
Talking with Cynthia Freeland here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Cynthia at CFreeland, Freelund. Check out all her work at NFL.com and watch her on NFL Network. Going kind of off the path here. Offensively, Washington didn't do a ton for a few days. Then they spent real money to bring in Chig Okonkwo. I know you look at the numbers with him, but that offense in Tennessee has just been so bad. What do you think his breakout potential is?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, you're going to miss Zach Ertz, right? No matter what. Part of what the difference in the red area when you have someone who's super reliable or not is massive. So, I also think you have to look at how Chig can block. So we don't, a lot of fantasy football, we don't really, we talk about tight ends. We're we want them to score touchdowns. Well, that's great, but it's really, really nice to, use play action, have a blocking tight end. Good Lord, that will really help, help your quarterback out. And obviously what you look at with Okonkwo is run after the catch, right?
Yep.
So not only is he a big body guy, great in the red area, and then you look to see what he can do when the ball is in his hands, and he checks all those boxes. So I think that, and it's an interesting market for tight ends right now, right? Like if you just kind of look to see what happened, it's, to me, like there's a lot of value, like having good corners and having good tight ends right now that are multiple. It's just hard because the tight ends sort of some get paid like blockers who are pass catchers, and some get paid like pass catchers who aren't. Like it's kind of a weird world. So Chig's kind of checking all the boxes. So who cares, right? Like it's like get the right guy in the right for the right system.
They've signed people and put themselves in a position where I don't think they need to lean a certain direction once the draft comes up. But everybody seems to think, oh, they signed that person, they going this way. Then they sign us somebody on another position the next day. Oh, they going that way.
Yep.
Can you tell?
Nope. And I think that's
that's
well,
perfect.
I think that's also by design, right?
Yes.
I think when you're looking at what this is a weird draft because we're seeing the confluence of NIL plus transfer portal making the playbooks in college much thinner. The guys move around. They don't get deep into, like, big names move around, quarterbacks, wide receivers, et cetera, move around. So now you've got, like, the playbooks thinning out, which also, on the defense, that means the defenses are also thinner in terms of how much they're learning in a specific year. So when you're looking at their resume, like, it doesn't mean they can't do something. They just don't have any reps doing it. So there's a lot more uncertainty. So that's where you're giving yourself you're basically buying yourself the option to go with the player who, when they come into your building, I think these 30 visits will be massively, massively important. When they come into your building, when you test them on how you believe they need to learn, adopt, be a part of the Commanders organization, all of those things come together, and you can now pick and have a lot more flexibility, because I just don't think this is a draft where we're like, I feel like I don't know a lot about a lot of these players, especially, let's say, maybe 5. I feel like you're like, okay, like I can see how that guy contributes from day one, but then it's like a big scribble after that.
It is a big scribble. I'm curious, when you look at the draft, and I know how much you study these players and kind of from a different angle through the analytics lens. The position that makes the most sense to me for Washington would be drafting a stud receiver. I think there's not necessarily consensus that Carnell Tate is the 1-1 of this receiver class. You've got guys from the West Coast, you know, you got Lemon and Thomas. Like, what do you see from this receiver group? Is there one person that has separated themselves?
The word separate is really a really good one there. Now, I think Carnell Tate has separated himself from the data. Why? Because when I'm watching how he runs routes and I'm watching the ability to generate separation, I don't care if he's a titch slower. I couldn't care less about that. Like, he's not slow. It's not like he ran a 5.2, something crazy, right? So when you're watching his film from college and what he was asked to do, now we don't know what he was asked to do as outsiders, but at the wide receiver position, you can trace routes and route trees and to see how much separation is going on at different points in the route. So he is a guy who clearly creates separation, and he's a very, very like accurate route runner. Is hard to say for college players sometimes, because we don't, it's a little weird with the way college works and whatever, these thin playbooks. But I can tell you, he creates the most separation of any of these guys. I also, look, I'm from Michigan. I'm not supposed to like Ohio State players at all. In fact, I'm supposed to hate them. Right? Yeah. Like, and I think, like, that's the one I would feel the most confident with from the day one, from the jump.
We had you on early, and you mentioned when they were talking about Ruben Bain, and you said his arm was 1/8 of an inch, which is minor. Is there a percentage that they look at to where they go, oh, we can't do nothing? Or as soon as you say someone, like when they mentioned that, it made a lot of people think his arm was super short, but you said 1/8 of an inch. But is there a percentage they look at before saying something like that? Because what if a guy is 2 inches shorter and 1/8 of an inch?
Right. So that's the thing where people, like, to me, you got to look at, first you have to look at your height. Second, you have to look at how far off of the height you are. So pluses or minuses, right? Like, I measured myself. My arms are like plus 1 inch or like almost 2 inches longer than my height, which is really random. But I'm also very flexible. So you have to remember some of these guys, they, think about how muscles work, right? You spend a lot of time increasing the volume of your muscles. It's going to make it harder to be flexible. Sometimes those two things don't work together, right? So I would argue that, the best kind of people I know talk about ranges for height, but also for muscle mass. So, you have to, everyone has like a little bit of a different formula. It's not out of range. That makes me crazy. That the hand thing and the arm thing makes me crazy. Now, if it was very out of range, then we can talk. Yeah. But if it's an eighth of an inch, I don't know about you, and I understand this guy's much younger than me, but like sometimes in the morning, I feel like I'm 2 inches shorter because maybe I didn't sleep like on my back or whatever. So, imagine if you're lifting all these heavy weights, 1/8 of an inch is probably some function of not maybe stretching out as much as you could have.
So that said, because I also think we've reached this stage of like information overload coming out of the combine. And there's like these arbitrary marks that get set kind of by like the media about what a player has to be or can't. So to that point about Bane, because I think Bane's going to go to a team and be really good. He's shown enough on the field.
His film is very good.
Right.
His film is really,
and that's
like
what
these
matters.
people. I am an analytics person, and thus I would love to have access to the most amount of data possible. But you have to know what's useful and what's not. So I and some of this stuff like. Sure, you can say his arms are great. Actually, maybe that's good, right? You're drafting 7, so maybe you nudge the guy next to you, and you're like, hey, he's got short arms, right? Like tell that to guys drafting ahead of you. I don't know. It could be good strategy. I'm not sure.
Well, my question then, so the concern, if we can call it a concern, with Carnell Tate is he ran a 4.52.
Stop it. That's not concern. Okay, keep going.
That's what I'm bringing up. Like. Where does that matter to you?
It doesn't.
If it was a 4.49, that's not very much off.
I don't care. Like if you look to that is within the range. If you look at the guys who have been all pros, I mean, Pro Bowl is like a voting, a popularity contest, right? So let's look at the guys who are all pros, Hall of Famers, the guys on winning teams, And I don't mean to throw shade, but like DeAndre Hopkins is a top end guy, and he didn't run super fast. Like, relax. Like I think as long as it's not out of range significantly, who cares? Like, actually, maybe tell people drafting Andy, yep, he's super slow. You don't want him. Like, totally fine.
Right. Okay. I agree with you, and I was just curious if that's where you'd land. We also have, and I think you might do some work with the Broncos, so you might have to go here.
Yeah.
Schefter just tweeted out, is where I'm seeing this from. Denver's trading for Jalen Waddle from the Dolphins. Denver gets Waddle and a 4th rounder in this year's draft. Miami's gets a 1st rounder and a 3rd and a 4th. That's a big move to get a real weapon for the Broncos.
Okay.
This just happened.
I did not see that before, so I do listen, I'm an OG preseason person. I am like the only person in the world who asks, like, I beg to do preseason sideline. Let's talk about that. Maybe says something weird about me, but I think that shows you where the Broncos believe this year's roster sits. I think they're selling out to win. I mean, that clearly. There's no other explanation for that. That's what I think. So, I mean, Sean has a type. He's a Parcells disciple, so those big body receivers are going to be exactly what he wants.
Wow, there you have it. Now, this one was pretty unexpected. The A.J. Brown stuff is where people have been leaning in the receiver market. Do you think A.J. Brown ends up playing for the Eagles this fall?
No. I don't know where I think I have no basis for anything other than it feels like the well has been poisoned enough where I think they're just holding back to get, they probably, because he's a valuable asset. I just think that, I think it'd be hard to come back to this, although it's not impossible. But I would say I'm leaning 60-40, he's gone.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
I agree with that.
To me, it seems like it's New England all day.
The weird part is, like, I don't know, because if there's one thing I've learned about Mike Vrabel over these years and, watching his career progress, it's like he wants, like, meathead football guys who are, like, really, really dedicated to the craft. So I'm not saying A.J. Brown isn't. I'm just saying I don't know if we'll have to see about their personalities meshing. I know he plays offense and blah, blah, blah. And, Vrabel is more defense, but I still think, that's going to be where the question lies, is like, how much of this is like, it's conjecture, how much of it, like, cause like the book on the sideline, like, I don't know. I don't think he wants to deal with distractions. So that's my one, like, asterisk there.
And then the other receiver kind of tangentially involved when we're talking the Patriots is Steph Diggs. What did you think of his season last year? What do you think of his market now? I mean, he's available. He's out there.
He ruined his own market, so that's on him. But whether or not it's fair, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, and I don't do that. But outside forces ruined the market for him. I think he was extremely valuable last year, and even though it wasn't great for fantasy football, I think that the opportunity for him to be now the wily veteran in the room to help kind of figure out spacing and all those other things is massive. So, I mean, as long as everything else gets sorted, I just don't think, the teams have to figure out, like, for the price that they would have to pay for him, will he be available? And what is this other, like, that's why teams hire these private investigators. They know what they're doing. I don't. I'm an outsider, but it feels like the market is interesting because of his own other stuff.
The fact that he's sitting there, the fact that New England releases him after a Super Bowl run is pretty interesting, right?
Right. Right. I mean, I don't know anything. I'm just looking at clues, and that clue, that feels cluey, so I don't know.
Right, for sure. Sid, the last thing for me, I'm curious. We heard some Brian Thomas stuff down in Jacksonville. That's a player that I think is really good.
I love Brian Thomas Jr. He's great.
You think Jacksonville would actually move him as we get closer to the draft or even into the summertime?
I would have said yes ahead of free agency, but then I look at some of the pieces they lost. I mean, Devin Lloyd alone, Travis Etienne. I'm like, do they want to keep having to accommodate big losses now on both sides of the ball and changes? I feel like they would deal him for the right price, but I think that price got higher after some of the losses they had in free agency.
Yeah. I think to me, there's a little bit of smoke there. I don't know that it'll ever get to fire. And I think if everybody just has
if the price is right, that fire will get lit. I mean, if you're like, look at what the market just said right now about Jalen Waddle. Right. 1, 3, and a 4, right? So the market's saying that now. If someone comes up and like, I'll give you a 1 and a 2, then they're going to think about it. I just think they'd have to as business people. I'm not suggesting they should. I'm just saying, they'd have to at least consider it for like a 1 and a 2. I don't know.
Cynthia, today is St. Patrick's Day. Are you wearing green? Will you have a Guinness?
I'm wearing green. I won't have a Guinness. I like Guinness, but I don't love it. So, I mean, I don't know. I've been going through the most random phase of my life, and now I have liked Coronas lately, which is so strange because I never liked them in college. And then all of a sudden they sound good.
Especially in Southern California, warm, sunny weather. I like a Corona here and there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird phase I think it's the lime. I'm not sure. There are much better options, but for whatever reason, I'm into it.
Now, I have a friend, Peter Stewart. This is his theory, that on St. Patrick's Day, you should go to a Mexican restaurant. On Cinco de Mayo, go to an Irish pub. Switch it up.
I think that's a great idea.
There's no crowd at the Mexican spot tonight. Every Irish pub is jamming, so maybe go get a Corona.
But you want to be with the crowd.
I mean, I don't want to be with the crowd. I'm good.
Cynthia, when I go to Scottsdale for Cinco de Mayo, I'm not going to an Irish pub. Not happening.
No, I feel like I do think there's something to, like, if you were going to, like, eat, though, like, food-wise, I feel like, I mean, obviously, Irish food isn't known for being as great as Mexican food, but, like, I feel like this could be the best night ever to get, like, the best Mexican food because everyone else is doing other things. So, like, if maybe there's, like, a Mexican restaurant that's hard to get into, this would be a good night to target it.
Yeah, tonight might be the night. Cynthia, we appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me anytime.
All right. Cynthia Freeland, NFL Network, NFL.com. Give her a follow at C Freeland, Freelund. Really, really knowledgeable person right there. I couldn't agree more, both on the Ruben Bain and the Carnell Tate thing. What made me think of that is I remembered Torrey Smith, friend of the program, had a tweet right around the combine about Carnell Tate's 40 time, and he said, this is irrelevant. 4.52 is more than fast enough. He's a
Believe
ball
me,
player.
it is. I walked away from some guys that were supposed to be 4.3s. Like Jeff said, when the dog chased him, he was fast. See, I run everybody around him, right?
Just got to be faster
And we
than
know
the
he's
bear.
not fast.
Right.
So.
All right, nobody go anywhere. Phil Perry's going to join us at noon. Rob Dosser, some college hoops talk at 12:30. Brennan Porath joining us at 1 o'clock. And when you hear the Cranberries today, call in. $50 Paisanos gift card. Squeeze Me, Lady, Take It Easy. That's a banger. Jeff, you and I went to the bathroom in adjacent times. Did you hear they were playing Cube in there? It was a good day. What a song that is.
Yes.
Just, I don't know who, when, what made the decision to start playing various radio stations in the men's room, or I assume in both bathrooms.
It's been going on forever.
Stallion, you use the ladies' room all the time. Do they play the music in the ladies' room too?
I'm sure they do.
Okay.
They just play it's in the hallways too.
That only happened within like the last year or two. That wasn't always
It's been about
the
a year or
case.
two, but 2 years is always, dog.
Okay. I'm just saying. Now, the stations they play are usually 94.7.
It's our stations.
Right.
All, yeah.
So it's 94.7 The Drive, El Zol, or WPGC.
PGC.
What is your...
I've heard us on there one time.
I've never heard us.
I walk in, but it's not us when you walk in the bathroom, but it was our station.
Okay. Of the 3 music stations here, what's your favorite when you hear it in the bathroom?
PGC.
It's PGC for me because they're always playing
No,
old
when I
school
go in there
hip-hop.
with I never really hear music with Els. I always hear their little clips that they they do their little
talk
stuff.
shows, right?
Yeah, like in the breaks and all. So I don't know what it's called.
You got to figure out which station it is too, because 94.7 The Drive plays old hip hop music.
I
as
know
well.
they'll play. I wonder.
Well,
do you think that was PGC or 94.7 just now?
That song, it could have been either one.
That could have been either one.
When I walk in and I you can normally hear them talking, so I know it's PGC.
This was a number 1, not a number 2. I wasn't in there very long. I heard like 2 verses. Regardless, well done, whoever's playing that, whether it's Karina, Poet, whoever it is. Appreciate you.
I'm sure the station got it. I mean, somebody here has to have it running through the things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roger, probably. I don't know. That's an inside joke only for people here. But
Roger was in here earlier.
What do you make of this Jalen Waddle trade to the Broncos?
Miami right now, they are reassessing, readjusting. So when you can get rid of him and get what they got, you make that damn move. We just watched the Wiz get picks. So why not? You got a first. You say a first, a fourth, and a fifth.
A first, a third, and a fourth.
A first, a
but
third,
they're
and a
also
fourth?
sending their fourth, so a first and a third.
I take it.
AJ Brown has to command more than that, right? The other thing to consider,
but see, AJ Brown older. AJ Brown also, you can see the situation. Then how desperate are some teams? Some like Denver may be more desperate than the next team, and Miami was willing. You know what I mean? AJ Brown may come in a situation where it's not like that, and then the Eagles may want to let him go, which takes down his value.
AJ Brown turns 29 this summer. How old is Waddle?
Like 26, right? 25, 26?
Seems younger, yeah. AJ Brown maybe brings a level of baggage, might be too strong of a
Waddle
word.
is 27.
27.
Waddle turns 28 in November.
But
Maybe Thanksgiving
the
Day.
thing of it with AJ is he can play.
Sure.
But there's a lot of stuff that comes with that. And the trade market is not necessarily just because who you are, it's everything that surrounds you. And when you look at the team, does a team want to deal with you anymore? Have you ran your course? And do the other teams that you want to talk to know that as well? That's the difference.
Totally. The other part of this, so I got this tweet. You're going to love this one, B. From Justin, Coach JD08. Said the fact that players like this are available for trade and AP shows no signs of going and getting them is disappointing.
Dude, stop. They don't have nothing to go damn trade with.
We also don't know that they showed no signs.
Yes, I mean, like people have to stop saying stupid stuff. There are a lot of times when they make a trade, guess what? They didn't even talk to you. They didn't talk to your team. And on top of it, where does Washington have all that to give up right now?
There's also a giant difference in picking at 7. The Broncos pick 30th.
Mm-hmm.
Like, pull up the Jimmy Johnson draft value chart. That is a massive, massive gap from 7 to 30 in value. And I think for Washington, Waddle's a good player, undoubtedly, but like Denver to offer 30 makes a lot more sense for a guy that hasn't had a 1,000-yard 1,000-yard receiving season in 2 years. Now, granted, the quarterback situation in Miami's been terrible, but Waddle's a really good player, helps them a lot. Giving up 30's way different than giving up 7. So I think it's a pretty false equivalent to say, why didn't Washington get in on this one? Denver, dude, not messing around. They're clearly pushing their chips in. They like Knicks, like that defense they've got. And because I think Denver's still dealing with the ramifications of releasing Russ Wilson, which was proven the right deal.
People have to realize every move that's made does not involve your team.
Right.
Every move that's made don't mean somebody reached out and talked to Adam Peters. So I can right now be a team wanting to trade, and I know you're trying to get rid of somebody. I call you directly. We make a trade. I don't talk to Jeff, White Brian, or Stallion. And then one of their fans come out and say, oh, man, they're not trying to do nothing. I didn't talk to them. How the hell they knew what I was doing? Makes no sense.
Agreed. I think the Waddle trade kind of came out of thin air. I saw some reporting that they were talking at the trade deadline last year. If you look at what Miami has now, they have 2 first-rounders now, 11 and 30. They have a second-rounder. Then they have 4 third-round picks. So Miami's clearly in a rebuild position. I also don't – this draft isn't the loaded one. Next year's is the loaded one. I wouldn't be shocked if Miami's trying to move out some of these picks because I think next year is the quarterbacks. Speaking of the quarterbacks, I at least wanted to make mention of this, Brian. I'm not going to name names on this, but there are large companies, outsized companies with outsized roles in the sports debate environment, the sports debate ecosystem. Saw a topic on one of these yelling shows earlier.
Mm-hmm.
What the NFL draft's going to get great ratings regardless, but what really drives the NFL draft when it goes crazy are quarterbacks. Because with quarterbacks, you get intrigue.
Oh, yeah.
You get rumors. You get trade discussions, right?
You get lies, too. People make stuff up.
Well, speaking of making stuff up, I saw a topic on the right television early when I was walking in the restroom.
Mm-hmm.
Are we sure Ty Simpson isn't better than Fernando Mendoza? I'm sure.
Everybody that saw it, sure. Now, if he were to develop that later on in life, he hadn't shown it yet. That's a fact. So what he may become in 6 years, 5 years, maybe 2 or 3, I don't know. But right now, he's damn well not that.
And I think I heard Orlovsky say something like Simpson's tape through the first 7 games before the injury was better than Mendoza's. Like,
see, but
he's trying to create.
But you know what that is?
Man.
You know who likes him? Orlovsky. That's why it came up. If you ever watch those yelling shows, there are certain ones on there who they've learned if the main guy does it, then we're going to do it. That's how we stay. I like Ryan sometimes because Ryan goes at all of them at different times. When they say something completely asinine, he'll check them. I don't see many people checking Steven. I mean, the main host.
Not a lot of fact checking.
Yeah, nobody checks him. But he get checked by Ryan every once in a while. So, man, please, Simpson hasn't shown much of nothing at this point yet.
For sure. Simpson was pretty good first 2 months of the year. Injury there. This one, there is no quarterback controversy to drum up here. And I don't know why we feel that need to do so. Coming up at noon, Phil Perry's going to join us talking college hoops at 12:30. At 1:30 today, we're going to do our GOATs segment, and we're going to let folks call in as well. Stallion came up with this one. I like this a lot. Best sports nicknames. To me, I think there's one that stands way above the rest, but we'll get to all of that. Quickly, boys, can we talk about the weather yesterday and the let's do it when we come back. Because the weather yesterday, I think it rained. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by
Okay, Jeffrey. It's a good song. Let it play a minute. This is us celebrating St. Patrick's Day. You can hear the accent a little bit. People are calling. They know. I'm the only person I'm guessing is White Brian. Has anybody watched the show Dairy Girls?
Never heard of it.
Dub B, Dairy Girls?
I don't think so. I know this song, but I haven't watched that show.
Okay, it's really good. It's on Netflix. All right, I think we got a winner. I said when we play the Cranberries, we're going to give away a $50 Paisanos gift card. That was the Cranberries. Congrats, you've won a $50 gift card to Paisanos. No one appreciates 106.7 The Fan listeners more than Paisanos. It's bracket season. Let's be honest, most of them don't last very long, but here's a guaranteed win. Score 30% off any order of $30 or more at Paisanos with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Order now. Paisanos is not just pizza, but something for everybody. I've gotten in this routine, B. So Paisanos has a store in Georgetown that delivers to NBC4.
Mm-hmm.
So Wednesday night has kind of become my Paisanos night.
Yeah, I've seen y'all eating.
Yeah.
And what's the man that your boy be killing the pizza? What's his
Hanley.
name? Oh boy,
Hanley crushed it.
If I'm ever around Hanley and I order pizza, I'm gonna take mine out before I see him coming. Just saying it.
You know who I gave some pizza to last week? Amelia asked for pizza last week. Speaking of Amelia, this weather yesterday, I'm not going to do the thing I normally do. I'm not going to complain at the amount of preparation that was made for the bad weather, because I think if the really bad stuff hit, it could have been legit dangerous. But did anybody get really bad weather?
I got weather bad at my house, and when I was driving, it was about 4:30. At one point, I look outside. I thought it was damn complete darkness. The wind started to blow. I don't know if it was raindrops or sleet. It was hitting the damn window so hard it wasn't regular raindrops. And I think the thing of it is when we get a weather report, we automatically assume it's going to hit the whole area. Like Doug stated, that's why I said to Amelia yesterday, not to Lauren. Doug stated it looks like it was going to hit farther east, which will kind of take a little bit of the dampen the severity off of us in a certain area. And that's what I was. But when I was looking at the news, I saw trees down and power lines down. And I would just say this: if you bus your kids on a bus and you're going around trees and the tree happened to fall on that damn bus, you understand what he was talking about. So it's precaution. It's not guarantees when they say some stuff sometimes.
And I do think some areas got hit more than others.
I think Southern Maryland area got hit more than we did up here.
I think like Manassas area, my house, we never really got anything. We got some rain.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, later, we got some heavy rain. But my in-laws, they live out in Darnestown, Maryland, right where you take your bike ride. They said the same thing. They said at one point it just got like black outside.
Yeah.
And they went down in their basement because they're like, man, I don't know what's happening here.
Because I got home, Maya was in the basement. I was like, what's up? It got dark and the wind started blowing. Y'all told me go in the basement. So she went in the basement.
Did you hear about the UMBC basketball team?
They didn't get to leave out.
So UMBC is playing tonight against Howard.
Did they leave this morning?
Think about that. You got a team from, where is UMBC? Catonsville? It's like right by BWI Airport.
Yeah.
It's not even all the way into Baltimore. But you got UMBC playing Howard. 30 miles apart, 40 miles
Probably
apart.
less than that.
Right. And they had to travel to Ohio for the game.
To play each other.
UMBC, it was pretty funny. Their Twitter account was posting this. Their flight out last night got delayed significantly. Now, I don't know that like the betting markets care about that, but UMBC, they kept tweeting out. So they arrived in Dayton. What time was this sent? At about 6 o'clock. And now they play tonight. I think they're the first game at like 6:45, UMBC Howard. Because of everything going on with the airlines, or not even the airlines, the airports, I guess, and whatever's going on with the government that's not paying the TSA people, the delays have been god-awful, right? Like, I think anybody flying right now...
Dude say he got there 4 hours before his flight, and he was hoping he makes it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And the TSA people are working right now
Not
for
all
free.
Not all.
But the ones that a lot of them that are working aren't getting paid.
A lot of them haven't gone. A lot of them have said, okay, well, I can't afford to go to work for nothing. I'm going to go work somewhere else.
I don't blame
Or
them.
a lot of them quit.
Dude, I don't blame
Yeah,
them.
I don't either.
You and I don't work for free?
Hell no. Because, like, it's amazing that the people that stop you from getting paid, they still getting paid.
I know. So what I heard is Michigan and Michigan State. I don't know if this is accurate, White Brian. Maybe you've heard this story. But because of the flight trouble, they're taking a bus to their first round games in Buffalo. And I guess...
How far is that?
I think you drive right through Canada, and it's right there. They're not going down and around the lake. You cut across Canada. Is that accurate? I heard...
But how many miles, though?
I heard it on Pardon My Take. So it's PFT and Big Cat telling me this. So maybe we should verify that.
Yeah.
But I heard...
So from Michigan State to Buffalo.
Ann Arbor to Buffalo Drive. It says that can't be right. It's only... No, that's to a Buffalo Wild Wings. Buffalo, New York. So this says to drive there is under 5 hours. 4 hours, 44 minutes. Now, I assume Michigan and Michigan State charter flights. Generally, chartering, you don't have to deal with TSA. Is that true? Let's start there. Is it true that they're taking a bus to Buffalo?
But you don't have to deal with the going through the airport, but you still got to wait till somebody, one
Still
of
have to be cleared
one of the
and
people
everything.
tell you can fly out. And if the weather is bad, they don't care if you're a charter flight or not. You're not moving.
So Dusty May, the coach of Michigan, went on an interview with local news, and it looks like he implied they were going to bus.
Yeah, I think they took a bus, which
617 miles.
Under 5 hours. Now, I was wondering maybe UMBC should have just driven to Dayton.
How fast you driving?
I did not realize how far west Dayton is in the state of Ohio. You know how long it would take to drive to Dayton, Ohio, B?
From here?
From here.
That's going to take a while.
7.5 hours.
But
That's
Jay,
far.
Jay, 616 miles. You say you're going to do that in under 5 hours. What kind of car you drive? How fast you going?
Hold on. Ann Arbor to Buffalo, not Buffalo Wild Wings, damn it. AI screwing me up.
Oh, this is taking you through Pennsylvania.
Yeah, dude, you go through Canada.
Yeah. Well, then you go through Canada.
You got to hit
since everything's screwed up
customs
now.
and everything.
You got to go through customs. That's going to add an hour or two onto it.
That's true. Yo, they made us go through customs coming back from St. Thomas. That was a giant pain in the ass. Even though it's a U.S. territory.
It was a big old hemorrhoid, wasn't it?
Indeed. All right, nobody go anywhere. Phil Perry joins us next. Jump on the Rude Guest Hotline. Talk to our boy Phil Perry, NBC Sports Boston. Does a great job covering the New England Patriots. Phil, what's up, dude? How are you?
Doing well. Just trying to wrap my mind around this Jalen Waddle trade and what it might mean for A.J. Brown. We've not stopped talking about A.J. Brown for about 3 months, guys. So everything we do is somehow related to A.J. Brown. So this is just another little wrinkle for us to try to digest.
But we were talking about that. But when you look at the Jalen Waddle deal, just a little younger, but A.J. Brown, basically, the Eagles are basically showing people that they ready to move on. So it may not end up being the same type of price, I'm thinking.
Yeah, it has been interesting, the fact that his name has been so out there, right? So it feels like, and now they've just signed Hollywood Brown apparently, so now it feels like, okay, are they bracing to lose A.J. Brown? And so, are they losing a little bit of leverage, in the fact that the talks have been so out there in media circles right now? And so maybe it doesn't impact it all that much. I thought after the DJ Moore trade, you might be able to, if you're the Patriots or somebody else, you might be able to get away with, I don't know, trading a second-round pick for A.J. Brown and hoping that sticks. But now with this, and it's basically, it looks like a first and a third, and they swapped fourths, Denver and Miami. I wonder if Philly is just going to say to themselves, hey, listen, we're trying to win the division, NFC East. We're trying to win the Super Bowl. And so, unless you bowl us over with a trade, we're going to hold on to this guy because he is still a number one receiver, even if he's getting closer to 30.
Mm-hmm. Dude, Phil, I remember last year coming on with you and Curran to talk Terry McLaurin, and the folks in New England were convinced they were going to get Terry, and I think I upset a lot of folks in New England when I was like, that's not going to happen. Is there more, are folks more convinced this year for A.J. Brown than they were last year for Terry?
Well, first of all, JP, the good news for you is that this happens with every veteran receiver who's ever been mentioned in a trade ever. Going back to Larry Fitzgerald and fake pictures of him on the internet being at Logan Airport and getting tweeted out by everybody from Bangor, Maine to Bristol, Connecticut. So don't feel bad. I'm sure Patriots fans have already forgotten about that. I'm sure they don't hate you. But that is just sort of where they're at. And they did at least show a willingness last year, with guys like Chris Godwin. They were interested in trading for DK Metcalf, but Metcalf didn't want to sign an extension with the Patriots. So that didn't even get to the point of, real trade talks with Seattle. They've been dying to give Drake May a legit number one receiver. And so this is where the A.J. Brown thing comes up. And I'm honestly, I was a little surprised that the pursuit was as seemingly hot and heavy as it was these last few weeks, because Vrabel had A.J. Brown in Tennessee, obviously, and part of the reason that Tennessee didn't want to extend him was because he apparently had this knee issue that was going to be an issue for him at some point in his career. It hasn't started to pop up. He didn't really fully look like himself last year, but he did have a 1,000-yard season. So it's interesting for guys like Vrabel. There's a handful of others that were with Vrabel in Tennessee that are in this front office. They know what that knee looks like, or at least what it looked like, 4 years ago or so, and still they're after him. So they just are dying to get their young quarterback, that guy, the way that Terry McLaurin's supposed to be that guy for Jaden Daniels.
As long as you got books from the read on the sideline, you'll be fine.
Listen, a lot of great academic institutions up here, B. Mitch. So they've got all sorts of libraries. They can give him all the books he needs. I think as long as they don't have to part with a first round pick, I'm sure they'd be happy to do that for him.
Talking with our buddy Phil Perry here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You give Phil a follow at Phil A. Perry. Covers the Pats, NBC Sports Boston. Check out his work there. The Next Pats podcast. Also talking plenty about the Sox and the C's and the B's and everything going on up there in the hub. Another receiver that is an interesting situation is Steph Diggs. They signed Steph last year. I don't know. I'm not in that locker room. You are. From what I heard, Steph was good in the locker room. He was pretty good on the field. They go on this Super Bowl run. Then they release him. How was Steph last year up there?
It's a great question because he really was great. It could not have gone any better for the Patriots having signed him when they signed him, and as I said, they were dying to get that number one for Drake May, and he was basically like option D or E, and he was kind of what was left. And I think they knew when they signed him that he was, your classic one-year guy, right? Like, this is a building team. He's a veteran player. He's bounced around, for a reason. I think they understood, like, this could work. Let's hope it does work, because if it starts to go sideways, they understood at the time, not that they were worried about off-field stuff, although off-field stuff did pop up while he was here. They were, I think, more worried about, boy, this guy is so competitive and he wants the ball so badly. If it doesn't go well for us, if it's for some reason and a new system doesn't go great for our young quarterback, how is he going to handle all that? Now, that never really came up because Drake May just sort of blew everybody away. He helped turn Stephon Diggs back into a 1,000-yard receiver, and all went well really up until the postseason where Diggs kind of disappeared, and he never cracked 40 yards in any of those postseason games this past season. So I think for them, again, the understanding was he is where he is in his career right now. We're trying to find pieces that are going to grow and develop with Drake May. He's probably not going to be here much longer than a year. But the year went really well. Outside of, I don't know if you guys remember this, but the unidentified baggie of pink something on the boat during OTAs when he wasn't with the team, could have been with the team, was doing his own thing. Outside of that, and then outside of charges that were filed against him for strangulation and assault against, these were filed by a chef, live-in chef with Steph Diggs. There's a disagreement apparently about payment, and that allegedly led to a physical altercation that is still being sorted out. So those are really like the blemishes. Outside of that, in the locker room, the players loved him, coaches loved him, Drake May loved him. He did, every once in a while you could see it on film, like the palms would go to the sky if he thought he was open and he didn't get the football. But Drake May, I thought, did a really good job of sort of putting that to the side and maintaining good relationships with all his receivers. And even if guys weren't constantly getting the ball when they thought they should be, they really liked the kid. And so, Diggs, I think, brought a lot to the locker room. It was just, I think they felt for a long time it was probably going to be a one-year proposition with him.
Well, and I saw, I guess Elliott Wolf didn't rule out a return, right? Like, it doesn't seem likely, but if we get to July...
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. I would deem it as unlikely, but to Elliott Wolf's credit, he just would leave that door open a crack, and if for some reason he doesn't land anywhere, it would surprise me. I mean, I think he is kind of great in that role. It's unfortunate for him because maybe it means he's going to be bouncing around for a few years here as he finishes up his career. But as a guy to sort of help your young quarterback get his feet underneath him and sort of get his career off the ground, he's not like that true number one. He was their number one last year, sort of by default, but he's not going to really determine, dictate coverage the way he used to. He's not going to demand a safety over the top or anything, but he's going to be really smart. He's going to be willing to go over the middle. He's going to sit down in zones. He's going to catch the football. Boy, the catch rate is way over 80% in terms of the targets that he was reeling in, because the hands are really good and because he knows how to adjust to the football still. And so he's not going to be like a big play guy. He was very rarely making plays down the field for New England, but he's going to move the chains and he's going to be a really reliable option. And so that was hugely valuable to Drake May this past year in an offense that can be really hard for first-year receivers, whether they're young guys or older guys, can be difficult to pick up, this Josh McDaniels system. So, I don't know if he ends up like in a Tennessee or, is it a New Orleans or is it, like somewhere where they have a young player behind center there where they could use sort of an intermediate short area go-to guy who's going to, bring real juice to the locker room and bring a real competitive spirit. That's what Diggs is right now.
Talking with our buddy Phil Perry here from Boston, covers the New England Patriots. You can give him a follow at Phil A. Perry. Let's talk about a guy Washington signed. Actually, let me ask you one more. So it's no secret last year and this year, really since Vrabel arrived, since they drafted Drake May, They're in search of a top wideout. So much is made of Brandon Ayuk here in Washington. And obviously Washington has ties to Ayuk between he and Jaden Daniels have a close friendship, and Adam Peters is the GM here, used to be in San Fran. Is there any talk of Ayuk in New England?
There really is not.
Okay.
And I wonder if that is residual from a couple of off seasons ago, because when Gerard Mayo was here as head coach, Elliot Wolf was his right-hand man in the front office. So Wolf is a total carryover from previous regimes. Elliot Wolf worked here with Bill Belichick and has been able to stick around, and his relationship with Mike Vrabel has really blossomed and developed over the course of the last year. And a lot of people thought he might be going elsewhere when Vrabel sort of brought this new regime in. They have like 2 or 3, GM or GM adjacent caliber people in their front office, and a couple of them, Ryan Cowden and John Stryker, Stretch. Vrabel's known for years and years and years, and are like 2 of his best friends. And so people were wondering if Wolf might be gone, but he's still here. And so I just bring that up to say they made a run at Ayuk a couple of off seasons ago, and Ayuk at the time was, I think they felt like, kind of playing them to get what he wanted from San Francisco. And ultimately he did, but I think there were some hard feelings between, the people who were here in Foxborough at the time that they made a run after him, just based on how he kind of handled that whole situation, because they felt like they had something close to done. They had a really lucrative offer on the table for him. And I think he was going to be willing to turn down even more money here in New England just to be able to get something closer to what he wanted in San Francisco. The communication wasn't great, and so it would be surprised. Now, of course, he's got like this injury situation that has popped up since then. So, like, I'd be surprised if they made a run after him, both between the injury thing, questioning that, wondering if he's like truly an upgrade for what, based on what they have already, and then this history that they have from a couple of years ago. I think that would probably prevent them from going after him.
Phil, my question, Chason, how do you pronounce his first name? Because I hear it so many different ways.
So I hope I don't screw it up, because I've been in a position before where I thought I had it nailed, and I'll go back and I'll check with the colleges and I'll check with PR, and I'll still screw it up somehow, B-Mitch, but we've been saying Kaylavon Chason.
Okay.
Kaylavon Chason.
It's got a nice ring to it. It does. And guys, you guys are going to, I don't know if you had a chance to talk to him yet. You're going to love him as a human being. Like, awesome personality to have in the locker room. Completely, just this gregarious individual who seemingly, in just the 1 year he was in Foxborough, got along with everybody across position groups, brought great energy to the team. I know Vrabel, really appreciated that about him when they brought him in. From a football standpoint, was willing to do anything and everything. And, he was in a different spot where he was really, it was a lower money deal, 1 year deal here in New England. So, he was willing to do everything on special teams and do whatever they were asking of him in this new system. And boy, what a great year he had. Just, great athlete, good length, good motor, was able to play a lot of snaps for them. They were pretty thin on the edge this year, and they dealt with injury to Harold Landry, who was, kind of a similar player in terms of size. Like, these guys aren't like the biggest guys in the world. But when they're right, explosive off the edge, good first step. If you can run some games and some stunts with a guy like Kaylavon Chason, like, his athleticism is really going to show up. And so, really, really cool individual to have in Foxborough for a year from our standpoint as media people, be able to talk to this guy and get some really thoughtful answers and have entertaining conversations with him. But a really useful player in Vrabel's system too.
Are you surprised Are you surprised he got out of New England and that Washington was able to get him on a 1 year also?
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised by his deal, honestly, and I think there were some people in Foxborough who were a little surprised by that too, that he maybe didn't get a little bit more. I think they were just kind of assuming that he was, his price was going to be greater than what they were willing to pay. And I think you saw, as well as it worked out with him, last year. I think there are a couple different factors at play here. Like, number one, Harold Landry was a captain last year. He's got a bunch of guaranteed money coming to him this year. So, like, they really couldn't move off of Harold Landry. And then I think looking at Chason and assuming he was going to get a certain number, I think they were kind of looking at the combination of those two guys and saying, one of them probably has to go. And given that Chason was hitting free agency and, Landry, again, is due a bunch of dough this year, I think that decision was sort of made for them. And then you look at one of the first signings they made in free agency. I think that's another sign that, and it wasn't that Chason wasn't a good fit. It was just, I think it was, they had kind of too much of the same thing. Like, again, Landry and Chason are pretty similar, not like the heaviest handed guys probably, right? Like, there were a couple of games where opposing offenses, for example, would just run at the Patriots' edges. And the Patriots had very little in the way of answers for that on a number of different occasions. I can remember when they played a primetime game in Baltimore, they just ran outside. Derrick Henry kept giving Derrick Henry the ball until they stopped for some reason. Maybe one of the reasons why John Harbaugh isn't there anymore, because who knows had they won that game, how their season turns out. But, like, just that's probably, like, an issue that if he ends up playing on first and second down a lot in Washington, I'd be interested to see how they try to resolve that. So one of the first signings they made here in New England was to sign Draymond Jones, who was just in Baltimore. He was in Tennessee before that, is much more of a bigger edge defender, like much more of a on first and second down, we're going to play him outside. He's going to stop the run. He's going to be able to dominate tight ends. He's going to be able to stand up tackles. And then on third down, we'll actually kick him inside and maybe we'll rush him next to Milton Williams. Like, that's sort of been his career to this point. Draymond Jones, he was a defensive tackle at Ohio State back in the day. So he's like shrunk down size-wise and turned himself into an edge defender. But I think that just shows you sort of what they were looking for. They just needed a little different style of edge player aside from Chason. And so I think that's why they ultimately moved on from him.
Gotcha. Great info as always, dude. How big of a deal is St. Patrick's Day in Boston? How much is the city just going off today?
Well, so it's really, I mean, the big day was yesterday. So it's the Sunday of St. Patrick's Day. That's the Monster Day in South Boston. Lived there for 10 years. Huge parade, huge celebration, lots of chaos. Like, it's a lot. It's gotten a lot different. And as I've gotten older, it's become less and less for me, JP.
I get
if you know what I mean?
Like,
I'm not walking around. You ever heard of what a Borg is? Have we heard of Borgs?
The young guys have. Why don't you? B. Mitch and I,
Okay,
of
so a
course, are
Borg-
familiar, but we'll take an explanation.
Yeah, so I mean, you imagine walking around with like a 2-gallon jug of, where the water has been emptied and it's been filled with hard liquor of some kind, and it's like their range of different colors. Like, so it's really not for me anymore, JP. But that yesterday's the big day. Today's still like a lot of fun. We had bagpipers in front of the kids' school. It's actually it's our youngest birthday today.
Oh, awesome.
He
Happy
turns
birthday.
3, so big. Yeah, so he'll be doing shots of Jameson later on, and we'll have a good time. Just a classic St. Patrick's Day in the Boston area,
I just looked this up. Borg, also known as a blackout rage gallon, is a viral trend, especially on college campuses, involving a gallon jug filled with water, a large amount of liquor, often a fifth of vodka, and flavorings like electrolyte powders or drink mixes to be consumed over time. Yeah, I think my Borg era is over. I don't need it.
that's not happening for me anymore. And those are the people who kind of make it a bad time for, but those are the people who end up fighting in the alleys.
Yeah.
But it's still it's still a great tradition in town and really all around the area. So it's a lot of fun. It was a fun day today.
Thanks for making time for us, dude. Appreciate you.
All right, appreciate you guys. Take care. Have a great week.
Phil Perry does a tremendous job covering the Pats. I recommend you give him a follow. Switching it up, College Hoops Talk when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JON.
B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Excited to talk some college hoops with our guy, Rob Doster. College Hoops Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bringing Rob in right now. Rob, what's up, man? How you been?
What's going on, fellas? How we doing? I'm not going to lie. The little 50 Cent bumper music there got me in a mood.
Yeah, man. 50 gets it done. I imagine you are busy as hell right now, so I appreciate you making time for us. Everybody check out Rob's work at the Field of 68. I honestly thought the bracket was pretty fair. One of our producers is an Auburn guy. Even he admits Auburn shouldn't have gotten in the tournament despite Bruce Pearl's constant politicking. This morning, though, I'm guessing you might know Stanford Steve, but Stanford Steve is a big Duke fan, and he was ranting on his podcast about the draw the Dukies got. The East bracket is completely loaded, but do you think it's unfair? Like, most of those are East Coast teams.
I think the East is always going to end up like that because of the way the bracket sets out. But if you think I'm going to cry any tears for Duke or for Stanford Steve, then you're wrong. Honestly, I think Stanford Steve might be a little upset that Stanford didn't find their way into the NCAA tournament. So I think he's venting. I think he's projecting there. No, the team that I think got the worst of the draw was St. John's. Because St. John's won the Big East regular season. They won the Big East tournament. They just beat the brakes off UConn on Saturday. And they come in, and in the second round, guess what you get? Darren Peterson and Bill Self in Kansas. And if you win that, guess what you get? You get Duke, the number 1 overall seed. Like that, that's tough, man. That's not a great draw for St. John's. But the issue that I have with the way that it broke down for Duke is that matchup with St. John's is the one where I was like, that could be a little scary for them, man, because they got a guy named Zuby Ejiofor at the 5, who's big and who's physical and who could really give Cam Boozer some problems. They play a style that can bother a team that has point guard question marks, and now their starting point guard is done for the year with a foot injury. So I think that's where I'm a little bit concerned when it comes to this draw for Duke. But at the end of the day, man, Duke is they're the best team in college basketball right now, even without Caleb Foster. So I don't think it matters. I think you can line up whoever you want, and there's a very good chance that Duke is going to just kind of knock them all down. So it's not the greatest draw. I will say, though, John Shire, you want to prove yourself as one of the best coaches in college basketball, you're going to be able to do it because you're going to beat one of Bill Self or Rick Pitino, and you're probably going to beat one of Tom Izzo or Dan Hurley. So he has it set up to be able to kind of etch his name in the record books here.
That kind of surprised me every year. You get a good team, supposed to be number 1. They beat people all year. Then they get into the tournament and they want the easiest route. Why does it have to be that way?
B-Mitch, you just want all the smoke, huh?
I mean, my whole thing is if you're going to be the best, beat the best.
Give me Arizona, give me Florida, give me UConn, give me everybody. Yeah. I want them all. I mean, I hear you. And the thing about it is, we talk about this every year, and odds are pretty good that you're not going to just face the best team coming out of each region, right? Like someone's going to beat somebody. There's going to be an upset somewhere. It's going to get a little weird. That's just what the NCAA tournament is and what makes it so great. And you got yes, there's a whole lot of great coaches in that bracket, right? But you're not going to have to play both Bill Self and Rick Pitino. You're not going to have to play both Dan Hurley and Tom Izzo. And frankly, if you're looking at the 3 seeds, I'll take the one, even if it's coached by Tom Izzo, I'll take the one that doesn't have an NBA player on it in Michigan State, right? If you're looking at all the 2 seeds, I'll take the one in UConn, even with Dan Hurley. I'll take the one, and I'm saying this as a UConn fan, I would take the one that looks like they've kind of lost their mojo and lost their way a little bit this season. Would you rather have them or go play a Houston team that made it to the finals of the Big 12 tournament? Would you rather play UConn right now or an Iowa State team that was beating the brakes off of everybody on a glass floor out there in Kansas City? I think UConn is the one that you probably want out of those 2 seeds. So, yeah, I get it. There's a lot of big-name coaches, but it's I don't know. They're not going to give any of these teams cakewalk. So it is what it is.
Yep. Talking with our buddy Rob Doster here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. You can give Rob a follow at Rob Doster, Dauster. Check out his work at Field of 68. I do a NCAA tournament Calcutta every year, and it's possible I have had one too many and spent a little more than I planned on. And the team that has burned me more than anyone is Arizona. How How real is Arizona this year? Is this the year they get to the Final Four, maybe win another title?
I think they're the best team in college basketball right now. I think they're the most complete team. I think they are the team that can beat you in any way. Like, if you want to get physical with them, they're bigger than you. If you want to get into a track meet with them, they're one of the best teams when it comes to running and gunning in college basketball this year. If you want to try to get into a three-point shooting contest, that's maybe not the best idea for them, but you know what? They have enough guys that can make them that it doesn't matter. You get in a close game, they got the best closer in the sport. If you want to get into a defensive battle, like, every one of those dudes looks like they would be playing with B. Mitch on Sundays, right? Go look at Brady Bird. That dude looks like he could go play middle linebacker for the Arizona football team. Jaden Bradley is a senior, and he is strong. Koa Pete comes from a football family. Like, how that dude did not end up in pads is baffling to me. They are big, they are strong, they are physical, they run good offense. Like, I think this is the year, man. I think this is the year that they get it done. So go ahead and spend all that money on Arizona. Don't blow all that money. Michigan doesn't have their backup point guard. Duke doesn't have their starting point guard. All three of those teams are kind of in that same level. So if you're going to do it, this is going to be the year.
What about the Gators, though? Defending national champs. I know they lost to Vandy in the SEC tournament, but they had been red hot prior to that.
Yeah, so Florida they're very, very good. And I think that they are right there as the fourth best team in college basketball. The difference is, I think with Michigan, with Arizona, and with Duke, if you can kind of take them out of their game, they can still beat you in a way that there's not like the best style of play for them. And what I mean by that is, if you take Arizona out of their ability to get out and run, they can still beat you in the half court, right? If you limit Michigan's ability to force turnovers and get in transition and do some of the stuff that they do on the break, they can still beat you in the half court because they have a guy like a Diamara who's such a good passer, and they have a couple different point guards. Elliot Cadeau has been really, really good for him. I think Florida is more limited when it comes to a half-court situation. They got the best front court in college basketball, and I think they're the best team at the rim in college basketball. They're so good on the offensive glass. They're so good at protecting the rim. They're so good on the defensive glass. Like, they're going to own the paint against you. But if you can get back in transition and you can keep them from getting easy baskets and you can make them really work on the offensive glass, they're going to get some, right? You got to accept the fact they're going to get some offensive rebounds. But if you can make them work and keep them limited and don't let them get those second chance tip-in opportunities, then if they can't get the easy baskets, they have a tendency to struggle just a little bit in the half court. So I think that they are the fourth best team in the country and deserve number one seed in the South. But I think that they're just a little touch below those other three. The other problem with Florida is they're going to Houston for the regional.
Yeah.
The number two seed in their region is Houston. Kelvin Sampson is playing chess, not checkers, boys. Kelvin Sampson is smart. You know why? He knew that regional was coming to Houston, and he got Rice to be the host. Houston's not hosting it. If Houston hosted that regional, they wouldn't be able to play in Houston. He got Rice University to host the regional in Houston so he can play his regional games, his Sweet 16 and his Elite 8 games in Houston, in the Toyota Center, in his home city. That is going to be a home game for the Cougars. So kudos to him, man.
Well, I ask you this question.
Playing chess, not checkers.
We thought Alabama could. I thought Alabama could be a problem for some people throughout the tournament. Their guy got busted yesterday. Is he going to be able to play?
Oh man, I don't know. My guess is probably not. He's in a state where weed isn't legal, and he had 2 pounds of weed in his house. That's
a lot.
That's going to be a tough one to explain, B-Mitch. That's a tough one to explain. I will say though, I have a very hard time getting up in arms about a guy that's getting arrested for weed when I literally can go right down the street here in New Jersey and I can go buy some weed from the store. I can buy it in bulk, like I'm going to Costco. Right. So it is what it is. I'm hoping that, so they're on spring break right now. What I hope is that when we get past it, he'll be able to get through it. I just can't, I can't get behind the idea of a dude missing out on this opportunity to play in the tournament because of weed, but it is dumb. I will say it is really dumb. If you know it's illegal, you're a star point guard for Alabama's basketball team. What are you doing with 2 pounds of weed in your house?
Yeah.
Go get it somewhere else.
He's probably making 7 figures, right? NIL-wise?
Yeah. Well, that's why he could afford 2 pounds.
That's why he can afford 2 pounds of weed.
Generally, if you got 2 pounds of weed, it's to sell it. It's not to smoke it.
He don't need to sell it. He's making 7
That's
figures.
why I'm so confused. If it was just he had a bag of weed on him, he had an eighth, he had an ounce.
I still remember when Robert Parrish had 2 trash bags, And they said, "What you gonna do?" He said, "I'm gonna smoke it." And he didn't go to jail in Louisiana back when it was nowhere close to being legal.
Right.
So,
Rob, the last one I wanted to ask you was, I think Acuff might be the prime example to this question. But who's like a star player that's not on a 1 seed, right? Like everybody knows Boozer, but like one of these, I mean, this draft is loaded. Who's a player that could get a team to a Final Four?
Okay, so Acuff is the obvious one, right? And anyone that has seen Darius Acuff play loves watching him play. The dude is an absolute stud. He might not even be the best point guard in his pod. The 5 seed in that same region, Wisconsin, got a kid named Nick Boyd, who there's a level of swagger this dude plays with, guys. There's a level of confidence that he has that's just like you don't realize that you are not the best player in the history of basketball when you watch him. He's got that kind of personality, and I love it. He doesn't realize like the stuff that he's doing. He's not. Wisconsin went into Michigan this year, and they beat Michigan at Michigan, which you're not supposed to do. And I don't think that Nick Boyd realized that he's not supposed to go into Michigan and win. I think his belief is we're the best team in the country. Well, of course we're going to go in there and win, right? And he had 38 in a game against Illinois in the Big Ten tournament. Him and John Blackwell, his backcourt mate, have had games this year where they combined for 50 points, 10 assists, and no turnovers again on the road at Illinois, on the road at Purdue, against Michigan State, at Michigan. Like that team is built for big moments like this. And I think if we can get a Wisconsin-Arkansas second-round game, that's the one you got to circle. That's the second-round game that you cannot miss. Whatever you're doing, but drop the kids off at school, go get them to their gymnastics practices, get whatever you're doing, just make sure you're in front of TV if Wisconsin and Arkansas play, because that is going to be a battle. If you like guard play, that is going to be a battle for the ages. It's one of those two. We talked about Arizona earlier, right? If you're going to be worried about Arizona, if there is a scare, it's going to be in that Sweet 16 game if they have to play one of Wisconsin or Arkansas, because I think there's a very real chance that you get like a 39-point, 8-assist performance out of one of those two, Darius Acuff or Nick Boyd or whoever, and they can take down Arizona. That's the one that I would be scared of if I was an Arizona fan.
I look forward to taking the points in Arizona's Sweet 16 matchup. Rob, thank you for the time, dude. Really appreciate it. Good luck. I know this is going to be crazy for you next couple of weeks. Enjoy it.
Yeah, always a pleasure, fellas. It's good to see you. Hey, I'm coming down to D.C. We're going to be at the BetMGM on Thursday and Friday down there in National Harbor. Come down and hang out.
let us know.
We're going to be there too, honestly.
Boom.
Well, no, he's going to be at the
BetMGM. Beach.
Hold on.
Are you going to be at the MGM Hotel or the BetMGM over here by the baseball stadium?
I'm going to be at the one in National Harbor down there in Oxon Hill.
You're going to be at the sports book.
Okay, so we'll be there.
Dude, we're doing our
Thursday,
show
Friday
from Tap Sports Bar. So we'll see you Thursday
there you
and Friday.
go. We're going to be in the sports book. Come over and hang out. Grab a beverage with us. First one on B, Mitch, right?
Always. First one on B. That's the rule.
All of them on me.
At the casino where they take good care of us,
great to see you
we're
guys,
good.
fellas. Great to catch up.
Bro.
Thanks,
care,
Rob.
man.
Take care, dude. Rob Doster, Field of 68. You can give him a follow at Rob Doster. Really, really smart, expert in college hoops. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to talk to our guy, Brendan Porath. TGL preview. That's right. We might be the only radio show in the country doing a TGL preview, but we're doing it, damn it.
All right.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy.
He's been calling B Mitch because B prefers phone calls to text.
Hell yeah.
But you are now at your Stallion phone call limit.
But he see, this is my thing. I'd rather phone calls than text. I'd rather text than email. But I don't want all three of them. Stallion texts you, or emails you, texts you, then he calls to go through what's on the rundown. That's overload to me.
Yeah, we're good.
Like, I'm about to jump through the phone or just put my head under the car tire after the next one.
I kind of got the sense from the call this morning that B was ready to kill me. And then all of a sudden the phone just hung up. And
No, that was you.
No, it wasn't me.
No, it was you. Because I'm still here. I'm waiting for you, and you text me, oh, it looked like it was a drop-off. I'm like, yeah, call me back. I'm not going to call you back.
I didn't get the call. I didn't get the text.
No, I know. I didn't text you.
So I think Stallion might have my old phone number. I also...
No, he called you yesterday, Jay, and you saw it. I think you just ignored him.
People that call me recognize this. I have my phone on Do Not Disturb at all times.
And I call you right back.
Well, guess what? Congratulations. You've made it to the big leagues. Danny Frank showed me this thing that you can have your phone on Do Not Disturb, but put a couple...
Certain people can call through.
Yes.
But whether
it's you and my wife,
well,
Brian.
I'll be honest with you. If your phone went straight to voicemail, all I did hang up and call right back.
Yeah, and then it
I
goes through.
understand what it is. I know how to work it.
All right, so we got the B. Mitch and Finley Bracket Invitational. We got some logistics here to figure out. One, let's all agree while we're on the air, points total. You get 1 point for the first round, 2 points for the Sweet 16, 4 points for the Elite 8, 8 points for the Final Four, 16 point for a semifinal, and you get 32 points if you get the national champion right. We all agree, right?
Yes. Who's keeping score?
Hold on. You say
White Brian.
1 point for the...
He butchered it last year.
He did butcher it last year. But there was also a question about the point total.
I did not butcher it. The point system was all messed up.
Right, so that's why we're clearing it up now. So, if you
sound like a bunch of haters.
So, B. So, just looking at Duke Siena, right?
Yeah.
You get Duke correct, that's worth 1 point. But then you got Duke into the Sweet 16, that's worth 2. Then you got Duke into the Elite 8, that's worth 4. Duke into the Final Four would be worth 8.
But why you don't get points for this next round then?
Yeah, you skipped around the third.
You skipped the whole damn round.
Okay, I didn't mean to, but my point is it just keeps doubling.
Yeah, we doubled.
I understand what you're saying, but when you skip, that's why I asked you to say it again the first time, because you just jumped right past that.
Brian, the underlying premise to everything is that I'm an idiot. So, always keep that in mind.
You're not an idiot. You just don't pay attention.
Okay, that too.
Yeah.
Now, logistics. We believe in paper brackets.
Yeah.
If you are invited and want to be in the B. Mitch and Finley Invitational, you got to get us a paper bracket.
Yeah.
That said,
don't send it to JP because he'll never get to us.
Sure.
Send it to me.
Now, we're going to be at MGM Thursday and Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
We need it by tomorrow. Unless you bring it to us at MGM.
But Bees and them want to get in, but they're probably going to give it to us Thursday at MGM.
And I'm gonna make you ineligible if you give me a big ass card this year. Because Bees walked in there last year with something supposed to be on the damn billboard.
That was funny. I kind of hope he does it again.
You can make it 2 times the size of this paper, not 8.
$20 American cash currency.
Yeah.
I was able to turn the big bracket into a folder last year. That kind of helped.
So Bees, maybe do the big bracket again.
No, because he's not going to be there. I got to bring it.
Yeah, because then we got to get it to White Brian the following week.
I'll get it to him.
No, we're not going to see him till Monday because he's not coming to MGM, right?
No, I don't think so at this point. Brian, are you coming?
Hey, don't worry about
come
it.
pick him up.
I got a deal. Ryan, you're the producer. You come here before you come to MGM.
All right, I could drop off the brackets.
I do think we could just give him to Ryan and make him figure it out.
No, he don't know numbers. He's kind of like you.
I'm not saying the scoring, but the physical logistics of locating the brackets.
You have to give him instructions or he will screw it up.
Who can we trust with the cash?
Me.
Oh. You don't think you can trust B with the cash?
Do we think? I don't know.
Y'all really think I'm going to worry about 200 and something bucks?
I could do it.
No.
No.
Ryan would come in here with a bunch of alcohol.
Yo, Like, as far as trust with
Didn't
the
I
cash,
hold on to the cash the whole time last year?
trust with the cash rankings is Brian at the top, then probably me, then White Brian, then Jeff, then Stallion.
Yeah.
It's fair.
Why you think that?
What do you disagree with?
Hey, I hold money very well. You should see my budget system. I have envelopes all on this posted wall. Cash, baby.
Yeah, that's what I don't
your
like.
budget system?
That's what I don't like. You got
Envelopes
envelopes
full of
on the
cash
wall.
on the
Somebody
wall.
might walk in the wall and take the damn envelopes.
Nah, you can't get in that room without my key.
I know where you live. Stop putting your cash in an envelope on the wall.
Look.
Hey, look.
JB.
Just like he knew he had the keys to that car.
Yeah.
That drove away.
No, the keys were in the car. I just went to lock my door. They just was fast.
Listen, B-Mitch is in charge of the cash. Stallion's in charge of the brackets, I guess. And White Brian's in charge of adding it up. Jeff, J-Dogs forever, we're in charge of nothing.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I'm cool with that, JP. I'm cool with that.
Brendan Porath joins the show next.
B-Mitch and Phil.
You gotta represent Cleveland, the land. Joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline is our friend Mr. Brendan Porath. Fried Egg Golf, shotgun start. BP, how are you, buddy?
I'm great, JP. I grew up on Bone Thugs, so that would have been a welcome addition. Though Ludacris is now, I think golf can claim him because he did the concert at Sawgrass, head of the players on the Island Green last week.
There we go.
Jeff, is that why you played it? Because Luda played the players last week.
Hell no.
Not at all.
I doubt it.
Well, dude, so I was listening to the podcast all weekend. How was the players? Like, the players wants to be a major. It's not a major. But damn, if the last 2 hours of that tournament weren't riveting as hell.
They were.
Yeah, it's awesome, and it's even better in person, I would say. It's one of those places, obviously, they have it extremely dialed in at this point. Not nearly to the point of Augusta or the Masters. No one is. But I would say, if you want to go to Florida, you want to get away, and it's cold up north, it's a pretty poppin' event to go to. Certainly, Friday, Saturday is really fun. They have it dialed in. It's this like festival of golf that the PGA Tour puts pretty much every resource they have, and it's a lot these days into the Players Championship. And the golf is kind of delivered really since they moved it back to March. There are some guardrails there where you have the top players. It used to be known for this randomness, like, oh man, the top guys hit it in the water all of a sudden, like you get some random no name you never heard of. But really since they moved it back to March, it's like Rory McIlroy a couple times, Scotty Scheffler a couple times. Cameron Young, I would say, is bona fide now a top 5 player in the world. So the golf is delivered, and you have all that water, all that danger over the last couple hours that you saw that makes it a great TV product.
Yeah, I tell you, that water sure makes a difference. And I think that's one of the reasons why they can push it, because let's say on Thursday, Friday, yeah, you cool. They move those tee boxes a little bit, put that flag in a certain spot on that green, that water comes into play. Ask JP by Oberg.
I watched it.
That's right. That's right. There's nowhere to hide, really, if you're not striking it well. If you miss hit somewhere, you might get away with it. But like most pros will tell you, with how far they hit it and modern equipment that like course corrects even miss hits nowadays, the biggest challenge to them is just water. And that's like, we're out of bounds. Like, that's what scares them the most. And that's how you challenge them. And that course does it.
So I am a subscriber to the Fried Egg Golf email. It's 3 days a week. I love it, right? And it was a really smart article, I thought, coming out of the players with Cam Young specifically, about he's always been world-class at hitting the ball, driving it, hitting irons, whatever. Just his putting had let him down for a number of years. As a human that also struggles with poor putting, what the hell did he do, and how can all of us do it? How did he turn it all around?
Well, like according to his dad, and we talked to him, my colleague Joseph talked to him in the practice rounds. His dad's his instructor, was like a teaching pro at Sleepy Hollow up there, Westchester County. He said it was just simply like a change in technique and in adjusting his line, his starting line. Now, like, let's be clear, that kind of small tweak might not have the big dividends for like scrubs like us and mid handicaps like us, but for someone of that caliber, that can be all the difference. And it was. He has been elite. Like, we're talking about a guy this time last year that needed to qualify to get in the U.S. Open. Damn. He's got a boatload of top 10s at the majors, and starting right away, he was elite from 2022 when he really came on the scene. He has been really since he was at Wake Forest and on the lower tours, but he was really, really bad putter, like down towards the bottom of PGA Tour ranks. And he's always, according to his dad, always had really good technique. It was just a small tweak of adjusting and zeroing in on start lines. And, as we know, putting is really fickle. Like, it can come and go. Yeah. Usually ball striking stays the same. Putting, you could be the best putter in the world and be really, really bad for a month, 2 months, even a whole year. Mm-hmm. So it is more of a confidence game, right? And if he starts rolling them well, it sort of builds on each other. And it's as mental as any part of the game.
And if you're not quitting your job, Jay, it ain't gonna happen. They have 24 hours a day to go putt.
Right.
We don't.
Dude, so the players is kind of the last, for golf fans, it's a tentpole event. Even for casual fans, I think the players is big enough to draw casual golf fans in. The next stop, Augusta. I know they got 3 weeks before that, but the major sight line becomes the Masters. Scotty's form, Scheffler's a little up and down, I would say. You would never count somebody like that out. Rory's dealing with what may still be this lingering injury. I don't know what the hell like Rahm and Bryson form is playing on live at this point.
Bryson falling in traps. There's nobody watching.
Dude, real quick, to that point, B, between Bryson falling in the trap with those weird, like, birds, and then the next week I saw one of the Liv drones flew into a tree. Liv seems like a wreck, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically just seeding the entire first quarter of the year. They're playing, in Singapore, Riyadh, Hong Kong. They'll do well in South Africa this week, just locally, but in terms of larger golf viewership of the golf world, nobody really cares what's going on. They'll have good events on the ground in Australia and South Africa. But other than that, it is kind of a wreck. And it's sad to see like Rahm really sort of withering away, and he's making some bombastic statements about not paying his fines. It was suggested to me last week at the Players, like, seems like he's doing that just to stay relevant. Like because otherwise the tournaments he's playing and where he is in the golf world right now have made him irrelevant. Now he can change that real quick at the Masters. But it is kind of a mess. And they're just, seems like they're not even attempting to capture the American audience in the first quarter of the year, which, they'll tell you we're just going to be a global game, but you kind of can't survive if that's all you want to do.
He better be careful about saying he's not going to pay his fines. That's all I can tell him.
So as we look ahead to Augusta, then I think I heard on your podcast on Shotgun Start, the last two winners of the Players have gone on to win the Masters.
Rory and Scotty, which are, they're good picks no matter where they win or what kind of form they had going into it. And so I don't know if that's a trend you really want to bank on, but I would say Cameron Young right now, what you alluded to with Scotty and Rory, I think Cameron Young should be the favorite. He never will be on the odds boards. Scotty, which makes him Tiger-like or Tiger-ish, is around like 3-1, 2-1 a lot. But I do think, there's for sure, the boat is not sinking, but there might be a hole in it right now. And to suggest that is sort of considered sacrilegious because this guy's been so good. Even when he's poor, he's still finishing top 20. But like, it's also being realistic. It's seeing things with your own eyes. It's analyzing the data. Like, he's not been the same Scotty Scheffler. And it was particularly bad at the Players Championship, wiping the ball way right every time, like coming across it. His swing is not the same. Brandel, who's excellent on Live From, sort of examined that and drew it out with some of the graphics. Like, his swing is not the same. Now, he can fix that really quick. He had a rough Q1 last year, but that was mostly due to injury. And you know what? Like, he's a guy that's pretty simple. Like, he doesn't do a ton of endorsements, isn't trying to be out there, like, just cashing in on everything, trying to be a superstar personality, doing TikToks and stuff like that. He just wants to play golf and be the best in the world. Well, when you're number one in the world, like, their stuff comes with that. There's kids hounding him for autographs nonstop. You have to talk to the media at every corner, every round. He's not like that. And so, like, it's okay when he's winning majors and he's smooth sailing, but when he's not particularly playing his best, that's starting to weigh on him even more. It's just not the role he wants to play. So he's kind of grumpy right now, a little bit ticked off, and certainly has been with the media. But bad for Scotty, and we're allowed to say, like, bad for Scotty is still a top 20 finish, but he's not been that doesn't mean we're saying he's washed or lost. It's very plain and evident he hasn't been the same the last few weeks or last month.
Nowhere close. Because he hadn't played well like the first 2 days in most tournaments.
Yeah, he's had this Thursday problem, which is indicative of just like general sloppiness we're not used to seeing from Scotty, where there's a 6 or 7 or outward 40. And we just haven't seen that much from Scotty. But he's so good, he still finishes top 10, top 15.
He shows up on Saturday late and Sunday, and you go, damn, if he played like that the whole tournament, he won it.
Right. He gets hot, but he's just been inconsistent.
Well, and then what about Rory? Like, what is the state of his injury? I don't even know what it is.
I mean, he hurt himself like hinging, doing a weightlifting on Saturday morning in Bay Hill. And he talked to his people a lot last week, and they were kind of like, it was coming out of the wire. Some say he shouldn't play. Some say they'll give it a try. He ended up playing right away, had the speed numbers. He says it's a fatigue injury more than like he's in, excruciating and any kind of excruciating pain. But it's not great. It's pretty poor timing. He had been super dialed in, looked really, really good at Pebble Beach, Riviera. Bay Hill looked like a tournament he could win going into the weekend. And now it's just kind of all thrown aside, quite frankly. He said, like, look, I haven't played it. I've only played, like, been off 5 days, but I feel incredibly rusty based on just being sidelined or horizontal, essentially, for 4 or 5 days. he was not going to play most likely between the Players and the Masters. Now it's up in the air. Maybe he adds like one of those Texas events. So yeah, this has definitely thrown a wrench into his plans for a guy that, based on how he was playing, looked like probably should have been 1A to defend at the Masters. Like, who knows what the mental state is now that he's got that monkey off his back? Could have just come in and like blitz the field. But I think it's a big question mark. Hopefully we'll know more in like 2 to 3 weeks and it all just calms down, because he played, but he was not Rory McIlroy this past weekend, even though the ball speed numbers were there and not indicative of some, debilitating injury. But it's a huge sort of concern with only 3 weeks to go.
All right, Brendan, well, to get to what we really called you for.
The main event.
Who's favorite tonight? TGL.
Who's favorites? Now, I think, it should be Atlanta. The Atlanta Drive, the defending champs, are playing LA at 6:30. And then you have Jupe Links, otherwise last year known as Jupe Stinks in some quarters because they were so bad. They're playing Boston Common Ball Frogs at 9 o'clock. I can't believe you guys are calling me to talk about this. Everybody's into it. Like, if this is a sign that I might need to reorient my priorities, if this is what the larger sports conversation needs to be, then I will do it.
B and I have gotten weirdly into it.
I've been watching almost every week, and I'm going to tell you, I watched when Tom Kim hit the hole-in-one to bring him back.
It was epic.
And I'm telling you, dude, I haven't heard some golf tournaments that loud as I heard what it was.
The SoFi Dome.
SoFi Dome, or whatever
SoFi
they were.
Dome, yeah.
That thing was crazy, man. Everybody in the house was like getting ready for sleep. I woke everybody up.
So B and I have really gotten into it. My biggest complaint is it's hard to know when the hell it's on. So this 2-week lead time for the playoffs has been helpful, I think. So 6:30, 9 o'clock tonight, TGL. I assume it's on ESPN. That's the other part. You never know where it is.
Right.
It looks like Boston is the favorite. Boston's a big favorite over Jupiter, and Atlanta's a slight favorite over LA.
That's right. But LA's just a machine, the lineup they got with Fleetwood. They're really good right now. Fleetwood, Justin Rose, and Sahith Theegala. I mean, that'll honestly be a good match head-to-head. Atlanta's the defending champ. The star match is the late one with Rory in it. And then all these graphics, they put 3 versus 3, and then for Jupiter, they put 4 just because Tiger. Why would you not put Tiger? And he's essentially, like, he's not playing, obviously, but he
likes throwing the hammers, though.
Yeah, he likes kind of walking around from one side to the other, and he's, brings people in. I think it's been interesting. It's certainly, they're boosted by being on ESPN, right? Their ratings are pretty steady. It's like for a mid-tier college hoops game you would have in some of these slots. I think that's why it's sort of unpredictable about when and where it is. It's like, look, you get your ESPN deal, you kind of slot in where you can. And also they have so much to work around with the PGA Tour schedule with the West Coast swing and being in South Florida. I know they wanted to be on President's Day again and they couldn't do it. So that's where they're just kind of dodging and diving around both ESPN and the PGA Tour schedule. But I think they have like a real chance. I don't know if people are going to switch over from the NCAA Dayton game, the Texas game, NC State, but I do think that 9 o'clock match is going to be pretty good. Boston, Rory's injured. Keegan's not been great. Adam Scott's been so-so. And you do have Tom Kim, who's not been a great PGA Tour player, but is sort of electric in the SoFi Center. And Akshay obviously just won. I think that 9 o'clock match is is pretty interesting.
I don't know how much this is because, but it's a lot of places popping up around the country similar to that.
Yeah.
Not as big, that magnitude, but there's a place I go to right here in Centerville, Virginia. They have 10 bays, and you can go in there with your guys and play. It's packed all the time.
Yeah, no, I mean, stream golf, it's like huge in Asia. I think it's getting much bigger here. Obviously, you don't need the space or the money for real golf. But, this is only going to accelerate it, I would imagine. And they've figured out the window of how to do it in essentially from Christmas to they're done by next week, right? It's this quick burst, and it's sort of this, a lot of people watching from the cold of their own home in the Northeast. So I think it's had some success. It's got so much money behind it, like so much money they've spent both in marketing and branding, and obviously invested. They've got real deal people behind it. Fenway Sports.
Yeah, you see Arthur
sponsors
Blank sitting there.
Yep.
Right, sponsors the Boston team tonight. Like, they have invested a lot of money and take it very seriously. You wonder, like, how much could all this been put towards something else? But it seems like it's here to stay, just based on the amount of money that makes it almost like too big to fail. You have, as long as ESPN stays on board and some of these ownership groups stay involved, it feels like it has some sustainability. I just wonder, how long will Rory and Tiger be into it, right? Like, they're partners in the whole enterprise, but is Rory going to do this for another 5 years, or is it like 3 and out, and then I'll just hand it down to some younger star? That's an interesting question for the league.
I'll tell them, if they need somebody to handle it with them, I'll use my face. I just don't give them no money. But I'm telling you, I never would play inside until I saw this. People would always go play, and I never cared about it until I saw it.
Yeah, it's well, if it drives and grows the game that way, like any little bit, and I've pushed the people in the league quite a bit. Like, how do you see this, like, promoting PGA Tour golf in any way? Like, aren't you competitors? You're taking guys off the league. Like, we've pushed them and have a good relationship with the people down there. But it's like, hey, you just talked about Tom Kim, like a moment with Tom Kim. If you see that on Tuesday, maybe you'll be more inclined to watch him on Saturday or Sunday when he's on the PGA Tour. And hey, if it's driving people to play indoor simulator golf, now you're not in an arena with all the bells and whistles they have there, then that's incremental. Like, we heard the same about Topgolf, quite frankly, about a decade ago, that Topgolf was going to get more people into golf. I don't think that was actually the case, and turns out it wasn't, because it's a recreational, like going to the bowling alley or something.
Topgolf's its own entity,
Yeah, it's different.
Right.
It just swing away.
Right. But if it does get more people putting the club in their hands, wherever that may be, against a simulator, then, that's a net positive. And it is, my kids are into it, in a way that's hard to get them to watch, like Bay Hill, right?
That's interesting.
They recognize the teams and some of the colors. And like, I generally have it on in the background on weeknights, these Monday, Tuesday nights. And they like have some week to week. There is some week to week resonance for like what happened with that match. So I do think they've got mascots and all that. Some of it's a lot of, it certainly turns off like the nerdy diehard golf fan who wants to talk about golf course architecture, but it doesn't have to be for them. Like, right. It does seem like it is capturing a little bit of a younger audience.
And it is a little cheesy at times, but it's also just fun and like something you don't have to take that seriously. One actual game question. So Boston is playing Keegan over Hideki, or is Hideki just not in town? Keegan's form is awful.
Yeah, so this matters differently to different guys, okay? I can tell you from talking to many of them, like some are like, all right, they pay well, they cover all your travel, and they show up and they do it for 2 hours. Someone it really, really matters for is Keegan Bradley. Like he's from Boston. He wants the duck boat tour. Like I know it. He wants the duck boat tour around Boston, like the Pats, if they win this thing. Like, so I'm not surprised to see him in the lineup because he really, really wants to do it. Obviously, he's much more of a like marketable in terms of like connection to Boston. Sure. He's going to come in whatever tonight in the Red Sox jersey or something, and he can pop on camera and on the mic, maybe in a way that Hideki doesn't. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see Keegan playing. We'll see. They're not in form. Watch out for Jupiter Homa, but like Homa's amazing on the microphone, right? He's really witty, and can keep it humming. Same with Tom Kim. So that is a big part of it because it's a television product. In arena, it's just like a networking event right now for rich people in Palm Beach. And so, like, of course, if they could get it rowdy, like it's Cameron Indoor Stadium or whatever, the old Cole Fieldhouse to make it local, sure, that's going to amplify the TV product. But right now, it's more TV first, and they got to figure out the in-arena product. And for TV, Homa is great on the mic. Tom Kim, Keegan, Rory, that'll be a great match tonight.
Well, it may not be a lot of us, but Brian and I will be watching. Yeah. BP, thank you for the time, buddy. We got to swing it soon.
All right, thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Porath, if you're into golf, you should check out the Shotgun Start podcast. It's become one of my absolute favorites. Brendan and Andy, very different characters, but very, very good at what they do. Nobody go anywhere.
Y'all called me to talk about this.
Time for GOATs. What's the best sports nickname ever?
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by
Cynthia Freeland or Phil Perry or Rob Dosser or Brendan Porath. Check them out on YouTube. Check them out on Spotify. Check them out on the Odyssey app. Now, right now, we're doing this weekly segment called GOATs, where we determine the best of any one thing. And Stallion had a good idea to do sports nicknames.
Yeah.
In general, I love like ironic nicknames. I love when a big fat dude is called Tiny or a really tall guy is called Shorty, stuff like that. But I went, now the good part about this, to me, there's no rules. It's subjective to you what you think the best is. I went pretty specific.
Okay.
Do you want me to start? Do you want to start?
You got it.
All right. So we're supposed to give our top 3 and then the number 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Number 3. Now, these are all true GOATs, too.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3, Babe Ruth. I never watched Babe Ruth play baseball, but his name's George, and they called him Babe. Back in the 30s. And he honestly made a real push for 1, but 1 is just so perfect. Number 2, Tiger Woods. His name is Eldrick. His dad just called him Tiger.
Yeah.
It is the most badass, perfect name ever.
Yeah.
Except for number 1.
Which means he's a killer.
Number 1 is just too perfect for the way this dude played, the way this dude smiles, the charisma. Magic Johnson.
Hey, Joe, you and I are on the same little things.
Really?
Because I went with Tiger. I went with Magic. And then it's hard as hell not to go with Megatron.
That's a good nickname.
Calvin Johnson.
I wasn't even thinking about
If you
that.
know anything about the dad, what was those?
So that's your number 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Megatron.
Transformers.
Transformers. He can do whatever he wants, but it's so many of them out there. Vince Carter, half man, half amazing. It's some stuff out there.
There's so many good ones. All right, so I went Magic, Tiger, Babe Ruth. B went Magic, Tiger, Megatron.
Yeah.
Megatron's pretty damn good, dude. All right.
And I was about to throw my man in there, but I have to move on.
Who?
Air. When you so good, they call you Air Jordan.
It's pretty badass.
Come on, Tom.
But the only difference is, I don't think, very rarely would people just call him Air. I feel like if there was a one
No,
word
but his
nickname,
name is Air Jordan.
totally, but you would
still.
say MJ more than Air.
But MJ, that's his initials. I'm talking about the nickname is.
I get it. I had it on my list.
They call him BJ, Black Jesus, baby.
I had him on my list.
When you so good, they call you Black Jesus, bro.
I had him on my list. Jeffrey, what do you got?
Okay, so number 3, I'm going with Emmanuel Augustus. He was the drunken master in boxing because of his style, how he did all that. Number 2, the Slim Reaper.
That's
Slim
Kevin
Reaper's
Durant.
good.
Yeah, that's good.
And number 1, White Brian is going to like this. Unfortunately, he was a giant. Round.
Who was your number 2?
The Slim Reaper, Kevin
Slim
Durant.
Reaper. Slim Reaper's really good.
That's good.
All right, Dub B, what do you got?
Number 3 is the Kid for Ken Griffey.
Good.
Number 2, the Polish Hammer for Marcin Gortat.
Pretty good.
And number 1 is the Finisher for Lauri Markkinen.
I remember that.
Who was number 3 for you? The Kid. The Kid's good for Griffey.
Yeah.
That's just like an all-timer. Stallion, what do you got, dude?
This was a tough one. Number 3, I got Jason Williams, White Chocolate.
White Chocolate's good.
I like that.
That's pretty good.
I just saw him going off on somebody on social media.
Jeff was just
from
talking about
Barstool. He said, it's real right here. This ain't for Barstool.
Is it Nate?
No, the dude was just a little bit taller than Nate.
My number 2 is Frank Thomas, Big Hurt.
Big
Hurt is good.
I mean, come on. That's a great sports nickname. And my number 1, David Ortiz, man. Big Poppy. I mean, come on.
Big Poppy? Yeah,
Big
I like
Poppy.
that.
Everybody
good.
calls him Big Poppy.
People just call him Poppy.
Poppy. Yeah.
But how about prime time?
Prime time's really
That's
good.
legit.
Yo,
Honey Badger.
Sweetness.
Sweetness with Walter Payton.
The Louisville Lip.
The Fridge.
Ali. The Fridge
The
is
Bus.
good, too. The Bus is good.
It's some of them out there, dog.
So was Mike just Iron Mike Tyson? Like you had to say his whole name? Like
People called him Iron Mike.
They call him Iron Mike.
Okay.
The Mailman was good because he always delivers.
The Great One.
The Great One's... Yo, I mean, if you think about the Great One for Gretzky and like...
The Grade 8 for Ovi.
Grade 8's really good. Even, I don't know that Ovi counts because it's just pronounced like it's his name, but Ovi's a pretty good one. All right, people have called. We haven't even asked yet. 800-636-1067. Best sports
How about
nicknames.
the Truth? Paul Pierce.
Truth's good. Truth is really good. Kevin and Sterling, what do you got, Kev?
Hey, what's cracking, boys?
What's up, man?
Yeah, there's a lot of good ones. I got, rest in peace, Kobe. I got to go with Black Mamba. Yeah. And I got a little anecdote because I was actually born in the Congo, and my father was there when he was in the Peace Corps, and he said the villagers would, when the Black Mamba came around, they would actually cut the head off and put that sucker on the front door of their house to ward off evil spirits.
Wow.
Well, if you had a Black Mamba, and I'll tell you how animals are, they saw that damn head of that snake, they say, I ain't going over there.
Yeah. Appreciate the call, Kev. Thanks, dude. A good one we didn't bring up, Beast Mode for Marshawn.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's pretty
That
damn
was a good
good. Marvelous Marvin Hagler.
How about the logo?
The logo's pretty damn
You're so
good.
damn good. They say, man, he's the logo.
That's pretty damn
Jerry
good.
West, baby.
Let's go to Charlie in College Park. Chuck, we got to be quick, brother.
Gotcha, man. Good afternoon. You want the real derivation of Babe Ruth's name, the Babe?
Sure.
It goes way back before somebody said Babe as a kind of a fancy name. When he was with Boston, he started out with the Boston Red Sox. When he was 19 years old, they were getting ready to sell him to the New York Yankees. Either the manager for Boston or the manager of the Yankees came in the dugout or something like that, and then somebody said, here comes so-and-so with his new Babe. And that name stuck with him the rest of his life.
That's cool. That's cool.
Good
Appreciate
stuff.
you, Charlie.
Appreciate you, brother.
You know it's a Fairfax. Anthony, what do you got?
I got number 44, the Diesel.
The Diesel
Oh, yeah.
is good, dude.
I like that.
The Diesel is good. Is that the best nickname in DC sports?
That's also which car was called a Diesel, too. Shaq.
Yeah.
But it came from John.
Yeah. Rigo, that's a good one, dude. Good
AI, come on. The answer.
The answer's good.
The answer.
Thank you, Anthony.
I don't care what the question is, but he's the answer.
Let's go to Mark in Landover Hills. Mark, be quick for me, please.
I sure will, JP. Hey, B, we forgot one of MJ's, one of my favorite, buddy, the glove, the defensive stalwart that he was. And hey, what about our basketball player, B? That poster of him in the green scrubbies of a doctor, Dr. J, the Iceman.
Dr. J is good. Dr. J is real good.
Oh, yeah.
The glove was good for Gary Payton.
JP, what about Babe Ruth's other one? The Sultan of SWAT.
Or the great Bambino. Thanks, dude.
You don't know the great Bambino?
How about the Sultan of the
That's
Swamp?
Bambino.
Thank you, Mark.
Jay, how about the Sultan of the Swamp? That's a good one.
Yo, the Sultan of the Swamp is an elite one.
You know what that was?
You killing me, Smalls.
Jeff, you know what the Sultan of the Swamp was?
That was you.
Boo.
Yeah, and them boots. Yeah.
And the boots are wild. Yo, I got one for a dude you played with, B.
Ooh.
Stink.
Oh, Mark Silverette. Ooh, boy.
That's tough.
Yeah, I'll leave that one away. I'll keep it over here.
Wild card Scotty.
Thunder.
Chocolate Thunder.
Harold Dawkins.
What about the Dunking Dutchman? That's highly specific. That was Rick Smits, right?
It was? I never heard that one.
That was pretty good. Jason in Silver Spring. Jason, what do you got?
What's up, boys? I got Spud Webb. I don't even know what his first real name was, but it's probably not Spud.
Not Spud, but
yeah.
yeah.
No, it's definitely a Manute Bowl. which means tiny from back in his hood growing up. Does? That's what he said. I don't mess with that guy.
Well, speaking of Spud Webb, what about Muggsy?
Muggsy
I highly doubt Muggsy was his first name.
Muggsy Bogues.
Muggsy's a good one, too.
How about the brown mound of rebound?
That's good.
Oh, Chuck.
Chuck. How about Grandmama? Remember when Larry Johnson was making those commercials dressed up like a grandmother? God, these are so good.
Agent Zero.
Agent Zero was good. Agent Zero was a baller, dude. Karan Butler was Tough Juice.
Tough Juice. But like David Robinson, the Admiral.
That's a good one.
In the Navy, but it called him the Admiral on the court.
All right, quick break. If you got more, let us know. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by
slept on one nickname for sure.
What one?
Pistol Pete.
Pistol Pete Mavericks.
Pistol
LSU.
Pete is elite. I got this from Jeff Woodbury. Said the Galloping Ghost for Red Grange.
Hell yeah.
That's
Galloping Ghost. Fred Night Train Lane. What was the guy in what's it called in
Night
Dallas?
Train Lane is good.
How about Dallas?
Too
the
Tall.
Bullet.
Oh yeah, Too Tall Jones, Mean Joe Green.
Mean Joe Green, Too Tall Joe. But I'm talking, he was a speed dude. They called him the Bullet. Bob Hayes.
Yeah. What about John Hot Plate Williams?
I got one that we weren't thinking about. Vinnie Johnson, the microwave.
The microwave. That's good. I'll let these dudes jump in here.
Yes.
Stan is in Virginia. Stan, what do you got?
I got Dominique Wilkins, the human highlight reel.
Yep.
That's good.
Hell yeah.
That's good. Appreciate you, Stan.
Good one there, Stan.
Brian in Indian Head. What do you got, B?
What's going on, fellas? I'd probably say bottom of the list is the bus, Jerome Bettis. You got to go with Sweet Pea, Parnell Whitaker. And my number one, the redhead himself, the Flying Tomato, Sean White.
The Flying Tomato, the snowboarder. That's a good one. Thanks, dude.
I like that.
Iron Man for Cal Ripken. Pretty damn apt. Joey texted me that one. A million.
Right now, Shohei. Showtime.
Shohei. We slept. Earl Monroe had a zillion nicknames, including Black Jesus, Black Magic, but Earl the Pearl's pretty damn good.
Hold on, they called him Black Jesus?
Yeah.
That is hilarious.
Also, shout out to Stallion for making a graphic and promptly spelling Irvin Johnson's name incorrectly.
We corrected it now. We corrected it. It's a new graphic.
The Rain Man for Sean Kemp playing in Seattle was good. All right, we're going to run out of time.
The big fundamental, Tim Duncan.
White Brian has we meant to do this yesterday. The results from our players pool, the players championship pool we did. B got screwed because Morikawa was a wimp and pulled out after a hole. Who won?
JPU won at 27 under.
I should have known.
Go!
I should have known JP won because he wanted to be said.
No, I meant to do this leading into Brendan Porath's segment.
Ryan had 24 under, but he did pick the champion.
Who?
Cam Young.
Oh, yeah.
Beast.
It's cumulative, though. I win. But you get a special hat tip for getting the champ correct. We got sports.
Well, he spelled magic wrong. Irvin wrong, so no.
We got serious sports tonight. World Baseball Classic, TGL, and NCAA hoops. NC State, Texas should be a hell of a game. Let's get to Heard It Here first.
Heard it here first. Heard it here first. I got to say what's heard here first. All right, let's everybody gather around.
Heard it here first on B. Mitch and Finley.
What they got to say was heard here first.
Dub B, how'd we do last night? I took the Wiz, who did not cover.
Only about a half.
I was the only loser.
JP lost.
I think I lost, dude.
The Wiz covered.
No, they didn't. They were favorite. They were down by 7.5, and they lost by 8.
Oh, yeah, I can't do math.
He's our guy, though.
But y'all putting him on the bracket again.
Do you want to do it, Jeff?
No.
We'll have to double check his work.
Yeah.
Can we get, I mean this seriously, couldn't we get like AI to keep track of this?
We're not doing all that. Somebody got to put it in.
Yeah, I was about to say, somebody will have to upload all those
I'm not
brackets.
doing it. I'm letting you know right now, no.
All right, so you guys won, Dub B and I lost. What do we like tonight, boys?
I'll get it started. I got NC State minus 1.5 against Texas. Play in tourney. Let's go.
Give me America plus 1.5 to win it all tonight.
America's not the dog tonight.
You said plus 1.5.
It says plus. I meant minus 1.5. I looked at that wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
minus 1.5 because we winning by 5.
Hey, Jeff just tried to change it up, don't
Does it help or hurt in baseball that Venezuela played last night and the U.S. was off?
I don't have a clue.
I think it helps them. Having that momentum.
I'm going UMBC and Texas tonight. Minus 1.5. Both.
Betting against the Bison?
Hey, man, I'm just going with the best are. I want the Bison to win, but the best.
I'm taking Howard tonight, man. I think
You
this.
gonna just go against me like that?
I'm
I'm putting voodoo on you tonight too. Don't worry about
I'm rooting for Howard. I'm rooting for Howard, and I'm getting 1.5.
South Alabama plus 17.
Is that an NIT game you're betting?
Yep, they're playing Auburn.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to Cynthia Freeland. Thank you to Phil Perry. Thank you to Rob Doster. Thank you to Brendan Porath. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
2 a.m. summer night. I don't
Tuesday. What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on the Fan, March 17th, 2026. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody out there. We're with you until 6:30 this evening on the Fan. 4 o'clock, we're giving away Caps tickets. Have a great show planned for you, including Dylan Cruz of the Nationals stopping by. 8 days of Nats continues. The Cruz conversation at 5 p.m. in 3 hours. Right here on the Fan, we'll get you a full breakdown of the tournament field with Scott Docterman of The Athletic today as well. That is at 3 in 1 hour on G&D. This is a feel-good Tuesday. One of those days where we're closing in on the start of the tournament. We'll be out and about at a bar. We're going to be at Tap Sports Bar Thursday and Friday. Opening day is next week. You got the World Baseball Classic final tonight. Sports, man. We got a good sports thing going right now.
Good old-fashioned sport. What's up, dude? Yeah, happy start to the tournament, kind of. Dayton, Ohio, Tuesday, Wednesday edition day. I don't know. I
Some
still
local flair.
That's nice.
UMBC
Yes.
Howard playing in the first games to kick things off here.
That is a good deal. Good for both those programs, and I don't say that sarcastically. That's awesome. I'm glad they're in. They get a little national showcase, and hopefully, on to bigger and better things as the tournament goes. But I love it. It's my favorite sporting event of the year. There's nothing like it in the world, and I mean that. The idea of college sports is pretty foreign to nearly every country. We're one of the only nations that do this sort of thing, and it's. There's going to be a story, there's going to be a player, there's going to be a moment, there's going to be something that captivates our attention for a few days, a fortnight, whatever, and then we'll kind of move on to the next thing. But some of the names, the Ali Faroukmaneshes, the Jack Godkins, the Dunk University, Florida Gulf Coast stories, George Mason locally, UMBC shocking the world and beating UVA, and then they come back the next year and win the championship. It's the best. The stories write themselves. It's such a finite thing because players have a certain amount of eligibility. And that's it. That group will never be together like that again. Whereas in pro sports, yeah, there's attrition, but the core of the team can be together for a while. Not the case in college sports. There's a finite amount of time, and it's sort of like the pressure of that adds to the moment. It's just the best, man. I love it.
You always hear that when it comes to predicting the NCAA tournament, the idea is that anybody can win. You don't have to know anything about the teams. Pick based on colors or mascots or the secretary in the pool that didn't watch any games this year is going to win the pool or whatever. So I sat down today at the kitchen table with my son, and I was like, let's just see how his bracket turns out. And he's obsessed with animals. Like, we get a free weekend, we're going to a zoo somewhere. We're going through a safari ride, driving a couple hours to just go let some longhorned bull or something stick its head in our window so that my son can laugh and feed it food. Anyway, I'm going through all the animals. I'm having to look up mascots of these obscure schools. I'm like, what is Furman again? What is their mascot? And his final today, I think I'm okay. I think I'm going to beat him in this pool.
Okay.
He had the Wisconsin Badgers over the Texas Christian University Horned Frogs. That was his championship.
No, I like both those teams. TCU's frisky. Jamie Dixon's the coach. Wisconsin usually has nice tournament success.
That's a 5 beating a 9 in the national title game.
I don't know if
I tried to steer
that.
him a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, let's just move Florida over one and then break down the next game. So we got a couple of ones to win a game, which was nice. Multiple 16 seeds are advancing.
Oh, wow.
So I don't love his bracket all that much, but we will do a deep dive. I'll bet you Scott Docterman's got a better feel for how things are going to go.
Respectfully.
The Athletics college basketball writer. He will join us to break it all down within the hour. Our college hoops talk this time of year on the Fan, presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Let's start with the blockbuster trade in the NFL, though. Jalen Waddle's a Denver Bronco. Boy, did the Broncos need this splash. If they're going to plan on getting back to the playoffs and keeping the Chiefs from climbing back atop the AFC West, they're going to have to do something. That was kind of the idea of the last few days. And whenever you're ready, front office, Sean Payton, do you know that they are the only team in the NFL that has not signed an external free agent on the market?
Not one? I didn't realize that.
They did not sign one player so far in free agency. Now, they've been busy. They re-upped with 17 of their own 21 pending free agents. So they kept a lot of talent in-house. But they were the one team that had not gone out and signed anybody.
That's wild.
Now they make this blockbuster trade. The Broncos are getting one of the speediest receivers in the league, Waddle, and a 4th-round pick coming back to Denver. But this was costly, man. They gave up a 30th overall, as well as the 3rd and 4th-round picks that they had in this year's draft. So a really strong haul for Miami going into a rebuild, moving on from an expensive, but albeit very talented wide receiver. But they get a 1, a 3, and a 4, including pick 30 this year in this trade.
He, to me, is a guy that in certain situations can be a number one. He's not a true number one where he'd be a number one on every roster, if that makes any sense. But if you need him in a pinch, he can be your best receiver. As evidence, 2022, 1356, 8 touchdowns, led the league in yards per reception. He was a threat. Then you add him as a complement opposite Tyreek Hill. If you've got somebody else that can really help you, then he can be a great asset for you. I mean, they run a bunch of different types of things with him. It was a lot of close to line of scrimmage stuff under McDaniel, a lot of the screens, a lot of the slip screens, bubble screens, smokes, all those kind of things in between. I've always really liked him, talking about Waddle, as a kind of fully armed and operational wide receiver. A little bit undersized. I mean, everybody always compares undersized, fierce receivers to Steve Smith. He's not as physical as Smith was, but there's a little bit of that there. I have always liked him. But you said it. That's a steep price for the Broncos, but I get it. I get going, we can't just run it back like it is. We got lucky that Kansas City was down. The Chargers are not going to be complacent. Our defense is awesome. We need more, and there's your more right there.
Well, I'll go one step further than that for Denver. Tell me if this sounds like anybody. They have a quarterback on a rookie contract who's good, who's been in a Pro Bowl, who they really like, who they view as a franchise QB, who's going to get paid a bunch in a couple of seasons. And they're going, now is the time. The iron is hot. What do? Oh, we strike. And so they're thinking, we made the playoffs, got blown out by the Bills, ran it back, made the playoffs, made a run. He ends up getting hurt at the end of a playoff game, or who knows? Maybe you win the AFC Championship game, and who knows? They could have put up a fight in the Super Bowl. Instead, you get beat in a terrible weather home AFC title game with your backup quarterback playing against the New England Patriots. But why shouldn't they push some chips in here? This is not Washington or Miami or one of these teams coming off of a bad year. They feel like they're on the precipice of something really meaningful in the AFC. So I love moves like this from teams that should be hungry and should be aggressive. Go for it. Don't just knock on the door. Take that battering ram thing that SWAT uses. That it looks like just a big, giant, oval tool.
Yeah.
And ram that door until it falls over. Jalen Waddle is the rammer from the SWAT team. The Broncos, I don't think they're going to get busy in free agency in the next wave. They'll do a couple things, I'm sure. But they've basically opted out. I think they were up against it financially. But you got to get creative. And so here's some draft picks. We'll take Jalen Waddle. Now, in fairness, Washington has done this with Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
They have done this with, didn't work out, but Marshawn Lattimore. They've made a couple of these trades, so it's not like they've sat and rested on their laurels and they don't like making the deals and they're not aggressive. They've done 2 of these. But, man, when I see these trades start to happen for wide receivers, I'm going, are we sure this isn't the way forward here? We're talking a lot about pick 7, which is a little bit of a stretch for me with this receiver class. There doesn't seem to be a path otherwise now. Maybe you wait until somebody gets cut in training camp and you're signing that guy. There's nobody out there they could trade for. And Waddle is the extreme version because he's too good. I'm not giving up a 1. I don't have it to give up.
Right.
But I'm not going 1, 3, and 4 for wide receiver. That's the Tunsil deal. That's the the Lattimore deal or whatever. Just that rich package of picks. But it doesn't need to be a 27-year-old like Jalen Waddle. It doesn't have to be a guy that has gone for 1,000 in 3 of his 5 years and went for 1,350 and 8 touchdowns on 75 grabs a couple years ago. You could go a level down from that. Michael Pittman is a really good example.
That's the one for me that I'm going. I can't believe that's all it took. That should have been us. A 6th-rounder, basically, is what it was for a guy that, as you said, has been a 1,000-yard receiver a couple times, and when he wasn't, you go, what was the correlation? Oh, my God, one of the worst passing quarterbacks in the NFL. Ta-da, there you go. This past year, a little bit disappointing, to be honest with you. So the stock was down, but that dude, probably not your deep threat, but that is your big-bodied, third-down war daddy, functional player. Book him for 80-plus catches, 1,000 yards.
It's a PPR maven,
offense.
like Vulture. It's a volume receiver. Yeah, here was the cost, by the way, for the Steelers to get Michael Pittman from the Colts.
He's going to thrive there.
A 2026 7th-round pick, number 230 overall, from the Colts in exchange for a 2026 6th-round pick. And then Pittman. And you're talking about essentially like a pick swap and being willing to pay him because after giving the bag to Alec Pierce, Indianapolis didn't feel like they could pay both of those guys, so you're kind of getting out of the money. I hope Peters knew that this was a possibility. Like, there's people paid a lot of money in Washington's front office that I trust and that I think are really good. The same thing the Steelers did. When Pierce is staying in Indy, you go, wait a second, this math doesn't work. The Colts have to get rid of Pittman. call the Colts, get on the horn, see what they want for Pittman. That's how this worked. That's what the Steelers did, and they got him for a song. I hope Washington did the same thing because they need to be trying to lift up every stone, look underneath, see what's there, and if there's nothing, put the stone back. But maybe you lift it up and there's a snake. Maybe you find something.
Yeah, I just cannot imagine not having interest at that price. Now, again, the Steelers had to extend him right away, and I'm going, yes, correct, do that. Let's go. If the story is they don't like Pittman, they're professional assessors of talent, I am not. I like him. If they don't, okay, I guess. But I can't have it be, did you see that? Yeah, I wish we should have done that. You know what I mean? And we'll never know. That no one's going to come out and say, we didn't know that deal was going to happen. We were surprised as y'all. That's not going to happen.
There's a list somewhere in every building right now, I'd imagine, of guys that should be available based on financials. Right. Where you go, what about this guy? And the job is, whether it's Peters or it's Sosna or it's probably, honestly, Lance Newmark or whoever, your assistant GM, like they're working the phones and they have relationships. Maybe you divvy it up like you do a scouting department where AP has the South and Newmark has the North, by division. And so you're calling, is that the team I've got? The Colts? Okay, let me get on the horn. Hey, guys, what do you want from Michael Pittman? Like, hopefully that did happen. But, I saw a little bit of a reaction from Commanders fans saying, as soon as he got traded, Washington should have done this. Not at this price. They just don't have the luxury, the ability. They don't have the picks, frankly. They don't have the ammunition to do it. They weren't in position to do it. But the Broncos, the perfect fit. They ranked 29th last year in 3-and-out rate in the NFL. 25% of their drives. Think about that. A quarter of their drives last season ended with 3-and-outs.
Yeah.
They needed an explosive player. They needed a chunk yardage guy, and they got it. I mean, are there any receivers out there? I asked Toby to kind of just look around at some veterans, and he only had a couple minutes to do it. But are there names where maybe Washington should be at least picking up the phone and calling as we think about a solution for this problem that they have if they don't want to use the 7th pick on a wideout?
Yeah, I think the most obvious one would be someone like Brian Thomas, but that might be a little out of the price range. Chris Olave is an interesting one. He's entering the 5th-year option of his rookie deal. Would the Saints want to keep him for a young quarterback, or are they going to extend him? He's got the concussion issue, so Chris Olave is someone to consider. The Browns could maybe consider moving Jerry Jeudy. Jordan Addison has had some off-field issues. They've got their clear number one in Justin Jefferson. Keon Coleman seems to be on the way out in Buffalo, and Quentin Johnston's another one to keep an eye on from the Chargers.
That's a good list.
Good list by
not a lot of
Tubbs.
time.
Yeah.
All right, so I want to go through these really quickly. I love the Olave idea. I don't know what his future is in New Orleans. His concussion problems are scary.
They are serious. That's nothing to trifle with.
Yeah, he missed basically 15 games over a 2-year span, and there was some thought that maybe we weren't going to see Chris Olave again for a little while. I mean, it was that bad and that serious. There's like a Jordan Reed element to this where you get another 1 or 2, maybe your career ends sooner, and I'm making light of this. It's just like a Tua situation. But last year, he missed only 1 game, caught 100 balls for 1,100 yards, about 11.5 per. Explosiveness was down some. Yards per catch, ADOT, all those things came down. But he helped a young quarterback in Shuck really have a much better first season than people thought, and he was a second-team All-Pro. If he's not in their plans, why wouldn't they trade him? They're not a contending team. This is actually the type of team that should be shopping a guy. If football was more like baseball or another sport, he's 25, and as Toby said, he's going into the last year, the 5th-year option year of this deal. So he's a pending free agent next year. You should know right now if you're going to pay him all the money or not. One of the things we've talked a lot about on Take Command, Logan and I recently, is you see this now. Receivers do not leave. And this speaks to your point, Danny, on drafting Carnell Tate at 7.
Yep.
These guys do not hit the market. So next year, right now, it looks like Drake London and Chris Olave are going to be free agents. And I'm saying to Logan, well, maybe you focus on one of those guys in free agency. And his point is there's a better chance that neither of them get there because they get franchise tagged. Teams have no problem. Alec Pierce is probably like a $17 million wide receiver. He just got almost $30 million.
Yep.
Teams do whatever they have to do to keep these guys in the building. So maybe Olave is a candidate to be re-signed or to be tagged. Drake London next year is the same. I don't think the Falcons are far enough away bringing in Kevin Stefanski. Like, it would make more sense for them to hang on to him. But I would definitely call on Olave. No doubt. I love that idea. And he is a really, really good player.
100%. Yeah, the knock, and again, not to make it small, is the concussions. That's kind of the knock to me. He has thrived despite some really questionable and even poor quarterback play down there. He is really good. He's a little bit Underrated, I think, at times. Not terribly sexy in terms of like he's not winning the 100-meter dash or trucking guys or whatever. Just a kind of a poor man's JSN to me, where everything is very smooth, great body control, great hands, just a really good player. Again, the only knock to me is the injury risk.
Ohio State product, just like Terry McLaurin, 25 years old, so came to the school right after Terry, several years apart, but. We're talking about Carnell Tate, who's a Buckeye. They're all over the place. The other name that Toby mentioned that I'd be really interested in is Jordan Addison. Now, here's your question on Addison, is basically the off-field stuff. He's young. I still think his best football is ahead of him. He's been as high as 70 catches in a season. He's been as high as about 911 yards in a season. But there's not really a path to him getting paid. Justin Jefferson makes all the money. I don't think you're going full Cincinnati Bengals there and paying both guys, especially because it's been a mixed bag for him. Like, his best year was his first year, and in fact, every year's gotten worse. Some of that's games played, but if you look at the numbers, ranking his seasons in the NFL, it goes rookie, sophomore, junior in that order. He's like staircase in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
I would still, if he's a buy low candidate or something, I'd be really interested in kicking the tires.
Again, I'm intrigued
Jordan
there.
Addison.
That's circumstance to me. Again, as quarterback play there has gotten worse, so too have his numbers.
Like, what would that cost? I think I could trade pick number 71 maybe for Jordan Addison or some package built like that, right? Because you've already paid Jefferson. If they know they're not paying him, why wouldn't they be intrigued by something like that?
Yeah, I mean, look at Jefferson's numbers this year. That's if he's not the best receiver in football, what's he, second or third? He put up, fantasy-wise, fourth round type stuff. 84 catches, just over 1,000 yards, only 2 touchdowns. That's not Justin Jefferson. He's an 1,800 yard, 13, 14 touchdown type guy. He's a superstar. They didn't have guys that could throw the football very well. I think that's where it begins and ends. So maybe he is a great buy low candidate there. Because his production, to your point, talking about Addison, has waned dramatically.
That feels like something we hadn't talked a lot about until today, but a possible way to fix wide receiver. Go on that veteran route, making a move, not waiting until the draft. As long as you're not giving up pick 7, as long as it's any of the other picks, do what you want. This year, next year, try to avoid the first 2 rounds next year, but if it's like 2 3s or something for a receiver that you like, I don't think you'd have a whole lot of pushback on that if you're bringing in a legitimate number 2 to go opposite McLaurin, and then your depth at the position changes a ton. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. The World Baseball Classic final is tonight, Danny. Nolan McLean, the New York Mets right-hander, 24-year-old, hard-throwing, second-year big leaguer, gets the ball for the United States against Eduardo Rodriguez, who's bounced all over the place, longtime Orioles prospect many years ago. We actually saw him pitch for Venezuela against the Nationals in West Palm Beach last week.
Oh, that's right.
I remember watching that game with Tobes and Darris, and I think I said something to the effect of, this team will not win a game in this tournament. We saw the Nats beat them.
Well, the Nats beat them.
They beat the entire country of Venezuela. Now, on that night, it might have been like a B lineup or whatever, and it was an exhibition game getting ready for the WBC. But I was not overly impressed by Venezuela in any way. I just thought, this is not a very good team. They're in the finals against the United States tonight. They are pitching Rodriguez, who gave up 3 runs, 2 2/3 innings last time out. He gave up home runs to Soto and Marte. So if the Americans can win this evening, they win the WBC title. It would be their first since 2017, their second ever. Venezuela, by the way, is playing for the first time in a championship game in this tournament. They're led by Ronald Acuna, Jackson Churio, who's a superstar young player from Milwaukee.
Yeah, they got some players, man.
They got the Contreras boys and Luis Ariz, who will never homer, but he hits more singles than anybody. I'm excited. We'll break down some of the roster decisions that Mark DeRosa's got to make a little later in the show. What do you do at catcher? Do you go with Gunnar Henderson at third or the old man Alex Bregman? Pete Crow Armstrong, Byron Buxton in center. He's got some decisions to make. But after being the underdogs against the DR in the semis, they should win this game against Venezuela to win. Are we calling it gold? I don't know what we're calling it.
The champ, the chip, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's about Nolan McLean rebounding from his pretty poor start against Italy. You hope that he's better. I mean, he's got a pretty good pedigree, but just kind of crazy that this is... The U.S. has seemed like endless amounts of arms and stars, and it's like, let's go with the rookie with the Mets. Again, good pitcher. I think he's going to have a great career, but it just sort of feels like there should be another star waiting in the wings for them to give America a tremendous advantage. Basically, to me, this is about the U.S.'s offense putting pressure. If this lineup of sluggers is able to get to, just this mediocre Marty, this minor league Mervis, then that's all she wrote. That's what should happen. But if it's one of those for whatever reason, it gets tense and there are a couple zeros on the board. You miss a couple chances. Venezuela's in the game. Then it becomes anybody's ball game. The U.S. has more firepower here and should win.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a big league starter, by the way. I mean, Eduardo Rodriguez has been in the show every year and made 20-plus starts. It's not like it's some random guy. But yeah, it's a matchup that they should win. And I saw this from Jeff Passan today. I love this. Team USA is going to wear, going into the clubhouse, like getting off the bus, the U.S. Olympic hockey sweaters that were game worn against Canada. So they're shipping over all these jerseys that the hockey players wore to beat Canada for their gold medal. At Lone Depot Park tonight, all the players are going to walk in wearing each of those jerseys. I think that's a nice touch.
That is awesome.
Easy to feel good about U.S. sports right now, the way things have trended with our results. All right, next, I want to get into Brandon Ayuk's future and the possibility of coming to Washington. B. Mitch and Finley talked to a reporter from San Fran who was issuing a cautionary tale. We'll play some of that audio next on G&D.
Listen to B. Mitch and Finley all week.
Fan in 30 minutes, Scott Docterman previewing the NCAA tournament, which gets going tonight with the games to help us finish up our brackets so that we know who's playing who in round one. Thursday and Friday, we're going to be out at Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor.
It's just the best. It's the most fun thing. We hang out for hours and hours and hours, watch all the games, watch the underdogs cover or the overdogs, and hang and win by 25 points. If that's happening, you go to another game. It's the best. So much fried food, so many wings, so much delightful banter and experiences. It's my favorite couple of days, man.
I feel like we've talked so much about Brandon Ayuk that there's not a angle that we haven't covered. There's not a storyline out there that hasn't been part of our discussion on the show. Then Matt Mayoko mentioned something that I hadn't really considered. He was on with B. Mitch and Finley and discussing the possibility of Ayuk to Washington. He was talking about, you better be careful, like the cautionary tale here. But he brought up the idea of Jaden Daniels putting undue pressure on himself by bringing him in here because you're kind of sticking your neck on the line for your friend. What if it doesn't go well? Does that affect him negatively in his standing within the organization? Does that make him feel as though he let the team down? Are there going to be people that hold that against him? Maybe it sounds extreme, but just listen to what Mayoko had to say, who covers the Niners.
As a young NFL quarterback, he has so much on his plate as it is. There's a lot of pressure. Why does it make sense then to put even more on his plate where not only does he have to worry about himself and get himself ready to play, but now he would be taking on the responsibility of being Brandon Ayuk's guy. And any misstep that Brandon Ayuk makes, that's kind of a reflection on Jaden Daniels. If he's the one who's, hey, I want this guy, let's get him here. Now he's taking on where he doesn't even have to worry about himself. He also has to worry about, a guy who, there's a lot of questions about right now. So, there's nobody better maybe to answer that question or to determine the situation than the general manager of the Washington Commanders, Adam Peters. But man, if you're the Commanders, you have to think long and hard whether you want to do that.
Matt Mayoko, who covers the Niners. So that's the question I want to tee up here. You guys can take out your driver. 800-636-1067 and swing away. 800-636-1067. Do you agree with that logic that Daniels would then basically be not just in charge of his own actions, but it's not just about him? Like a Ayuk misstep would reflect on him within the organization. Is that something he should want to get into the business of this early in his career with everything else already on his plate? The comp would be, it's funny because it was actually March Madness time, but years and years ago, I'm now an old man who stays home, but I went out with a couple of buddies, to a sports bar this time of year to watch NCAA basketball. And my buddy got super, super intoxicated, okay? And we're at the bar, and I'm like, he's only had a few beers. There's no way I think he's just like, something's not right, or he's acting funny. And it turns out we didn't know, as I found out later, he had pre-gamed like before we got to his place.
Oh.
And so I've seen him have 2 or 3 beers, and I'm like, this is not real.
But he had 23.
Right, but he was like, it was a lot of drinks. And I mean, we're trying to, he says he's going to the bathroom, and I'm like, is he really drunk? Like, what is going on? And long story short, he doesn't come back from going to the bathroom. And me and my other buddy are now looking around this place. We're like, where the hell did he go? We end up seeing him like sitting on a curb out in front of this place, like in the parking lot. We're like, I now am responsible for paying this guy's tab, getting this guy home. Like it just went sideways. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
And it was no longer just about me as a adult out and about acting accordingly. It was about me and this other guy. And in this example, the analogy is you don't want Jaden Daniels to have to worry about Brandon Ayuk. And maybe he comes in here, he's the best teammate in the world, and he has 90 catches, and they ended up signing him for $35 million a year, and he's the next great receiver in the league. But there's another path here, and Mayoko's point is, do you really want to put that pressure on a quarterback who's already got a lot of pressure?
So I heard this, and in a vacuum, I understand the premise, right? Like you vouch for the guy, he doesn't do well, then it's on you. I mean, we've all seen mafia movies. I'm not saying it's the same, but like you vouch for the guy, then he fails or he wears a wire, and next thing you know, you're clipped. Adam Peters came from San Francisco and has direct knowledge of the person. Adam Peters has already spoken publicly about Brandon Ayuk and gone on record talking about second chances and things like that.
Pretty limitedly, but yeah, I mean, he said a vague thing that he would have said about anybody in any org, but that's true.
Well, he didn't say about the player, but then he went out of his way to talk about the person and second chances, and we all believe in it. Look at what second chances can do for this other guy. Thought it was, instructive. We said so at the time. So I frankly thought this was a little bit silly, to be honest with you. If you ask a player for a recommendation and he gives one, and if it doesn't go well, that's now on him. So, we're doing that forever.
But let's be clear: this is not asking Jaden Daniels unsolicited. Hey, what do you think about Brandon Ayuk? The way this has been portrayed, certainly the way I understand it, is that this is something Jaden Daniels wants, and it's not if they call Brandon, I'll tell them we should get you. This is let's go into their office every day and see where we're at wide receiver and see if we can get my guy here. This is him advocating. This is him now putting his neck on the line. I don't really buy. It's one of those things, if it goes badly, okay, you're not a great GM at 24 years old.
And maybe I'm too much of a simpleton, but he's not signing off any checks. He's not trading any draft picks. He learns about it before we do, but after the decision is made.
It's why, though, I am generally dismissive of the idea, especially of young players who are not worldly yet in terms of league travel, who have not been on a bunch of teams, who only know one way with this coach in this building. I don't necessarily listen to their wants when it comes to people they have personal relationships with. Doesn't mean he shouldn't be involved.
Sure.
When I hire Blau as my coordinator, when I bring in players, I can certainly talk to Daniels, and I think they probably should. But he's not running the show, nor should he, as evidenced by Cliff Kingsbury, who we wanted to stay.
And that was going to be my example.
Being dismissed.
Is we were pretty sure that he wanted Kingsbury to stay based on some pretty obvious circumstantial evidence, and that didn't happen. So I don't know. I don't view it this way, and maybe I'm over minimizing it, being overly simplistic. But I don't view this as if Brandon Ayuk doesn't do well, something. Then what happens to Jaden Daniels? Does he still have to work hard and play quarterback?
So I took it a different way. I get why you would be dismissive of that, and I think that's one of the things he's suggesting. And I'll agree there. This is not this derails his rapport within the team or changes anything about his long-term status here. Mm-hmm. The way I took it, though, is it's one more thing he has to worry about. It is something you're putting on your plate. And this I don't think is particularly debatable. In other words, it's like your buddy is down and out struggling. You bring him in to live with you for a couple of weeks while he's waiting for his place to get renovated or whatever it is. He's getting an apartment and he's acting a fool, and your wife's like, what in the hell's going on with Dale? Get him out of here. It's that kind of thing where it's like you're worried, you're stressing. He's got enough going on. You're trying to nurse your buddy back to health as well here as an NFL player. That could be a distraction. Not if it goes well. If it goes well, it's great.
Yeah.
But if it goes badly and you're spending time trying to make sure that Brandon Ayuk is succeeding and thriving and staying here, that's just one other thing on a dude's plate who's got a lot on his plate already. Just being Jaden Daniels and being good
is hard.
Last year proved pretty difficult.
Yeah, that's hard to do.
Couldn't stay on the field. So I think that's the other point Mayoko was making is do you want to even bring this possible distraction in where his best buddy, who's this maligned figure, is in this gotta have it year to save his career, and he feels somewhat responsible to helping him save his career? It's just an ask that you don't have to engage in.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, maybe I just see it differently. They have so many staff members, so many personnel, so many coaches and position coaches and mentors and developers and all these different guys with all sorts of fancy titles that are designed to do this. I think it would, obviously Daniels is rooting for the guy the same way, not the same analogy, but the same way Tom Brady was probably rooting for Antonio Brown, right? Let's make this work. Let's make this work. And despite his best efforts, Brown, left him in the lurch and made it look terrible.
He wanted it to work so he could have another good receiver. This is his best friend and his brother, so to speak.
Yeah. I just, him wanting it to work out, I don't see it as this horrible death sentence curse that now is going to derail Jaden Daniels in any way or make his standing worse or whatever.
That's very excessive and over the top. I don't, again, that's not his whole point, I don't think. He's just saying it could possibly be a distraction. That's not that debatable. It could be a distraction to Jaden Daniels if his best friend comes in here who he's trying to help and it goes badly. And so if that is a distraction, is the juice worth the squeeze? You're saying, sure, it's not a big enough distraction to worry about. Who cares? So if it doesn't work out, Jaden goes, sorry, man, it didn't work out. I actually think, sports are about people and personalities, and we've seen the mental health of some of these guys and the toll it takes. I think it could be absolutely more negative and more involved in terms of someone that means a lot to you coming in here. So I could see it being a distraction for sure. the question is it worth the risk of this guy possibly being great for you? And the answer is probably still yes, honestly.
Yeah, as long as, and we talked about this part ad nauseum, as you said, we've covered every angle of this thing 17 different times. As long as it's a reasonable contract that doesn't bind you to anything or make it awful, if it's a prove-it deal for everybody, I don't see a ton of downside with the distraction angle. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe I'm being overly simplistic and minimizing it. I just kind of would go, I understand they're best buddies. A lot of guys went to college with a lot of people. You know what I mean? And I know they're friends and they FaceTime an awful lot, but if it didn't work, I think it would not work. And I don't think that would do anything else besides that.
This, to me, is way different than a lot of guys going to college together. That's where we'll disagree. This has been a one-year campaign, it seems like, between these two people with all of their social media stuff that they put out to get him here. And there's even speculation, I don't know if it would be correct or true or not, that part of the falling out in San Francisco was essentially NBA-esque in wanting to
they're in the Hamptons,
steer himself here, that he wanted to get here with this player. So this is not that, two guys played together at USC, in my opinion. I mean, they're super close. You guys can hop in if you want. 800-636-1067. Toby sent us a really scary, terrible video that I wish he wouldn't have today, and I watched it and haven't stopped thinking about it yet. We'll get to that next on The Fan.
Tournament time is here, and there's no better place to watch.
In 12 minutes, right at 3 o'clock on G&D, we'll talk NCAA tournament with an expert who will get you ready to fill out a bracket. Scott Docterman of The Athletic. 4 o'clock, about an hour and 15 minutes from now, we're giving away tickets to see the Capitals ahead of the Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. So we have this show thread where we throw a bunch of ideas as to what we want to talk about, things we're seeing online, into a group chat. Toby today, without any context, without like saying any kind of warning or anything, just throws this video in, and I'm like, this is really weird. It's like Fox News. It's this video where like it just from a windshield, like a car driving along. I'm like, what the hell is this? So I click on it. It is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. It is a dash cam video that shows the moment a Tesla Cybertruck, allegedly operating in self-driving mode, nearly sent a Houston mom and her infant off a bridge before violently crashing into an overpass barrier.
Now, when you hear bridge, it's not like a little hill, kind of that little arch over a road.
It's an important clarification, Danny.
You know
Not all bridges are created equal.
Right. So it's not just like, oh, it's an overpass, or it's like, hey, it's that's scary enough. This is hundreds of feet up.
Here's the height of the bridge, because if you pause it, if you're a crazy person like I am watching this thing, like right before impact on the barrier, and the barrier is what you're thinking. Well, it's just like that concrete sidewall that's very normal, next to a highway or whatever. That's the only thing separating you from a 175-foot fall or whatever. You look like you are looking down at the ground from the top of a roller coaster. After the like click, 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 like they're taking you all the way up.
Yeah.
Like if you think Hurler at King's Dominion.
Sure.
When it brings you around that little semicircle, that little 3-point line, right before you drop down, that's like what land looks like in front of you as you're ramming into the wall. But this is this self-driving car they got in, which I guess is, some kind of rideshare thing. So I've got a couple of questions about this. First is, and I don't want to blame the victim, but I'm about to blame the victim a little bit. If you're a mom with an infant, are we doing self-driving cars? Are we there yet? We feel good enough about self-driving cars that me and the baby are just getting in the back and some non-humans driving me around? I'm not ready to do that.
Yeah, that's the hardest. That's a no for me, dog, in human history. Nope. Mm-mm.
2, how does this possibly happen? I know the technology isn't perfect just yet. There's clearly construction going on, because you can see there's like some cones where, they're turning right, but even still, the car like just basically goes straight at 35 miles an hour into the wall. I don't know how it's possible that this could happen. And then my last question is, how did this car not go over this wall?
I don't know. It looks like it hits the pole. Yes.
If that pole's not there, and you can look this up, I can retweet this at Grant H. Paulson. I'll post it on Instagram. But if that pole's not there, do they go over the wall, do you think?
Yes. Or there's a good chance. I mean, it's hard to tell. I don't know the physics of it. I know that I've watched it enough times that I've now, it's nightmare fuel as far as I'm concerned. It's terrifying. And it doesn't matter what the stats are on this, right? I think of a couple different things. Superman, back in the day, where there was a plane that almost crashes that he saves them, and he tells the passengers, remember, airfare is the safest way to travel. Because the statistics of it indicate that, right? Of the thousands upon thousands upon thousands of flights, the one out of a billion or whatever that crashes is news. It's horrendous. It's awful. It's heartbreaking. It's terrifying, and it stinks.
Of course.
But we gloss over this crash today, this crash today, this crash today. There's tens of thousands of automobile accidents for every one airline incident, but just the gravity of it. The mistake of the driverless car, their safety record is infinitely better. I'm not some kind of advocate for something. I'm simply telling you, is infinitely
Sounds
better.
Like this guy's got some stock in these.
Am I right?
Driverless cars.
It's the percentages aren't even close. That doesn't matter. The horror show where all it would take is some human going, "Oh, that's the bridge. I need to do something," and that's not available to you. The powerlessness makes it so overwhelming. I'm never doing it.
The analogy is perfect to flight, by the way.
Yeah.
It's actually perfect because you're right. 1.2, I think it is, million people die in road traffic crashes worldwide annually. You are way worse off, way more likely to have something terrible happen to you in a car than in the air. Today, driving in here, true story, this happens occasionally. I'm sure you've seen this. It's not that often, but these two cars were playing a cat and mouse game of some type. I don't really know what happened because, I'm not with them. But it looked as though the car behind was chasing the car in front. Either road rage or maybe they're just two teenagers being jackasses or something. But the one car was like bobbing and weaving, cooped through traffic, just running back through holes.
Mm-hmm.
The guy behind him slamming on his brakes, getting over, just cutting people off left and right. But it was one of the more aggressive and dangerous two-car,
oh, yeah,
what are we doing here? Everyone's going 60 on 95, like stopping and starting situations I've ever seen. To the point where I'm on the phone, and I was going to tell the person I'm talking to, I'm like, there's going to be an accident, I guarantee it, in the next 2 minutes. And I did the Denny Hamlin Daytona 500 thing where I'm riding up front, but I can just tell we're racing too hard right now. So I'm going to drift back a little bit because the big one's coming. I literally just slowed down and I was like, I'm backing up.
I want away from this.
And I swear to God, this is true. It's not like I would have been in the accident. Guess what? About 2 miles up the road, we start slowing down. It was not those cars, so they probably just caused other people's days to be ruined. But there were cars crashed into each other.
Yeah.
Next to, and I'm like, it was those idiots.
Yeah.
Of course. And the point is, when you're on the road, that kind of stuff is going to happen. I'm sure that you're right, that these driverless cars are pretty safe. But every story like this, every video Toby ever sends me like this, I am starting my clock again at 1 calendar year until I get into one of those. And if there's ever a time where we go a full year and I don't hear any horror stories, maybe 3 years from now, I'll do it. But right now, my clock just started again. Your boy will not be in one of those cars in the next 365 days.
Again, it's one of those, you could tell me every stat you want to tell me. That's adorable. That's great. Thank you. It's the feeling of being in the back seat, helpless and powerless to prevent it. That I can't have. I can't.
With non-human reaction.
Exactly. That's the thing I can't abide by. I can't live with that. I understand I'm more at risk. I understand that. That doesn't matter. I need to be able to do something, and having no power is too scary.
Scott Docterman of The Athletic joins us next to break down the NCAA tournament on Grant and Danny.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the
In 1 hour, we've got tickets to the Caps and the Devils. Grant and Danny welcoming you back. Brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Happy tournament to all of you. We get going with the games to help us round out the bracket this evening, play-in games, and eventually Thursday we're at Tap Sports Bar, MGM National Harbor, for one of the great days on the sports calendar. You can come on out and watch the tourney with us on Thursday and Friday over in Tap Sports Bar's, I would say, like, back area. We're going to be walk in past the main bar, look to your right. That's normally where we post up.
Yeah, so the bar is huge. It's that big square right in the middle of the room. It's kind of the center of it. We'll be on the other side of it from the entrance.
It is the perfect location for these games. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome on to the show, our buddy Scott Docterman, national college reporter from The Athletic. Scott, thank you for a few minutes. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good, guys. How's it going today?
Real well.
Very well. So let's just start with big storylines with the tournament field. What stands out to you as some of your leads when you saw this field put together?
First, you got to look at the number one overall seed, which is Duke. I mean, they've been the best team all year long, but, you know, they have a couple of injuries, and you start to wonder if that will catch up with them. And so I kind of look at that bracket in the East as kind of your Hall of Fame coaches bracket when you talk about what could be in the Sweet 16 awaiting Duke, when you have either Bill Self or Rick Pitino, and then on the other side of the bracket, and you have, you know, Tom Izzo, and you have Dan Hurley and Mick Cronin. I mean, it's loaded from that perspective, not even counting Louisville being in there. So I think that is in where you're at, and in Washington, I think that could be really interesting with just the sheer number of brands that could be there. I mean, if you go chalk, Duke, Kansas, Michigan State, and UConn. I mean, that's about as good of a foursome as you'll ever have in the Sweet 16. Broadly, a couple of things I'm looking at is I'm bullish on the Big 12. I think the Big 12, you know, whether it's just kind of in obscurity where it's located or what, but I really like 3 or 4 teams to make really deep runs. Arizona, Houston, Iowa State, and BYU, I think all are more than capable of getting to at least the Elite 8, and potentially 3 of them get into the Final Four. I think they're that strong. And then when you look at the Big 10, and that's the conference I primarily cover, will they finally get off this 26-year hiatus of winning a championship? I mean, they've been 0-7 in the championship game since then. And can Michigan or even Illinois kind of, get the Big Ten off of this schneid over these years? And so to me, I think those are the kind of the things that stand out, but there's also, a lot of micro headlines within that and within the field.
So you know what people are always hungry for? It's that double-digit seed or, one of the lower seeds, going to the Sweet 16, the Cinderella story. Who are some of those candidates for you, Scott?
I look, one that kind of jumps out to me is McNeese. It's a 12 seed in the Oklahoma City bracket, and they play Vanderbilt in the first round. And Vanderbilt had a really good SEC tournament until the final when it lost to Arkansas, who I think is ascending. But you kind of wonder, do they fit the profile? They've had some success recently, even though Will Wade left, but I still think that they've got a chance to be a kind of a thorn in everybody's side. Troy is in the same quadrant, and they play Nebraska. Nebraska's never won an NCAA tournament game. It's the only power conference school to never do that. So there's going to be a lot of pressure there, and Troy in the Sun Belt was really good this year. So it would not shock me. I would not predict it, but I would not shock me if you see a Troy McNeese second round matchup, and the winner, being a double digit seed going forward after that. One team you always got to keep your eye on when it makes the field is UNI, the Northern Iowa. They play St. John's in the first round, and then the potential for a second round matchup with Kansas. I think one of the great moments in NCAA tournament history was when Ali Farouk drilled that shot against top seed Kansas in the second round. Well, they could be playing the Jayhawks in the second round, and both coaches are still there. Ben Jacobson at Iowa and Northern Iowa, and Bill Self at Kansas. So that also could stand out if Northern Iowa somehow gets past St. John's.
What was the snafu with Northern Iowa during the selection show I saw you tweeting about?
Yeah, there's something where they ended up the feed was late or something like that, so they weren't aware of them. So they were just kind of sitting around, and it was kind of embarrassing for them and certainly for CBS, and really unfortunate because it's the first time they've been back to the tournament in 10 years. So, but it turned out that they didn't see them ended up on the 12 seed in that little moment, which was, again, pretty unfortunate.
CBS kind of kept going to them for reaction, and they're sitting there waiting like, I don't know, are we going to make the tournament or not? Everyone else has already figured it out, and they're watching something that has not given them the information yet. Scott Docterman of The Athletic with us on Grant and Danny. So I want to talk Arizona for a second, one of the 1 seeds. Started the year 23-0. When I started to dive into some of these teams as kind of a college hoops casual to start filling out my bracket, what stood out to me was 7 players averaging at least 8.7 points per game this season, which is incredible balance. I feel like that'll bode well. And they've got the Big 12 Player of the Year in Jaden Bradley, who's been a star all year long. What's the case for them to win it? And then, what worries you about them from just the sheer standpoint of upset alert?
There are a couple of things I think with them. They are the team, to me, that's the team I'm picking to win it all. As you said, they are deeper than any other team in the country. They don't have a pure superstar. Jaden Bradley has he's just like good at everything, averaged 13.5 points per game and 4.5 assists per game. So those are numbers that don't necessarily win you All-American or Naismith Award nominations, but he was so good so long as the point guard and getting everybody involved. And so I think they're the most balanced team. They lost 2 games in a row, and that was pretty much it. So I think, and to go through that gauntlet and beat the teams that they did to get to win both the regular season and conference tournament championship in the Big 12. I think they're as good as anybody. But I think that the Sweet 16 could be their most difficult matchup until they get to the Final Four, and that is the winner of Arkansas, Wisconsin. Because, Arkansas with Darius Acuff was just phenomenal in that SEC tournament, and they won it, and they're number 4 seed, and you kind of wonder if they were a little underseeded. And then Wisconsin is kind of the best team you really haven't heard much about in the Big Ten. It took a miracle shot from Yaxel Lindenberg in the Big Ten semifinals to beat Wisconsin. They have two of the best scoring maybe the best scoring tandem there is in Nick Boyd and John Blackwell in the backcourt. And then the other day against Michigan, something that we've never seen before was Austin Rapp hit 5 straight 3-pointers and 5 trips up the floor. It was just incredible. I mean, kind of that you're falling off your chair. Well, it's like a Larry Bird moment, where the people are falling around. And so I think they could, either one of them with those kinds of scores, and that's maybe the danger that lies ahead for Arizona is if you don't have somebody like that who can take over a game and and somebody else does have that when you start to get into those possession by possession moments late in the game, that they may falter a little bit. But that said, I love so much about Arizona. I'm not predicting any of that.
Scott Docterman with us here on Grant and Danny breaking down the tournament. So the opposite of the Cinderella story is the, kind of royal pedigree, high-seeded team that we all think is really good that might be vulnerable for upset early on. Are there a few of those teams you got circled?
Yeah, I would start with Illinois. They are as talented as any team in the country. They could be cutting down the nets on a Monday night. They're the most efficient offense in the country, just phenomenal as a scoring team. But I hate to say it, but I question their toughness. I mean, they're 4-5 over the last 9 games. They've got, they've lost 4 of those games in overtime, and so you wonder when are they going to get over the top. And they played, a first-round opponent in Penn, that had a nice little run there and to win the Ivy League tournament. Was able to get it done in overtime. And the coach is Fran McCaffrey, who coached at Iowa for 15 years, and he's going against Brad Underwood, who they know each other well. They're friends. They competed, in one of the biggest rivalries in the Big Ten in Illinois and Iowa for a long, long time. So he's going to have his team prepared. And to me, I think Illinois is vulnerable until they prove they're not, because of, again, just throughout the season, they frustrate you because you're just like with Keaton Wagler and kind of the Eastern Bloc group of players. It's like, why aren't you winning these games? Why are you falling apart in the close moments? And sometimes it's hard to get that on track when you're starting to play some of these games when you're going to be really pressed.
We've got a lot of UVA listeners, as you can imagine. Scott, you're on in D.C. They're in the Midwest, 29-5, a team that has turned it around pretty quickly for Ryan Odom and relies on the three-pointer. 47% of their shots from the floor this season are threes, which is always a kind of scary and ominous thing going into a tournament. But how do you see them? They've had so many terrible tournament losses that come to mind, but obviously made the one run that their fan base is still living off of.
Yeah, as they should. I mean, they had the UMBC issue, but then they ended up winning the national title. So I hope that erases most of those and that angst, because Lord knows that they maybe had more than any other fan base. Yeah, what a rebound year for Ryan Odom. I mean, it was terrific in his first year, coming there, and probably the more exciting thing is that it's just so different from what it was with Tony Bennett, which was such a defensive grind that it won games, and you're certainly entertained by winning, but scoring almost 81 points a game feels a little bit better. They've got three of the better players in the country, into Ritter, Thomas, and Mallory. I like them for sure to get out of their quadrant there. I mean, Tennessee is kind of good, but kind of up and down at times. Miami of Ohio's in that against SMU in that first round game. I'm glad Miami of Ohio got in, but I'm not so sure they'll even win that. But the Virginia-Iowa State potential matchup in Chicago in the Sweet 16 could be one of the better games in the tournament if it happens, because these teams are, kind of have similar, scoring profiles for sure. And Iowa State is so up and down the floor, and they've got, their own group of players that are in that stratosphere. Joshua Jefferson for sure is one of the, an All-American, and they're pretty veteran. So I really like that matchup would be, to me, a one possession type of game that can come down to the end. And I think UVA's got as good of a chance as anybody to break through. And if they can get past Iowa State, they would play Michigan, who is as talented as anybody, lost to Purdue the other day. But I don't think Michigan is, I think you could beat Michigan if you play well. And even if it is in Chicago, which will be full of maize and blue, but I think UVA would have a chance to compete for the Final Four if it can get to Michigan.
Well, Scott, you mentioned that Midwest bracket. There are a bunch of teams, and obviously you've forgotten more this morning than I'll ever know, but for some of these games that I watched, I don't trust Texas Tech, Alabama, or Iowa State in that bracket. I just feel like they're all primed to let you down if you're counting on them, especially with the news of the Alabama second leading scorer who's basically kicked off the team. And it sets up well for a UVA or Michigan potentially. Do I have a bad read on those few teams? And just kind of give me your general view of that Midwest bracket.
I think you're right on when it comes to Alabama and Texas Tech. Texas Tech has, without JT Toppin, that would be a team to me that would be, if JT Toppin was there, would be one of the teams.
Different story.
Yeah. And Akron as a 12 seed is very dangerous. When it's another one of those 12 seeds that could get the 12-5 upset, which seems to happen every year. And then, as we mentioned with Alabama, the issues that continue to plague Alabama off the floor. And I don't know that, those matchups sometimes, you never know what could happen. But Iowa State is a different altogether, because they've struggled. They've lost a couple of games. The Texas Tech one comes to mind as at home, where they rarely lose, is one that they didn't play well. But I thought they had a really good tournament in the Big 12, and then lost on a last second shot. They've got all the pieces necessary to advance, to beat Michigan potentially, to get to the Final Four and really compete there. So I think those three teams, I would not stray outside of those three, Michigan, Virginia, and Iowa State, as Final Four candidates out of that region. But I certainly think that it's winnable for any of those three teams.
VCU won 13 of its final 14 into the A-10 tournament. Phil Martelli in the tourney with the second team in 2 years. They were 27-7. What kind of chance do you give them against North Carolina in that South Regional in South Carolina at 6:50 on Thursday evening?
I think this is actually one that I could see people picking VCU, because, as you said, that they really came on strong. They were on course to get in as an at-large. I thought, with St. Louis, if St. Louis would have won the A-10 outright, I think VCU would have gotten there. And anyway, and North Carolina, you wonder a little bit where they're headed right now. They lost to Clemson in the ACC tournament, and without Caleb Wilson, that's really a tough break for them. And granted, it's going to be somewhat of a home crowd, obviously, for North Carolina as always, but VCU is a tough team, and it's really I think it's done really well for itself, despite losing Odom as the head coach, and it would not surprise me at all if VCU not only gets past North Carolina, but as I mentioned earlier with Illinois, Illinois could beat you by 35, or it could lose to you by 3. And it's kind of either or. And if VCU makes it a possession by possession game with the Illini, if that's the case, then it could come down to the end, and then again all the pressure would be on Illinois at that point, and they've shown that they kind of struggle in those situations.
Scott, really appreciate the time and insight, man. Enjoy the tourney.
All right, thanks so much. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. There's Scott Docterman. Read his work in The Athletic. What's your favorite element of tourney nostalgia when you look back growing up enjoying this field and just what these days mean?
You think of these iconic buzzer beaters. I find myself going down a rabbit hole leading up to the tournament, like early March, like just late night YouTube or something like that, where everything from Bryce Drew to Leitner with the catch, the greatest game I've ever seen, that Kentucky Duke masterpiece, with Grant Hill's pass, and Richard Hamilton put back at the buzzer to win something. I mean, the list is endless of those sorts of things.
For me, it's less about the games, oddly, and it's more about just the experiences. So I remember I used to go to the gas station and get Mountain Dew, because if you unscrewed the top of the bottle, underneath you would get a school. And then if your school won the tournament, you could mail it in and you would get a jersey. So like the year Maryland won, I got Maryland, mailed it in, and I forever thought it was the coolest thing in the world.
That's
I got
amazing.
This Maryland jersey sent. And that was back before NIL, obviously by 20 years or whatever. So it was at a time where college jerseys were kind of rare and hard to come by. But I remember I would go and I would get like UConn or UTEP, or you're just loading up on so I would buy like 4 Mountain Dews, and you'd unscrew all the tops, and like now it's going flat, and I'm not really drinking 10 Mountain Dews. But it was the coolest thing. I'll just roll into Dutch's on 206 on my way to King George High School or whatever, and just buy the bottles. The other one is the Pizza Hut NCAA basketballs. Do you remember those?
The cheapest rubber possible.
Yes.
For those little mini basketballs.
So what I don't remember, though, was it as simple as if you order a pizza, you get the ball with it? Like the delivery guy shows up, drops off your pizza, and gives you the ball?
There was something you had to do. It was like the family meal deal. You couldn't just order like a small cheese and get a ball.
I just remember every year having one of those NCAA tournament basketballs, and it was like a rite of passage. People just sleep on how great Pizza Hut was, by the way. Going there, the salad bar,
the giant red cups,
sitting at the tables, the red plastic cups. I'm thinking about do you remember the checkered, what would that fabric even be called?
Because it felt
on
plastic.
The table.
Yeah,
plasticky, but it was like soft.
Yeah,
but like the red and white squares on the table.
If it touched your skin for too long, you got a rash.
Exactly.
Come on, dude. You know how many stupid books I read just so I could get like my coupon for my personal pan pizza? Oh, incredible.
How about the Bigfoot pizza?
Dude.
And then someone made $1 billion by creating the little tables, those plastic tables that they put underneath, the box basically to keep the box from touching the cheese. That was a Pizza Hut staple. They were the first ones to do that.
Greatest thing in the world. So my neighbor and my best buddy growing up, Casey Kite, and I, the project some days, we decide in the morning we're getting a Bigfoot pizza tonight. It was who could scrounge together $13.99. Right, you have $6. Can we mow the lawn for $4? Can we take out your trash for $1 to all the neighbors? We would scheme our way to get to $14 basically and order a Bigfoot pizza. Now we'd screw the driver and not give him a pretty good tip just because we were kids.
Shocker!
But it was the greatest thing in the world when that Bigfoot pizza came.
Kids not tipping is stunning,
and it was all ours.
Darius, you looked at me when I said Bigfoot like you had no file. You're the same age as me.
I know. I just had to look it up, and I'm like, I don't recall that.
Bigfoot pizza?
I don't
from Pizza
recall.
Hut?
No,
I don't.
Are you
insane?
I'm a Pizza Hut mark too. I mean, I was
respectfully.
No, you are not, sir.
Clearly, I'm not.
Like Danny likes dogs, and like Ryan's a burger guy who has a burger a year. You're a Pizza Hut guy. You don't remember the Bigfoot?
The Bigfoot pizza.
I looked at it up on Google, and it just I have no recollection of that at all.
Every school party ever.
Ever.
The Bigfoot pizza was this 1 foot by 2 foot rectangular gigantic pizza. Came out in the mid-90s. My wheelhouse with the Bigfoot would have been in the 95 to 97 era, maybe. But it was 21 slices. Now I'm looking this up. Unique sourdough-based crust, famously marketed for $10.99 due to its massive size. By the way, what a time to be alive.
What a time.
That pizza was $10.99. You can't get 2 slices from the place down the street now. Just slices of pizza.
That's easily a $30 pizza right now.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go up.
Volume.
I mean, this thing is so big. That's what you're sleeping on. Massive pizza. Struggled to fit through doorways, making it a memorable 90s cultural item. I mean, Toby.
Who got rid of it?
You've never heard of the Bigfoot pizza. Just a Yaroslav Halak.
No, never heard of it.
Unbelievable.
Strobes is younger than you. When I say Bigfoot pizza, what comes to mind? Nothing? I mean, Zippy? God, what a time. I'm just picturing, and it was squares.
Why did they stop doing it? The wild success? The joy it brought?
I think it was the happiness. Why did Bigfoot pizzas go away?
Because you can't tell me it didn't sell.
Honestly, I would imagine it was the $11 for all that pizza. That's a pretty terrible business model.
Well, when you get, I mean, it's like the McDonald's bit. They don't make a lot of money on the hamburger, cheeseburger, or whatever. Make money on the drinks. It costs them 10 cents to make a drink, and they charge you $1.10 for it. And there's your profit, right?
There you go.
I bet same deal with Pizza Hut.
Pizza Hut's Bigfoot Pizza, introed in 93, was discontinued in the mid-90s primarily due to high production costs, logistical nightmares regarding the massive size.
Okay, that I could see.
Like you can't get that into the side of your, you're delivering the pizza. It's supposed to be in the passenger seat. I'm putting the seat all the way back. It's touching the dash. Declining popularity. That I will tell you.
That I can't believe.
No chance.
No to that.
Who says no to that? I mean, kids every year. There's another batch of kids that would love to learn about the pizza, the Bigfoot pizza.
We've got more now. Here's what I need. Smart people. So just grab a couple smart ones. Figure out how to put it on the roof. You get a heating oven type thing to keep the pizza warm on the roof. The Pizza Hut Mobile is in the village now, and it takes up the entire surface area of the car rooftop, and you bring Bigfoot pizzas to people. Charge me $23 for it. Right? Joy delivered to people.
We didn't get Bigfoots at our house, like for the family. It was more of a party thing. But I do remember if you were having a special occasion, friends over for a sleepover.
What makes it more special?
Birthday party. Just literally gathering around the door as like the delivery guy showed up. He might as well have been a rock star who just got back from a tour in England.
I would have stepped over a rock star for the Bigfoot pizza.
And you're setting it down on the table. You're clearing all the crap off the table because it's so big.
There's no room for a candlestick.
By the way, it was $10.99.
I know.
I mean, our parents...
With toppings, it would go up. That's why it was $14 for us.
I get that money was different then. I know how money works. I think they just had it so much better than us as to what things cost. You get what I'm saying?
I do.
Like, yes, money has changed. What you make now for the same job 20 years ago, different, all that stuff. Everything costs an irresponsible amount now that it didn't used to. Even with the exchange rate.
Mm-hmm. Even with inflation, I'm with you.
You had the Bigfoot at $11. Don't tell me about my, how do you not have money? You need to save money. You need to put money away. You had the Bigfoot for $11, man. I don't know who I'm yelling at.
Right. Don't point at me. I didn't do it.
But somebody is mad
someone
at
out
me
there
for never having money.
Well, the ones that I love was like, we bought this house in 1986 for $81,000. Did you? Did you?
Love to hear more about that.
Isn't that fun for you? Isn't that great that it happened?
Fun for you. You know what my interest rate was? A lot of that, too.
Yeah.
God, what a time. The tournament and a Bigfoot pizza.
The Bigfoot pizza.
And a rubber basketball you could barely bounce.
Oh, you know I dunked that at Chesterbrook Elementary School.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's get you some NFL burning questions next on G&D. He's Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 this evening at 4 in 30 minutes. The Beltway Blitz. NFL free agency was busy last week. Things have slowed down a bit over the last few days, but we wanted to get into some burning questions, spin around the NFL. So producer Darius has put together some of the frequently asked questions right now that matter the most in the league. Give you our answers on G&D.
Which free agent signing on offense did you like the most so far this offseason?
This is cheating because it wasn't a signing, it was a trade. The Pittsburgh Steelers went and got Michael Pittman for this. 3 claps, cost nothing. That was a major upgrade. They had a hole at the position. They needed it. Imagine if Aaron Rodgers does come back there, the number of back shoulder throws to that big physical beast who is so good at catching the football in traffic. That, to me, was my favorite addition because it cost them next to nothing. It was basically like it was a free agent, even though it wasn't, and I know that's cheating.
I know you guys are going to think I'm just being a Homer McHomerson. I really, really liked the Chig Okonkwo deal for Washington. I can't believe he didn't make more money. He got basically $9 million a year and essentially a couple years guaranteed. Like, that's the extent of, that's the entirety of that deal. I don't really understand that at all. I'll go non-Washington for one here, just to kind of throw one out there as well. Kyler Murray to the Vikings. There's a chance he is their quarterback of the future. I don't think J.J. McCarthy is that guy. I think they upgraded. They're a team that needed to. He had a down year last year, but things had gone off the rails in Arizona. At a very, very cheap rate, you got a chance to maybe add somebody who could be the guy for the next several seasons there. So a worthwhile
Chanel to the Washington football team. I think that one is fantastic. I like the contract. I like the player. I like the upside. I like the Swiss Army knife nature of what he can do on defense. There are other guys I would have loved to investigate it as well, but when you combine all of it together in this Durante Jones scheme that I think is going to look like some Brian Flores and Mike Zimmer on steroids combined together into a giant Voltron of defense, I love the potential.
Big risk, possibly going to backfire because of the injury history. But if Jalen Phillips stays healthy, I love the aggressiveness of the Carolina Panthers. That's a baller. $30 million a year, bringing him in there could be the next really good rusher in the league. I think that was a smart addition. I'll put that on my list. Sticking with the Panthers theme, Devin Lloyd 3-year deal. I know it's a lot of money. It's $16 million per. Big fan of that contract. And then you want a value addition. I'm going to go Tampa Bay Bucks corner Jamel Dean, who goes to Pittsburgh with the Steelers. Dean gets 2 years, $13.5 million as an AAV. He was a guy last year that ranked 5th of 112 cornerbacks for PFF, 18th the year before that, 26th the year before that. They've always kind of liked him in their grading. So those are really, really high on my list. One more I'd throw out there, Devin Bush, Cleveland Browns to Chicago Bears, $10 million per, 3 years. I like that move. He ranked 4th of 88 linebackers a year ago via PFF grading. To get him at $10 million felt like good value.
What was the most head-scratching move so far the offseason?
You could pick any of 1,000 here, but the Jets and Geno Smith. Okay, I guess. Congrats.
I mean, they needed a veteran quarterback. You didn't like that?
No. Just get beat. Just start some neophytes.
They will, by the way. You act like they're not going to now.
I don't know. I suppose they do.
First in the draft from last year.
Well, if you want that guy to do it, why not just have a kid do it? Why not have a developmental project do it? You see what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to be bad, just lean into being bad. You get him hopefully to raise the floor, and he's not going to help you raise the floor, I don't think. I don't see the point in those kind of exercises.
Alec Pierce getting what he got. I think that's insane. I think people talked themselves into this thing over the last month where everyone was just trying to prove that they liked Alec Pierce the most, and nobody stopped themselves to say, should we be fighting over Alec Pierce right now? This guy's never caught 50 balls. Yes, he's led the league in yards per catch last couple of years. I don't view him as a complete wide receiver. I mean, this was someone who, if you're looking at the breakout 2025, he ranked 48th among receivers in target share at 18%. 48th. What in the heck are you doing paying him about $30 million a year? I am so glad that Washington missed out on him. And I think he's a good player. But that is insane money. The other one I'll say is Tua to the Falcons. You said head scratching. That's the ultimate, okay.
All right.
I mean, I know Michael Penix is hurt, ACL, whatever. I don't know that Tua is even an upgrade over Cousins. I think they probably could have brought him back because of the Stefanski angle pretty quickly, pretty easily. But on top of that, what are you doing with Penix now? Is Penix the starter and Tua is the backup? You're letting Tua compete. You're stunting the development of Michael Penix. That one didn't make any sense to me. Didn't like that.
Who's your most improved team so far this offseason?
Washington might be my homer answer, so I'll put them aside for a second. It might be cheating because I don't know if there's enough volume, but Pittsburgh. I love what Pittsburgh did.
You got to have a stand-up set. It might be cheating. You've said that with all your
I've
answers so
said
far.
it a couple times. Pittsburgh's my answer. Jamel Dean is someone I would have loved to have signed. That would have been one of my first priorities. With all due respect to Amik Robertson, you can wait a second. I'm signing Jamel Dean for a very affordable deal. Moving on, grabbing Pittman, adding Rico Dowdle. I just like what Pittsburgh did an awful lot.
The Tennessee Titans. I think they probably spent the most money other than Washington. I saw somewhere that the Commanders at over $300 million spent the most money, but the Titans just went ham in free agency. So when you throw the most money and signed the most players, and they did, I think they signed 17 guys since the start of the league year. Like, that is crazy through 10 days or whatever it is. But look at some of the names, right? At receiver, Wan'Dale Robinson. At center, Austin Schlottman. At right guard, Cordell Volson. On the defensive side, they've got a new edge in Jermaine Johnson and a new D tackle in John Franklin Myers. And they get 2 new corners in Alante Taylor and Cordell Flott. And then they signed another 6 defensive players that are rotational, like Jacob Martin from the Commanders and Solomon Thomas from the Cowboys and Tony Adams from the Jets. So they got a lot better, I thought. They needed to. They were terrible. And they spent a lot, so they should have gotten a lot better.
What's one move, trade or signing, that another team made that you wish Washington made?
I've already said it. Michael Pittman is the easy answer. But if we're not going to, if I'm not allowed to say that one anymore, look at the Rams. Grabbed a couple of Kansas City Chiefs cornerbacks for a couple draft picks. That would have been very intriguing to me. I don't know if that would have made sense affordability wise.
You talking about McDuffie?
Yeah,
they took a first rounder,
which is obviously too rich, but just been in that kind of marketplace, been a bit more creative. But Pittman's the easy answer.
Jamel Dean, who I referenced earlier, you needed a corner, right? We agree. I mean, it's not like that was a ton of money. Now, maybe they don't want to spend $13 million a year at corner when they're running the Flores system, because theoretically you don't have to sink the same assets into the position based on the scheme. But I think Jamel Dean was pretty good value at that grab. Another one, and we talked about this guy a bunch. I love what they did with Leo Chenal. Love, 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 love. He doesn't have to be a green dot. He can move around. Nakobe Dean or any of those other, like Devin Bush, maybe even Devin Lloyd. One of those linebackers I really, really, really would have liked. Would have been cool. The last name I'll throw out there would have been Boy Mafe. They went with Odafe Owe, which is great. But, instead of going Chason and Amenahu, what if they went with Odafe Owe and Boy Mafe, and they just got both of those edges locked up for 3+ years?
That'd have been pretty neat. I'd also had Jaquan Brisker for next to nothing. Also, again, to the Steelers, a name I forgot to mention when I was saying them as my favorite team, what they did this offseason. 1 year, $5.5 million. That's not that much for a safety that can impact you.
Last one, does Max Crosby begin the season with the Las Vegas Raiders, or will he be on another team that's clearly not the Baltimore Ravens?
I think he's a Raider. I think that was kind of the shot there, right? Because the dust is kind of settled, and I don't know how many other teams are going to be willing to give up multiple first-round picks and then some. I don't think the medical thing was a thing, quite frankly. I think anybody can fail a medical exam if they determine it so, or in the other direction, anybody can pass. Given that he had the surgery here this offseason, I think he's stuck with the Raiders.
So the question is, are you willing to now accept way less than the original deal was? Because that's what they'll get back, and you're going to look terrible. I think eventually they make a deal and they get less back. It's going to be for like 2 seconds instead of 2 firsts. And it's going to look awful, but they're just going to have to wear it. But I think he does get traded. I think he'll be playing somewhere else in week 1. It just frankly doesn't make a lot of sense not to at this point. And to do it before the draft, so you have as many assets as possible to navigate the board a little bit. Burning questions on Grant and Danny. We'll get you a double play next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. In about 20 minutes. Somebody's winning Caps tickets on the Fan. It is time for our double play on Grant and Danny, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
It's time for the double play.
We're blitzing in less than 15. We're giving away Caps tickets at 4 o'clock. 8 days of Nats taking you up to opening day next Thursday is kicked off. Day 2 today. Dylan Cruz is on the show coming up at 5 o'clock right here on the Fan. Huge season for him loading. Needs to hit more, needs to get on base more for the Nationals, needs to break out.
Yeah,
here.
pressure's on a little bit.
Absolutely. Disappointing season, no doubt about it, last campaign. Danny, it is St. Patrick's Day.
Yes.
Which here on March 17th means you wear green. I didn't. I forgot.
Yeah. My son's remembered, by the way. My oldest remembered and then was like, no, I'm not doing that. Like preteen attitude.
A little too cool for school.
7-year-old could not wait. Green underpants, green top, did not have green pants, but had green St. Patrick's Day socks.
Your son looked incredible, by the way, this weekend.
Yes, he did.
In his suit, I guess.
Suit.
Tux, whatever that was. For the celebration he was at.
Mm-hmm.
He looked like a grown adult. Like that had to be a proud dad kind of.
It was pretty cool, yeah. So they, I don't want too much detail, but he and my wife drove up to New Jersey for our friend's daughter's bat mitzvah, right? You follow that? Yeah. So he needed someone to tie his tie. I was going to be there, but I had to stay home with my 7-year-old at a soccer tournament. So I
Hope you
tied.
didn't ask Chris Russell.
Wow, I know. Or my friend Grant Paulson, respectfully.
Well, that's true.
There we go. So I tied the tie for a 12-year-old on myself, having to figure out the length for him. Does that make sense? So I tied it and then had to redo it because I tied it for me.
Yeah.
And it was not going to be the same for the guy that's like, 4'8". So anyway, tied it, then left it loose so that he could put it on around and it looked really good. It was great.
Yeah, it was. He's a sharp-looking guy. That's a good selly. But because it is St. Patrick's Day, there's only one correct way to celebrate other than with like beer that's green, and that is the age-old Leprechaun in Mobile, Alabama.
The greatest.
Viral skit, the gift that keeps on giving. I showed it to my son today at the house because my kids were really excited. A leprechaun actually came into our house last night. He decided to go to the bathroom in the, I don't know why, but in every toilet. How long was he possibly there?
He did.
It was just green water from his bathroom.
Not just one potty, but all of them?
All of the bathrooms.
How about it?
Also, we set this thing up to try to trap him. He cut through it and got away.
They're
but
clever, yeah.
He left some gold coins. These leprechauns, man, you just don't know. But I told my son that there had been a leprechaun sighting in Mobile, Alabama. He did not understand the hilarity of this sketch. It really isn't a sketch, I guess. It's actually a news story.
It's real life.
It seems like a sketch. That's a Freudian slip because it's not Saturday Night Live. It's like a real news team doing a real news story. But without further ado, an age-old classic.
Well, just in time for St. Patrick's Day, crowds are coming by the dozens to get an up-close view at what some say is a piece of Irish folklore.
Some people in the Crichton area of Mobile say a leprechaun has taken up residence in their neighborhood. A leprechaun. NBC 15's Brian Johnson has more.
Curiosity leads to large crowds in Mobile's Crichton community. Many of you bring binoculars, camcorders, even camera phones to take pictures.
To me, it look like a leprechaun to me. All I gotta do is look up in the tree. Who else seen the leprechaun say yeah?
Eyewitnesses say the leprechaun only comes out at night. If you shine a light in its direction, it suddenly disappears. This amateur sketch resembles what many of you say the leprechaun looks like. Others find it hard to believe and have come up with their own theories and explanations for the image.
My theory is it's casting a shadow from the other limb.
Could be a crackhead that got hold to the wrong stuff, and it told him to get up in a tree and play a leprechaun.
We're going to get down to the bottom of this. Yeah, still on
This
there,
guy's
guy.
my favorite.
Don't be afraid, man.
This guy helping to direct traffic says he's prepared for his encounter with the leprechaun. He's suited up from head to toe.
This wars off spells right here.
Yep.
This is a special leprechaun flute, which has been passed down from thousands of years
PVC
ago
pipe
from
with a
my
hole in it.
great-great-grandfather who was Irish.
Directing
I'm just trying to help out.
Others just came to get lucky in
Trying to
hopes a
help.
pot of gold may be buried under this tree.
I'm gonna run a backhoe and uproot that tree. I want to know where to go. I want to go. Give me the go. I want to go.
This is Brian Johnson.
A news story.
Brian Johnson's news story.
But you sleep on the fact that there's this guy directing traffic, and they interviewed him very seriously. What do you have on? This is to ward off spells.
Yes.
This has been passed down through generations. Has it? Has it, in fact?
And I don't know what the device actually is, but it quite literally looks like PVC piping with like a couple of holes in it. Looks like something that is part of.
Generations that wards off spells.
I
That's
hadn't
how I
seen
can
that
assist.
video in years, and it started making the rounds
It's
again
the
today.
best. Oh my God, I miss it.
All-time classic. The amount of hours I spent in college, that was like when YouTube, I don't want to say started, but
Yeah, it wasn't flooded.
It had broken out. It was the noise. It was what everyone was doing. You would just scroll for hours. Probably what people do now on social media, on Twitter or Instagram Reels is the thing right now, I guess. TikTok. But you would just watch these viral clips like that, or there were so many whistle tips, you remember?
Charlie bit me from the dentist. That one got forwarded 1 billion times. I mean, the Leroy Jenkins. I mean, one of the handful of the original 1 billion view videos when the platform wasn't just
Is that OG
inundated.
viral?
Yeah, I think so.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
It's got to be one of the first great viral clips.
Yeah, first gen viral is what that was.
But just an annual tradition here. Play that on St. Patrick's Day. So good. On Grant and
A
Danny.
news story. A news television station investigated the leprechaun.
Do you have the very end when they go back to the desk and they can't keep it together? Like the people sitting at the desk that weren't out in the field.
The guy filed the
are
story.
looking at the amateur sketch and they're just losing it.
Will do anything for a pot of gold. I mean, anything.
You know what I like? I like the amateur sketch of the leprechaun. It
Yeah,
looks like somebody got a really good look at it and got that good drawing out
Who
there.
did that? I want to know who sketched that.
I don't know, maybe Brian sketched
It does. And it looks like something my 6-year-old daughter's like, this is what I saw.
I saw this.
I'm like, you did? All right. Beltway Blitz is next. Caps tickets can be yours. And I want to get into this flag tournament that Jaden Daniels is taking part in this weekend. Could be very competitive, and he's just going to play, and everyone seems okay with it. We're Grant and Danny. 8 Days of Nats, Dylan Cruz. 5 o'clock today. We're taking you up to opening day. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to see the Capitals against the Devils. Friday, March 20th, Capital One Arena. Join the Caps. They're celebrating women in hockey. Be part of a night that honors the incredible women who are breaking barriers, shaping the game, inspiring the next generation. Details at thefandc.com/contests. It is time for your Beltway Blitz, covering the teams in town you care the most about, all jammed into one segment. Let's get it started on the hardwood.
The Washington Wizards.
Dave Johnson covers the Wiz. They are in the middle of a home back-to-back. Very rare at Capital One Arena, 2 straight nights. Last night, the Warriors. Tonight, the Pistons. What'd you make of last night's game? They were close. They did not win, as far as I'm concerned. That's everything I want right now, Dave, as they're marching toward the top of the draft order.
Right. In some strange way, it's a win-win situation. And you know, not to get too deep in the weeds, but again, we saw how Will Riley continues to impress at the ripe old age of 21. It was not a game forced into overtime, but, you know, Bilal Coulibaly is now forced into a situation where, for lack of a better way of saying it, he has to be the man. He has to be more assertive. He has to be more aggressive. I don't think I've talked to you since we forced Orlando into overtime. And in Orlando, a team very much in the playoff mix with Paolo Banchero, they didn't want to lose at home to the Wizards. And leading the comeback, because Alex Sarr and Trae Young were already out of the game on a minutes restriction, it was Bilal Coulibaly. It was Leaky Black. It was Anthony Gill making a big defensive play straight down the stretch. So it's games within the game that you're excited about. And you're excited about, again, Will Riley, who Glenn Constant, my broadcast partner, believes if he was in college another year, he would be a lottery pick this year. And as we know this year, the reason why, there is positioning, if you will, or everyone talks about the draft being so deep. So this is a time of year where I just, you know, it's important for Bilal Coulibaly. It's important for Jamir Watkins. I mean, we knew this guy could play defense. I don't know if I've seen anybody come into the league is defensive ready as a rookie, as he is, but he can do more than just that. So it is a discovery period. If you're looking for wins, that's not going to happen. But if you're looking for, you know, what this future might hold, and look, I've been doing this 30 years. I'm starting to believe, I am believing in we've got some really exciting young talent. And it's not just 1 or 2 players, it's several players.
Yeah, you touched on Will Riley, Dave. That's what I wanted to ask about. He's got game. He can put the ball in the bucket. I wonder kind of what's next for him growth-wise. Obviously, someone that's almost 6'10" and 180 pounds, you'd probably say add some muscle. I think that's the thing. You'd be able to deal with more bumps and bruises that'll help him defensively, too, just being a little bit stronger. But I wonder where, you know, you kind of close your eyes, where will he be in a couple years? Because, I mean, he's impressive getting his buckets.
Yes, and look, and it is the obvious answer, but it's the right answer. I mean, he needs more than 180 pounds on that frame, and you know, as I'm watching his post-game press conference last night, he even looks younger than he is. So, but here's a guy you can see getting to the free throw line 8 times because he has, and against elite competition, you can see elite defenders are good defenders frustrated by him because the play is not over until he says it's over, and because of the way he pivots and wiggles and finds a way to score. And again, he's a guy that I think is benefited early on, and this is often goes under the radar, that we have, you know, a true minor league in the Capital City Go-Go like baseball does, where, you know, he's such a baby in the fall. We get him some go-go games in that cup competition. He's averaging 26 points, and he gets, you know, a bit of a runway into his NBA career. And now it doesn't matter who's defending him. He's going to find a way to score. And if he doesn't score, he's going to find a way to get to the line because the way he wiggles and spins and uses that pivot foot, it makes you excited about what you're going to see in 2 years. And that's why, you know, I thought about this today on the drive in. As I said, I've been doing this a long time. When I started this, Michael Jordan anointed us the team of the future. You know, we had Georgie Murison and Chris Webber and Juwan Howard, and that fizzled out. And then you guys remember the Gilbert Arenas period. We were top of the Eastern Conference, and all of a sudden a knee injury changes things. we had certainly some great memories with John Wall and Bradley Beal. But what excites me now is, you go down the list of, well, he's a good young player. He's a good young player. And then when you see him out there with Trae Young, we've never had a guard like Trae Young, and we've yet to see Anthony Davis. So, I think it's okay to get excited about the future.
Dave, thank you. Good catching up. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll be listening.
Always appreciate it.
You got it. Let's keep the blitz going. Talk some football.
The NFL.
What a trade made by the Denver Broncos today with the Miami Dolphins. They get Jalen Waddle and a 4th-round pick. Miami gets 3 draft picks back, the 30th overall selection, and then 3rd and 4th-round picks for shipping Waddle out. Troy Rank, Denver Post, covers the Broncos. Troy, they've been completely inactive, right? No free agent additions, the only team not to sign anybody. Boom. How about this for a blockbuster for Denver?
Yeah, listen, there's no way they were getting back close to the AFC Championship game without adding a playmaker. Their defense drove their team, and Bo Nix working miracles in the fourth quarter, and that's just not sustainable. They were 12-3 in one-score games. They had to get more playmakers offensively, either at running back, tight end, or receiver. One of those positions, ideally, it was going to be running back or receiver. They didn't like the receivers in free agency. That I can understand. It wasn't a great market. A.J. Brown, when they're talking about 2 firsts, they were never going to do 2 firsts. They kicked the tires on Waddle last year. He gives them a couple of things they don't have. A guy who can run and do slants across the middle of the field, and a guy who's dynamic and can beat people over the top. This is where we have a chance to see Bo Nix's ceiling, and perhaps even see Davis Webb as a play caller. Does this give him a chance to flex his muscle and to make them look a little different offensively? Still work to do, but man, you could just hear the sigh of relief from Broncos country here, because there's no one that watched this offense last year and walked away and said, oh, they're good. Just be static. They're good. Nobody believed that. So Waddle at least gives you that hope that they're going to have a little more juice offensively.
And to that point, is it more yards after the catch that you guys were hunting, or is it kind of an over-the-top threat? Because I never feel like that's the Sean Payton staple, right? He's never really had strong-arm quarterbacks that are slinging it 70 yards in the air. It felt like you needed some playmaking there. Do you feel like that's more, or is it maybe taking the top off?
Well, it's more of just, if you look at what he did in Miami, he's great on timing routes and slants with Tua. Tua didn't really capitalize on using Waddle deep a lot because he just didn't have the arm strength. So the reason they wanted him is because if you looked at the Broncos over the last 2 years with Bo Nix, he leaned on Cortland Sutton. He's Linus, and that was his blanket. Every time on third down, you knew where the Broncos were going. It was going to be a crossing, drag route to Cortland Sutton or a 50-50 ball to Cortland Sutton. Now you have someone at least defenses have to seriously pay attention to, who can beat you off the line, who gets yards after the catch, which has been an issue for them. And he's a guy also, if he's effective, he can play inside or out. Maybe it opens up Evan Ingram, who was a huge disappointment last year as a free agent signing, because basically he got reduced to a platoon player who rarely played. So maybe this brings him back into the passing game, because you're going to be a little more dynamic in that. So, yeah, Waddle they're not seeing just as a vertical threat. They frankly had that with Mims, but that's really the only route they used Mims for, was the 9. Now you've got a guy who's technically, just from a pure talent standpoint, is probably your best offensive player, skill player. How, if they use him that way, I don't know. I got to see it, but at least gives you another weapon teams have to contend for, which they just didn't. I compare it to baseball, where if Cortland Sutton's your 3-hole hitter, after him you had a bunch of guys that could hit 8th or 9th. They're players, they're functional, but they don't scare anyone. Waddle can scare a defense if used correctly.
Troy Rank, who covers the Broncos out in Denver with the Post, joining us. State of the Union in that division, that 14-3 record last year just felt a little bit irreplicable. It's just not going to sustain itself. You mentioned all the close games. We saw them barely beat a bad Washington team, one of those many games this year here. But the Chargers have won 22 games the last 2 years. The Chiefs are not going to stay down. I'd imagine the Raiders will be better. How do you see the competitiveness of the West?
Yeah, it's going to be a just absolute cage match again. The Broncos' timing was right. They played a bunch of backup quarterbacks, especially at the end of the year, that helped them. They knocked out C.J. Stroud at Houston and won that game. They won ugly, but part of it is a skill. They were able to win ugly and win close-score games because their defense was really good, and their defense made plays that kind of kept the offense afloat. But the Chargers are going to get their tackles back. They're just a different team without pass protection. Justin Herbert played really well at times, but it all kind of caught up to him without offensive line help, number one. And the Chiefs will be better. I still don't see them as a contender next year, especially if Mahomes misses, let's say, the first month of the season. But they'll be better, and the Raiders will be better. And so in that sense, the division, it's going to be hard for the Broncos to just look at it and go, oh, yeah, they're going to be on top. Their biggest competition is the Chargers. They don't typically play well against the Chargers. They finally beat them for the first time with Sean Payton as a head coach last year, but even that was tainted because Herbert didn't play. But the Chargers are a team that give the Broncos problems because they run the ball, they don't make mistakes. It's a very disciplined football game, and they just want you to get in the mud with them, and then they'll beat you late. Now, again, if the Broncos are a little more functional offensively, maybe they could actually have a lead in a game, and they could unleash the hounds defensively. The fact they've set records with sacks, rarely leading in games, is one of the craziest stats going.
Troy, great info, buddy. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
You got it, guys. Take care. Have a great show.
Thank you, my friend. Hit that Washington 53 sounder, please.
The Washington Commanders.
I want you guys to give this group a shot. It's a young, hip show. 4 guys, friends from a local community, just kind of got together. It's a new kind of sound on this radio station, a show called The Sports Junkies. Eric Bickel is one of those 4 junkies. He goes by EB. They kind of don't pause to explain who and what they are, Grant. They just kind of say, this is EB, JP, Lurch, or Jason. Cakes, you're like, wait, who's who? It's a lot of fun. Give it a chance. That's what I say. Hey, EB.
Hey, they're okay. I mean, they're better shows, believe me.
Guy, what would you have said if I would have told you even 10 years ago? So let's go 2016, like Danny and I are year 2 or something, year 3 with Grant and Danny. I'm like, 2026, you're going to be celebrating 30 years.
I don't know, honestly, Grant. I mean, it got to a point where we don't know how to do anything else. So I would have hoped, look, my alarm to call you is going off. I would have hoped that we would still be doing this. I mean, once you get going for a certain while, like I think you're going to still be doing this, right? As long as you kind of want to. Right?
I'd like to think that. I kind of wonder, like, if radio exists in 5 years.
Yeah, I think one day, EB, the lights are just going to turn off at 5.
Does this station do this in 5 years? Like, I don't know.
I think that will happen.
Yeah.
But we're content creators, right? So we'll just do it somewhere else. That's what I think.
We're sillies. What was your line?
The last of the sillies.
The last of the
all-timer. All-timer.
It's so good. All right, so then the chances, EB, 10 years from right now, you're coming on the Beltway Blitz to break down the 2036
40 years of the
Commanders
Junkies
free agent haul, and you're playing 40-year anniversary clips.
I'm up for it. If they want to keep throwing money at it, I mean, I'm up for it. As long as the medium exists, I'm up for it. I mean, I love radio. It's what I kind of feel like I was born to do it. I love it. So I hope to still be doing it.
So, EB, give me, shifting to the actual matters of football, what have you made of Washington's free agent haul? Is it one of those things where you're trying not to be too excited? Are you all in? Are you bullish about it? Do you have questions? Give me kind of your 30,000-foot view.
Well, I think like most, within the first few hours, I was, obviously a little underwhelmed. But the day one overall was solid, and it just kept getting better and better. Just kind of filled out so many holes, so many needs. I don't know, man. I like it a lot. Like overall, if I had to grade him, I'd give him like a very solid B plus, sort of as like on paper filling needs. So I'm probably more optimistic than I thought I would be. You know, we had all this money, and in the first 2 years, we were just kind of signing guys to one-year deals, old guys, and we hadn't really gone all in. So I kind of wondered if Peters had it in him, and I think it turns out he does. I thought he did, all things considered, a wonderful job. I'm glad we dodged that Pierce contract. I don't want to pay that guy $30 million a year, whatever it was going to be, who's never done it before. So I think at the end of the day, it's kind of working out great. Now I'm just waiting for the draft. I can't wait. See what they're going to add next.
Well said. I'm overjoyed and delighted. I mean, this free agency has been refreshing and kind of a shot in the arm for me. What about Brandon Ayuk? What's your level of interest?
I think I'm very interested because I think I see a legit number one. I think Terry proved he was a legit number one when healthy. And then a bunch of other guys that I like, and believe me, I love role players, but I think we got a one and a bunch of role players, right? So we need some studs. Ayuk is some damaged property. I think he'd be the best player available. I think we could get him on the cheap. I'm not going to pay anything for him. Like, I'm not going to give you anything. I'm not going to give you a 100th round draft pick. But if he became available, I want to bring him in, and I think he has potential to be maybe a 50-catch guy at this page, at this point in his career. And I think he could help us a lot. And if he didn't, cut him. So I'm very interested in him. It seems like he blew up a very great situation in San Francisco. It's seemingly for one reason, to play here with his boy. I'm sort of convinced of that. And so let's do it then.
Do you think the defense couldn't just be improved, but could actually be, God forbid, good?
I don't know. You always want what you've never had, right? And I just can't remember the last time we've had a great defense, so I'm desperate for that, Danny. I got to tell you, though, some of the more under-the-radar sign. I mean, the Chenal signing, just has me through the roof. And I honestly couldn't have told you who he was a month ago. But just from seeing the highlights, reading the reports about the guy, I'm so thrilled for what I think he can do for this team. The other pieces that they added, they're huge upgrades on paper. I actually love Durante. I just think he's going to be fantastic. So I'm super excited. I don't know. Is considered like 17th or 18th in the league, is that considered good? Because it's way better than where we've been.
Yeah, it's an improvement, but I don't put that as good just yet. I mean, it's way better than being the abominable and the worst.
I think top 13 is probably good. Like you're in that top third or so, basically.
I mean, I guess that would be possible, but I would bet against that. Just it seems like a big hurdle. But I think we're going to be markedly better. I think we're actually, fellas, going to force a few punts in a league where they never punt anymore. I actually think we're going to make some stops. And I can't remember the last time I felt that way.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I want takeaways. Some punts would be nice, too. Eric Bickle of the Sports Junkies joining us.
Well, GP, I don't want to cut you off.
Go for it.
But the one interesting anecdote I heard, and I think I heard it from a guy you had on your show, was the guy you had from Detroit who said that the DB there, didn't he himself force 5 or 6 fumbles? 5 or 6 turnovers?
He's got a resume of doing that. Yeah, the peanut punch.
Yeah, so I like that.
Yeah, they need that. Before we let you go, any interest in the WBC final tonight? Can I get you watching USA Venezuela?
I watched, 2 nights ago.
Okay.
I like it. I get caught up in the patriotism of it. I get that it's exciting. Yeah, I'm going to watch. It's not the most important thing in the world to me, but I want to be there for a big event, and I feel like it's a big event.
I feel like if you turn on the TV, just generally, right, and the competitors care, and there's a clear energy and exuberance, and like these guys are hopping around super into it, it's really easy to get into it. That's kind of my threshold.
Yeah, I think so, and I think also there has to be a level of importance to it, right? Like I think those guys care every week on the NASCAR circuit, but I don't. But I do care for the Daytona 500, right? Like if it has a little extra meaning, if it's a little more special, like this event, then I think I can be there, even if I might not otherwise be.
You're the best, buddy. Always appreciate you, dude. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Love you guys.
You too, buddy. There's Eric Bickle of the Sports Junkies. 30 years of radio right here.
It's unreal, man.
In D.C. on the Fan. Pretty amazing. Next, the Commanders are allowing Jaden Daniels to take part in a flag football tournament this weekend. Seems like we're just doing this. It's not in Saudi Arabia like it was supposed to be. They've moved it to California, but they're playing against this U.S. flag team that is trying to prove that it should represent the United States in the Olympics, not NFL players. I think that's part of what this showcase is all about. I don't know, man.
I don't know
how I feel about this. We'll get into that next on G&D. delicious shrimp and the great offerings and service of the good people of Spanky Shenanigans.
That blackened shrimp that they offer there is one of the great dishes in this area.
It's good.
I mean, that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Spanky's
it is awesome.
Shenanigans. We've had huge, awesome turnouts when we've done our Commanders parties over there. But this is our first try with Nats fans out in Leesburg. So come on out and watch opening day with us. Should be a lot of fun. By the way, Toby just gave us the update. I was workshopping an idea here with Toby because he's got a good jersey on today. He's got his Tarek Skubal Team USA World Baseball Classic kit, if I could say that, and not come off too soccery.
Oh,
he's also got a Team USA baseball hat on. Toby, you have enough jerseys. First of all, how many do you have? It's over 100. I just don't know the total number.
I don't know if I've fully updated my list yet with a couple that I've gotten.
You've got it running Google Doc, right?
Yeah, I've got one in the mail that should be getting here soon, getting ready for the World Cup. I haven't updated it yet, but my current total is at 157.
157 jerseys. What if we did a reoccurring thing each day on the show or whenever Toby could remember it, where we do like a what's Toby's jersey today or what's Toby's kit? Check Toby's apparel. Something like that.
Yes.
And he just wears a different jersey every day.
Yes.
But I want to spice
and then he tells
it up.
us about it. There's a little story behind it.
Exactly.
It's like Toby's 2 minutes of jersey talk.
But here's the thing. I kind of want to guess who the player is. So like you have to bring it in your bag, and then it's like a who am I game where you give us hints or we get yes or no questions.
Oh, yeah.
And then we have to determine like what jersey's in the bag.
You know how much fun it was on our way to restaurants in West Palm Beach where we're just named baseball players?
Right,
Where it's like,
exactly.
I played for Detroit, Cleveland, Philadelphia, and Toronto. And we just went around and guessed.
Dudes being dudes, man. But I feel like almost all your jerseys are DC Sports. Is that fair?
No, I primarily just wear the ones that are DC Sports. I have all kinds.
So we could do this.
Absolutely.
So, all right, we could do it daily. We could do it once a week, whatever you're thinking. But you bring in a random jersey. You don't wear it. And then you tell us when you've got one. And then we'll play the game of... The game can be called What Jersey's in Toby's Bag. Okay? And then after we guess, Toby wears the jersey for the rest of the show.
Yep.
We feel
Sold.
good about that?
I think that's a great on-air show meeting. That's perfect.
I look forward to that game. We can start it tomorrow, if you remember. That's up to you. If not, we'll start it. This is very low stakes.
I was going to say.
For what jersey's in Toby's bag.
Like, if you break the streak, you know what happens is nothing.
Like, we could play it 9 times in the next 9 shows, or in a month, Darius could be like, we still haven't played that game. Either way is fine.
Can I say something that was really cool last night when I was at the Wizards game?
Sure.
So you know how generally you shoot out with the T-shirt can, you shoot out T-shirts, you shoot out foam balls or whatever?
Of course. They used to sing that song, Who Wants a T-shirt? Who wants a T-shirt? I love that song.
Yeah.
So last night, they were shooting out real jerseys to fans in the stands. Now, unfortunately, behind me, like 3 rows, someone caught one. They were a Warriors fan, but saw him open it up. Legit Keyshawn George jersey.
No chance.
Legit.
They like an actual...
Like a Nike with the tag still on Keyshawn George jersey.
Wow.
Do they do that every game? Strobes, you're at every game. Is that a normal thing?
It's not always a jersey, I don't think, but they have done that on various occasions. I don't pay too much attention to it. Sometimes they drop Chick-fil-A gift cards from the ceiling. They do a lot of
I get
random
excited
stuff
for
like
that.
Those are nice. That's fun.
The Caps used to do this thing where they would drop. They basically tie it to like a parachute,
Mm-hmm.
but they would have like get tickets to an upcoming game that they drop from the rafters. And I know the Wizards will have like a car that drives around above you and drops those tickets. I used to get so psyched for that as a kid. But the idea of a jersey is stunning because I'm not going to Joan. Free shirts are free shirts. But most of the time when you get thrown a shirt, you unravel it and it is the nubbiest. Like it's like thick,
It's
cotton.
scratchy.
It's awful. I'm like, okay, maybe my kid will wear this to bed at some point. A jersey?
Yeah, and I thought it was going to be like one of the giveaway quality, like, oh, okay, this is like a jersey because it's like on a plastic bag, basically. No. This was a legit jersey that you would buy at the team store.
I can't believe that. Now, they should be doing stuff like that because the product for multiple years has been a disaster. It is less so now, but for the people that are there, the real ones that are showing up and spending money, and especially right now where they're just getting kicked in the teeth left and right, like I'm sending people to the Wizards game tonight. We got a kid that watches our little guys, who I call him a kid. He's a high school senior, but he's a high school basketball player, one of the nicest young men you'll ever meet, and he was nannied by my wife from like when he was a toddler to when he's now too big to nanny. And so we have this cool relationship where he watches our kids a little bit. So for his graduation tonight, we're sending him and a few of his buddies to the Wizards game. Big basketball fan. But then I'm looking at the lineup and I'm like, okay, this guy's out. I'm like, was this the best graduation present that I could have gotten this guy?
Man.
Like, this is the deal. This is what he's going to see. But anyway, if you're out there, you deserve something. So let's put a jersey in a cannon.
I just wanted to say something positive about Capital One Arena after I've been known as a look lady person around that joint the last couple of weeks.
You are the look lady guy.
I mean, that's going to live forever.
Do you know that I was walking the concourse with Tobes at a Caps game a couple of weeks ago at Capital One Arena? And I swear to you, multiple people that work there ducked behind corners or like jumped behind the counter.
Saw him coming.
And I'm like, what? There's something. And I was like, oh, I'm next to
look
and
lady.
then because I heard one person say, he's coming. It's
like Debo coming.
That's him. And Toby just walking the neighborhood. He was just doing the
strutting.
You know, what's the whistle in the town when Omar's whistling walking down the street?
Oh, yeah. Omar coming.
Hi-ho, the dairy. Toby coming. And it's just Toby walking the concourse, very slowly, mind you.
Yeah.
About 5 minutes to get around
5+
there.
minute pace,
But everyone's just jumping out of the way.
That's with no people. That's with no slowing down and no traffic.
That's amazing.
5+ minutes. Terrifying. But that's Toby at this point. I mean, Toby has already asked for the manager before
That's not
he
the
arrives.
reputation you want, Tobes. Like Bill Maher had this line where he went and had dinner with the president or whatever. Everyone got upset. But he had this line where he's like, I said to him, you're scaring people. Do you want to scare people? You've got Toby. Toby, you're scaring the employees at Capital One Arena.
Yeah, I really apologize. And especially because I am a slow walker, they have to dread the fact that I'm coming and it's going to take 2 or 3 minutes for me to get there.
Yeah,
and
he's
then
staying.
Another minute or so before I'm gone. I don't want people to dread me at Capital One Arena. So I just wanted to make sure I said something positive.
Okay.
It's a credit to the people over there at Cap One that you're giving away free jerseys. That's awesome.
How long do you think it's
swing
going
the pendulum back toward good guy Tobes?
I was going to say, how long do you think it takes? How many acts of kindness do you think it takes for Tobes to undo Look Lady?
Oh, I don't think he can undo it.
Years?
Yeah, because it's not just that one Look Lady.
Right.
Remember, the next game we went to, me and him had a little run-in with people. Now, that was one of the most rude. I'm going to say rude.
Okay.
Rude employees at any company. Remember that lady, Toby, the next day?
Of course.
And you didn't look lady her, but Toby, I mean, he had his hand like on the holster. You know, he was ready to. I'm like, dude, settle down.
Stop.
We're
Stop.
okay. You could just see his hand shaking, and I'm like, not again, Tobes. He was getting that PTSD. He almost look ladied her out to 7th Street. I mean, he just can't do it at that arena, this guy. By the way, one more thing, and apologize, this is way too much talk about, frankly, the Wizards at 4:37 on a busy week. But Strobes, is there a rule I don't know about that if you play for this team, you have to wear an undershirt? I hate undershirts under jerseys. I hate it. It's a terrible look. You always look like the goofy guy at North Carolina. Was like a little bit out of shape, and no one wants to see your man boobs or
That
whatever.
May brother? Yeah.
These are fit gentlemen. These are just rock hard ab, peak of their career, 23-year-olds. Every player on the Wizards wears an undershirt. Why?
It's aura farming. I don't know.
It's
I'm sorry,
terrible.
what?
It's aura farming.
Who is?
The players.
What is that, though, also?
What is aura farming?
Yeah.
It's being nonchalant and just not really caring about your appearance. You're aura farming because you're that cool.
I don't know that it's clear to me what that.
So you know what aura farming is?
I don't.
You can connect the dots. Aura farming is aura. You know what aura is?
Not in this sense, it seems like.
No? So like when you hit a home run and you stand there and admire it, it's kind of aura.
You're pimping it?
Like you're trying to look cool.
Oh, so a guy that's trying to look cool.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Right? And then farming is trying.
Yep.
So you're trying to look cool. That's what aura farming is. You're like putting out that vibe. But you're saying the part you lost me at is the nonchalant element. So are you aura farming by being nonchalant?
Yes, that's correct. That's why the OKC Thunder won the NBA championship. They're like the third youngest team to ever do it, and nobody celebrated. They all just stood there kind of nodding their head like, yeah, this was the expectation. We did that, baby. That's aura farming.
Okay, I understand that. Like it's ridiculous, but I get it. But I don't go back to why are we all wearing undershirts?
So undershirts is aura farming?
Undershirts look terrible. Wouldn't aura farming be looking cool?
They think it looks good. That's just your opinion that it looks terrible.
So like to me,
so is this a new generation thing? Is that something that the young people like wearing undershirts?
I don't. You might be reading too much into this, Grant. I don't have a good answer for you. I just think it's aura farming.
Well, but like I thought okay. I'll move on.
Yeah.
So, like, you know how young people wear incorrect socks now? They do like the dumb mid calf look, the worst possible look, like boomers did, like my
Garrett
dad
loves
did.
doing it, by the way.
Yeah, so like
he's walking around in West Palm with socks up to his knees.
My dad mowing the lawn in his 50s, as a guy that was born in the 40s, goes, "That's the right look, the mid calf sock."
Yeah.
So then they come back. I get that as aura farming because they think that's cool. Or like you have too many wristbands on, or like a headband, or like some sort of.
You've noticed though, every single player on the Wizards has an undershirt.
Yeah, my point is, there's no way that a T-shirt underneath, they're going, that looks cooler than all my accoutrements or whatever.
This would make it make more sense because I think the generational gap is not working here with Strobes. When I was a young person, okay, you would go to basketball practice. And there was always one kid there that, like, didn't know how you're supposed to dress, so we would wear, like, jeans to practice. And it was like, oh, my God, bro. And it's like, look, next time put on gym shorts.
You have this much of a problem with it?
It's terrible. I'm telling you. It's a bad bit. It's what the fat kid at NC State does because he looks terrible. It's a T-shirt in the pool.
It's the T-shirt in the pool.
It's a T-shirt in the pool. That's what it is.
Let me ask you a question then. There was one point earlier in the season when Bub Carrington and Keyshawn George both had afros, right? And then Marvin Bagley was on the team. He also had a huge afro.
Sure.
All three of those guys were on the court at the same time. I'm watching the game at home. My girlfriend goes, "Why do they all have the same haircut?" Have you ever noticed anything like that? Is that a worse bit than all wearing undershirts?
No, I mean that's like team bonding or whatever. Like everyone can wear a mustache. Everyone dyes their hair blonde during the playoffs or something in baseball. I don't have a problem with that.
They can't all wear undershirts?
They can, and they do. The problem is that why not wear jeans? I wish they would all just wear jeans to their next game against the Celtics. It's equally as embarrassing. It's equally as ridiculous.
What if somebody is turbo sweaty?
They really should do that bit, by the way.
Just wear jeans?
If they care that little about that's some aura farming. Put on some baggy Jinkos and run around out there, and you're going to get beat by 14 anyway. What's the difference?
What if a dude's like a flop sweater? Like, what if a dude sweats so much that it's like, I got to have a layer of protection between my jersey and the undershirt?
That's a good point, because no one's ever sweat before for 50 years of basketball. Oh, wait. You can wear something underneath and cut it so that it doesn't go out.
Oh, so there's no sleeves, yeah.
Like you think Patrick Ewing never sweat?
He did.
Oh, wait, he did wear a T-shirt.
He did.
He wore the big T-shirt.
He wore
underneath.
the huge T-shirt.
And he looked goofy. It's a goofy look.
The gray T-shirt underneath that turned like charcoal after all the
Just
sweat.
acknowledge it's a goofy look. That's all I want you to do. You know it's goofy.
I don't think it's goofy.
You were killing them off air.
No. I never brought it up. Goofy is the incorrect socks. The mid-calf socks. I won't let that part go.
Another thing about the socks. Darius came. This is actually a great bit we haven't talked about. Darius comes up to me in the clubhouse one day at West Palm. He's like, "GP, look at my socks." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "What did you call them? Like ankle socks?"
Yeah, ankle socks.
He's like, "I got ankle socks on." And I look over. No, you don't, guy. Ankle socks are like what I would consider like ball of the ankle. Like no-show socks.
Yeah.
He had like the tall ones that I still hate. That's like. Now, I'm not saying on him. I'm just saying if my wife bought me them.
I'm saying that. I love Darius, but it's bad.
God bless you.
Yeah.
But
he's great.
My wife gets them for me. I'm Rick.
Right.
So, it's like
You
these
got
are ankle
the wrong
socks, but they still go up 4 inches above the shoe.
Right.
So he was sized that he was like, look at me,
Look at
man.
me.
This is cool. And I was like, Darius, those are terrible. Those are still terrible. You've gone from the worst sock you could possibly own to the second worst sock. But my God, man, can we just get you some no-show socks? It is not that hard. You're my generation.
I thought I was in on that one.
But you were surprised. He's like,
he thought he had it.
He's like,
yeah.
Did you say that because I had looked at your socks a lot or something?
Yeah. You guys talk about my socks all the time.
No, but did you notice that I was thinking about your socks on the trip at all?
No.
Okay.
No.
I didn't know if there was like a day where you caught me staring at your socks, like shaking my head or something.
Well, you always do, even when we're here at the
house.
I would never judge you for
at the house when Darius's feet was up, and he just had the socks on, and it just it's right in your face,
Wood and Bowie, what's going on? You wanted to talk about the undershirts?
Yes, please. You guys are killing me over here. That is a cultural thing. It's from the 80s and the 90s. Georgetown was famous for doing that. Iverson rocked it. Mourning rocked it.
Keywords, 80s and 90s. We're going to put bell bottoms on and go out to the game tonight?
They're refurbishing it. All they need is some high socks like they're from DC, and they complete the look.
I'm gonna what did my dad do? Like, my mom wore bell bottoms. My dad had like a perm. I guess it's just, let's go back to the arena. No, that was the 80s and the 90s. I'm aware that Georgetown did it.
Get a couple Hawaiian shirts.
Right.
Some Cabana wear.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. It'd be one thing if they were all like portly, just a bunch of heavy dudes like Robert Tractor Trailer and who is it, Glenn Baby Davis, or these people. Just a bunch of dudes that are ripped up, that are wearing undershirts in the pool. We don't need to wear undershirts in the pool. Show those muscles off. G&D on the Fan. Capital One Arena. We were just talking about the Wizards a few minutes ago. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. Caps back home tomorrow night. So you got the Wiz this evening, the Caps tomorrow at COA. Capitals have a Friday night game as well. We're giving away tickets all week to that game against the New Jersey Devils. Another chance to win at 4 o'clock tomorrow right here on the Fan. And remember, about 10 minutes from now, Dylan Cruz is on the show, 8 Days of Nats. Look at the possibility of the games that could be at Cap One Arena next week for the NCAA tournament. What about if it's chalky, and I'm thinking it could be chalky, Duke against Kansas, Michigan State against UConn. Those two tournament matchups.
That ain't bad.
In that building.
Mm-hmm.
That feeds families. Duke, Kansas, Michigan State, UConn. Can you imagine getting a little ticket to watch college hoops? Sit there for a few hours and just watch four of the best teams in America go at it?
That's not too shabby.
How does that work? There'd be 2 days of games, though, right? Like, those are just the headliners, but I'd have to look it up. I mean, Toby, maybe you can grab it. What else would be there?
So it'd be the round of 16, right? That would be...
Yes.
That would be there, would be the round of 8.
No, it'd be a Sweet 16.
Sweet 16
It'd be
matchup.
both of those. So you'd have the 1-4 matchup if that were to get through, and then the 2-3 matchup, and that'd be Friday night. And then Sunday would be the Elite Eight matchup between the winner of those two
There
games.
you go. I always have to do this. So it's consecutive weekends. So round of 64 is round 1, obviously, round of 32. Then that's the first weekend is done. So now you're down to 16. 16 to 8.
Are you just doing the math in your head?
16 to 8 and 8 to 4. That's the second weekend.
Right. But so you'd get both of the batches of rounds.
Yeah.
But for people who have not seen a tournament up close, it's the coolest thing. I love being in the building for that because you get to see all the teams' fans coming and going and walking the concourse. So, like, the Michigan fans are still outside at Clyde's when they're waiting for their game, but all the North Carolina fans, for an example, are already in the building, and then they leave, and the Michigan fans, and for the arena, for like Ted and Zach and the ownership, I'm sure it's one of the best days you can have.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
It's all day long. You know, they got people like Toby just look-lating people left and right waiting for their food and drinks. Like, I mean, there's 12 hours of people in line.
Well, what's also
for
cool about it,
concessions.
and it's been so long, I can't remember, I went forever ago, but you'll find, I'm just making this up, let's say like an upset team, a South Florida makes it through somewhere, somehow. You'll find the major program teams who would rather play South Florida than, say, Kansas or play, UConn or whatever, rooting ardently and passionately for a school they couldn't name a single player off of 5 minutes before because it's a major upset, because it's super fun. That dynamic is so neat.
JB's in Waldorf wants to hop in on the Fan. What's up, JB? How are you?
Hey, man, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today,
Good, buddy.
man?
We're chilling.
I was just saying, man, early 90s basketball, 2000s, man, Big East, ACC, everybody wore the cutoffs, man. Everybody. And I remember Danny Rouillet in his high school basketball picture in the Washington Post with the Barclays on. He had a cutoff on under his jersey, man.
I did.
So
First of all,
I
that's
think he kinda
incredible.
off base.
Incredible that you know
on this
that.
one, Grant.
That is so true.
That's a
Yeah,
great
man. I'm a basketball. I love the game, man. That's all.
That's a great poll.
Me too. Thank you.
I agree with you. Like, I'm not saying that there was never a time. It used to be really short shorts was a thing. Really baggy shorts was a thing. There have been iterations of style. It used to look crazy if you'd wear the arm sleeve or the leg sleeve. That's pretty cool. Like, that works. That's part of the decorum and the normalcy of what you wear now. I just turn on a game. I cannot be the only one. And when you see sleeves, like in college basketball, you're like, oh, that guy doesn't want to put a jersey on because he doesn't want anyone to see his man boob from the side or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And now you just get this entire team wearing undershirts. It used to be a guy or two on every team, and you'd go, why is he doing that? It's like a team choice. I wonder, and this is just my own curiosity and I care too much, I wonder if there's something about the way they made the jerseys where they're uncomfortable or they scratch you or there's something abrasive about them. Strober, you're there with access. Get to the bottom of this for me. Ask those guys if the jerseys like scratch their nipples or something. Why are they wearing undershirts? I would ask that.
All right, I'll get banned from locker room access today by doing that.
A perfectly reasonable question. Nothing banned about that. And if get the audio, we'll play it on the show and we'll try to figure it out.
We'll get to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
So our jerseys in high school, it's like, passed down over years, and they were like 25 years old at that point, so they were uncomfortable. And if you had like a dollop of sweat, the thing would weigh like 20 pounds, and it was not. So I can't believe the caller pulled that. I 100% wore cut-off undershirts underneath. Would that have bothered you? Like a cut-off so that it's still the same lined up part of the shoulders, the jersey. Would that have bugged you?
Did it get cut off at the same location?
I mean, as close to it as I could.
Yes,
It didn't
then
stay there
fine.
perfectly every time.
No, I mean that's fine. Also, at that level, like the jerseys aren't always like they'll rub and
Yeah,
they're
of course.
gross and
Yeah.
they don't feel good. So no, that's perfectly fine.
Mhm.
It's the sleeve. Like you know what it looks like.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying here.
This Under Armour style tight thing.
Whose socks, by the way, are higher? Keith Van Horn or Darius? Whose socks go up
It's
further?
Keith Van Horn by 2 millimeters.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because Keith Van Horn's 6'10". So that's the only difference. But the ratio of height, if that makes sense to sock, is Darius. But Keith Van Horn was 6'10".
Like when I picture Dad waddling, coming around the corner back into the studio here, I just picture Keith Van Horn socks up to his knees.
It's Lawrence Moten, Keith Van Horn, and Darius.
G&D on the Fan, 8 Days of Nats, Dylan Cruz next on the From our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard, Grant and Danny welcoming you back, exclusively sponsored by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate, admin. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Go schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. And be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. 8 Days of Nats is the series taking you up to opening day, a week from Thursday, right here on The Fan. A different conversation with a different national each and every day on Grant and Danny. Today, we give you our conversation with Nats outfielder Dylan Crews, who is getting ready for a really important season after a disappointing year at the plate. We caught up with Dylan Crews and talked to him about how spring training has gone with a brand new staff to work with this year in West Palm Beach.
It's been great so far. I mean, obviously we got the new staff and the new new coaches and everything. So it's been great though. I mean, a huge transition. We're working really hard. They want us to fail out there. And I appreciate that a lot because it kind of slows the game down a little bit. And we're going out there busting our tails every day, and we're gonna play hard this year.
Seems like a lot of information from the staff coming down to you guys. How has that been, kind of adjusting to that and kind of their approach?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, we've seen some doors open now that we didn't have in the past, and new technology here. We got the Traject, and I know on the pitching side too, they're seeing some things that they haven't seen before in the past. So, but yeah, no, it's been awesome. I mean, it's good that we just have this stuff now, and if it's available to us whenever we need it. And some guys they prefer it. Some guys prefer not to have it, and it's just up to you. So, but having that access to any of those things is huge for us.
Where are you on that scale generally?
Probably in the middle somewhere. Yeah, I mean, I don't try to get caught up in all the technology and the numbers and all that. I love to also feel my swing and just go out there and just play baseball. I don't want to have numbers tell me this and that. I just want to go play.
Dylan Crews of the Nats on Grant and Danny. So you were at LSU winning the national championship. You and Paul Skeens, one of the great college teams we've seen in a long time. I'd imagine that some of these power programs, the big money programs in the SEC, like I've been on campus there, some of the stuff you guys were using there resembles more what's happening now than a couple of years ago. Is that fair, or no, just in terms of the technology? Because some of these colleges are way ahead right now.
Yeah, it's crazy to see. I mean, I guess it kind of helps you get prepared for the future a little bit. But college teams, they just got so much money nowadays. You know what I mean? It's a wild.
They're printing it.
Yeah, it's a wild west out there right now with the NIL and all that. So, but yeah, no, it's pretty cool to see. Like though, I mean, with all these programs and trying to get better stuff to get the guys, the recruits, and all that, and then I guess it can kind of help you get prepared for the next level too when you get into pro ball and all that. But yeah, like I said though, it's just something that is accessible for all of us, and if you want it, you want it. You don't, you don't. So,
how are you feeling now, kind of in your ramp up process to get ready for 162?
I feel great. I mean, it's March. What is it, 9th or 8th? I don't even know what day it is, but we're a couple weeks out. And I feel great. I feel good physically. We had a great off season this year, making sure all the boxes are checked off for health wise. Obviously had the oblique deal last year, but we made the core the main focus, making sure the hamstrings are great, the lower back, obliques, whatever we got to do to play 162 this year. So it was a great off season, probably one of the best I had so far, and just ready to go out there and compete this year.
That oblique injury happened. There's never a good time for an oblique injury, probably. Yeah. I think you'd homered in consecutive games, and you seem to really be like locking in. Makes it that much more painful. What was that like? I don't know when the last time in your life you would have watched that much baseball is. What was that process of getting back like?
It was tough. I mean, it was like the first time I've ever been hurt, really. It was kind of an eye-opener to me. I mean, I never sat that much ever in my life, on the bench. I've always been out there playing, competing, and then boom, this oblique thing happens, and then I'm on the bench for a couple months. But I think when you're on the bench, you see things a whole lot differently than when you're out there playing. You're out there and competing at a high intensity, high level, and everything is just very high paced. But when you go out and sit on the bench, everything kind of just slows down for some reason. You just, you stay locked in. You see how guys are good, how they control the counts, and makes them good. And you know, I learned a lot on the bench, and I think looking back now is probably a blessing that ended up happening. So obviously not what I wanted, but you know, you got to look at the perspective of it, and I think it was a blessing that happened for sure.
Grant already alluded to it. You've already accomplished so much in your baseball career, in the show now. What's kind of the next step for you, do you feel like, in terms of where you want to take you and your career?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, people kind of look at this year as, you know, we're trying to, we're in a rebuild or something like that. You know, we don't ever view that right now. We're going out there trying to win every single day. You know what I mean? We got the guys to do it. And for me personally, you know, I can't get caught up in the numbers at all. You know, like I'm not going out there trying to hit 300 or trying to hit, you know, 25, 30 homers. Like I can't go out there and have a number that I'm going to go out and try to get. I just have to be me at the end of the day, be who I am, prepare my tail off every day, lead by example, and all those things will happen naturally. And I learned that in college, and you know, once I do that, then you know, I feel like the sky's the limit.
There is something to be said too, like the way you play baseball, like every single night on the base paths, you're going to do winning things. Every single night in the field, the team's better for you being out there. I always say, like, you're one of those guys at the end of the year, you're going to look up and you're like, damn, Cruz is a 6'4" guy this year? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like that. But offensively, maybe the numbers have not been what people outside expected. Is that just a results, not a process thing? Like, do you feel like the process is still where you want it to be, and even if that doesn't come to that extent, do you do enough other stuff really well, you feel like, where maybe people don't notice it, where you're like, I could be an all-star doing this, basically?
Yeah, for sure. I mean I just try to do what I can control, and obviously that's my preparation, that's my attitude and effort when I go out there. You know, every day is an opportunity, so I'm going out there trying to capitalize on that opportunity. So but yeah, I mean, you know, I just like I said, I don't try to get caught up in numbers. You know, the past is the past, and I know what I'm capable of doing, and I think what I have to do to get to that point. You know, I know I'm capable of making an all-star team, or you know, hopefully we go deep in the playoffs or something like that. I know what we're capable of doing. Just we got to stick to the preparation and the plan, and the coaching staff here has been tremendous of helping me out, and you know, just sticking to the process and the plans every day.
Dylan Cruz of the Nationals on Grant and Danny. One of the things that's fun to watch, you run the hardest 90s probably of anybody I've covered. Is that how you've always played? Is there like a story where that started, or is that like a George Cruz like thing? Like where does that come from?
Yeah, definitely my dad. Definitely my dad.
Would you have heard about it if you didn't at some age or something?
Yeah, for sure. Even today, if I didn't have a hard 90, he would tear me up for sure.
Getting a text that night?
Oh yeah. It was something that I did when I was little. I mean, I think even before travel ball, I was in like rec ball, and I didn't run my hardest down the line, and he ran into me, man. He said, you don't ever do that again. So I never did it again.
What did you learn about yourself from how pitchers were attacking you last year?
Yeah, I mean, you know, each guy has their own plan against you, and I think based off of the numbers and the charts and all that, and you know, hot zones, cold zones, you know, I think a lot of it was like high elevated heaters and then spinners off the plate. So I mean, we've been working really hard in the cages and in the games here of really toning in on the zone. I think, you know, my coach back in the day in college, he used to say like the strike zone's like the line of scrimmage in football, and if you control that from both sides of the plate or both sides of the line of scrimmage, a lot of good things will happen. So I try to do that as much as I can, and you know, you swing at strikes, you take balls, and you know, good things will happen. So yeah, I mean, it's been good so far.
Dylan, I could be wrong, and it could have just been like the minute you see is now what you think, right? But I was watching a couple days in a row over there with different guys. It seems like this hitting coaching staff is more hands-on a little bit. Like, especially O'Malley seems to be in there, and he's like technically the third guy, but Bork Schulte does a lot of watching, and then Ike coming over from Driveline's like an awesome guy to have around. How have you found those guys in the instruction? I'm not trying to throw the last group under the bus, but it just seems like it's a lot more like tips and pointers and less watching?
Yeah, of course. I mean, no disrespect to the last coaching staff, but it's been great. You know what I mean? They don't blow you up with all this information. They want to have something that's very simple, very you in a way. Yeah, it's been great. I think having a couple extra guys too on the hitting side, or even on the pitching side, definitely helps too for having more guys to talk to, different thoughts, different ideas of what could benefit you in a way.
So last year when we come down to spring training, we walk into the clubhouse and immediately to the right, there's like this young guns kind of like locker setup, right? Where like nobody's over 22 and it's like the young kids. Now all of a sudden, you're in that veterans corner over there as like, what are you like, 23 years old, right?
Just turned 24.
Just 24. Yeah. So, but stick aside, it feels like there's a bit more responsibility there all of a sudden. It's like you and James and CJ and guys that have been through this a little bit. Are you feeling a little bit more of that leadership, kind of stepping into that role, maybe the pressure to do so?
I think, coming in here, a couple of years ago, I think that role was kind of instilled right away.
Yeah.
It's not something that's new, I guess. I think for me especially too, it's just leading by example. I'm not a huge rah-rah guy. I'm not going to go out there and tell everybody let's go. Like, I'm going to go and lead by example, and I think that's big. I think that's huge, and it's kind of crazy that we're in the veterans corner. I've only got like a year of service time, so but no, it is crazy to think about. But it's a blessing though, for sure. You know what I mean? You kind of you get all these guys like CJ and Woody and JY and Louie and all these guys, Dalen, and you get to grow with all these guys and potentially have something special here in the future. So it's been awesome. The past years have been great so far, and I think the future is very bright for us.
Dylan Cruz, one of the faces of the franchise here with the Nationals. Just a couple of moments left on Grant and Danny. The challenge system. So on Saturday night, you won't have a great at bat. Immediately challenge before the umpires tore in the phone book, and you end up right by a few inches below the zone. What do you think of ABS so far?
I think it's great. I had an ABS in AAA a little bit when I was there in 24, and it's great. Each guy's got their zone, and as the games go on, you start figuring out like what is truly a ball and what is truly a strike. And I know it's very difficult for umpires, especially because every guy's in a different strike zone. But you get an idea of what is truly a ball or strike, and it gives us an opportunity to challenge and kind of overturn those calls potentially. So I like it. I really do. I feel like it's fair too, and
it's kind of cool too. You're standing there looking up at the board, thinking about, do I take the brace off now or do I wait? Am I going to show that? How are you showing them up or not? But the thing I really like is the involvement of the crowd too.
Yeah,
because everyone can get into it and see it on the screen. Have you guys talked about how to use it? In other words, like, your situation felt big because it's a 3-2 pitch, you can get on, but in some cases, like, I don't want maybe the 0-0 pitch in the first inning. Like, are there rules, or you just kind of let it rip?
Yeah, I feel like yesterday, especially with the 3-2 count, I had a really good idea that wasn't a strike, and but you usually don't want to do it in the first inning. But if you're 110%,
I was going to say, if you're positive, then there's probably never a bad time.
No, but there are rules, and we have kind of established them. We're trying to just make it catchers and hitters. I don't think the pitchers have the right to challenge. It's a difficult view over there, you know what I mean? And it's hard for them. They, high intensity, they could think anything's a strike. So, we established some rules, and if there's a moment in the game where we could scratch a couple runs by one pitch, you know what I mean, then go ahead and challenge something if something's close. But again, you got to be 100% sure, and everybody's gonna have different rules too. Every team's gonna have different rules.
You are such a good outfielder. Is there a spot now you feel more comfortable maybe than you did in years past, maybe one of the corner spots? And you can play anywhere, obviously. Is there a place you feel like you've gotten better?
Yeah, been working really hard with Corey Ray, our new outfield coach, and I played center in college. played right even in college too, and right in the past couple years. I feel comfortable wherever, you know what I mean? I feel like in center you get a little bit better jumps because you can kind of see from there where the pitch is going to be, kind of, you know, sometimes the swing. And in right field you can see the swings a little bit better, but you know, the jumps are a little tougher. But yeah, I feel comfortable either position.
Last time I talked, let you out on this, I think you guys were getting a place. Are you settled in back home, and have you found the restaurants and things that you like? Are you a DC guy now at this point?
Yeah, trying new places. You know, we got a place over in Alexandria, Old Town. That place is beautiful.
Virginia's doing great. That's where to be.
Yeah, it's beautiful over there. So, yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to find some, the DC spots. I heard there's like this wing sauce that everybody talks about. What's the famous
Mumbo sauce.
Mumbo sauce. Yeah, I've got to get familiar with that and try some of those. So, but yeah, that's about it, man. I feel like there's a lot more spots too that I haven't tried yet.
It's that whole baseball every day thing.
Yeah.
Gets a little bit in the way.
It does. Yeah, we have a job to do.
Thanks, Dylan.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Dylan Cruz of the Nationals on Grant and Danny. Our spring training coverage and all the interviews you hear from our trip to West Palm come your way via Main Street Bank. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Next on Grant and Danny, are we okay with Jaden Daniels playing in a competitive flag football tournament this weekend? You're listening to The Fan. Grant and Danny, before we get out of here, we'll preview tonight's early tourney games on this Tuesday evening. Local flair. All of our college basketball conversation on the Fan this week presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Danny, speaking of enjoying, I love the idea of NFL players taking on non-NFL players in a flag football tournament. Because I think it's cool with the Olympics in the offing here.
Yeah.
Just down the road in front of the windshield. We're going to have this debate as to whether or not NFL players will be allowed to and should represent the United States in flag football in the Olympics. There has been this back and forth between players in the league and the guys that actually play flag football for Team USA at the international level, where the flag football players think this is a different game. This is a game that we've studied, that we've played for years. We're better at this than you guys. You're better NFL players than us. I don't think they have delusions of grandeur that if they were on the Chiefs, they'd be better than Patrick Mahomes. But it's like, some guy that plays ultimate frisbee or frisbee golf or something. Like, this is a unique kind of oddity in sport that I study, that I know, that I've practiced, will beat you. And so we're actually going to get to see NFL players take on one of the teams in this tournament is going to be this U.S. flag football team. And I do think that's cool. But here's my selfishness in all of this. Jaden Daniels is getting ready to play in this thing. The guy that got shut down, the guy that wasn't allowed to play at the end of last year, the guy that couldn't stay healthy. And everyone just keeps shushing me and telling me, dude, it's flag football. There's no risk of injury, as if Robert Edwards didn't have his career completely derailed in an exhibition flag game. But on top of that, as if it's not going to be competitive when everyone keeps saying otherwise. Tom Brady went on a podcast tour where he's talking about how, this is for keeps and people care. You don't think these Team USA guys that have been talking trash for a year about how they're better at flag football aren't going to be playing a million miles an hour, and that then the NFL players aren't going to respond accordingly? I'm not saying anything's going to happen, but what is the benefit here? What is the point of even allowing him to play in this? I don't understand.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills on this one. I'm with you in the sense, hey, that's an oddity. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see it. So it's not, I can't think of a good analogy. It's not NBA players playing Harlem Globetrotters. It's not that. It's two somewhat similar sports, but there are such huge key pivotal differences. I mean, listen, the NFL is basically, in response to people not playing football, gone all in on flag football. It's kind of the gateway drug. Maybe that's their thought, is that's how we get participation rates up, and it's worked, by the way. Flag football is enormous. Just where we do it for my kids, they have record numbers of participants signing up. There's twice as many as there were a year ago.
There are irrefutably more people listening right now whose kids play flag football than tackle football.
Yeah.
Like, we are way past.
There's no question about that.
Yeah, it's not close.
And so
it's grown, and it's a cool thing. And I do think because of the backdrop of, this is the part that I haven't talked about a lot. The Olympics in 2028 in LA, flag football is going to be a sport. Right away, Tyreek Hill and other guys have come out. I think Robert Griffin's been outspoken on this, and others, basically saying the NFL players should play and should get to represent the United States. But the flag team that does represent us internationally is going, no, we're good, thanks. This is our thing. We're better at this. And so just ending the debate, if there is one, or seeing, I don't know, are our really good football players going to be awesome in flag football against this team? That's cool. But if I'm a team, I'm paying millions of dollars to these players.
Right, that's where I was going.
Why the hell am I allowing them to do this?
I want to see it. I'm curious because I actually would love to figure it out, because it's all these guys are so hyper athletic but couldn't deal with the physicality of the NFL. Can the NFL guys who do deal with the physicality of the NFL play this style where it's not about power pretty much at any point in time? It's, all the different moves and subtleties and cuts, and all these guys are unbelievable uber athletes. But that's point one. Point two, can you imagine if something happens to Jaden Daniels? Can you imagine that cut, that move, that plant, that whatever, not in the name of developing in this offense for this football team, for this fan base, for this city that need him so desperately? Sorry, you're the savior. You are. We've got all our hopes. Our whole wagon is attached to your star, bro. You're good. We're good. You do great things. We'll be happy. If you don't, it's going to be miserable again. I couldn't, someone close to him say, hey, man, best not to play. Now, if he's going out there and if it's kind of a show me thing where he takes a couple snaps at ceremony, throws a fade, and he waves to the crowd, signs some autographs, which initially is kind of how I thought it was going to be. And because it wasn't built that way. It was like, you get paid a couple $1 million to go wave at some fans who don't normally get to see you in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, global events changed that. Now it's just like, yep, we're playing in a flag football game, and this one's for keeps, and I'm going, oh, my God.
There was a time where this tourney was in Saudi Arabia, and it's this incredible global marketing opportunity for the player. It's also, let's face it, a global marketing opportunity for the Commanders. Like, there is some benefit. I'm not saying the juice is worth the squeeze. But there's definitely a benefit for the team as well, for your best player in the face of your franchise to go over to that market and to see his star raise and to, maybe push some merch and sell some gear and turn some people there into Commanders fans. It's not happening there anymore. It's in California now. I don't know what the number was going to be, but the amount of money that these guys were going to get paid to go play in Saudi Arabia was going to be astronomical. I had joked it's going to be a few hundred, or not joked, I had suggested a few $100,000 on the show, and you were like, dude, no chance. This is like $1 million for these guys. And then I talked to some other people, they're like, oh yeah, this is like, even for the NFL players, this is, life-changing check that they're going to be getting to take part in this thing. So I understand why Jayden Daniels would want to do it, or why his agency or his mother and whoever's in charge of his marketing, whatever, would say, let's play in this thing. It makes sense. I get that. The team has some say in some of your off-season activities, though. And I don't know how it works in terms of if it's in your contract or not, but you're not allowed to go out and jet ski necessarily if the team has decided you're not supposed to. There are guys who can't play pickup basketball. Like Cal Ripken Jr. used to do these legendary games at his house until it was like, hey, man, we don't want you doing that anymore. And then in the contract, you can't run fives in the full court facility that you've got.
Yeah, the Ben Roethlisberger motorcycle thing. I mean, the list is endless.
I just don't understand why the team would not care. Like, if he was healthy all of last season, we're not having this conversation. If he didn't get hurt every time he played last season, we're not having this conversation. If he hadn't already been on the books to participate in this thing, while they are shutting him down and not letting him play for fear that he might get hurt again, for fear that he might not be ready for day one of camp with David Blau in this new offense, that he'll miss some offseason reps, we're probably not having this conversation. But all of these things happen, and all of this is true. And it's just odd to me, like, for the fans, because they're going to be out there, and we'll open up the phones on this to listeners at 800-636-1067, the camp of, oh, you guys are making a big deal out of nothing. Well, first, I'm not making a big deal yet. I don't know what it's going to look like. As you said, if he throws a few passes, nobody's around him, and he's off the field in 3 minutes, and he kisses a few babies, great, no problem. But if he's jumping and juking and making people miss and planting and cutting and trying to, like, spin away and his flag's not getting grabbed because he's the MVP of the team he's captaining and he's trying to win a title, yeah, I'm going to be pissed. That's stupid. There is no benefit to this. None.
Yeah.
There's no value to this. And the team, if that is what it is, I'm assuming they had a conversation with him and they found out it's the former. He's like, oh, I'm hanging out. I'm, face and I'm going to wave and it's cool. But if he's just playing flag football, I'm actually not even going to be that annoyed at him. I'm going to be more annoyed, like, what is the team doing letting him do that?
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know if it's against their wishes. We haven't heard anything about that. We don't know if he's going and thumbing his nose at them. We don't know what conversations were had. I
feel like if they told him don't do it, he wouldn't do it, right?
I have no idea. He might say, hey, this is good for me.
He's not alone, by the way. There's a lot of other NFL players.
A lot of players are doing it. That's the part I can't kind of get past. I can't imagine saying at this point for such low stakes. Olympics, I get it, right? Like, World Baseball Classic type stuff. Hey, this is such a huge deal. It wasn't before. It is now. I kind of see the value of it. NHL guys playing for their country. I get it, right? This is one of those juices worth the squeeze. This doesn't feel like that. I mean, just to try to draw a comparison, I'm sitting there going, every second he's in a preseason game, going, oh my God, just get through it, just get through it, just get through it. Because those don't count. If there's something that happens injury-wise in OTAs or spring workouts or mini camps or training camp or whatever, it's still in the line of trying to prepare to be the best football player you can be under the tent of the team, right? Like, if something happens where you're doing something stupid, you go, hey, I'm going to go cliff jumping. There is no football pursuit there. This is closer to cliff jumping than it is getting hurt at practice. That's kind of my point here.
Cliff jumping is tough.
Like, there's no benefit to the Washington offense. There's no benefit to Jayden Daniels' development. And that's kind of the point I keep going. If this was a team thing and this is the practice they're running, I go, that's a curious decision. But if you think it's good for him to learn David Blau's offense through some 7-on-7 flag football stuff, God bless. I just can't imagine saying, yes, I'm going to do this from his perspective. And then from the team's perspective to go, yep, good idea. We'll sign off on it.
For those of you that aren't familiar with the idea of this tournament, again, it got moved to California, so it won't be in Saudi Arabia. It's going to be televised, and I actually do have intrigue. That's the hypocrisy of it, I suppose.
Yeah, I know.
I might tune in and check some of it out. 4 p.m. Eastern until 8:30 p.m. Eastern this weekend, Saturday, March 21st. I think it's going to be on Fox. Tom Brady's involved, so I'm sure it is on
Greg
Fox.
Olson is on the call?
Yeah, so it's going to be Kevin Burkhardt, play-by-play, Greg Olson, color. So Tom Brady is quarterbacking one of the teams with Jalen Hurts, or a couple of the teams. And Sean Payton's going to coach those guys. And then Joe Burrow and Jaden Daniels will captain a team with Kyle Shanahan. So I don't know if that means they each play a half or if they alternate back and forth or whatever. But Hurts, Burrow, and Daniels are the headliner NFL quarterbacks taking part. Payton and Shanahan are the big-time coaches on the sideline. Then there's going to be other celebrities as well as this Team USA flag team trying to prove their wares. But if you want to tell me, hey, this is not a big deal, it's not that risky, calm down, I disagree with that statement, but I'm perfectly fine with it and cool, no problems, I will. What you cannot tell me is there's any reason to do this. Like, that would be my rebuttal. Fine, maybe I'm overrating it. I am open to the possibility that I'm overblowing this and it's a nothing burger. And maybe he just waves and walks off the field. But if he, in a hypothetical where we're being told he's going to play, we're being told he's the captain of the team, we're being told by Tom Brady this is going to be really competitive and they're going to try to win a championship or whatever else. Also, these guys are all like alpha, MVP caliber, super studs that went in the top of the draft or won Super Bowls. These guys, you put them in that environment, they can't turn it off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're not just going to be like, oh, we're losing to Tom Brady. I'm losing to Joe Burrow. No problem. But my rebuttal to this is not a big deal would be, maybe not. Does it make sense to do it? What is the point of doing it? The whole story with him is he keeps getting hurt. We're going to go out there in the middle of the offseason. I don't know what kind of football shape you're in, and do this for what reason exactly? That would be my question. 800-636-1067. Are you surprised the Commanders are allowing it, and what role do you think he'll play? Do you actually think we're going to turn on the TV and he's going to be running around like he's taking on the Philadelphia Eagles on a Sunday, just flag instead of tackle? This is The Fan.
Wake up with us.
We got a World Baseball Classic final to preview at 6. Also college hoops, local flair tonight, tournament action beginning. All coming up in our final segment on Greg and Dave. But right now, at 800-636-1067, we're asking you if you're okay with my nerves, anxiety, frustrations. Jaden Daniels taking part in this flag football tournament in California. It'll be televised on Fox. It was originally a opportunity for NFL players to take the game to Saudi Arabia. They were getting paid tons of money, I'm sure, to go over there. And this is, what they're doing in Saudi Arabia is they're bringing all the sports over and getting kind of in bed with all the teams and players and leagues. And there's just an unlimited amount of money to tap into.